Chapter 1421. The surrender of the two kingdoms led directly to the death of the remaining kingdom of Nice. The Emperor of Nice was not even prepared when the situation exploded. While the king of Nice was not as devastated as the other two kings, he was not a master of great talent or strategy. Otherwise, he would not have been suppressed by the West French Empire. The West French Empire was already plagued by internal conflicts, yet it was still able to suppress the three kingdoms. It wasn't necessarily because the West French Empire was too powerful, but perhaps because the three kingdoms were too weak. But at this point, King Nice knew he couldn't sit idly by and wait for death. If he continued to let things go, the guards would ruthlessly destroy his country. The king was ready to fight to the bitter end. In response to Leopold's request, King Nice summoned his troops and ordered them to fight with all their might to rescue Leopold's elite troops. King Nice only retained 10,000 troops on the eastern front to defend against the Succubus Kingdom's attack, dispatching all 60,000 of his own troops west to support Leopold. Leopold was on the verge of escaping the mercenaries' pursuit, and now, with the help of the Kingdom of Nice, their withdrawal was even smoother. When the mercenaries saw the arrival of Nice reinforcements, they discontinued their pursuit. Their forces responsible for pursuing Leopold numbered only a little over 20,000. Originally, they were fighting 1 against 8, but now, with the addition of 60,000 reinforcements, they were fighting 1 against 11. This put immense pressure on the mercenaries, who chose not to pursue and instead returned to their control zone. Not long after their advance, they received news from the royal guards. The two kingdoms of Plan and Soulon have fallen, leaving only the Kingdom of Nice standing on the eastern continent. The remaining small kingdoms have been largely destroyed by the Succubus Kingdom. From its initial brink of extinction, the Succubus Kingdom now dominates the entire eastern region of the eastern continent. This is inseparable from the Great Yin, and the Succubus are very tactful. They wisely leased all the important northern ports and coastal cities to the Great Yin. With this exchange of interests, they naturally gained control of the entire eastern region of the eastern continent. Thanks to the Succubus's tireless efforts, their territory is now 10 times larger than before. All this was achieved by lent 5 important ports and 6 important coastal cities to the Great Yin. The Succubus economy is now gradually taking off and has already surpassed that of the Qinchi Kingdom. Yes, you heard correctly, this up-and-coming nation has surpassed the Qinchi Kingdom. The reason is simple. The population of the eastern region of the eastern continent is as high as 60 to 70 million. Compared to the Qinchi Kingdom, which had a population of only 10 million, this was countless times more. Furthermore, after several major reshuffles within the Qinchi Kingdom, Leon had become its true mastermind. The Qinchi Kingdom was also Leon's last resort for his family. He had reorganized the Qinchi Kingdom's army, kicking out a large number of soldiers who were just doing their job, leaving only 400,000 elite troops. These 400,000 elite troops were not counted among the National Defense Force. These 400,000 troops had only one commander, Yunli. Leon realized that the Great Yin Kingdom was expanding at an alarming rate. He regained consciousness and discovered that the domestic forces had become a complex web. Even among those who initially followed him, some had second thoughts. After all, Leon had never declared himself emperor, yet the election had yet to be held. Most people believed the so-called election was merely a formality, that they only had one leader, Leon, but some disagreed. Since you, Leon, have declared your unwillingness to be emperor, then let someone else take the leadership position. If you, Leon, can do it, then perhaps the rest of us can. Lion, haha, to be honest, with the current ideology of the Yin, if you replaced Leon, it would absolutely explode. Feudal remnants mixed with advanced revolutionaries, royalists, and capitalists. It's a hodgepodge. If Leon dared to give up his position now, it would be a real explosion. Everything into Yin, all the hard work of everyone over the past 5 years, would be wasted. That's why Leon staked his future on his daughter. Even if Yunli didn't become a brilliant person, under Leon's influence, she would at least become a qualified person. As long as his daughter could become a qualified person, she would be able to protect the Yin. The royalists would naturally assist Yunli. When Leon read history books, he used to hate the royalists. He believed they were the greatest obstacle to the country's progress. Later, Leon understood that whether it was the so-called royalists or any other factional struggles, as long as they were dedicated to the good of the country, that was all the country needed. Leon relied on his personal ability to hold everyone in check. Even if the factions were complex, they would not quarrel, because they always remembered that they had the true sword of Mokris hanging over their heads. The Succubus Kingdom was very tactful, but the Kingdom of Nice to the west was not so tactful. Leopold could be sent reinforcements, and then Leopold's army would be brought back to the capital to prepare for defense. The King of Nice had already decided that he would not be a coward, nor would he be a captive slave. He would rather die in the capital than be a king of a fallen nation. He must die before his kingdom is destroyed. That was the king's thought, but others did not. The kingdom of Nice was renowned for its commerce. Of the three kingdoms, Nice was the weakest, yet the wealthiest. The two major kingdoms initially sought to annex Nice, but after their split, the other two kingdoms began to decline. This was because Nice occupied the most fertile land and had the largest population. After the split, Nice even considered paying protection fees to the two kingdoms for their protection. But the two kingdoms had long been planning how to divide Nice. However, ironically, before they could act, the behemoth West French Empire, sensing the threat, swarmed over, attempting to annex the three kingdoms to expand its territory. The three kingdoms were forced to join forces. The Nice kingdom's affairs were left unresolved. Of the three kingdoms, Ceylon contributed the most manpower, while Nice contributed the most financially. But the most capable fighter was Plan. Wow, if these three kingdoms could unite, wouldn't they be invincible? Luckily, they were initially dispersed by the West French Empire. If these three kingdoms had remained a single empire, the defense forces would have collapsed long ago. Leopold's army arrived at the capital of the Nice kingdom. Before he could even sit down, the king rushed over, grabbed Leopold's hand, and said excitedly, "Brother, you're finally here. Nice is saved." Chapter 1422. Leopold was stunned by the incredibly enthusiastic king of Nice. But he quickly regained consciousness. His mother was a princess of the kingdom of Nice, who also happened to be the aunt of the current emperor. So, in terms of blood relationship, they were cousins. Calling them brothers wasn't an exaggeration. But the problem was, the king of Nice immediately embraced Leopold and burst into tears. "Brother, you finally arrived. Do you know how I've been living these past few days? Ever since the two kingdoms were destroyed, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well. I can only eat 3 bowls of rice per meal, and only sleep for 8 hours." The king of Nice tried to play the victim, and Leopold was completely stunned. "What do you mean by only being able to eat 3 bowls of rice per meal? Only being able to sleep for 8 hours? Is that even human?" Leopold then glanced at the warriors following him. Most of the warriors were now listless. They had been chased around like monkeys by the mercenaries for days. The mercenaries' equipment was comparable to theirs, yet they simply couldn't defeat them. Every time they engaged a mercenary, 2 more mercenaries would come to support them from 2 opposite directions. The situation instantly shifted from 1 versus 1 to 1 versus 3. Most of the allied forces were defeated by this tactic. Leopold summarized the mercenaries' tactics, integrated them, and applied them to practice. He also began to study 3-man tactics. However, due to time constraints, Leopold could only lead his troops and study them while marching. Until they were able to complete their research, they were blocked by mercenaries. In a desperate struggle, Leopold and his coalition forces, numbering over 100,000, fled across the mountains and plains, ultimately being rescued by the army of the Kingdom of Nice. Watching Leopold glance at his men, the King of Nice was quite understanding. Knowing that Leopold was a general who loved his soldiers like his own sons, he waved his hand without hesitation and ordered his men to serve a variety of delicacies to reward the allied soldiers. Furthermore, 30,000 of these allied soldiers were from the Kingdom of Nice. The king had no intention of seizing power. He knew the level of skill of the incompetents in his kingdom. So, he simply didn't expect the generals at home to lead the troops in battle. Leopold, as his cousin, was not only an outstanding nobleman, but also an excellent commander. So, handing the army over to Leopold gave the king great confidence. Leopold was somewhat surprised to learn that the king had given him power. Because, during his time in the Kingdom of Plan, the king had always been wary of Leopold. Because Leopold had spent the previous 5 or 6 years fighting against the invasion of the Western French Empire. Both the Kingdom of Ceylon and the Kingdom of Nice had suffered land occupation by the Western French Empire to varying degrees. But the Kingdom of Plan was different. Under Leopold's leadership, the army repelled the enemy's attempts to attack Plan. The West French Empire's army suffered 6 defeats. Leopold's achievements were widely circulated in Plan, naturally arousing the king's suspicion. This time, the kings of the 2 kingdoms of Serranis persuaded King Plan to appoint Leopold as commander of the coalition. King Plan finally agreed to appoint Leopold as commander. Leopold did not disappoint the 2 kings. The initial surprise attack was indeed a success. But the problem was that it was not a complete success. Because they failed to defeat the mercenaries defending the tiny area. As the army entered the city, the people lined the streets to welcome them. But most of them didn't come voluntarily. They were forced here by the king and the nobles. The Nice Kingdom had a prosperous economy, and their caravans traveled throughout the eastern continent, so they naturally understood the land's affairs. They understood that the nation unifying the eastern continent wasn't some evil power, and it treated its people well. Many merchants who traveled to the Great Yin-controlled area saw many things they had never seen before, especially in Northwind Harbor, where their eyes never left the surrounding buildings. They realized that even without a king, life could be better. The people of Nice sought economic gain, not war. To put it simply, they wanted to be merchants, not engage in fighting. As a result, the Nice people didn't have much affection for the military. But after all, the country was facing a national crisis, and the emperor had forced them to join the mobilization, so they stood in the streets to welcome Leopold's army. The Allied soldiers walked down the street, watching the people lining the streets to welcome them, each one smiling broadly. They had been constantly being chased and attacked by mercenaries these days, and they had hardly ever smiled. Most of them were displaced, struggling to survive. They suffered daily torture from mercenaries. Now, they had finally escaped, and could see the locals welcoming them with smiles from ear to ear. But Leopold could see the discomfort in these people. He appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he already had the answer to the question of war. A war that didn't mobilize the people was bound to be lost, especially when they were on the defensive, on their own territory. If they can't mobilize the people even within their own territory, then this regime is a failure. Leopold then looked at the king beside him. The king was cheerfully greeting the people below. Leopold shook his head helplessly. This kid might be the next one to be destroyed. As news of the coalition forces' entry into the capital of the Kingdom of Nice spread, the royal guards and mercenaries immediately received the news and dispatched their forces to attack the Kingdom of Nice. They wanted to capture the Kingdom of Nice as quickly as possible, to complete the unification of the Great Yin. After all, this was something even Kuenberg hadn't accomplished back then. If they could accomplish this feat, it wouldn't simply be a place in history, but a truly unprecedented achievement. Leon also understood the importance of destroying the Kingdom of Nice. So, he chose to unleash all his might, attacking the rebellious Governor Emerius of Northwind Port while ordering the Air Force to do everything possible to support the royal guards and mercenaries. The Kingdom of Nice could survive for a few more days, but Governor Emerius would not. As the war in the east continued and escalated, the mercenaries began focusing on clearing Northwind Harbor. They began by surrounding the outer perimeter, and gradually advanced towards the core. They advanced steadily, without any rash advances. Emerius was currently engaged in a brotherly drama within the governor's palace. "Brother, you clearly said you cover my retreat. I lied to you. You're a most wanted criminal. How could you escape?" Chapter 1423. Governor Emerius was stunned by his subordinate. His subordinate's words had just set Emerius's CPU into overdrive. The subordinate before him was only a dozen years younger than Emerius. This subordinate was an old associate of Emerius's, having been there when he invested in Lion. Later, when Emerius was sent to Northwind Harbor, this subordinate followed him. At first, everyone thought Emerius had been exiled, but this subordinate remained steadfast. It wasn't because this subordinate was particularly intelligent, but because he had done so many unsophisticated things that only Emerius could protect him. Emerius didn't really want to protect this subordinate, but he knew too much. Emerius was a noble, so naturally he had some taint. And when he fled to Lion, he chose to cover up all those rooftops. To cover up these taints, Emerius even wielded the butcher's knife against his own relatives. He felt he had successfully kept the secret. But this subordinate knew Amaryl's secret. For peace of mind, Amaryl kept this subordinate by his side. Over time, Amaryl grew to trust him. But today, Amaryl finally saw his subordinate's true colors. At the most crucial moment, the subordinate chose to flee. This was no ordinary fate. As the saying goes, a man will die for his friend. Logically, Amaryl had saved his subordinate many times. He had pulled him back from the brink of death countless times. Logically, this life belonged to Amaryl. On the surface, this subordinate appeared incredibly loyal, having repeatedly collaborated with Amaryl, helping her with various shady businesses. Amaryl had originally thought he had become completely her own man. It wasn't until this moment that she realized there were no such things as her own. Given enough profit, anyone would sell their soul to the devil. "Don't you forget how many times I saved you? Don't you even have the courage to stay behind to cover your retreat?" Amaryl cursed, and the subordinate lowered his head silently. Although he wasn't particularly capable, he would never forget Governor Emerius' care. The subordinate's words successfully infuriated Amaryl, who issued a direct and forceful threat. "You must defend today, even if you don't want to. I must escape, because only then can I regroup my forces for a counterattack. The vast high seas fleet is still at sea, waiting for me to come and secure the border. The other mid and high-level officials suddenly woke up after hearing this. What Ameria didn't know was that his so-called high seas fleet had long been mobilized. If he had been able to send troops to take over the Wehrmacht garrison from the outset, perhaps victory would have swung to Ameria's side. The men felt a little uneasy after hearing this. Why should you, the governor, have to stay back? You're being naive like a woman. Faced with the aggressive governor Ameriu, the men remained calm and spoke forcefully. I have a family too, and they need to eat. The money you pay me every month is indeed generous, but in this position, I can't even take it. And you're actually planning to leave us to cover your losses? The other men were losing their composure. They were ordinary people, and the subordinate, who had followed Amerius on his campaigns, was already planning to pack up and flee. Amerius was nothing. Why should I obey his orders? The governor's subordinate tried to prove himself. Then he fled with his 300 deadly warriors. He wasn't foolish enough to attack Amerius. Amerius not only had elite soldiers and generals, but also abundant food reserves. And what did his subordinates have? Aside from their mouths, they had no other abilities. So, the subordinate said, if not now, when? He simply abandoned Amerius and moved his elite troops to another position. I'd definitely be back, Amerius, just wait. The subordinate boasted as he fled. The reconnaissance aircraft in the Defense Department naturally spotted all this, but they didn't react. What did this clown need to react to? Of course not. The subordinate had already taken his small boat and smuggled himself to the Kingdom of Plan in the east. Their every move was naturally under surveillance by the Intelligence Bureau, but this time, in a rare move, the Bureau let this group off. Because they needed a group of these individuals to completely dismantle the governor's power. Only by distracting the governor could they devise a plan to attack. Governor Amaral finally managed to deal with the previous issues, successfully pacifying the troops and stopping the mutiny. But Amaral knew the seeds of the explosion had already been sown. Even if they fled now, it was too late. The mercenaries had already launched their attack. Without hesitation, the mercenaries focused on suppressing firepower and rushed to Northwind Harbor at top speed. But what truly troubled the soldiers was the specific situation in Northwind Harbor. Under the governor's brainwashing, a large number of soldiers chose to follow him unwaveringly, and even many civilians spontaneously came to Amaral's aid. The supposedly righteous mercenaries and guards were met with indifference. Across the vast expanse of fields, dozens of tanks raced relentlessly. They had received the latest news. This was their best chance to destroy the governor. They had been transferred from the south to the north to suppress the rebellion. Most of these tanks were from the Guards Division, and they had been plundered from the Southern Guards Division. And yet, the North remained indifferent. It wasn't that the Guards Division was so superior. It was their damn desire to win that made them want to surpass the Northern Guards Division. So, they chose to transport the tanks back to Northwind Harbor in the north, and have the soldiers use them to attack the governor. If they could truly kill Governor Amaral, then their status would rise even higher. The guards were already competing against each other to improve their records. As long as they kept improving their records frequently, no one could surpass them. Enemy, is this right? Is this polite? What the hell are they doing? Are they treating us like toys? The governor's heart sank when he learned that the Guards Division in the south had sent armored support. The governor focused his hopes on the Kingdom of Nice to the east. But he didn't dare make a phone call, because he had already made 2 calls, one to Plan and one to Ceylon. But strangely, both countries collapsed without any surprise. The guards captured both kingdoms at top speed. The governor was completely stunned. Am I the legendary Jinx? I don't know if the governor is a Jinx, but someone is about to become a shooting star. Chapter 1424. With the addition of Leopold and his men, the Kingdom of Nice's strength increased significantly. There were already signs of a counterattack. Of course, this was just their boasting. In reality, they had no ability to fight back at all. The 20,000 troops left in the east had been completely annihilated by the Succubus Kingdom. Now, they only had about 200,000 troops defending the capital. The King of Nice naturally understood the consequences of losing other territories and leaving only the capital, but he simply didn't have enough troops to defend Nice. If he had 1,000,000 soldiers, he might still be able to hold on to the entire kingdom. But now, with only 200,000 men, holding on to the capital was the safest and only option. The people of the Nice capital were divided into 2 camps. Some believed they should retreat immediately, while others believed they could hold on to the capital and safeguard the future of the Kingdom of Nice. However, most of those who fled were merchants, having traveled extensively and knowing full well the gap between themselves and the people of Great Yin. The two sides are not even on the same level, let alone a fight. If they were to clash, they would be shattered at the first blow. The kingdom of Nice would be completely shattered. And now the king has great faith in Leopold's 160,000-man army. But if these 160,000 were capable, they wouldn't be pursued and attacked by Gu Yongfeng. The Western French Empire may be a bit weak, but at least it can mediate with the mercenaries. What kind of weakling is the kingdom of Nice? Is it even worthy of being served? The king is still immersed in the dream of defeating the Great Yin. Leopold himself is extremely pessimistic and doesn't believe they can achieve ultimate victory. But the king's overthinking couldn't stop him. The king desperately wanted a victory. He desperately wanted to see the kingdom of Nice defeat the mercenaries. Leopold, in fact, wanted to defeat them too. This was the final chapter of his life, the completion of his life. But while the idea was good, reality was cruel. After the mercenaries and the royal guards understood the real situation in the kingdom of Nice, they immediately began to use their tactics. They began spreading the news through merchants. They had merchants returning from other countries, and people in Nice spread rumors about the Great Flame. They extolled the virtues of the Great Flame, describing its power and virtue. They did everything they could to exaggerate its power. While some wise people chose not to believe these rumors, many were ignorant and naive, believing them to be true. They never considered the truth of the matter. They only knew that a powerful nation was about to destroy them, and they were plunged into panic. Many civilians requested to evacuate the capital. They had no desire to stay. It's not that they aren't from Nice, but rather, they don't see a distinction between nations. In their eyes, home is the best, the only place where they can find peace of mind. The kingdom of Nice values commerce, and while agriculture is neither suppressed nor supported, the three kingdoms support each other. They know they can't do without Nice commerce, so they don't restrict Nice food supply. If Nice food supply were to fail, it would be the end. In the coalition against the Western French Empire, the kingdom of Nice has always played the role of a major financial backer. The Sulan kingdom was rather stubborn and never tried to curry favor with the Nice kingdom. But the Plan kingdom was different. Compared to the other two kingdoms, they were much poorer. So, they essentially obeyed the Nice kingdom. This wasn't because they were timid, but because the Nice kingdom offered so much. This gentleman's sincerity impressed me. Now that the two kingdoms were completely gone, for the Nice kingdom, it was like losing two powerful bodyguards. Without these two ace fighters, they were a defenseless boss. And now this boss is actually taking the initiative to warm up. This is simply ridiculous. Most of the merchants had already made arrangements to flee. They had merchant friends, so naturally, they received a lot of news. They quickly prepared and fled, without stopping at all. Many of the princes and nobles also fled. The only ones who remained in the city were the ordinary people. Because the king had noticed a large exodus of people, he didn't want the capital to be left without help in defending it. So the army was ordered to block the city gates, requiring payment of a sufficient amount of money before leaving. However, this order only imprisoned ordinary people, while wealthy merchants and nobles could easily leave the capital. Historically, only the poorest of the lower classes, without a pass, were forever bound to the land. For a time, the lower classes were completely unable to leave the capital. Leopold despised this sentiment, but, living under someone else's roof, he dared not say anything. On the surface, the king of Nice was his brother. But in reality, these were just so-called fantasy brothers. The king of Nice had taken Leopold in because he was attracted by his 160,000-man army. Leopold said nothing. He simply wanted to rest his troops and wait for the right moment to launch the war. Inside the palace, the king of Nice sat on his throne, looking coldly at the ministers below. Over 30% of the ministers had already failed to attend the meeting. It was obvious that these 30% had already fled. The king did not pursue these ministers. These ministers were mostly wealthy, and they were also an important part of the kingdom of Nice. If they were pursued, it would only intensify the conflict and pit the royal family against the nobility. Although 67% of the ministers remained on the surface, in reality, they were also preparing to flee, and only 20% to 30% would actually remain. The ministers knew they were in the wrong, so they dared not speak. The king, sitting on the throne, looked down on everyone and spoke coldly. "Do you have any clever ideas, my dear ministers? I do not wish to surrender this kingdom." Listening to the king's words, the ministers looked at each other, unsure how to respond. Because they were already shrewd men, the king's words naturally meant they would contribute. In the kingdom of Nice, each noble and prince possessed a number of private soldiers. These private soldiers were mostly used to protect their caravans and lands. Furthermore, The kingdom of Nice was undergoing technological reforms. Although the king's new weapons were strictly prohibited, they could still be purchased. With these weapons, these powerful private soldiers were no less capable than regular troops. The king looked at the ministers calmly. Chapter 1425. King Nice looked at his ministers in silence, his expression sullen. He knew the current situation was extremely grim. Many ministers appeared to remain in the palace, but their hearts were elsewhere. They did not wish to die with the kingdom of Nice. They only cared about preserving their own interests. In their eyes, as long as they had money, they would be welcomed wherever they went. But they were unaware of the situation in Great Yen. Great Yen did welcome the wealthy, but the manner of their welcome rested with Lion. Lion was a true, unfettered, and unforgiving figure. All merchants, nobles, and capitalists who traveled to Great Yen faced only one outcome: a tacit acceptance of favorable comments. As for why this was a tacit acceptance, we have to ask our comrades in the Intelligence Bureau. After all, they were the ones who prompted these capitalists to offer favorable comments. Feeling King Nice's oppressive gaze, each minister lowered their heads, fearing they would be targeted by the king, and offered advice. Most of the ministers remained silent, while a few were staunch supporters of King Nice. They decisively stepped forward and spoke. "We have Duke Leopold's help, and we still have 160,000 allied troops. We will definitely achieve final victory," one minister declared enthusiastically. The rest of the ministers fell silent upon seeing this. Most of them were sober, so they naturally understood the situation. So what if we have 200,000 troops? Once the Wehrmacht's Iron Torrent arrives, they will be instantly defeated. A more forthright minister stepped forward and spoke. "Your Majesty, I believe we should avoid war. It's extremely unwise to confront the Great Yen now. They're at their peak, while we're declining. We can't turn the tide. We simply become another territory of the Great Yen. The only people in the world who can currently rival the Great Yen are the Great Dragons. We should find a way to win over the Great Dragons." Before the minister could finish, another minister beside him interrupted. "How can you win over the Great Dragons? The Great Dragons are so arrogant, and what charm can you offer to turn them against your side? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" As soon as these words fell, the entire hall erupted in a fierce argument. Some of the more excited ministers rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight. They wouldn't tolerate so many people. After all, the families were equally powerful. If a fight broke out, even if someone died, their families would still bail them out. The crowd immediately launched into an unlimited fighting tournament in the hall. This clearly showed disregard for the king's dignity, and the king's face darkened upon seeing it. The palace guards watching immediately berated the ministers. "What are you doing? His Majesty is still here." But the ministers, acting as if they hadn't heard, continued their frantic brawl. The king could no longer bear it, his anger surging. "Are you rebelling? Fight! Fight! Destroy this country, and then you realize how powerless this brawl in the palace is, rolling up your sleeves and fighting and exchanging words. What's the point? The mercenaries have already marched. The 2 Royal Guard divisions are also marshalling their forces, and will soon attack the capital. And you're still vying for a moment of pleasure in the hall." King Nice suddenly grabbed a handful of vases and threw them to the ground, cursing at the group. Everyone's expression paled as they saw this, and they all stopped what they were doing, looking at the king respectfully. Although this country has no future now, as long as King Nice remains on the throne, it still has a chance of survival. If this country truly perishes, then they can stop pretending. "Your Majesty, calm down." The ministers knelt and apologized to the king. Allying with the dragon is unrealistic. Don't you know that Leon's wife is the dragon? The dragon is clearly in cahoots with Diane. There's no need to discuss this further. Instead of trusting others, trust yourself. The king abruptly stood up. He walked towards his palace. However, upon arriving, before he could even sit down, a messenger rushed in. "Your Majesty, the mercenaries are marching eastward, less than 180 kilometers from the capital," the messenger began. The king's face darkened upon hearing this. "They're moving so quickly? We must find a solution then. Inform Leopold to prepare his troops for battle. I don't want the capital to be unable to withstand the first wave of attack." The king spoke calmly. The messenger hurried back to the city gate and explained the king's orders to Leopold. Leopold's face darkened. The mercenaries moved out, and so did the royal guards. The combined efforts of these 2 great warriors put immense pressure on Leopold. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the attack, but he would try his best. Because if they were defeated, they would lose everything. His hometown of Plem was gone, and now he had to defend Nice, his mother's hometown. If he could withstand the attacks of the mercenaries and the guards, he would not only have defended his mother's hometown, but also become famous throughout the world. Prove to everyone that their three kingdoms were not worthless. He, Leopold, would die on the battlefield, carrying the last dignity of the three kingdoms. This was not only because he was a noble of the three kingdoms, but also because of the teachings of his father and mother. A true general will never surrender to the enemy, because he will commit suicide for his country at the last moment of defeat. Even if his monarch is incompetent, he will accept his death with equanimity. Because a true general's loyalty is never to the emperor above him, but always to his country. To limit the Wehrmacht's armored forces, Leopold dug a large number of horse traps outside the city. These horse traps were originally designed to protect against cavalry, but they could also protect against armored forces. Once many tanks entered the horse traps, although their armor would not be damaged, their movements would be restricted. Whether mercenaries or guards, their armored forces were the most formidable. So Leopold planned to destroy their vehicles at the outset of the war. This was a good idea, and the king was very supportive of Leopold's approach, even sending a large number of workers to help Leopold complete his plan. Upon hearing this news, Leopold felt a sense of relief. His cousin seemed quite reliable, but Leopold had to understand that the King of Nice valued Leopold so much not because of his abilities, but because Leopold could stand in front of the king. At least he would be the first to die if the Wehrmacht attacked. Brother, die for me. Chapter 1426. Leopold didn't know the king's intentions yet. If he knew, he would definitely call him a beast. After all, not everyone could come up with such a perverted idea. What king would drag his cousin over, only to have him die? Leopold. So I'm not human, am I? Do good people deserve to be held at gunpoint? In order to allow Leopold to focus on resisting the Great Flame, the King of Nice thoughtfully took control of Leopold's men and their families. Some of Leopold's men were from the Kingdom of Nice. After all, the Kingdom of Nice had also sent troops to join the coalition, so Leopold naturally had people from the Kingdom of Nice among his men. But after spending time with Leopold, these officers had come to recognize him as their commander. Because they found that compared to the incompetent men in the Nice military, Leopold was miles ahead. Leopold was the true model general, while the generals of the Kingdom of Nice were a bunch of idlers, a bunch of parasites of the state. How could they save the country with such people? So the young officers of the Kingdom of Nice chose to follow Leopold. After the coalition forces arrived in the capital, a large number of young officers volunteered to join Leopold's coalition. The king said nothing about this. In his eyes, as long as he could protect the country, he didn't care about coalitions or not. Just standing in front of him and dying for him was enough. Leopold was surprised to learn that the families of his men had been detained. He had just praised the king for his wisdom, only to be slapped in the face so quickly. But he wasn't in the least anxious. The king would never attack these people, or at least not their families, until the war was over. The King of Nice controlled these families, so they could force Leopold to fight to the death. After understanding the reason for all this, Leopold sneered. Some people profess loyalty to their country, but in reality, they fear death more than anyone else. And those who never profess loyalty become the last loyalists. Leopold spoke to the messenger. Go back and tell your king I won't flee, for this is my mother's homeland, and there's nowhere else we can escape to. Let my dear cousin sit quietly in the palace and watch how he holds off the Wehrmacht. The Allied forces are not cowards. Only those obsessed with surrender would suspect others of surrender. Leopold was direct and merciless. The messenger was somewhat surprised to hear this, but he reported it truthfully. Upon hearing this, the king flew into a rage in the palace, transforming into a master of table cleaning, smashing all the vases. This is too much. Leopold has now forgotten his roots? We're the ones supplying his army with food. We even maintain their weapons and equipment. How dare he speak to us like that? The king spoke in impotent fury. The messenger beside him lowered his head, not daring to look at the king. After venting his anger, King Nice looked at the messenger. Go back and tell Leopold that everything he eats and wears is paid for by me. If he doesn't respect me, I cut off his food supply. Inside the headquarters, Leopold listened to the messenger's words and sneered. Then go back and tell the king to cut off my food supply. I want to see how he can defend the capital without the coalition forces. Leopold was not afraid. The king had bullied his men so much. If he, as a general, didn't protect them, he would be completely disheartened. As a general, the most important thing is to protect your men. Your men are the foundation of a general. For an excellent general, the emperor's orders may only make a general think, but a general's orders will be carried out with all his might. Leopold's tough response broke the King of Nice's defenses. But he didn't actually cut off the food supply for Leopold's coalition forces. If the food supply had truly run out, Leopold would likely have ordered his soldiers to surrender en masse that very night, and then committed suicide. The king finally had some sense. A few days later, Leopold was still reinforcing the city's defenses. In addition to the horse traps outside the city, Leopold also took control of all the city's water sources, identifying individual water sources. These individual water sources were not connected to the river system outside the city. This meant that if the mercenaries poisoned or otherwise contaminated the water sources, the civilians within the city would not be significantly affected. Leopold was no brute, so he compartmentalized all the independent water sources. After meeting the daily water needs of the city's inhabitants, all remaining independent water sources were designated for military use. Soldiers were assigned to strictly guard them. At the same time, guerrillas were dispatched to the surrounding areas to fortify the city walls and clear the fields. It was winter, and the surrounding area was already covered in heavy snow, a vast expanse of white. Just a few months ago, the eastern continent was a golden expanse. The Western French Empire even resorted to the drastic act of burning wheat fields. Leopold naturally couldn't commit such a drastic act. So, he ordered his men to notify the people in the surrounding villages and evacuate them. He didn't want these people to be exploited by the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht was best at mobilizing the masses. If these civilians were allowed to lead or clear the way, it would be a devastating blow to Leopold. Leopold prided himself on being a gentleman, so he never used civilians as human shields. But after these days of fighting, he realized that the mercenaries were somewhat unkind. To be on the safe side, he ordered these civilians to evacuate. The imperial guards and mercenaries en route to the capital naturally learned of this situation. They held Leopold in even greater admiration. A gentleman's birth in a small country is not the fault of the ruler. There are many people like Leopold, and even though they are on the opposite side of the Great Yin, that doesn't stop the Great Yin from respecting them. A true hero deserves respect, regardless of nationality. In addition to fortifying the city and clearing the countryside, Leopold also preemptively laid mines along the Wehrmacht's route. He cleverly placed mines at intervals along the route, aiming to slow the army's advance. But he clearly hadn't anticipated the Wehrmacht's advanced technology, such as mine-clearing vehicles. Leopold was extremely optimistic about the war, believing he could withstand the initial attack. But was that truly the case? Chapter 1427. Leopold was putting all his efforts into defending the capital, having made countless preparations. The mercenaries led the charge, clearing everything along the way. They encountered few enemies along the way, but most were traps set by Leopold's guerrillas. These traps varied in character. Some were mines, but others were quite abstract, because these abstract objects were actually excrement. They packed the excrement into tin cans and buried them in the ground, disguising them as mines. And some real mines were placed around them. This increased the workload for the deminers, who, when they finally cleared the mines, discovered something else. The deminers were furious. "I went to clear mines with all my might, and now you tell me it's this?" The mercenaries were disgusted. They had never encountered anything like this before. But they quickly adapted, because war never adapts to people, people adapt to war. Leopold's clever tricks couldn't hinder the army's advance. The mercenaries continued their steady advance. They soon approached the capital of the Kingdom of Nice. However, the mercenaries were still delayed for half a day. During this time, Leopold further improved the fortifications. In addition to the horse traps, Leopold also laid a large number of mines. His goal was to inflict the greatest possible hardship on the mercenaries. But expecting the fat mercenaries to endure hardship was not so simple. With the lessons learned from the previous incident, the mercenaries treated everything along the way with extreme caution. Not only that, they also called in various air support options, aiming to put an end to the war once and for all. The mercenaries were the first to arrive outside the capital. After countless hardships, they finally reached Nice. They quickly surrounded the city. However, they did not launch an attack. They were awaiting the arrival of the main force, the Royal Guards. The main reason was that the mercenaries could not capture the capital in one fell swoop. The total number of mercenaries who arrived at the capital of the Kingdom of Nice was only 60,000. Of these, over 10,000 were engaged in a duel at the governor of North Wind Harbor in the north. Another 20,000 to 30,000 were stationed in the West French Empire and 2 other kingdoms. These regions had just been incorporated into Great Yin, and there were still numerous rebel forces. The mercenaries naturally took on the task of clearing them out, and they worked tirelessly to eliminate the rebel forces in many surrounding areas. The mercenaries could not spare more troops to resolve this war. So, the task of attacking the capital fell to the Royal Guards. The capital of the Kingdom of Nice was originally an ancient city with extensive walls. But Leopold understood that relying on walls for defense would be a sitting duck. Leopold then ordered his soldiers to dig numerous trenches around the horse trap and stationed soldiers inside to prevent the guards from launching a direct attack on the city walls. The guards initially failed to anticipate the cleverness of these men, who chose not to defend the city walls. Leopold was truly a qualified soldier and an excellent general. He always put his men first. Leopold deployed 200,000 men around the capital. He also relocated a large number of civilians from the outer city to the inner city. He renovated many of the buildings in the outer city, successfully connecting the entire area. The entire outer city had been transformed into a military fortress. Many important buildings had been opened up, and underground passages inevitably connected two tall buildings. This effectively transformed the political capital of Nice into a military fortress. Leopold did not stop there. He mobilized a vast army. He deployed 80,000 troops outside the city and 140,000 within. Most of the troops outside were former soldiers of the Kingdom of Nice. But the troops stationed within the city were all allied forces, and their combat effectiveness was completely different. The troops stationed outside the city seemed to have guessed they were cannon fodder. But they kept quiet, because they had long since accepted their fate. In the Kingdom of Nice, power was not only paramount, but also money. If you were wealthy enough, you could even buy an official position. And most of those who joined the Nice army came from poor families. Because only the poor could afford to raise their children. So, they could only risk their lives to change their lives. The army of the suspect kingdom was similar in composition to the armies of the other two kingdoms, primarily composed of children of commoners. As the saying goes, even if one is poor, one's ambition is not. After joining the army, these soldiers realized their plight and understood that they were merely tools used by politicians and capitalists to profit. Originally, they had planned to live a carefree life, but now things were different. They were now defending the capital. This place was not only their home, but also the homeland of others. And inside, their families were unable to escape. A large number of soldiers defended with the unwavering determination to die. The King of Nice's previous order was immediately apparent. The king had previously ordered civilians to pay a fee before leaving, effectively preventing the families of many soldiers from leaving. Now that these families were inside the city, the soldiers would undoubtedly defend the city even more fiercely. But Leopold would not look down on these ordinary soldiers. While these Nice soldiers were certainly somewhat inferior, that didn't mean Leopold wouldn't treat them well. Leopold never looked down on any soldier. He only looked down on those who cowardly and feared death. Whether officers or soldiers, these people had betrayed the country they supported. Leopold scattered these 80,000 men outside the city simply to buy time. And these 80,000 men were scattered outside the city, not grouped together for defense. This meant that the guards or mercenaries couldn't take them all in one fell swoop. The purpose of these 80,000 men was to defend the city. If the Wehrmacht attacked aggressively, they could engage and retreat. And they were the only ones familiar with the local minefields, which the Wehrmacht couldn't perfectly avoid. If they dared to pursue, they would surely be blown to the ground by thunder. Leopold's tactics were perfect, and the idea was excellent. But de Yen had long been watching all this from the air. Faced with Leopold's tactics, the Wehrmacht didn't hesitate. They immediately called in the Air Force to conduct targeted bombings on the capital's outer districts. They also bombed the defense zones outside the city. The main point was their wealth, and they didn't care about ammunition consumption at all. The Wehrmacht's cost-free tactics truly shocked Leopold. It was the last peaceful night before the war. Leopold was assigning combat missions at his headquarters. He believed that de Yen would launch an attack tomorrow. However, before he could assign combat missions, the sound of aircraft engines filled the night sky. Before Leopold could figure out what was happening, the air raid sirens sounded. Leopold then witnessed a scene he would never forget. Chapter 1428. Leopold had just heard the air raid sirens, and hadn't even stepped out of the headquarters, when he heard the roar of approaching aircraft engines. Along with the engines came the sound of falling objects. Before Leopold could comprehend what had happened, he had just left the headquarters, when he saw the outer city defenses instantly engulfed in flames. Countless bombs exploded before his eyes. Leopold was completely stunned. Because the bombs exploded simultaneously, it was as if someone had planted a large amount of explosives in the outer city. To bomb the outer city like this, it was practically impossible. The entire outer city was instantly blanketed in bombs. Unless the Wehrmacht bombers were overwhelming. However, Leopold never imagined that the bombers weren't overwhelming, but were simply using cluster bombs. The terrifying cluster bombs fell into the outer city, instantly reducing many of his defenses to a sea of fire. Before Leopold could even think, his adjutant dragged him back. The explosion was spreading toward headquarters. Cluster bombs were merely an appetizer. The Wehrmacht's cluster bombs were intended to inflict widespread casualties on enemy forces. The primary purpose wasn't to destroy the defenses. The heavy bombs dropped alongside the cluster bombs were the true killers. These heavy bombs landed precisely on key buildings within the city. The Wehrmacht had conducted numerous reconnaissance missions using unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, and had long since determined the exact location of the outer city's defenses. The General Staff had also conducted analysis and identified several high-value targets. All these high-value targets were made the primary targets. The Wehrmacht's bombing was not just intended to instill panic, but also to teach these people a lesson. To make them understand who was the real dragon and who was the real worm. Leopold's adjutant dragged Leopold into the air raid shelter. At first, Leopold tried to struggle, because abandoning the soldiers and running away was impossible. But the next second, a small pumpkin smashed directly into the command post above Leopold's head. Leopold felt the earth shake instantly. He tactfully shut his mouth. Perhaps, as the adjutant had said, hiding in the air raid shelter was the safest option. The Wehrmacht's air raid was sudden. Even the mercenaries and guards on the front lines hadn't received advance warning. The Air Force only informed them of the situation when the bombers were approaching their defense zone. For although Governor Marius was now trapped in Northwind Harbor, he still had some capabilities. Moreover, he had already begun contact with the Kingdom of Nice. If the Wehrmacht made any major moves, the governor would surely have a way of learning about it. If he had passed this intelligence to the Kingdom of Nice, it would have been a disaster for the Wehrmacht. The importance of intelligence is self-evident. After all, in a previous life, a certain country was transparently infiltrated by enemy spies during the Cold War. The enemy's leader could learn important information even faster than their own leader. Thus, intelligence work is of paramount importance. This airstrike was incredibly sudden. No one knew the Air Force would launch a sudden strike. By the time the Wehrmacht reacted, the bombs had already landed on the capital of the Kingdom of Nice. Leopold was now ensconced in the basement, daring not to move, because his headquarters had been completely flattened by the bombing. He, his adjutant, and several other officers remained in the underground air raid shelter, awaiting the soldiers' excavation. The Wehrmacht's bombing was primarily a warning, intended to dampen the morale of Leopold and his men. After several days of effort, the defenses seemed impenetrable, and many nice soldiers regained hope. They believed Leopold would lead them to ultimate victory. For other nations, the Wehrmacht would not give them many chances. This bombing was a stark eye-opener for the Nice Kingdom. Neither the military nor the civilian population could comprehend the bombing. When the cluster bombs appeared before them, they were all stunned. They didn't know how to describe it in words. The Wehrmacht also dropped a large number of incendiary bombs, aimed at destroying buildings in the outer city. The Wehrmacht bombing lasted a long time. In an effort to destroy the outer city's defenses, the Wehrmacht conducted 5 bombing raids. Each one was as rapid and intense as a rainstorm. Early the next morning, Leopold struggled to emerge from his air raid shelter. He was surrounded by officers and soldiers who showed concern for him. These officers and soldiers had been stunned by the bombing the previous night. After they reorganized their forces, they discovered that the headquarters had been flattened. They immediately and spontaneously began digging through the headquarters, searching for Leopold's body. They soon found the underground air raid shelter. Fortunately, Leopold was not dead, but unfortunately, several senior officers had perished in the previous night's bombing. Hundreds of soldiers were killed in the bombing, and thousands suffered varying degrees of injuries. Upon learning of this, Leopold personally visited the soldiers to comfort and reassure them. After the bombing last night, many soldiers were pessimistic. They believed they could not defeat the Wehrmacht. Leopold knew the truth, but he couldn't bring himself to point it out. Sometimes deception is done with good intentions. Don't be afraid, fellow soldiers. We will achieve ultimate victory. We will definitely achieve ultimate victory. Leopold spoke from the ruins. Many soldiers stared at Leopold, their eyes filled with belief, doubt, and even disdain. King Nice was no fool. Upon learning of the bombing of the outer city, the king immediately dispatched a large number of ministers to offer condolences. He also allocated a large amount of food to comfort the soldiers. Not only that, he also sent a large number of civilians from the inner city to help build the defenses. Most of these civilians had been forcibly forced into the inner city by Leopold from the provinces. Originally, Leopold planned to continue the battle, because if the outer city continued to build fortifications, it would still be vulnerable to bombardment by the Wehrmacht. Besides, with only a few hours left, the Wehrmacht attack would soon begin, leaving them no time to build fortifications. But King Nice had a different idea. As long as the Wehrmacht hadn't attacked, they had a chance, and as long as they had a chance, they would build fortifications. After all, they were only sending out ordinary people, their deaths wouldn't be a problem for their rulers. Leopold wanted to stop this, but he was powerless. Meanwhile, the mercenaries also launched their attack. Chapter 1429. The National Defense Army didn't launch the attack in the early morning because the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. The capital of the Kingdom of Nice is located precisely to the east. If they had launched the attack at dawn, they would have been directly hit by the sunlight from the east. Sometimes, the weather needs to be considered. The staff had anticipated this and planned to launch the attack in the morning or near noon, waiting for the weather to change. However, hard work pays off. The mercenaries and guards had originally planned to wait until noon to launch the attack, but just after 9 a.m., dark clouds filled the sky, shrouding the entire sky. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Observing the change in weather, the National Defense Army immediately prepared its troops for the attack. National Defense Army headquarters ordered the Air Force to dispatch fighter jets for a fire attack, providing fire support to the mercenaries and guards on the front lines, suppressing the enemy forces within the city. The mercenaries and guards were gathering. The air base at Northwind Harbor was now bustling with activity. They had been busy from last night until the early hours of the morning. After finally completing their bombing mission, they hadn't even had time to catch up on some sleep when they received another order to attack. This time, however, it wasn't bomber pilots who were involved, but rather a large number of attack aircraft pilots. One after another, Warthogs took off from the air base and flew towards the Kingdom of Nice. The Warthogs didn't fly directly to the capital of Nice. They needed to refuel at a temporary air base on the border of the Western French Empire before flying directly to the capital. To secure the Kingdom of Nice, the Wehrmacht had established numerous temporary air bases and supply centers along the eastern border of the Western French Empire. The goal was to ensure the army was fully operational and easily capture the Kingdom of Nice. Leopold had been personally repairing the fortifications with the civilians, but before they had even begun, something serious happened. Leopold saw dark clouds in the sky, obscuring the sun. A veteran of battle, Leopold quickly realized something was amiss. Inform all units to prepare for battle. The Wehrmacht will attack soon. The men didn't understand what was happening, but since their superior had spoken, they couldn't refuse. The officers immediately began to tell their men to prepare for battle. But most people didn't believe the Wehrmacht would attack now. After all, they had been attacking the capital all night. The Wehrmacht were human too, they needed a break, right? If the Air Force couldn't continue its combat mission, they just had to hold off the army. I'm a genius. After receiving the instructions, Leopold's men made the necessary defensive preparations. Then, they continued repairing the fortifications. It was soon approaching noon. After a morning of rescue work, some of the outer city's fortifications were salvaged, but others were flattened by the Wehrmacht. What distressed Leopold most was that the Wehrmacht had destroyed these fortifications, all of which were important. It was practically a firefight. Why did the Wehrmacht always find their most valuable defensive locations? Leopold began to question his life. But before they could even take a bite of their hot lunch, the roar of the planes began again. Leopold hurriedly ordered his soldiers to take cover, but he only saw dozens of fighter planes flying at an extremely low altitude. Then he saw a flash of fire below the fighter planes, and then the soldiers before him were instantly reduced to smithereens. When the planes were almost overhead, Leopold heard the crackle of machine gun fire. What exactly were these fighter planes? Leopold swallowed hard, for he had witnessed a fighter plane rip a house to pieces. The house was reduced to rubble. Were the fighter planes using machine guns? But machine guns don't have this kind of lethality. Leopold was completely devastated. The mercenaries and guards preparing to attack, however, were overjoyed. The Air Force's support told them that Wehrmacht headquarters was watching everything. It also meant that the leader was watching the battle. The soldiers, like chickens with blood pumped up, were eager to fight. As the machine guns licked the ground, the mercenaries fired the first shot of their attack. They concentrated their entire force, approximately 60,000 men, and launched an attack from 3 directions. They abandoned the east, and the combined forces in the north and south numbered only 10,000. They concentrated all 50,000 men in the west, aiming to capture the capital by concentrating their numbers. Leopold had clearly guessed the mercenary commander's plan. How about concentrating your superior forces? As long as my guerrillas are active enough, they slowed down your attack. The mercenaries said nothing more, simply ordering the artillery to fire freely. Today, the mercenary commander ordered all artillery units to have ammunition. Their single mission was to flatten the city before them. Watching the mercenaries launch their aggressive attack from the west gate, Leopold cheered with joy. Because his gamble paid off, the outer city was defended by 80,000 soldiers. The mercenaries had few, and largely fixed, directions to attack. The areas where these 80,000 nice kingdom soldiers were stationed were essentially safe zones. There were no minefields, barbed wire traps, or horse traps nearby. This put the mercenaries under immense pressure. If they wanted to attack from the nice kingdom soldiers' direction, they would have to engage them head-on. But if they didn't engage them head-on, they would have to navigate the dangerous minefields. The mercenaries were momentarily in a dilemma. The army, just launched, was stopped by a minefield. The two commanders of the Guards division were furious. A few minefields are enough to scare you this much? And what's wrong with their garrison? Who told you can't attack them? The Guards division commander immediately resorted to long-range micromanagement. He ordered the artillery of the two Guards divisions to immediately begin clearing the ground with artillery fire. Artillery shells were used to flatten all the traps and mines. The mercenaries were forced to retreat due to the minefield. They had sent soldiers to clear the mines, but as soon as they put on their protective gear and took a few steps outside, they were mercilessly attacked by soldiers from the Kingdom of Nice. Thankfully, the soldiers were lucky enough to survive. This also gave the Wehrmacht an excuse to unleash their full firepower. Chapter 1430. Leopold must be admittedly a competent commander. He used various methods to successfully slow the mercenaries' attack. But for the mercenaries, the only thing that could influence their attack speed was orders from above. Because, for mercenaries, these orders were no ordinary orders, they were their dignified path to a comfortable life. War, as it has always been, was brutal, but it was also the fastest path to advancement. Mercenaries would resort to any means necessary to obtain De Yin citizenship, willing to sacrifice their lives for De Yin. After learning of the mercenaries' situation, the National Defense Army kindly offered them a helping hand. They feared that their excessive efforts would lead to unnecessary casualties. But the mercenaries longed for more combat missions. With enough missions, they could accumulate merit. On a single mission, perhaps only 1 in 10 would receive merit, but what if they went on several missions in a row? As long as their attendance rate was high, they would definitely complete the mission. The National Defense Army was stunned. What kind of absurd circuit was this? Were all these mercenaries completely out of their minds? Whether the mercenaries were smart or not was unknown, but the Guards thought their brains were about to explode. They saw that the aggressive mercenaries were blocked by a group of miscellaneous soldiers and a series of traps. Their minds were now in a state of confusion. They had no immediate idea how to deal with these traps. After a few seconds of deliberation, the Guards quickly made a decision. At this point, let's fire the artillery. The Guards mobilized a large number of heavy artillery, intending to use it to directly eliminate all the traps outside the city. All conspiracies and intrigues pale in comparison to absolute strength. This was clearly the nature of the Wehrmacht. In De Yin, the Wehrmacht specifically refers to the army, but in other regions, the Air Force, Navy, Guards, and other miscellaneous forces can be lumped together as the Wehrmacht. Because others don't care, in their eyes, all De Yin armies are the same. All are invincible. The Guards' heavy artillery began to sweep the ground. Bombers from Beifoong Port Air Base took off again. They intended to completely destroy the defenses outside the city with a massive bombardment. After seeing the Guards deploy their heavy artillery, Leopold immediately ordered the soldiers guarding the outer areas to retreat into the city. They succeeded, but they didn't hold back the Wehrmacht for long. But Leopold didn't expect them to completely stop the Wehrmacht. What Leopold really wanted was to use the city area and do everything he could to stop the Wehrmacht. They sought not victory, but a dignified defeat. Or perhaps a small victory in a losing war. This was his greatest wish. The heavy artillery pounded the positions outside the city. The positions outside the city were poorly constructed and could not withstand the heavy artillery attack. So, the moment the shells fell, the Nice Kingdom soldiers slipped back into the city. The Wehrmacht, upon seeing the Nice Kingdom withdraw, did not cease its attack. Instead, they continued to use heavy artillery, razing the entire area outside the city. After 3 hours of continuous bombardment, the positions outside the city were reduced to ash. Because they had no intention of using the improvised positions outside the city for defense. Leopold tallied the numbers. They suffered 300 casualties, and combined with the improvised positions and numerous traps outside the city, they held the mercenaries and the Guards captive for over 3 hours. Those 3 hours were invaluable. Leopold used them to rebuild a new line of defense within the city. Not only that, he also mobilized a large number of the city's civilians, having them join in the repair work. At first, the king intended to use these civilians as cannon fodder, which Leopold despised and did not want to see happen. At first, he strongly opposed this, but soon came to terms with it. Because he truly did not have enough men to defend the city, he had to deploy his troops on the defensive line, while simultaneously building new defenses and repairing those that had been destroyed. Over 200,000 people might seem like a lot, but don't forget the size of the capital of the Kingdom of Nice. As a feudal city, the capital of the Kingdom of Nice could accommodate 800,000 people. Most of the buildings were 1- or 2-story bungalows. This meant the area occupied was enormous. Defending the outer city would have required at least 150,000 troops. Furthermore, Leopold had to retain some reserves. So, essentially, Leopold devoted his entire army to defending the outer city. The entire outer city was, in fact, impregnable under Leopold's command. However, last night's bombardment by the Wehrmacht made Leopold realize that his so-called defense was a joke. Leopold was lost. For a moment, he had no idea how to react. He could only repeatedly build fortifications, and when the Wehrmacht blew them up, he would continue. This war had surpassed his imagination. As a renowned general from the era of mass executions, his thinking was still limited by that era. It was impossible for him to leapfrog into modern warfare. So, he could only think and change accordingly. But everything requires time and practice. Leopold finally completed his transformation and prepared to go to the novice village to level up. So he set his sights on the Succubus Kingdom to the east, but the Succubus Kingdom launched the first attack, and the Wehrmacht to the west marched south to liberate the West French Empire. The kings of the three kingdoms unanimously decided to send Leopold to the west to fight the Wehrmacht. Leon learned everything about Leopold. He couldn't help but feel sad for him. It was like encountering a max-level boss right after leaving the novice village. Leopold, the brave warrior fresh out of the novice village, instantly encountered a level 100 demon king. Leon couldn't help but sigh. Why does this scene sound so familiar? Xiaoque, are you thinking about me? This is the only time in history that someone has faced a max-level boss directly after leaving the novice village. It's not that similar things haven't happened before, but because there are only a few max-level bosses. Leopold didn't know what he would face. He continued diligently building fortifications. After all, in an era of executions, fortresses were the best defense against the enemy. But Leopold soon collapsed again. The Wehrmacht's second round of bombing arrived. Okay, but it rained down from the sky like it was free. Small pumpkins smashed into the city's buildings, reducing them to ash in an instant. Leopold could never have guessed that the Wehrmacht's ammunition was free. Why was it falling so fast? After the second round of bombardment, the defenses, which had been repaired with great difficulty, were destroyed once again. Now it was Leopold's turn to explode. At this moment, the mercenaries outside the city had also assembled. They cleared the ruins outside the city and opened a passage. Then they began to launch a fierce attack on the capital of the Kingdom of Nice. Now, in their eyes, the capital of the Kingdom of Nice was like a peerless beauty. Chapter 1431. Leopold could only watch helplessly, as the Wehrmacht Air Force destroyed his carefully constructed defenses. With the help of the people of Nice, they had rebuilt their defenses. But the Wehrmacht Air Force completely destroyed their fortifications. The hard work of Leopold and the people was undone. Leopold felt a deep sense of powerlessness. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to make the right decision. His original intention of holding out was instantly shaken. Was it really right to leave hundreds of thousands of people here to be bombed? But even as Leopold hesitated, the mercenaries were already at the gates. To secure the complete capture of the capital of Nice, the Wehrmacht equipped the mercenaries with a large number of vehicles. These were all-wheeled infantry fighting vehicles suitable for urban combat, rather than tracked infantry fighting vehicles designed for field operations. The biggest difference between tracked and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles is their combat environments. The greatest advantage of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles lies in their mobility. The so-called Big 8 wheels emphasize the mobility of wheels. Especially within the city walls, they were incredibly fast. Their 8 wheels ensured that even if they lost 2 or 3 wheels, the infantry fighting vehicles still had plenty of power. Many wheeled infantry fighting vehicles also had bulletproof tires. Ordinary bullets had difficulty breaking through tires. But if you kept firing 12.7mm bullets at the wheels, forget what I said. Who would fire 12.7mm bullets at the tires of a wheeled fighting vehicle? Due to the Air Force bombing raids at night and midday, the entire outer city was reduced to ruins. Before Leopold and his troops could react, the Wehrmacht launched a fierce attack. Furthermore, they mobilized a large force to attack from all directions. Initially, the mercenaries planned to launch a fierce assault only from the west gate, but they discovered that the surrounding traps and minefields had been largely cleared. On a whim, the mercenaries decided to launch simultaneous attacks from 4 directions. The walls of the Nice capital had already collapsed, allowing them to advance from all directions. The mercenaries were incredibly fast. Since there were no surrounding walls, the mercenaries, while claiming to attack from 4 directions, actually attacked from many directions. They attacked from 7 or 8 directions. They effortlessly sent the main force into the outer city of Nice. The Nice army, entrenched in the ruins, quickly engaged the main force. The mercenaries were formidable and well prepared, while the Nice soldiers within the city had been terrified all day and were now at their most exhausted. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The mercenaries had chosen this time to launch their attack, hoping to quickly conclude the battle within 2 or 3 hours and capture some of the outer city's key facilities. Relying on these important buildings, they constructed a temporary defense line, continuously transporting troops from outside the city to the interior. The mercenaries launched their attack with lightning speed, advancing into the city at breakneck speed. The exhausted army of the Kingdom of Nice forcibly collided with the mercenaries. They knew they could not withstand the fully equipped mercenaries, but they were unwilling to surrender their homeland. Upon learning of this, the King of Nice personally visited the frontline soldiers outside the city, wishing them valiant service. Although the king was somewhat unkind, he also knew that the fall of the capital would mean his death without a burial place. The nobles, who had previously lived in the inner city and enjoyed a high position, also chose to stand up. They brought out large amounts of food stored in their families, and distributed it free of charge to the soldiers to encourage them, and also brought them wine and water. Every class in the Kingdom of Nice joined the war. They knew that the capital was the final battlefield. If they lost the war, the entire kingdom would be destroyed. Although most people in the Kingdom of Nice did not have a strong sense of identity with the country, those who remained in the city were either unable to escape or loyal to the kingdom. Those who could not escape would inevitably fight to the death for their lives, and those who were diehards had long been prepared to serve their country with all their might. No matter the country, even if the regime no longer existed, if someone chose to sacrifice their life for the country or the regime, their enemies would not insult them. At any time, dying for one's country is always the most heroic way to die. A nation cannot be without heroes. If the victors insult those who sacrificed their lives for their country, then one day, their nation will be left without heroes to step forward in times of crisis. The Kingdom of Nice is now a melting pot of all classes and ideologies. Some, motivated by their own interests, others by the nation's will, have gathered in the capital, determined to fight the Wehrmacht to the bitter end. The mercenaries' attack was fierce. Supported by a large number of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, they pushed forward without hesitation. Leopold initially deployed a large number of troops within the city's buildings, intending to use layers of defense to wear down the mercenaries. However, the mercenaries' attack was fierce, and the moment the Allied soldiers attempted a surprise attack, they were pinned down by the mercenary machine gunners. However, before the Allied soldiers could relocate, wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, supported by the mercenary squads, rolled in and launched a barrage of attacks on the buildings, reducing the Allied soldiers and the buildings inside to rubble. The mercenaries immediately gained the upper hand. This was because the mercenaries had a wide area of contact. At the outermost defenses, the Allied forces were unable to exploit their numerical advantage, and were forced to be defeated piecemeal by the mercenaries. The mercenaries were no ordinary force. From the outset, they had no intention of engaging in a quiet battle. They knew that as the Kingdom of Nice controlled territory dwindled, the battle line would gradually shrink. At that point, the Allied forces' numerical advantage would become apparent. Therefore, at the outset of a battle, it's crucial to seize as much territory as possible to ensure victory. On the street, a coalition soldier huddled behind a bunker. He was an ammunition carrier. The machine gunner upstairs had run out of ammunition, so he rushed downstairs to retrieve the ammunition boxes. As he reached the building's entrance with the ammunition boxes, the mercenary infantry fighting vehicles blasted the building with machine guns. The coalition soldier was stunned. His comrades and the position he was defending were reduced to rubble. The coalition soldier was completely bewildered, momentarily disoriented. He stood there, bewildered. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? The soldier froze in his tracks. The mercenary's footsteps drew closer, leaving him completely bewildered. Chapter 1432. The soldier huddled in a daze behind the bunker. He felt the bullets whizzing overhead and listened to the sounds of the battlefield. As the building collapsed, the mercenaries ceased firing and began searching the surrounding area. They had learned from experience that the Allied forces wouldn't defend a single building alone. They would undoubtedly have other support groups nearby. Leopold was truly an excellent officer. In just a few short years, he had developed a unique fighting style. Although this style was only applicable to urban street fighting throughout history had always had only one formula: the endless grinding of flesh. The soldier heard approaching footsteps and thought of his comrades, who had chatted and laughed with him that morning. Then, with a roar of fury, he rushed from the bunker and fired several times at the mercenaries in front of him. Bang! 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 A bullet struck a mercenary soldier. The mercenary soldier reacted quickly and returned fire. The next second, the Allied soldier collapsed in a pool of blood, his body riddled with wounds. Until his final moments, the soldier remained in a state of confusion. He didn't know why he was fighting. He only knew that his comrades were gone, and the position he sworn to defend with his life was lost. After killing the Allied soldier, the mercenary immediately began to assess his injuries. Although it was a full-power round, it had hit the elven mercenary's body armor. Although it had penetrated the armor, causing the mercenary to suffer a fracture, the mercenary had managed to survive, which wasn't a bad thing. The mercenaries couldn't help but feel thankful they were wearing body armor. In urban street fighting, body armor is the most important option, rather than ammunition. On the surface, 120 rounds of ammunition might not seem like much, and even that's a small amount. But don't forget, this is street fighting. Who carries 400 or 500 rounds of ammunition in a street fight? Do you think this is a biological or chemical battlefield? Even a machine gunner wouldn't carry 400 or 500 rounds of ammunition, because he simply can't carry that much. The gun alone weighs 10 to 20 pounds, and carrying ammunition is simply too difficult. The mercenaries knew the importance of preserving their lives, so they would rather secretly carry an extra shield than carry fewer ammunition. Because the infantry fighting vehicles were nearby, if they ran out of ammunition, they could immediately go to the vehicles for resupply. This ensured both secrecy and a steady advance. In just 3 hours, nearly half of the outer city was lost. The mercenary offensive was fierce, forcing Leopold's coalition forces to retreat. Leopold was forced to shrink his front again and again. They repeatedly demanded that the front lines regroup. Leopold was completely paralyzed, as the most common news his men reported was that a certain position on the front had been lost. Sometimes, 3 or 4 positions were lost in a single minute. Each position was defended by at least 200 soldiers. Hundreds of positions, large and small, formed the outer city defenses. Leopold even briefly considered surrendering. But as night fell, the mercenary offensive gradually slowed. Leopold and his allied forces had a respite. The mercenaries had no intention of giving Leopold a break, and they withdrew some of their troops to a safe area to rest and recuperate. Meanwhile, a portion of the army was mobilized to continue the fierce assault on the Nice capital, drawing the Nice army into a quagmire and preventing them from resting. This method continued to pressure the coalition forces, tiring them. Every possible means was used to reduce the coalition soldiers' combat effectiveness. After 3 hours of fighting, the mercenaries gradually gained a firm grasp of the coalition's combat capabilities. The coalition soldiers were highly capable in individual combat, and their weapons used full-power ammunition. A single careless move would have left the mercenaries down. With luck, their body armor could withstand the blow. With less luck, at most, they would lose a limb. At least they could survive. At worst, they would be killed. What these coalition soldiers lacked was professional training. Their skills improved rapidly during the battles with the mercenaries. From the initial setbacks to the current period of reciprocal gains, inside the mercenary frontline headquarters, a division commander was considering the intensity of the night attack. While mercenaries could not be considered regular troops, they still had a wealth of night vision equipment. After all, in Dongda Road, mercenaries are supposed to attack at a lower level. If they can't do that, why are they even here? Thus, the mercenaries possessed a large number of vehicles and night vision equipment. However, these night vision devices were still inferior to those of the native Nicens. The mercenaries dispatched a large number of small units equipped with night vision goggles to launch a surprise attack on the Allied positions within the city. They launched numerous attacks and employed various long-range sniping tactics. But as they approached the Allied positions, the mercenaries felt a true sense of terror. For these people, hidden in the shadows, had no desire for guns at all. They huddled behind cover, ready to fire at the first sign of movement from the mercenaries. They knew their homeland like no other. No one knew the land better than they did, so they could easily determine the mercenaries' location. The mercenary commander hadn't anticipated the immense resistance their offensive would face. They had initially assumed night battles would be their forte. But the coalition proved their worth with their actions. As the night battle began, the mercenaries launched their attack with vigor and confidence. But within 2 hours, the mercenary commander called off the night operation. Nighttime casualties were 3 times higher than daytime casualties, yet only 30% of the ground had been captured. This disastrous battle was a source of immense frustration for the mercenary commander. The mercenary commander called off the attack. Then he employed a traditional Wehrmacht virtue: immediately contact the Air Force for a strike. When in doubt, call the Air Force. This was to allow the Air Force to strike accurately and distinguish between friend and foe. The mercenaries dropped a large number of red flares along the border between the two fronts. Leopold instantly guessed that the mercenaries were calling for an airstrike. He then ordered his soldiers to find a way to generate some red flares, as well to confuse the enemy. With both armies concentrated near the battle line, the Allied forces simply scooped up the flares and placed them on their side, preventing the Wehrmacht from carrying out a widespread bombing. Chapter 1433. The mercenaries clearly hadn't anticipated these individuals' cunningness. They even thought of using these flares to fish in troubled waters. It wasn't until the Air Force began bombing that the mercenaries realized something was amiss. They saw mistakes made by the Wehrmacht. Many areas that had been marked hadn't been bombed. The mercenaries initially thought they hadn't marked them clearly, but they soon realized they hadn't made any mistakes. But the Air Force couldn't have made any mistakes either. For the Air Force, as long as the ground markings were clear enough, mistakes were impossible. But the problem now was that the Air Force hadn't completed its bombing mission. The mercenary commanders dispatched some of their soldiers to investigate the unbombed areas. They soon discovered a large number of flares in these areas. They quickly realized something was amiss. After some analysis, the mercenaries gradually understood everything. These individuals had exploited the flares the mercenaries had used to identify the bombing areas. The mercenaries had never imagined they'd been tricked. Leopold was undoubtedly a man of his time. Using this method, Leopold successfully prevented the bombing of several key areas. Upon learning of this, the Wehrmacht immediately launched a follow-up bombing raid. This time, to prevent Leopold from resorting to the same tactics, mercenaries equipped with laser-guided equipment helped the Air Force identify the buildings. With the assistance of ground forces, the Air Force quickly reconfirmed their targets and, without hesitation, began dropping a massive bomb. Leopold was initially overjoyed that some of their important buildings had escaped the Wehrmacht's bombing. Many high-ranking officials in the Kingdom of Nice were also smiling. But the next moment, their smiles vanished. The Wehrmacht's fourth round of bombing accurately hit those targets that had escaped. Not only that, the Wehrmacht had also specially prepared a large number of specially designed bombs for retaliation. "You have to endure our bombing." "What? You say you don't want to be bombed, but what are you dreaming about?" In response to the coalition's cleverness, the Wehrmacht launched 3 rounds of precision strikes. With surgical precision, they hit a portion of the coalition's ammunition depot. While many in the Kingdom of Nice were determined to fight to the death, many others chose to surrender. After days of continuous Wehrmacht devastation, they decisively surrendered. What people fear most is not death, but dying in vain. These coalition soldiers were once the pride of their country. When they joined the army, they believed they were the pride of their country. But reality was beyond their expectations. Not only were they being pinned down by the National Defense Forces, but they were also being pinned down by the succubi. This was simply a different order of magnitude. The profound sense of defeat made them question their own humanity. Or rather, they questioned whether they were even a real army. How could elite troops be pinned down by enemy soldiers? They didn't even stand a chance of victory. The 3 kingdoms had always considered these armies as a source of pride. But their pride was constantly being rubbed to the ground by the succubi kingdom, which they despised. In just a few short years, the succubi kingdom, on the verge of extinction, had instantly overtaken the 3 kingdoms and crushed them beneath its feet. This story of a grassroots youth striking back and pinning the villain to the ground had a profound impact on the 3 kingdoms. The 3 kingdoms tried repeatedly to save their reputation. But not only did they fail, 2 of them were now annihilated. The capital of the Kingdom of Nice. The mercenary commander had ordered the troops to halt their nighttime operations. Most of the mercenaries stopped their actions. They did not continue their attacks, but began to rest. But just because the mercenaries had stopped didn't mean the rest of the army hadn't. The mercenaries in Northwind Harbor were currently pulling back their defenses. They planned to launch a general offensive against Governor Amaral in the coming days. The mercenary commander planned to consolidate their forces, allowing the fall of the Kingdom of Nice capital and the defeat of Emerald to occur on the same day. But the Imperial Guards wouldn't care. They were now focused on destroying the kingdom. No one could stop the Imperial Guards from destroying the kingdom. If there was, it would surely be a larger nation. Because the merit of destroying a larger nation far outweighs that of destroying a smaller one. The Guards division was running wild like a wild horse. At this moment, the capital of the Kingdom of Nice was also in turmoil. The Wehrmacht's bombardment continued all night without a break. A missile would accurately hit a vital coalition installation every 3 minutes at most. The coalition had no time to rest. The mercenaries, on the other hand, had it much easier. They left some troops to hold the defenses, while others promptly withdrew from the capital and rested outside the city. Although the Air Force strikes would disrupt them, they no longer cared. Long-term combat had long since accustomed them to all this. As qualified soldiers, they naturally had to learn to sleep peacefully during combat. For only in this way could they find time to rest during battle. Behind every peaceful sleep were countless stories. The mercenaries enjoyed good food, drink, and sleep, but the Nice Kingdom's army was not so fortunate. A small number of soldiers suffered heavy losses, facing not only mental but also physical damage. The majority of soldiers faced mental torture. Not only could they not sleep peacefully, they were even repeatedly targeted. The Wehrmacht targeted their elite troops based on the situation. Even if each strike failed to completely destroy them, the Wehrmacht strikes were frequent. The goal was to prevent them from sleeping peacefully. The best strategy is to attack their plans. Many of the generals in Diane were already old, and when one grows old, one must accept their age. But despite their limited mobility, these generals had begun to use their brains. When you get older, use your brains to fight. This is what the Wehrmacht generals were like. In the past, Wehrmacht generals were always stingy. They even break a cannonball in half to use it. Because, while the Wehrmacht was powerful at the time, it was indeed very poor. They possessed world-class weaponry, but they had very little money. And at that time, Lion always adhered to the principle of if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. They never proactively invaded a country. So, in the beginning, Lion didn't have much money, and neither did Diane. So, like Lion, many generals were timid and submissive. They were basically gentlemen. But things changed later. Not only did they become powerful and wealthy, but these generals had grown old. Now they had to rely on their brains. Chapter 1434. Just as the Kingdom of Nice was desperately trying to fight, the mercenaries launched a final attack on the governor of Northwind Harbor. Amarius initially wanted to launch an offensive to recover all he had lost. But the ragtag army he mentioned was no match for the offensive. Even Hans, who was protected by intelligence agents, couldn't be defeated. Hans deliberately exposed his position, prompting Amarius to send a large army to encircle and suppress them. But the army Amarius commanded was, to put it bluntly, no different from a gang of bandits. Expecting bandits to fight was a joke. Amarius never understood. Why couldn't his troops defeat them? He had clearly invested so much. Unbeknownst to Amarius, his so-called investment had all gone to his illegitimate son. From the beginning, his illegitimate son, relying on his father's status as Amarius, had been bullying the barracks. No one in the garrison dared to stop him, because they didn't know the illegitimate son's specific circumstances. However, the illegitimate son had a close relationship with Amaral, and they believed he must be a confidant or relative of Amaral. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unscrupulous. The illegitimate son embezzled a large amount of military funds intended for the garrison. How far had his embezzlement gone? He even kept 15 mistresses. When Hans's men discovered this, they were stunned. Is this even text? Why does it seem so abstract? How much would 15 people cost? The operators calculated that Amaral's illegitimate son had embezzled at least 30% of the military funds. And another 20% had been embezzled by his subordinates. If your illegitimate son took the military funds, wouldn't your officers take some too? If your officers took them, wouldn't everyone else take some too? Basically, officers at all levels are corrupt. As a result, only about 25 to 30% of the military funds actually benefit the army. With this little military funding, it's good enough to pay salaries and provide soldiers with guns. As for tanks, armored vehicles, and tanks, forget it. These are simply beyond the reach of these people. It's not that the Northwind Port government is short of money, nor that it doesn't value these garrisons. Rather, it's that the money has been exploited at every level, leaving them with only enough to purchase individual equipment. Furthermore, officers at all levels neglect training. They spend their days in debauchery. As for the garrison, they don't care much. After all, it's the National Defense Army guarding the city. With the National Defense Army around, Who would dare to invade Northwind Port? So the garrison has simply become a stall. The illegitimate child initially feared his father, Amarius, would cause trouble for him, but over time, he realized his father didn't care. He put it all behind him. The seeds he had sown had finally borne fruit. After learning that the garrison he had placed such high hopes on couldn't even capture a small residence, Amarius was completely disappointed with the troops. Furthermore, Amarius initially refused to believe it, urging his men to continue the attack and strive to capture Hans in one fell swoop. But after being repelled 5 or 6 times by Hans, Amarius, growing increasingly unconvinced, personally went to the front lines to observe. He found that the garrison he had placed such high hopes on was being pursued and attacked by the operators. A few hundred operators could crush a garrison of several thousand men. Amarius's entire worldview collapsed. As the governor, he was naturally aware of the combat capabilities of the intelligence bureau's operators. These operators were incredibly quick at apprehending criminals, but their abilities were inferior when deployed in combat. They couldn't even match the Holy Empire's frontier forces. Yet these operators, unable to sustain sustained combat, simply crushed this garrison. Amarius realized something was amiss, and immediately questioned his men. The men hemmed and hawed, unable to answer Amarius's questions. It wasn't that they didn't know, but rather that they simply didn't dare speak the truth. Because if they did, the truth would be a disaster. Amarius would never let them off. They knew about this at first and considered reporting it, but there was no way around it. The had given them enough money to buy them off. Initially, these officials considered accepting the bribe and refusing to act, or perhaps continuing to report. But the illegitimate son's words completely silenced them. Actually, my father is the governor. Now it was the officials' turn to be stunned. They dared not make any unnecessary moves, fearing they would anger the illegitimate son and lead him to whisper in Amaral's ear, which would then truly explode. As the saying goes, little brats are difficult to deal with. They didn't want to get into trouble. The high-ranking official's failure to report the truth led to a very awkward situation. The governor wanted to get the truth, but these people didn't know how to tell it. The governor, realizing his men were hiding something from him, returned to the governor's palace with a sullen face. The high-ranking officials followed him back to the palace, but before they could even enter, they heard the sounds of smashing and looting. You're a bunch of idiots. With you around, I might as well hang myself. You're deceiving your superiors and your subordinates. Now, facing death, you refuse to reveal the truth. You really take me for a fool. Amarius's voice carried far, and the high-ranking officials in the courtyard froze in shock. Their feet stopped in midair, unable to advance or retreat. Entering would inevitably lead to a barrage of criticism from Amarius. But some officials chose to go in headfirst. As expected, they were met with Amarius's curses upon entering. But before Amarius could finish his words, the high-ranking officials spoke out. It was your son who made us keep it a secret. Huh? Now it was Amarius' turn to be stunned. Amaral's head spun, and he inquired about the whole story. After understanding everything, Amaral collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. The son he had once held in the highest regard had dealt him the most crushing blow. It was an utter rub against his dignity and pride. He had so much faith in his child. But his child had given him a truly incredible surprise. Amaral slumped helplessly on the sofa, muttering to himself. You're all lying to me. Everyone's lying to me. Listening to the governor's words, everyone lowered their heads. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. And at this critical moment, devastating news arrived. The mercenaries had launched an attack on Northwind Harbor. For days, they had been lingering in the outer areas, advancing cautiously. They were taking the most prudent approach to squeeze the Northwind Harbor rebels' living space. They laid siege to the city several times, but without any intention of launching an attack, simply surrounding Northwind Harbor and causing panic among those inside. But just as Amaral was feeling lost, the mercenary assault began. What's going on? Chapter 1435. Northwind Harbor's outskirts. Compared to the abstraction of the governor's office, the mercenaries in the outskirts were now in high spirits. They had long since prepared for the attack, ready to sweep away everything with utmost speed. For this was not just a war to quell a rebellion, but a war that would determine their future. These mercenaries had no idea of the conditions in outer space. They assumed the war would soon be over. So for them, the next few wars might be their last. Naturally, these foreigners would do everything they could to obtain Great Yin citizenship. The saying too many monks, too little porridge is precisely what it means. The mercenary army is still expanding. However, most regular mercenaries have already begun transitioning to the regular army. because the entire East Continent still needs to retain personnel to manage it. The people of the East Continent are tough, and simply sending a few officials here would not be enough. So, the plan was to leave some mercenaries in the East Continent to work with local officials in governing the people. Those mercenaries, who had transitioned to the regular army, were naturally considered part of the establishment, but some other mercenaries were not so lucky. Unable to earn merit, and unable to continue participating in the war, they had no choice but to take the money and leave. But now, at this point, no one was short of money, or at least the mercenaries had no shortage of it. What they lacked was something to stand up for themselves. Although they bore the title of mercenaries, they knew they had to overcome a huge chasm to become part of Great Yin. This chasm could cost them their lives. A mercenary general was giving a speech to his men. He successfully led the rebellion. He commanded a total of 25,000 men, most of whom were recruited from North Wind Harbor. So they were intimately familiar with everything in the North Wind Harbor area. The light of hope shone in their eyes. Comrades, compatriots, although I am a general, I am a commoner like you, a native of North Wind Harbor. We once lived a difficult life under the leadership of Lady Eleanor. Lady Eleanor taught us how to love others, and the leader taught us how to be kind to ourselves. We have achieved the life we have today through our unremitting efforts. All this was so hard-earned, but now, Amaral, he has betrayed the leader and the people. The leader trusted him so much, yet he has hurt the leader time and again. Though we are native to North Wind Harbor, we are now mercenaries of the Great Yin. We must not only serve. We fight for ourselves, but we must fight even more for the Yin. We must fight for the future. Perhaps in the eyes of some, we are merely the most lowly mercenaries, driven at will by others. But only we ourselves know that we yearn for a life like everyone else. On the surface, we appear glamorous, but in reality, everything we have is earned at the cost of our lives. But we know that this kind of life is like living without food. We no longer want to live without food. We want to live for ourselves, and Amaral is our path to salvation. As long as we liberate North Wind Harbor and capture Amaral alive, we can embrace our new life. Life is hard, I know. Living is just as hard. But none of us live just for the sake of living. We live to live better. Ignore others' empty promises, because their promises are never real. But the leader never makes empty promises. Everything he says comes true. He once said he would make Beifeng Port the premier city in the East Continent, and he did it. He said he would make the people of Yin rise up, and he did it. He promised us Great Yin citizenship if we achieve merit, and he delivered. So today we must take back everything that belongs to us. Prove we're not cowards, let alone losers. For our future, warriors, charge. The general then gave the order for everyone to charge. The current garrison had no power to fight back. They didn't even have heavy weapons. How could they possibly withstand the mercenaries' attack? They simply couldn't withstand the mercenaries' attack. And the mercenaries were like madmen, attacking relentlessly. Fronted by a large number of armored vehicles, they swiftly moved through the streets. The general was no fool. He knew these soldiers were recruited from Beifeng Port, so he gave them ample room to maneuver. They were allowed to roam freely through the streets, and armored vehicle support was readily available. They were also allowed to mobilize the masses. As Beifeng Port soldiers, they naturally had to mobilize the local people. If a war isn't transformed into a people's war, it's a failure. We must mobilize the masses, and get them involved in the war. This isn't about encouraging the people to die, but rather about understanding a fundamental principle. War is never easy. Even if you don't proactively face it, it will still find you. Once it becomes all-out war, no one can escape. If anyone does, it's because they aren't ordinary people. Ordinary people never have the power to choose. The moment war begins, they cease to be themselves. At first, the people of Beifeng Port offered some resistance, only to be surprised to discover that the troops arriving were actually their own people. Initially, they were indoctrinated with rebellious ideas by the governor of Beifeng Port. The governor's brainwashing plan went something like this. Beifeng Port grew stronger, becoming the largest port city. Leon didn't want Nanchuan City to fall behind Beifeng Port, so he decided to suppress Beifeng Port. The wise and great governor chose to disobey orders, determined to bring happiness to the people of Beifeng Port. Infuriated, Leon chose to launch a war. The wise and powerful governor led his army to fight against Leon's troops. Many people believed his words. Because they had never met Leon, the governor appeared to them to be a truly kind-hearted man. So, they were filled with admiration for him. They joined the governor's army without hesitation. But when the mercenaries began their attack, they noticed something was amiss. Because these mercenaries were their compatriots, upon entering the civilian area, they laid down their weapons and engaged in conversation with the people. Through the mercenaries, the people learned the truth. The people were stunned. This was completely different from what they had heard. Who had deceived them? The people always had a clear sense of judgment. They would never easily trust someone because of someone else's slander. But in their hearts, the governor had never deceived them. So why did he do this? Just as the mercenaries were interacting with the people, the flag over the governor's palace suddenly fell. Chapter 1436. The governor never expected his carefully prepared propaganda campaign to fall apart. After just one discussion between the mercenaries and the common people, the disparity between the two sides was instantly apparent. The public's eyes were sharp, and after some discussion, they quickly understood the whole story. The governor had deceived them, and had ripped them off completely. Initially, the governor had deceived them into believing that De Hien had been targeting them. But once the mercenaries entered the city, the two sides reconciled their accounts, and the situation exploded. The common people were angry not because the governor had deceived them, but because they had been used as pawns. They had become the governor's tools against De Hien. How much they had loved De Hien before, but now they were completely obedient. They would never trust anyone again. Furious, they set out to confront the governor that very night for clarification. But the governor would not give them a chance. The governor was now in a precarious position. Emerald had long ago gathered a portion of the garrison's elite troops around his residence, intending to make one last stand. The governor knew the situation was hopeless, but he refused to surrender, or perhaps he knew surrender would have no positive consequences. So he decided to make one last desperate move. Compared to the others, the governor had no escape route. The high-ranking officials, however, had different ideas. They had long considered fleeing. Because the East Continent was so vast, they had already made enough money. All they needed to do was escape, to a place where no one knew them, and they could enjoy their retirement. However, a lingering fear remained within them, fearing that Lion's rapid development of the East Continent would expose them. But they thought about it, and realized they had no other options except to flee. The governor knew his men were packing up and fleeing, but he no longer cared. Not to mention his men, he himself wanted to flee. But because he was the governor, he couldn't. Some of his men fled stealthily, taking only a portion of the money. These officials were also very clever. They didn't take land routes, but instead found ways to travel by sea. Some of the poorer officials simply swam away. Some of the wealthier ones bribed port staff to get their men onto cargo ships. But the problem was that the port had long been controlled by the Intelligence Bureau. So their actions, buying their lives, had already fallen into the Great Yan's trap. Those who paid to board the cargo ships almost never returned, their bodies forever sank into the sea. Their money mysteriously disappeared, then inexplicably reappeared in the Great Yan treasury. The ones who actually escaped were the relatively poor officials, who were reluctant to spend money. They didn't bribe anyone, nor did they flaunt their power. Some simply sneaked onto ships, while others simply swam away. The intelligence agency didn't pursue these individuals excessively, simply because they simply didn't have the time or energy to deal with them. In any case, these people will gradually emerge with future development. In the future, when there is only one country on the planet, how will these people escape? When you commit a wrongdoing and aren't immediately punished, don't be complacent, because punishment will eventually fall upon you. Faced with the mass exodus of officials, the Intelligence Bureau wasn't anxious, but the mercenaries were. The mercenaries had long hoped to break into the city, so they could capture all the high-ranking officials under the governor. And how could these be high-ranking officials? These were their actual achievements. If they could capture even one, a mercenary soldier could successfully obtain Great Yan citizenship. A conservative estimate is that the governor has at least 1,000 high-ranking officials under his command. In reality, not all of these officials are high-ranking officials, but in the eyes of the mercenaries, they are all high-ranking officials. Mercenary, I said, remember, understand? Intelligence Bureau. Yes, they are all high-ranking officials, every one of them a general. The Intelligence Bureau's agents were also happy to lend a hand to the mercenaries. Leon turned a blind eye to this behavior. The mercenaries had no ill intentions. They simply wanted to obtain Great Yan citizenship. Though Leon had done everything he said, it didn't change the reality of his promises. Before everything was complete, he had indeed made promises. He had originally promised that all mercenaries would be able to live with dignity. Back then, many mercenaries were just hooligans. These hooligans were looked down upon by those around them. Some joined the mercenaries to truly rise above the crowd. But others simply wanted to get by. But after the mercenary army expanded, the majority of mercenaries came from other countries. And a significant number were from the Western French Empire. These people were mostly from the lower classes, not wanting much, just a fair environment. Lion would naturally comply with their wishes. At first, Lion planned to directly incorporate the East Continent into Great Yin, allowing them to automatically obtain Great Yin citizenship. But after careful consideration, he realized something was wrong. If he did that, it would be a disaster. The blood and hard work of the mercenaries would all be wasted. Lion was glad he didn't give that order. So, Lion planned to implement a two-generation plan. The current generation would have a relatively fair environment to nurture the next generation. The next generation of the East Continent's people would be the one that truly determined their fate. As long as they were diligent and willing to work, they would be granted Great Yin citizenship. This would not affect the current generation of mercenaries, nor would it affect the rights of the people of their homeland. By the time the next generation came, Great Yin would have undoubtedly developed the entire planet to its full potential. Many people believe that 5 years was too short to accomplish anything significant. But don't forget, sometimes things don't even take 5 years. A single night passed, and Amarius had just woken from his dazed state when a messenger rushed over. "Governor, something terrible has happened. The mercenaries are at the gate. We lost the entire North Wind Harbor in one night." Amarius' eyes rolled back upon hearing this, and he fainted. He hadn't even heard a sound the previous night, so how could they have lost the entire North Wind Harbor? Chapter 1437. The mercenaries attacked from both sides. They fiercely attacked the governor, while simultaneously assaulting the capital of the Kingdom of Nice. With a force of 100,000 men, they forcibly confronted two opposing forces. The guards, originally responsible for the main attack, now seemed completely powerless. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but rather that they simply didn't stand a chance. The guards didn't even have a chance to attack before the enemy was completely wiped out by the mercenaries. The mercenaries were eager to defeat 10 enemies at once. Even if they could eliminate 10, they were terrified that others would steal their credit. They were eager to take over the entire capital of the Kingdom of Nice. The guards, upon seeing the mercenaries' actions, were extremely anxious. "No, my friends. You want to rack up military merits, but shouldn't we? You're fighting for a better future. If we fail to meet our target of destroying nations, William will likely be severely disciplined. William's only concern now is destroying nations. If the Goblin civilization weren't currently being suppressed by the National Defense Army, William would have volunteered to fight and sent out his guards to claim the credit. In reality, the Chester Navy was probably the least busy. Besides using aircraft carriers to suppress the coastal cities of the Earth civilization, the Navy had virtually no other role. The only civilization in the sea was the Tsangshui Empire. The Tsangshui Empire was now completely defeated. They had long lost the will to resist. In the beginning, they had treated De Yin as their equal. After all, it was the overlord of Zhongzhou. But later, they realized they had made a mistake. They shouldn't have lumped De Yin in with them. They should have worshipped De Yin like a father. By the time they had this idea, De Yin was on the verge of world unification. From then on, they became obedient, daring not to make any unnecessary moves. You couldn't advance or retreat, because they had no idea where they stood. What if they acted too arrogantly and De Yin got angry and destroyed them? In fact, Leon also felt that the Tsangshui Empire was a difficult situation, because this civilization existed not on land, but in the water. Leon knew very little about the ocean, because exploring the sky and exploring the ocean are completely different. Although De Yin submersibles could reach the deepest depths of the ocean, what was the value of that place? De Yin spent a huge amount of money, but in the end, they only reached uninhabited areas on the seabed. What was the point? So Leon instantly understood. As long as they maintained their technological mastery, the marine life in the sea would never be able to counterattack the land. And all they needed to do was reform the Tsangshui Empire as a whole and transform it into a people-centered country. To put it bluntly, it became an autonomous region under the Great Yin system. After all, what Great Yin official would go to the Tsangshui Empire to work as an official if they had nothing better to do? Let's not even talk about whether they could control the sea creatures. Even these land-based humans would start to grumble the moment they entered the sea. "Official, if you want me dead, just say so. I'm not that hard to kill." So, Leon relaxed controls on the sea creatures. Plus, the Great Yin already had aerospace carriers. They had become the absolute overlords of the skies, so naturally, they didn't have to worry too much. Those sea creatures who stayed in the sea were destined to stay there for the rest of their lives. A land counterattack is a luxury. So, the high-ranking officials of the Tsangshui Empire are now somewhat nervous, but in reality, this nervousness is completely useless. If they have committed too many sins, they will naturally be punished. As the saying goes, the innocent will be cleared, and the innocent will confess. Dian is now the true planetary overlord. As long as you are guilty, you can be recaptured even if you flee to the ends of the earth. Northwind Harbor. The wise and mighty Governor Amaral was now looking at the map in front of him with a solemn expression. Large swaths of blue had been crossed out by his men with a red pin. These blue areas were originally under the governor's control, while the red areas were those controlled by the mercenaries. In a single night, the governor's blue areas had been reduced by 80%. And more than half of this 80% were important buildings. This meant that the governor now had no defenses at all. The only place he could defend was the governor's mansion. Amaral, dazed, stood up and walked out the door. His headquarters had now been converted into a makeshift field hospital. Because it was a makeshift field hospital, neither the mercenaries nor the Wehrmacht Air Force targeted it. The Wehrmacht had always been a force of justice. They never tortured prisoners, nor attacked enemy medical facilities. War can turn a man into a beast, and the Wehrmacht was doing its utmost to avoid that. The Wehrmacht's righteous actions earned praise from most of the garrison troops. The Wehrmacht launched a relentless bombing campaign, but they avoided targeting the hospital. But this still didn't change the reality of the heavy casualties suffered by the garrison troops. Many of the garrison troops were missing limbs, and some even lost their equipment. Amaral arrived at the makeshift hospital. Looking at the wounded garrison soldiers, Amaral felt a bit dazed. Because these garrison soldiers truly deserved their pay. Some took the money but didn't do anything, or even enriched themselves, but these low-ranking soldiers, knowing their pay was being withheld, continued to fight without a care in the world. It wasn't because they didn't care about money, but it was the only option they had. Amaral finally understood. So-called money is fleeting, only the good of the people is real. Amaral left the hospital with a heavy heart, and saw several officers enjoying themselves. These officers happened to be in charge of logistics. They smoked cigarettes, drank fine wine, and were all very happy. Amaral was furious at this scene. He had just seen the soldiers in the hospital crying out in pain, many of whom begged Amaral to spare their lives. On the surface, the damage from being hit by a bullet might seem minor. But in reality, you have to understand what it means to leave a peanut-sized hole in a muzzle the size of a bowl. This was especially true for the mercenaries, some of whom were armed with AKs. A 7.62 cartridge struck the garrison soldiers, killing them instantly. Those who managed to survive also bore a bowl-sized hole in their bodies. Furthermore, the body armor used by the mercenaries was mostly of inferior quality. Forget rifle rounds, they couldn't even stop pistol rounds at a certain distance. Amaru watched these officers enjoying their lives, and recalled the wounded soldiers he had just seen in the hospital. He was overcome with rage, and then his eyes closed, fainting. After an unknown amount of time, Amaru slowly opened his eyes. Surrounded by his trusted associates, they looked at him with concern. Amaru was stunned for a moment, and then his first words stunned everyone. Chapter 1438. Since everyone is here, I tell you the truth, Amarius said weakly. The confidants around him hurried over upon hearing this. While many of them were there simply to join in the fun and show their loyalty, some were truly loyal. Seeing Amarius's current state, the confidants were heartbroken. They couldn't understand why their lord had become so haggard. Seeing the loyal confidants approach him, Amarius smiled a rare smile of relief. I know your loyalty, but loyalty isn't enough to feed you. Although you followed me, I know you followed the wrong person, because I'm not a qualified leader. Perhaps, as Leon said, I'm best suited to be the governor of Northwind Harbor, and only a governor. I didn't understand the meaning of that statement at first, but only today do I realize that my horizons have reached their limit. A frog in a well never sees the vastness of the sky or the ocean. Surrender after I'm dead. Leon isn't a bloodthirsty man, and you're capable. Leon will find a way to spare your lives. At this point, each of his men burst into tears. Although the governor was certainly a ruthless person, he was indeed kind to his men. He never let them suffer, always prioritizing their interests. Amarius always sacrificed his own interests for his men, which is why he was able to rally such a large group to join him in the rebellion. In times of poverty, there was a wealthy man willing to help the common people and share his own interests. Naturally, he was able to recruit a number of loyalists. If Amaral's ambitions hadn't continued to grow, perhaps he would have made a brilliant mark in the history of Great Yen. But now, that brilliant mark has become a legacy of eternal infamy. Had his rebellion been successful, he would have been remembered in history. But the problem was that not only did he fail, he was completely defeated. When he rebelled, he vowed to defeat the highest level boss, but in the end, he couldn't even defeat the boss guarding the novice village. Amaral was speechless as he faced his ancestors. After explaining some matters, Amaral passed away. Because he had breathed his last. The continuous defeats had left Emerald devastated and devastated. Add to that the dismal state of the guards founded by his illegitimate son, and he saw the vast disparity between officers and enlisted men. Emerald's ambitions had long been wasted. He was tired, and he didn't want to see his men sacrificed in vain. Watching their leader die before their very eyes, the governor's confidants burst into tears. Governor! The entire governor's palace was filled with wailing and sobbing. Some of the crying was feigned, but most were genuine. Everyone present had received Amarius's kindness, so they naturally wept over the loss of such a good leader. The news of Amarius's death quickly reached the mercenaries. Hans was the first to receive the information and immediately reported it to Leon. In the Duke's palace, Leon sat in a chair nearby, leisurely reading the battle report. The Wehrmacht was currently fighting on 3 fronts, without losing a single one. Leon felt relaxed and at ease, even notifying the kitchen staff to bring him some snacks. But before Leon had even taken a couple of bites, Yunli and Machi, 2 gluttons, arrived, attracted by the smell. They sat obediently nearby, secretly eating their snacks. They had no intention of disturbing Leon. The 2 innocent children thought they could sneak under the table without being noticed. But little did they know Leon had already known about their secret snacking. The 2 children stealthily opened the door, and, like 2 well-trained scouts, crawled on the floor to Leon's desk. "Sister, have this. This is delicious." Yunli reached out her little hand and took a piece of mung bean cake from the plate on the table, then handed it to Machi. Machi, a glutton, never refused anything. As soon as Yunli handed it to her, she gobbled it up in one gulp. Yunli saw how quickly Machi ate, so she hurried to get it for her. Yunli had just taken something, and Emochi gobbled it right up. Yunli then continued to frantically take more, and Emochi didn't hesitate, taking everything. Watching her sister devouring it, Yunli was completely incredulous. How could her sister possibly be such a big eater? So, without even turning back, she kept stuffing Emochi's mouth with food. I don't know how many pieces she stuffed. Yunli was about to take her clothes when they were tugged. "Sister, what are you doing? I'm getting you food, don't move. You're so pretentious even though you have food." Yunli was a little impatient. Emochi continued to tug at her clothes. Yunli could only reach for the snacks while looking back at her sister. But the next second, Yunli froze in place. Emochi was practically a fat ball, her mouth crammed with pastries, her eyes filled with helplessness and resentment. Just then, Leon grabbed Yunli's little hand. "What are you mumbling about?" Leon peeked in. Yunli jumped in fright. Leon hadn't noticed his daughter, his attention focused entirely on Emochi. "No. You're Emochi?" Leon stared at the stuffed Emochi in front of him with a look of horror. This wasn't his sweet, adorable adopted daughter. This was clearly a complete glutton. Emochi was completely bloated with pastries. Her mouth was completely blocked, and she kept whimpering. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Especially when Leon noticed her, the resentment intensified, pouring out. Yunli scratched her head in embarrassment, watching her sister nearly burst from her food. "Yunli, you better give me an explanation, or you won't sleep tonight." Leon's face darkened. He finally picked up Emochi and helped clear the food from his mouth, while ordering the maid to notify Yun Chi. After hearing Leon's words, Yunli lowered her head in embarrassment. "Dad, this was all an accident. Listen to my explanation." "What do I need to listen to?" "And don't scratch the floor when you're nervous. Your shoes aren't that durable. If you keep scratching, you could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment," Leon said helplessly. Yunli lowered her head even lower after hearing this. After hearing the news, Yun Chi rushed over in a hurry. Without a word, he grabbed Yunli and beat her up. "I told you to bully your sister. Is your sister made of iron? So I found you a sister, and you're going to trick her like this? Are you the older sister, or is she the older sister? How could you trick your sister like that?" Yun Chi attacked and started beating her up. Yunli looked to her father, Leon, for help. "Dad, help. Mom, it's Xiong. Leon, Chapter 1439. Lion felt a pang of heartache watching his daughter being beaten. Just as he was about to speak up, Yun Chi glared at him. "You want to help your daughter? You spoiled her, didn't you?" Lion was confused, then pointed at himself. "Who spoiled her, anyway? Don't you have any sense?" Yun Chi seemed to sense Lion's thoughts and blinked. Then he glared at Lion with a righteous expression. "So what if I spoiled her? Don't you have any responsibility at all, Lion?" 6. Lion then looked helplessly at Emochi in his arms. "Emochi, you have to promise Dad again that if you get married, you won't make things difficult for your husband. A strong wife is a perfect match." Lion gritted his teeth as he said the last few words. Mochi was at a loss for words, but Yun Qingqi clearly heard the hidden meaning in Lion's words. What do you mean? Have I always been mean to you? I'm Shudaishin. Yun Qingqi was like a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lion was about to give in as usual, but then he realized it was time to reclaim his place in the family. Before I became stronger, you bullied me, that was all. But now that I'm stronger, you're still bullying me. Then, wouldn't my strength have been in vain? Lion's face darkened as he looked at Yun Qingqi. Are you telling me how to do things? Yun Qingqi, what? Are you going to rebel? Lion didn't respond to Yun Qingqi's gaze. Instead, he silently took all the pastries out of Mochi's mouth, then gently placed Mochi on the chair, suddenly stood up and walked towards Yun Qingqi. Yun Qingqi was instantly panicked. What are you doing? In broad daylight. Before Yun Qingqi could finish her words, Leon scooped her up in front of his two daughters. Leon spoke fiercely. Can't tell who's the boss in this family, huh? Today's the showdown. Yun Qingqi was lifted up by Leon, her posture somewhat odd, her face flushed. Put me down, or you be in trouble. What a coincidence. I just love to get into trouble, what's wrong? Leon, without a word, carried Yun Qingqi to the bedroom. The two daughters exchanged glances and followed him. Leon tossed Yun Qingqi onto the bed, and the two daughters followed him in. Leon turned sharply to look at the two little ones. The two daughters froze for a moment, then blinked. What's wrong, Dad? Let's go! Leon, without a word, tossed both daughters out the door, one in each hand. Then, with a bang, the door slammed shut. Yunli and Mochi exchanged a glance. Mochi's eyes were filled with confusion, bewilderment. Yunli shook her head helplessly. Dad's more reliable. Mom's a paper tiger, all she's got is a tough mouth. Mochi, puzzled, then asked, What are Mom and Dad doing in there? Yunli smiled wickedly. Children, don't ask about adult matters. Aren't you a child too? Mochi, with a rare moment of cleverness, tilted his head and asked doubtfully. I'm not a child, I'm a little adult. Yunli said with a touch of pride. Howda. Shao Ding. Mochi saluted. Just standing there is like a soldier. Yunli smiled at the thought, but veins bulged in her face. This family must fall apart without me. Yunli gritted her teeth inwardly. Inside the room, Yun Qingqi looked at Leon, who was pressing him relentlessly, and felt a little dumbfounded. We're an old married couple. Why are you being so rough? How did the puppy turn into a lion? Yun Qingqi was completely bewildered. Leon treated her with respect and never did anything out of line. But today was beyond her expectations. What are you trying to do? Yun Qingqi asked tremblingly, pulling the thin blanket over himself, trying to find a sense of security. What are you trying to do? Didn't I tell you? Today we're going to fight it out, and only one of us will walk out alive, Leon said fiercely. He had long since decided to reassert his authority as a husband. Leon had had enough of being the butt of the Duke's palace every day. He needed to eat meat. Before, he didn't have time to eat, now he didn't feel like it. But they, relying on their favoritism, were fearless, constantly flirting with him. Uncles were tolerable, but aunts were unbearable. Leon resorted to a strategy of retreat, instantly confusing Yun Qingqi. Yun Qingqi used to pester Leon constantly. But after having a child, and now that it was winter, Yun Qingqi became more reserved. She wasn't as passionate and unrestrained as before. In Yun Qingqi's own words, You're an old married couple, and you're still doing this? I know everything about you. What else can you do? As time went on, all that remained was to take care of the husband and children. But Leon didn't see it that way. He now had to find a way to make the world think he'd fallen. At the same time, he truly needed to reassert his authority as a husband. According to the latest news, the Space Force wouldn't be established for at least 2 or 3 years. In the meantime, he had to do everything he could to conceal his actions. What was the best way? Keep playing the music and dancing. Leon planned to have a good discussion about life with his wives. Yun Qingqi looked at Leon, who was pressing her every step of the way, like a weak and helpless sheep. It wasn't that Yun Qingqi wasn't cooperating, but after all the hard work last night, she was getting scared. Honey, don't be shy. Where's your old energy? Hee. No. Yummy. The two girls eavesdropping outside the door suddenly realized they couldn't hear anything from inside. Mochi asked blankly. Sister, what are Mom and Dad doing? Is Dad bullying Mom? Yunli's face darkened upon hearing this. Can you please stop asking these questions? If you keep asking, I really explode. Yunli picked up Mochi and ran downstairs without a word. because she was afraid Emochi would actually do something unrealistic. This kid is really capable of doing something. Last time, Yunli told Emochi there was a treasure in the swimming pool, and Emochi jumped in without a word. Looking at the stunned Emochi before her, Yunli couldn't help but sigh and said, "My sister is an idiot." Emochi was instantly furious upon hearing this. "Your sister is the idiot. Your sister is the biggest idiot." Yunli was stunned upon hearing this, and so were the maids standing around. Chapter 1440. Lion was quietly staying at home. The National Defense Force was currently fighting on 3 fronts, which put a heavy strain on its logistical capabilities. The Yin possessed sufficient armed forces and logistical resources. On the surface, the battle on the eastern continent appeared massive, but in reality, both sides deployed minimal equipment and manpower. What truly concerned Lion was the war on the southern continent. The Goblin civilization had begun to shrink its defenses. They had been repeatedly defeated by the National Defense Force, and no general dared to launch a direct attack. Even the several outstanding generals sent by the Goblin civilization were listless and afraid to make any move. They had long heard of the National Defense Force's formidable reputation, and coupled with the recent defeats, the Goblin civilization generals had become cowards. Even though they had devised many strategies, they still couldn't seize the initiative. To gain the initiative, they even went so far as to send out 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers as bait to lure the National Defense Force. Let a division of elite Wehrmacht troops fall into the prepared encirclement. And to ensure the completeness of this encirclement, they simultaneously devoured the 50,000 Wehrmacht troops in one fell swoop. The Goblins assembled an army of over 200,000. Their goal was to devour these 50,000 Wehrmacht troops. But the soldiers of this single armored division devoured the 20,000 to 30,000 Goblin soldiers right in front of the 200,000-man army, then wiped their mouths and fled. Not only did the 200,000 troops fail to encircle the 50,000, but they also suffered over 10,000 casualties at the hands of the Wehrmacht. Including those previously annihilated, the Wehrmacht suffered no casualties at all, while the Goblins suffered the loss of 30,000 to 40,000 troops. What the Goblins found most unacceptable was that the Wehrmacht had been completely unprepared from the outset. They didn't even realize they were surrounded, they only realized it after they were surrounded. Then they launched a direct attack, and succeeded. No novels wouldn't dare to depict this, but reality was like this. The Wehrmacht's direct attack completely demoralized the Goblin soldiers. This war was completely one-sided, they simply couldn't defeat the enemy. The Goblin soldiers were devastated, and so were their officers. Especially the Chaebol. They had originally bid in this for the money, but now, instead of making any money, they had actually lost themselves. They had repeatedly attempted to change the situation by replacing their commanders at the last minute, but these last-minute changes not only failed to improve the situation, but actually dragged them deeper into the quagmire. The previous commander-in-chief had been captured, and the Goblin Chaebols decisively chose a new one. But this time, they didn't obey their leader. Instead, they decisively requested a highly respected veteran. Even this veteran could be considered a renowned Goblin general. However, this so-called renowned general had been chosen through bandit suppression. After all, the Goblins hadn't engaged in a true war in tens of thousands of years, so who could they possibly fight? Although this veteran general was revered by many as a god of war, whether he truly was or not was entirely unknown. The developers simply had no other options, so they pushed this veteran general forward. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such a veteran general into battle. The old general successfully assumed command as the new commander-in-chief and subsequently led his troops against the Wehrmacht troops to the north. The Wehrmacht troops to the north were now brimming with fighting spirit. After several days of fighting, they had realized that the country, or civilization, to the south was a mere paper tiger. At first, their superiors had repeatedly urged them to treat the enemy with utmost caution. But after engaging in combat, the Wehrmacht troops gradually realized something was amiss. These people were no ordinary losers. The Wehrmacht soldiers held the lower ranks of the Goblin army in high esteem, but they held the higher ranks in contempt. After capturing several important cities, the Wehrmacht soldiers were horrified to discover that among the Goblin captives they had captured, there were actually more officers than soldiers. Yes, you heard correctly. The surrendered officers and NCOs combined far outnumbered the soldiers. This completely stunned the Wehrmacht troops. They were even a little dazed. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a situation. Even the Papal States doesn't have more officers than soldiers. In fact, it's not just because these officers are afraid of death, but also because of the distorted official structure of the Goblin civilization. The Goblin civilization has existed for a very long time, which means that many Goblins are among the oldest. Their families have been passed down, And there is a goblin law that family official positions are hereditary. This means that many descendants of goblin officials can succeed their fathers. Furthermore, due to the country's bloated size, many official positions are held by multiple people simultaneously. Strangely, salaries are paid based on the number of people. This resulted in the goblin leaders' hard-earned taxes being plundered by these officials, who sat idle and did nothing. The goblin leaders were aware of this situation. Previous goblin leaders had tried to change this situation, but without exception, they had failed. Many of them had experienced this situation as children. Many of them had witnessed a minor official come to their homes to collect taxes, one in the morning, one at noon, and another in the evening. This shock was too great for them. After coming to power, many goblin leaders tried to change this situation, but without exception, they were stopped. The Chables had no desire to see goblin civilization improve. There were enough officials. These officials held the people in a tight control. The people had no power to rebel. They could only watch helplessly as everything was plundered. They wanted to speak out, but without exception, they were silenced. Although the goblin leaders were elected by the Chables, that didn't mean they would necessarily listen to them. After taking office, some leaders gradually developed other ideas, vying for power and profit, seeking to squeeze out the Chables. But the Chables weren't fools. Thus, being a goblin leader became a high-risk occupation. One person might be the leader today, and someone else tomorrow, simply because that person infringed upon the Chables' interests. In fact, changing leaders every day is relatively safe. The real torment to the people is when leaders are replaced every year. This leader was full of ambition, wanting to do something practical for the people, but before he could realize his ambition, he was killed by the Chables. The Chables didn't care about that. They simply wanted to enslave all the goblins. To make all the goblin people their money-making machines. This is the Chable, this is capital. Chapter 1441. After confirming the goblins' inability to attack, the National Defense Army gradually shifted from defense to offense. At first, the National Defense Army fought very steadily. They primarily employed a cautious, steady advance. They never launched an aggressive offensive. This strong self-control intimidated the goblin army. 3 or 4 factions within a nation, 7 or 8 voices within the army. Tell me, what combat effectiveness can such an army have? The Emperor still doesn't realize that their army's greatest weakness lies in its leadership. Leon did attempt micromanagement during difficult times. But once the army got off the ground, he stopped micromanaging much. In fact, for any time traveler, if they read some military texts, while they might not be able to command tens of thousands, they can certainly command dozens. People scoff at those who only know how to talk about war on paper, but if you can, then you at least understand some of the principles. You're not completely clueless. But the goblin leaders truly know nothing. They don't even know how an army operates. They only cared about making money like crazy. The army was merely a tool they used to control the people. If any of the common people disobeyed these tycoons, they would send the army to suppress them with swift and violent force. This had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and the common people had become numb, losing hope in life. Countless peasant uprisings had failed. They had long since grown tired, yet some still persisted in resistance. It wasn't because these uprisings were so great, but because they had no other way out. If they didn't rebel, they would die. If they did, they could at least die standing. Although rebellions continued, the Chables dispatched troops to suppress them forcefully. For thousands of years, the country had been relatively stable. But since the arrival of the National Defense Force, the entire goblin civilization gradually began to fall apart. The 5 families mentioned earlier controlled the entire goblin economy. These 5 families, like princes, divided the entire goblin civilization. The entire goblin civilization was divided into 5 parts by the 5 major families. Peasant uprisings broke out in the areas controlled by each family, but they were all suppressed. But since the arrival of the National Defense Force, the rebellions have increased in number and scale. The Chables' carefully woven dream has been shattered. They have been deceiving these goblins. The great goblin civilization is invincible. We are the overlords of the planet. We disdain any communication with the outside world. Goblin civilization will live forever. This is how the goblin Chables brainwash the common people. The common people are the most intelligent and the easiest to deceive. When one person slanders another, others might think it's a joke. But when tens or even hundreds of thousands of people slander one person, the truth of the matter becomes irrelevant. Because everyone is eager to profit from the slander. They simply follow the topic and try to profit from it. Even if the slandered person commits suicide to clear their name, they will only feel grief. The goblin tycoons control public opinion. If they call you a traitor, you're a traitor. The Great Yin National Defense Army attacked from north to south. The once arrogant goblin civilization was being driven back, reigniting the flames of resistance within most of the goblin populace. It's not that they don't love this country, they simply can't accept being ruled by a bunch of good-for-nothings. They wanted to establish their own regime, or rather, a regime free of exploitation and oppression. At first, most goblins didn't know what kind of country they wanted to build. They only knew that the Chables had been bullying them for thousands of years. At first, they simply wanted equality. So many goblins tried to persuade the Chables with words. But the pen proved ineffective. Most of these ambitious goblin leaders were eventually secretly murdered by the Chables. The goblins realized that words alone wouldn't bring them victory. So they abandoned peace talks and began recruiting soldiers, assembling an army to overthrow the regime and establish a people state. But for thousands of years, the goblins failed. Rebels were captured daily. Revolutionaries were executed every few days in smaller cities, and almost daily in larger cities. Many Chables believed that killing a chicken to scare the monkeys would be the only way to keep the people in line. But the awakening of the people was truly formidable. The Chables, preoccupied with the war in the north, simultaneously dispatched vast armies to suppress the rebellion. At first, the rebellion suppression and the northern war were at least relatively balanced. But as the frontline forces collapsed and the Wehrmacht advanced rapidly, the Chables were forced to divert some of their troops, which had been suppressing the uprising, to the north. This was a godsend for the long-planned revolutionaries. They had been waiting for this day for so long, and so it happened. A single spark could start a prairie fire. The entire central and northern regions, renowned for their goblin culture, were ablaze with banners of rebellion. Countless talented individuals took to the streets to join the resistance. Many of them might not have known what was happening, but that no longer mattered. For the common people knew their better days were coming, and all they needed was a good life. In the northern region of goblin civilization, the Great Yin army was gradually destroying everything. They had successfully captured another town, but as they were attacking it, they encountered the goblin army themselves. This completely stunned the Wehrmacht soldiers. How could their own army bully their own people? The Wehrmacht soldiers then executed all those who had committed arson, murder, and looting. They didn't even ask about their identities. For the Wehrmacht, arson and looting were simply unacceptable. If they dared to do so, they would have failed even to become political instructors, let alone political commissars. Even after all the hardships they had endured, they returned to Liongrad. Lion would have to award these soldiers who dared to arson and murder. What prize are you talking about? Of course it's bullets. After conquering the village, Yin sought out the village chief to inquire about the situation. When they learned that the goblin army was clearing out the village, they were all stunned. What did clearing out the village mean? The soldier continued to question them, ultimately coming to a terrifying conclusion. All it took was one word from a Chable. The once peaceful and harmonious mountain village was instantly transformed into a rebel base. A massive goblin army was approaching us, intent on exterminating the entire village and claiming credit for killing innocent people. The Chable only needed to issue a single order, while the civil servants had much more to consider. The rebel leader was overjoyed upon learning the National Defense Force had arrived in the town. Chapter 1442. The leader of the rebel army fled to the deep mountains and forests with his 1,000 to 2,000 men, because only there could they escape the encirclement of the goblin army. Though the goblin soldiers all came from impoverished backgrounds, they were eager to achieve great things, so they immediately engaged in a fugitive mode. They were the type who would eat whatever was available, and weren't picky at all. To evade the pursuers, the goblin rebels naturally fled to the uninhabited areas of the deep mountains and forests. In such a place, not even a nimble creature like a butterfly could fly in. But strangely, the goblin army actually charged in. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle in the deep mountains and forests surrounding this small town, leaving the tycoons and leaders in the capital dumbfounded. The regular army couldn't even defeat a guerrilla force from a small village. The tycoons cursed. The North has already told us who's willing to go there. Those who resist the Wehrmacht will be appointed generals and given titles upon their return. This move was tantamount to committing suicide, so virtually no one dared to accept it. As for the generals under his command, each one wore a gloomy expression. They wondered how they could survive. Faced with the plutocrat's provocations, these soldiers had clearly long seen through the capitalist's true colors. To put it nicely, going north to resist the Wehrmacht was, to put it bluntly, going north to commit suicide. Not only did they have to resist the Wehrmacht in the north, they also had to defend against surprise attacks from the rebels. These rebels, despite their high-sounding words, were in reality a bunch of unremarkable clowns in the eyes of the regular army, intent on attacking their logistics. The goblins were wealthy and powerful, and their military expenditures were enormous, with hundreds of thousands of troops dedicated to logistics. As a result, many rebel forces saw little benefit and were repeatedly repelled. Some were even captured by the regular army. After all, not all rebels could escape unscathed from surprise attacks. The rebels launched a surprise attack in the north, while the National Defense Army advanced further north. This dual approach left the Chables reeling. One Chable family immediately erupted in rebellion, lashing out at the leader. The reason was simple. The Chables' control lay largely in the north, now occupied by the National Defense Army. Now that this area had become the National Defense Army's occupied territory, who could the Chable turn to for this land? The leader? The leader was a complete idiot. Could they turn to someone else? But in the Goblin civilization, only a few Chables had military forces. While these Chables may appear to lack control over the military, they have in fact corrupted many of the troops from within. The 5 families have bribed a large number of soldiers. Some soldiers remain loyal to one company, while others switch jobs frequently. However, the Chable families offer generous salaries, so soldiers apply for positions with one. If another offers less, they apply elsewhere. These heavily bribed soldiers naturally become two-faced. If they were loyal to only one side, they wouldn't earn much, but they're neither. Clearly, they're there for the money. Since they already made money, they certainly wouldn't go to the north and fight to the death. My goodness, how much do I get paid a month? And you expect me to work so hard? The plutocrats don't think that way. They always want to spend the least amount of money and get the most done. The goblins have become completely numb. In the village to the north. After capturing the village, the National Defense Forces summoned the village chief and questioned him about the rebellion. The village chief took the initiative to help bring the rebel leader over. Many of the rebel leaders opposed this move. After all, in their eyes, what difference did this make between this and handing over their leader? But only the village chief understood that it didn't matter whether he was detained or not. With the National Defense Forces' capabilities, they wouldn't need any detention at all. They could simply sweep him away. De Yen wouldn't resort to crushing opponents weaker than themselves, because they wanted to leave others with hope for survival. The rebel leader had never expected to be singled out by the National Defense Forces. On the way here, he reflected on his past years and realized he had done nothing wrong. So why had the National Defense Forces summoned him? This left him somewhat baffled. The leader arrived at the National Defense Army's tent, and the commander of the unit immediately pulled him aside for a deep discussion. At first, the leader was a little surprised and confused. But he soon realized that the National Defense Army was here to help him. The rebel leader was instantly overjoyed. This was like his adopted parents. The National Defense Army decided to help the rebels fight the Chable. In fact, the National Defense Army was fully capable of sweeping the goblins. However, De Yen couldn't swallow such a large territory with brute force, so naturally, they had to learn strategy. Assisting the rebels was an excellent move, because helping the rebels would not only gain prestige, but also win the hearts and minds of the people. After all, ordinary people aren't prone to intrigue, they only know when someone is doing them a favor. The rebels are kind to them, and the Wehrmacht is helping them, so the Wehrmacht is also good. Furthermore, since the outbreak of this war, the Wehrmacht has not killed any civilians. They have even provided a lot of food to the local people for free. They have already gained a certain reputation, and many northern goblins have even volunteered to lead the Wehrmacht. Now they are helping the rebels again. Even if the rebels are asked to disarm in the future, and a clash between the rebels and the Wehrmacht comes, a significant number of ordinary people will come to their aid. War is never one nation against another, but one nation against another. The rebel leader was overjoyed to learn that the Wehrmacht was willing to provide aid. He then immediately contacted the surrounding rebel groups. The rebels throughout the northern Goblin region numbered tens of thousands. Over the past 20,000 years, they have suffered repeated setbacks, and their uprisings have always failed. But they have developed a very sophisticated strategy. They always believe that scattering is like a sky full of stars. They have always employed guerrilla tactics to counter the Goblin army. It's not that they don't want large-scale combat, but their weaponry simply doesn't support it. The Goblins have mechas, while the rebels have only 2 broken guns and 2 legs. The two sides are simply not on the same level, so how can they fight? That's why the rebels have seen no improvement over the past 200 years. In recent years, they even experienced setbacks. But now things are different. They finally have the financial backer they've been longing for. I'm De Yan's dog. Chapter 1443. The Goblin rebels rose to power in an instant, aided by the National Defense Army. De Yen had captured a large number of Goblin weapons during the war, and the National Defense Army was unable to manage them. Therefore, they decisively chose to donate these weapons to the rebels. These weapons were nothing more than firewood in their hands, but they were a different story when given to the rebels. For the rebels, if they had enough weapons, they wouldn't be afraid of the goblin army. For thousands of years, the Chables had always held the upper hand because they controlled a sufficient number of weapons. And they never gave weapons to the common people. In the eyes of the common people, the Chables never gave them power. As a result, ordinary people had no choice but to forge weapons privately. But the guns they crafted were a completely different beast from those used by the regular army. Goblin civilization forbade the distribution of firearms to the public, and many ordinary goblin people had never even touched a gun. The only ones who had touched weapons were the soldiers who had returned from military service. Most of these soldiers were illiterate, relying on the experience gained from daily training, which they could only pass on through word of mouth, leaving it to the goblin craftsmen to forge their weapons. The common goblins had successfully crafted a certain amount of guns and ammunition. It was with these inferior weapons that they were able to hold their own against the regular army. For years, the rebels had been bullied by the regular goblin army. Only now had they achieved a significant offensive and defensive advantage. They had received weapons assistance from the Wehrmacht. Although these weapons were captured from the goblins on the battlefield, they were more than just a timely help to the rebels. This was like a reborn parent. The rebels immediately collected their weapons and announced they would soon launch an attack on the goblins. For the rebels, the National Defense Army was their breadwinner. Now their breadwinners wanted them to fight. Of course, they obeyed without hesitation. And the National Defense Army didn't send them to their deaths in vain. The National Defense Army gave the rebels considerable freedom. They let them do what they wanted. They didn't force the rebels to focus their attacks on specific locations. The rebels then began to surround the cities from the countryside. They already had a large civilian base in the vast rural areas. While the rebels couldn't engage the regular armies, they had, after all, been fighting the regular goblin army next door for an unknown period of time. They had naturally gained some advantages from their battles with the regular goblin army. They had also acquired some essential knowledge during the encirclement and suppression of the goblin army. Many rebel armies were largely self-sufficient. They had abundant food supplies, so the rebels were at best defeated, but starvation was out of the question. The rebels repeatedly stockpiled food, their sole purpose being to survive when surrounded and blocked by the enemy. Countless predecessors had been driven to despair by the goblin army. They had suffered losses before, so they would not suffer them again. If they continued to suffer losses, what would be the point of living? Thus, through the long battles, they gradually mastered the skills unique to their rebel army. After acquiring sufficient weapons and equipment, they immediately began mobilizing the masses, mobilizing all their former networks of connections. At this moment, the goblins in the north were completely despairing. For they weren't facing an ordinary army, but countless ordinary goblin civilians. These civilians had been oppressed, and had no chance of standing up. Perhaps some of the regular army had good members, but when they chose to become pawns of the Chable, they were no longer considered ordinary people. The rebels ignited like wildfire. The entire northern region was completely engulfed. A large number of regular troops were defeated. Even many supply lines to the front lines were attacked by the rebels. At first, the rebels hadn't considered attacking supply lines, but the National Defense Army had already restocked them with weapons. With weapons in hand, their ambitions naturally grew. They began to do things they hadn't dared to do before, and attacking supply lines was just a minor act. They even organized a counterattack on the county town. Most cities had regular goblin troops stationed there. But remember, these regular goblin troops only held garrisons in the major cities. The vast majority of the troops were now being transferred north to form a defensive line against the Wehrmacht's attack. Where were the troops left to defend the south? The few remaining troops were naturally used by the plutocrats to protect their urban properties. Some rural areas could only rely on local armed forces. These local armed forces were even inferior to the rebels. Naturally, they were quickly overrun by the rebels. The rebels' fierce attack had the regional commander completely overwhelmed. The veteran general on the front lines was constantly calling to urge the commander to send more troops and supplies north as quickly as possible. Although the old general didn't understand why the rebels had suddenly expanded so rapidly, he was determined to challenge the Wehrmacht. He planned to amass a vast array of weapons and equipment, directly confronting the Wehrmacht in the northern region. Instead of concentrating superior forces, he chose to rely on the terrain for defense. The old general utilized every possible terrain on the battlefield. He constructed numerous defensive lines, capitalizing on natural barriers. Most of these lines were flexible, with only a few being permanent fortifications. The majority were mobile lines composed of goblin mechs and armored units. After reviewing the battle reports from the front, the old general decisively learned from the Wehrmacht's experience. He employed a large number of soldiers to organize flexible lines of defense, rather than the fixed lines of defense that had been used by his predecessors, who fought to the bitter end. And, remarkably, the old general allowed the frontline troops to retreat in the event of a rout. Behind these lines, the old general drew a line of defense. This area served as their bottom line. If the front lines were breached, the defenders could retreat to this area and conduct flexible guerrilla warfare. But they couldn't go beyond this area. This meant commanders had more power, allowing them to command their troops in all directions. They could even conduct mobile warfare. After learning of the Goblin tactical change, the Wehrmacht showed due respect. They didn't launch the same onslaught as before, because onslaughts are used against rigid lines of defense. If one breach is made, the line will collapse. But now, the old Goblin general had chosen a flexible line of defense. This meant the Wehrmacht had to launch attacks from multiple directions. Otherwise, the flexible line of defense would rebound. It was like poking a balloon. If you couldn't pop it, it would repel all your force. This was how a mobile line of defense worked. Chapter 1444. Although the rebels launched attacks against the goblins from all sides, their actions were limited to minor actions at best. Although they posed a serious threat to the logistical supply of the regular goblin army, the old general, with foresight, had already shipped a large amount of supplies to the front lines. Even now that the logistics supply ships had been severely damaged, the goblin frontline troops could still ensure sufficient supplies and ammunition for 3 months. The old general had clearly mobilized the nation's full strength. He intended to fight the Wehrmacht to the bitter end. The Wehrmacht commander had not anticipated the dramatic change in the goblins' fortunes after a change of general. How foolish the goblins had once been, now they were gradually getting back on track. The Wehrmacht began to treat the goblin army in the south with caution and treated it with the utmost respect. The Wehrmacht immediately requested reinforcements from the military headquarters, which dispatched 2 armored divisions, an airborne division, and 120 fighter jets. To completely crush the goblins, the Navy even ordered 2 carrier strike groups north. The 2 carrier strike groups comprised 4 aircraft carriers, totaling hundreds of carrier-based aircraft. Adding the fighters already deployed from the northern air base, the Wehrmacht assembled over 500 fighters. Over 100,000 additional troops were dispatched. These 100,000 plus troops were no ordinary force. They were all genuine Wehrmacht elites. Once deployed, they would completely annihilate the goblin army. The old goblin general breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Wehrmacht halt its offensive. But his heart soon rose to his throat. As a qualified general, he knew the enemy's pause wasn't a sign of weakness, but rather a sign of waiting for reinforcements. The old goblin general told the leader to find a way to understand the situation in the north. But the goblins were completely blind. They had no idea of the specific situation in the north. They only knew that the National Defense Army had recently shown signs of mobilization. Upon hearing this news, the old general suddenly came to his senses. The National Defense Army must have sent reinforcements to the north. They must also respond accordingly and continue to send more troops. Both sides were fighting flexibly and maneuverably, and the most important factor in maneuvering was the quality of the soldiers on both sides. The National Defense Army's soldiers were far superior to the goblins, so the old general constantly used numbers to gain advantage. Since one goblin soldier couldn't defeat a National Defense Army soldier, they would use 2 goblin soldiers to defeat one National Defense Army soldier. So what if you're maneuvering? As long as I have enough troops, I can crush you with a heap. De Yen didn't rush to launch an attack because they didn't know the situation in the south. They were also awaiting the arrival of reinforcements from the north. De Yen had been busy over the past few days, contacting the all-pervasive intelligence agency and asking them to do everything they could to find out what was happening in the south. The intelligence bureau was incredibly effective. They quickly figured out some things over the past few days, though they didn't completely understand the goblin situation. But they had figured out something. The southern goblin commander had indeed received a new general, and this new general was incredibly reliable. Deeming the million-man army on the front insufficient, the old general leveraged his high prestige and the compromises of the plutocrats to move all the troops from the entire southern region north. The total number of goblin troops on the front now exceeded 1.2 million. And the number was still rising. It was expected that the total would exceed 1.35 million in 2 days. The Wehrmacht in the north only had a maximum of 400,000 troops. After reinforcements, the force would probably reach 550,000. The gap in troop strength between the two sides was still about 1-to-1. The Wehrmacht was somewhat worried. The newly appointed general was clearly no ordinary man, clearly prepared to fight to the bitter end. The Wehrmacht's caution was justified. Within just 3 days, the military reinforcements successfully arrived. The combined forces of all parties exceeded 550,000. In addition, during these days, the aircraft carrier battle group and the Air Force in the north continued to launch saturation strikes on the ground-based front. However, due to its mobile defense, the Wehrmacht achieved no significant results and even suffered some losses. But the Air Force and Navy were wealthy and didn't care about this. Their mission was to suppress the goblins in the south. The goblins never imagined that the Wehrmacht cared nothing about money. Missiles, artillery shells, and all kinds of bombs rained down in torrents. The goblins had been under constant pressure for the past few days, each one of them completely bewildered. However, most of the soldiers remained relatively alert and had not been completely crushed by the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht's continuous bombardment had put immense mental strain on them. The old general managed to calm the soldiers and requested that the chaebol send some delicious food, hoping to appease them with the food. The soldiers of the Great Yin had never imagined that their painstaking efforts to mentally strain the goblin soldiers would not only fail to completely destroy them, but actually strengthen their mental state. After 3 days of waiting, the Wehrmacht launched its attack without hesitation, mobilizing a large force southward. 8 divisions were deployed in 8 directions, with 2 divisions held in reserve. The only airborne division was deployed, 100 kilometers from the front line. The goal was to launch a surprise attack on the goblin supply base on the front line. If the airborne division could capture the city, it would deal a severe blow to the goblin soldiers on the front line. 40% of the goblin army's food supply was stored in this base. The Wehrmacht's plan was flawless, practically unstoppable. 3 days later, one morning, the weather was unfavorable. The entire battle zone was shrouded in a gray haze, seemingly a rare fog. For the army, this wasn't a problem. The fog actually provided excellent cover for their attack. But for the Air Force and airborne troops, it was a disaster. Both branches required ample visibility. And the weather observers yesterday hadn't predicted heavy fog. They expected clear skies for the next few days. This made the frontline commanders hesitant. For a moment, he didn't know whether to attack or retreat. If they retreated so hastily, all their careful preparations would be wasted. After some hesitation, the commander decided to attack. Time was of the essence. If they didn't attack now, 150,000 goblin reinforcements would arrive at the front in a few days. By then, the goblin army would number a terrifying 1.35 million, and the Wehrmacht wouldn't have time to cry. The old general breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the foggy weather. Because attacking in foggy weather has been a taboo in military strategy since ancient times. Especially in this integrated land, sea, and air combat system. Encountering a dense fog would be a near-fatal blow. De Yin had never imagined such a situation would unfold in the south. Chapter 1445. Amidst a thick fog, the Wehrmacht launched a general offensive. They had a better option, but the commander didn't want to miss this opportunity. Goblin reinforcements would arrive at the front lines the next day or two, making an attack even more difficult. De Yin was never an opportunist, so they wouldn't miss any chance to win. The commander explained the situation to the airborne division commander, who, without hesitation, decisively agreed to the airborne plan. It wasn't that the commander didn't care about his men's lives, but he knew that if they didn't launch the attack quickly, then by the time the goblin reinforcements arrived, they would likely be caught in a trap. And according to intelligence from the intelligence agency, these 150,000 troops were supposed to be used to protect the logistics supply center. The goblins had suffered greatly from the rebels' fierce attacks in recent days. The goblins now simply wanted to protect their logistics lines, while allowing the front lines to withstand the Wehrmacht's attacks. To ensure the frontline troops could hold off the Wehrmacht, the leader rewarded the old general numerous times, and showered the soldiers with bounties. He also granted the old general immense power. The old general now held the front line in his own hands, a single word capable of changing the tide of battle. The old general did not disappoint the leader. His tight defenses successfully slowed the northern army's advance. The old general breathed a sigh of relief at the foggy weather. It seems the Wehrmacht won't attack today. The old general muttered to himself, while his adjutant nearby inquired, "Marshal, why won't the Wehrmacht attack today?" The heavy fog significantly impacted the Wehrmacht's air force. Their swift victory was largely due to their air force. A strong air force made the Wehrmacht invincible. But now the weather is on our side. De Yin needs at least another day to launch an attack. Just as the old general was relaxing, the Wehrmacht air base to the north was bustling with activity. Fighting fighters took off in the thick fog, and many of their pilots couldn't even see their comrades, who had taken off earlier. They could only trust their own fighters. Because of the fog, and the fact that they couldn't even see their comrades nearby, the Air Force assigned attack and evacuation routes to their fighters. They were instructed to strictly follow these routes. This way, even if the fog made it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe, they wouldn't accidentally injure friendly forces due to lack of visibility. Any fighter not within the designated area was considered enemy. Of course, friendly fighters were identified by their crewmates, so calling them all enemy was just a generalization. Wehrmacht fighters took off in the dense fog, and the airborne divisions weren't far behind. Compared to the soaring Air Force, the airborne generals felt somewhat underwhelmed. As qualified airborne troops, they naturally understood the difficulty of landing in foggy conditions. Since ancient times, blind paratroopers have been risking their lives. But now they had no choice but to take a gamble. If they couldn't destroy the frontline supply centers, they would be devastated once the Goblin army arrived. The Goblins never imagined that the Wehrmacht would actually launch an attack in the thick fog. Goblin defense line. Several Goblin soldiers were chatting and laughing. As veterans, they naturally knew the Wehrmacht wouldn't attack in foggy weather. So, they were all quite relaxed. Of course, some veterans remained vigilant. As soon as they heard the whistling sound of fighter jets in the air, they would immediately hide. But today, no Wehrmacht engines were heard. Some soldiers gradually relaxed their vigilance. Other veterans, however, became even more cautious, because they sensed something was amiss. It was all so quiet today, the Wehrmacht didn't even use their artillery. Ordinarily, the Wehrmacht's morning greeting would be to fire artillery shells into the enemy camp. I'm a good neighbor. Look how thoughtful I am, waking you up. And it's free, Goblin, aminos. Of course, the Goblins also want to reciprocate. However, they discovered that their artillery couldn't reach the Wehrmacht camp, which consistently exploited its superiority to bully the Goblins. The veterans gradually realized something was amiss. But it was too late. As the soldiers chattered, a sudden noise arose from the distant fog. Some soldiers with sharp ears heard the sound of engines amidst the fog. These soldiers tried to confirm whether the Wehrmacht had launched an attack. As they looked up, they witnessed a scene that terrified them. A torrent of Wehrmacht steel surged forth from the fog. The Wehrmacht's vehicles had already entered low-power mode from a great distance away. Although their engines were running, they were moving at a crawling pace. Only when they neared the Goblin position did they fully ignite their chariots and charge forward. The Goblin soldiers quickly realized the Wehrmacht had launched an attack. They immediately ran to tell their comrades. Their comrades also quickly realized, raising their guns and preparing to fight the Wehrmacht. But along with the chariots came the Wehrmacht's artillery shells. The barrage of shells roared in, just in time for the Goblins to raise their heads and launch a counterattack. It was all calculated to perfection. The Goblins had barely emerged to prepare for a counterattack when they were met with a devastating blow, their entire army instantly collapsing. Some veterans forced themselves to brace themselves and ordered the new recruits to hold their ground. They had to hold off the first wave of attacks, otherwise the Wehrmacht's terrifying combat power would completely rip the battlefield apart. The Wehrmacht didn't care if you were weak. On the battlefield, they would fight tooth and nail to shred everything. The Wehrmacht's vehicles quickly surged forward, effortlessly overcoming the Goblin position. Strangely enough, the moment the Wehrmacht vehicles entered their positions, their artillery fire ceased. It was as if the thick fog had no effect on them. Diane's tactics had fully matured. The Goblin soldiers, having finished their artillery fire, prepared to engage the enemy head-on. But they bore the brunt of the attack, ruthlessly crushed by the Wehrmacht vehicles. Many Goblin soldiers were even crushed by Wehrmacht tanks before they emerged from their anti-artillery holes. Chapter 1446. The Wehrmacht's artillery shells rained down in torrents. The Emperor was completely pinned in the trench, unable to move. After the bombardment finally stopped, the Wehrmacht's armored forces seamlessly followed. The Goblins had barely managed to survive the bombardment, intending to show the Wehrmacht what true warriors were like. But the next second, the Wehrmacht's armored forces were crushing them. The Goblins were stunned. They had imagined countless possible outcomes, but never such a humiliating one. This was more than just humiliating. The artillery had barely stopped when the vehicles charged in, completely disregarding them. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? The Goblins wanted to denounce the enemy, but they quickly realized that they had been the ones provoking the war. What they fear most is a sudden silence. Some Goblins in the rear had time to think, but those on the front lines had no time to think at all. They had barely escaped the bombardment when they were crushed by the tanks. Many Goblin soldiers struggled to get out of the trenches, rocket launchers in hand, and prepared to launch anti-vehicle attacks. But the vehicles were followed closely by Wehrmacht infantry. Upon seeing the vehicles rush into the trenches, The Wehrmacht infantry immediately followed, rifles drawn, clearing the enemy in the trenches as quickly as possible. Knowing that the Goblins intended to engage in positional warfare, the Wehrmacht had prepared a large number of shotguns in advance. They used these to clear the enemy in the trenches. The Goblin army was no fool. Their commander had long ago arranged the trenches in a W shape. Originally, these trenches were designed to prevent widespread casualties. But now, the W trenches have become the soldiers' last resort. Shotguns can't fire in a straight line. They must repeatedly sweep in a detour. Many Goblin soldiers survived, grateful they weren't instantly annihilated by the Wehrmacht. But their laughter soon died down. The sound of the Wehrmacht shotguns echoed through the trenches like a death warrant. At first, many Goblin soldiers were full of fighting spirit. But soon, they became subdued. Because they discovered the Wehrmacht had no respect for martial ethics, employing all sorts of bizarre gun tactics. They would simply extend their guns from cover and fire forward, without even aiming. The Wehrmacht didn't skimp on ammunition. It wasn't just the rifles, it was the machine guns too, and even the shotguns. Many Goblin soldiers were pinned down in the trenches without even seeing anyone. Some Goblin soldiers, unable to bear the pain, struggled to climb out of the trenches. But they were met with the muzzles of Wehrmacht artillery. Infantry fighting vehicles had long been patrolling the trenches. If they spotted any Goblin soldiers escaping the trenches, they would open fire without hesitation. While using a 30mm cannon against infantry was a disadvantage, the very premise of war was to kill or injure the enemy's vital forces. If a shell costing thousands of dollars could injure the enemy, it was worth it. Some Goblin soldiers were quick to surrender. Others attempted to resist. But as soon as they raised their rocket launchers, Wehrmacht high-explosive shells rained down upon them. The 30mm gun was essentially designed to counter infantry, as its caliber meant it couldn't pose a threat to heavy vehicles. Unless the gunner was extremely skilled and could completely obliterate the enemy's sighting systems, any modern equipment essentially relies on sighting equipment. It's like using night vision goggles at night. If your night vision goggles are broken, you're practically blind at night. While you're not completely blinded, your vehicle will be completely visible to the enemy. Wehrmacht tanks were swarming throughout the position, while soldiers were clearing out enemy forces along the trenches. Over half of the Goblin soldiers were killed before they could even surrender. Some surrendered quickly, managing to avoid being killed by the Wehrmacht. Still, others were stunned. They watched as shells shattered their comrades, leaving them unable to even piece themselves together. Many soldiers were numb to death. Some soldiers even went completely insane. A war not only completely transforms some soldiers, but it also completely destroys others. Everything these soldiers cherished was ruthlessly shattered by war. Many soldiers suffered from post-traumatic stress syndrome after the war. But one thing is clear, those who developed this condition must have survived. Many soldiers had no chance of survival. After experiencing battles large and small, the Wehrmacht's tactics and operations had become very simple. When they encountered someone, they would shoot without hesitation. If the opponent even offered to surrender, they were lucky. If the enemy is unlucky enough to be hit directly, it's simply bad luck. What are you mumbling about? Talk to my bullets. The Goblin frontline defenses came under heavy attack. Because the old general's defenses were very flexible, he immediately dispatched friendly forces to support them upon noticing the attack on his frontline. He sent all the mechs defending the rear to the front. The best way to deal with armored units is with armored counterattacks. Although the old general was a bit clumsy, his clumsiness had its advantages. He was very methodical, essentially following the textbook tactics. While these tactics were foolish, they were even obvious to the enemy. But often, when you have an absolute advantage in numbers, following the textbook tactics is a surefire way to go. Because the textbooks teach you to use the majority against the minority. No wise man would teach you to use the minority against the majority. The essence of the famous Sun Tzu's art of war is to concentrate superior forces to eliminate a smaller force. Throughout history, the so-called outnumbered victory often involves capturing a small enemy unit and engaging in a small, outnumbered battle. Of course, there were also some eccentricities, even geniuses, like a certain instructor who outwitted Baldy. That classic battle, even now, remains a classic among classics, a legend among legends. It was also one of Baldy's few shining moments. True outnumbered victory did occur, but it was rare. In most cases, both sides were evenly matched. So, concentrating strengths to eliminate weaknesses was crucial. The old general played a steady and cautious game. After confirming that the Wehrmacht had launched a full-scale offensive, he immediately pulled back the defenses, having some frontline soldiers voluntarily abandon their positions and retreat to the rear, forming one U-shaped pocket after another. The Wehrmacht commanders knew, of course, that the old general was maneuvering, but they had no escape route. So what if you set up a formation? Every single one of them has to be taken out for a walk. The Wehrmacht charged forward, while simultaneously expanding to both flanks. Each division's attack was like a trident, fiercely piercing the enemy. At first, the goblins were secretly delighted. They noticed that the Wehrmacht's attack had slowed considerably, and after entering the U-shaped pocket formation, their combat effectiveness had clearly declined. But soon, their laughter faded. Chapter 1447. The Wehrmacht launched an offensive. The old general, following a textbook strategy, deployed numerous U-shaped pockets, attempting to leverage their numerical superiority to narrow the gap between the two sides. At the same time, he established an absolute numerical advantage, intending to overwhelm the Wehrmacht with human wave tactics. The U-shaped pocket's greatest strength was its ability to be tightened at any time. As long as there were elite troops at either end of the U-shaped pocket, they could immediately close the gap under the commander's command, and the encirclement could be successfully completed. Although the goblin army was largely weak, the troops deployed by the old general at the end of the U-shaped pocket were essentially elite goblin troops. He also allocated a large number of mechas to these troops. Faced with the rearguard attacks launched from both ends, the Wehrmacht's core forces fought desperately. Of the 8 attacking divisions, only 2 were cut off. These 2 armored divisions were cut off because they attacked too quickly and stretched their front too far. The commander did not reprimand the commanders of these 2 divisions. The so-called extended battle line was due to the 2 division commanders desperately trying to claim credit. They feared the goblins would flee, thus denying them any credit. The commander knew his men were wolves, the kind who wouldn't stop until they had their prey. Even if he had to deal with them, he would wait until the war was over. Changing commanders mid-battle was a military taboo. After the 2 divisions were surrounded, the Wehrmacht immediately dispatched reserve troops, determined to rescue them. But the veteran general was no slouch either. After confirming that the Wehrmacht had been trapped in a trap, he immediately mobilized 200,000 troops to encircle the 2 divisions. Each pocket originally had nearly 80,000 troops deployed. Now, another 200,000 troops have been sent in as reinforcements. On average, one Wehrmacht armored division faced an army of 180,000 goblins. On the plains, these 180,000 goblin troops would have been crushed by the Wehrmacht armored divisions, but now they were trapped in the pocket, with the goblins occupying most of the advantageous positions and essentially commanding the upper hand. The Wehrmacht's counterattack seemed quite weak. The Wehrmacht quickly responded to the goblin army's plan. "You want a pocket formation, don't you? Then I pierce your pocket with my trident." The other 6 armored divisions received orders to attack with abandon. The 6 division commanders then assembled their most elite troops in the center, while sending 2 equally strong armies to either side. Since the majority of the troops had been deployed to the U-shaped pockets, the troops guarding each pocket now numbered only about 80,000. And they had to face at least a Wehrmacht armored division with over 20,000 combatants. A Wehrmacht armored division has around 50,000 men, but fewer than 50,000 are actually combatants. The rest are considered auxiliary forces. 100,000 versus 30,000. It shouldn't be a disastrous loss, right? That's what the old goblin general thought. Initially, the Wehrmacht couldn't break through the pocket formation, which relieved the old general. So, the old general only retained a small number of support troops, sending the majority to the 2 pocket formations. He intended to take down the 2 Wehrmacht armored divisions in one fell swoop. The idea was good, but reality was cruel. Just as the old general was about to erode the Wehrmacht armored division, the other 6 armored divisions launched a fierce offensive. Each armored division attacked in 3 directions, like a trident. They completely ignored their flanks and charged headfirst. Most of the pockets held off the Wehrmacht's advance, but 2 of the 6 were breached. After breaching the pockets, the Wehrmacht immediately split the central attacking force into 2, linking them directly with the forces on the 2 wings. This abruptly transformed into 2 pincer attacks. The goblin army, trapped in the middle, was momentarily stunned. With the 2 pockets breached, the old goblin general became anxious. He then committed his remaining 200,000 reserves. But these 200,000 reserves could only address the shortage of troops in 2 pockets. If another pocket breached at this point, he would be on his own. The old general threw all his forces into the attack. They barely held off the Wehrmacht's advance. Then he immediately began mobilizing his troops to nibble away at the 2 encircled Wehrmacht armored divisions. The besieged Wehrmacht armored division headquarters. The division commander was methodically arranging the defense. At first, when surrounded, the division commander felt somewhat uneasy. But when he learned that a 180,000 strong goblin army surrounded them, He was instantly delighted. The two armored divisions had tied down over 360,000 troops. This meant that the other friendly forces only had to face less than 1 million troops. Equally speaking, each armored division only had to face around 150,000 troops. The Wehrmacht division commander immediately reported this situation, and headquarters fell into deep thought upon learning of it. Then, decisively, the two armored divisions were ordered to break out. Yes, you heard correctly. The Wehrmacht command chose to forego this golden opportunity. The command unanimously decided not to risk the two armored divisions. The command believed the enemy they faced was no ordinary foe. Although the goblins were a weak nation, their technology was comparable to that of the Great Yin in some respects. When facing a real enemy, one should give it their all, not gamble with the lives of 100,000 soldiers from two divisions. A qualified general may make sacrifices, but he will never let his soldiers' sacrifices be in vain. The commanders of the two armored divisions were somewhat surprised upon receiving the order, but they quickly executed it. They began preparing for a breakout. Upon hearing this, the old general did not urge the front to find a way to destroy the two armored divisions. Instead, he ordered the defenders of the two pocket formations to block the Wehrmacht's breakout. The old general's steady approach exceeded the Wehrmacht's expectations. Logically, when attempting to break out against a stronger enemy, one should concentrate superior forces and find a way to annihilate the formidable foe. But the old general clearly didn't play by the rules, choosing to sacrifice himself in exchange for preventing the Wehrmacht from breaking out. The old general's command strategy plunged the Wehrmacht staff and commanders into deep thought. And even as the fighting raged, the airborne division arrived at its destination. The airborne division was the command's last resort. The 8 armored division's fierce attack on the front was just a cover. The real purpose was to cover the airborne division's surprise attack on the rear supply center. A 1.3 million man army would take the Wehrmacht half a month to defeat. If they could somehow cut off the logistical supply of this 1.3 million man army, it would likely be defeated within a few days. The daily food consumption of an army of 1.3 million is no simple matter. Inside the Goblin headquarters, the old general was observing the battlefield sand table. As his gaze shifted to a certain spot, he suddenly realized something and roared. No! Chapter 1448. The old general shifted his gaze to the supply lines in the rear, and suddenly came to his senses. The rear supply centers were now practically unguarded. The 4 key supply centers combined could only muster 20,000 defenders. These 20,000 defenders were useless. If they had been 20,000 elite troops, they could have held their ground. But the problem was that the elite troops were all on the front lines. The people guarding these supply centers were basically old, weak, sick, and disabled soldiers. And these soldiers were completely incapable of resistance. You could count on them to wipe out the rebels, but sending them to fight the National Defense Army would be like sending food. The old general suddenly came to his senses. He suspected the National Defense Army had contacted the rebels, asking them to gather their superior forces to attack these supply centers. Because the rebels now possessed advanced weaponry, if they had sent tens of thousands of them, they could have truly taken these supply centers. The old general panicked, but then he couldn't think of anything else. All 10,000 elite troops guarding the command center were immediately dispatched to the largest supply center. At the same time, 3 pocket formations with less pressure were ordered to send 5,000 soldiers each to reinforce the other 3 supply centers. The old general had successfully guessed the Wehrmacht's intentions, but what he hadn't anticipated was that the Wehrmacht didn't use a surprise attack by the rebels, but instead deployed their most elite airborne troops. The Wehrmacht was extremely thoughtful. While deploying the airborne troops, they also contacted the local rebels, instructing them to keep an eye on the Goblin army. If the Goblin army detected any signs of trouble and sent reinforcements to support the supply centers, the rebels would do everything in their power to ambush these reinforcements. Delay the reinforcements heading for the supply centers as much as possible. The airborne division quickly arrived near the 4 supply centers. Although visibility was low due to the dense fog, the Air Force had been bombing these supply centers frequently these days. The approximate location could be determined. The airborne division's transport planes arrived above the supply centers. Looking at the dense fog below, the airborne soldiers jumped without hesitation. Maybe they would die, but at least they would die standing. Airborne soldiers are no cowards. Over 20,000 airborne troops were deployed at the 4 supply centers. The thick fog shielded the soldiers guarding the supply centers unaware of the disturbance in the air. By the time they realized what was happening, many of the airborne soldiers had already landed nearby. To ensure the success of this surprise attack, the intelligence agency took significant action. They bribed the Goblin soldiers guarding the supply centers. When the time came, The goblin soldiers immediately ignited some of the flammable materials in the supply center. Although the thick fog was a cover, the air was thick with the smell of burning, and it was undeniable. Looking at the dim glow of the flames in the fog, the newly airborne troops instantly found their way. This wasn't a supply center at all. This was clearly their Medal of Honor. Although the Intelligence Bureau bribed some soldiers to signal the location of the supply center, they were unable to bribe enough soldiers to open the gates and surrender. After all, money isn't invincible. When the Wehrmacht command learned that the Intelligence Bureau had actually bribed the soldiers guarding the supply center, everyone in the headquarters was stunned. It's not surprising that they could bribe enemy soldiers, but the question is how long had the fighting been going on? And how did the Intelligence Bureau contact these people? Intelligence Bureau. Don't worry, cheaters have their own ways. With a reference point, the paratroopers, having landed, immediately launched an attack on the supply centers. The soldiers at the supply centers were still busy putting out fires when they heard the roar of engines outside the camp. Many of the soldiers at the supply centers had no time to react before the airborne troops' paratrooper vehicles flew in. They smashed through the wall and then trained their guns on the goblin soldiers who were rescuing the supply centers. Goblin, so rude? You're trying to trick me like this? When the paratrooper vehicles appeared in the camp, the goblins were stunned. The paratroopers and the vehicle drivers were also stunned. But in the next second, both sides reacted immediately. The airborne gunners immediately opened fire, and the goblin soldiers quickly searched for weapons to fire back. Bang, bang, bang. The 30mm guns blasted the goblin soldiers to pieces. Among the various battle formations of the Wehrmacht, the most ruthless were the airborne troops. This was because they had a tradition of not taking prisoners. It wasn't that they were murderous, but rather that they simply couldn't take any prisoners. In most cases, they were simply airdropped behind enemy lines. And once they were behind enemy lines, why would they want prisoners? The airborne troops immediately launched a surprise attack on the supply centers. The commanders guarding the supply centers were all handpicked by the veteran general. While the ragtag troops were mediocre, these commanders were no ordinary men. They barely trained these ragtag troops, and after the airborne assault, they didn't immediately collapse, but instead sought weapons to fight back. This was beyond the commanders' expectations. The commanders immediately reported the attack on the supply centers to the veteran general. Upon hearing the news, the veteran general was instantly disheartened. What you fear is bound to happen. An adjutant stepped forward upon hearing this. Marshal, should we withdraw troops from the front to reinforce the supply center? Some generals agreed with the adjutant, but the old general spoke up. We can't withdraw troops from the front now. The situation is already stagnant. If we withdraw troops from elsewhere, the front will collapse. We can only pin our hopes on the reinforcements I just sent, the old general said melancholy. But the next moment, a messenger rushed in a panic. Marshal, something terrible has happened. Our reinforcements have been held up by the rebels. No army can reach the international center. Hearing the messenger's words, the old general's eyes darkened, and he fainted. Is this you? There's old 6. Chapter 1449. An entire airborne division split into 4 groups and launched an attack on 4 supply centers. They quickly shoved the paratroopers into the supply centers. Many enemy soldiers were crushed by the infantry fighting vehicles before they could even react. Infantry fighting vehicles are weak against vehicles, but they are very good at bullying infantry. The airborne division was known for its speed, so they didn't carry many heavy vehicles. Even the paratroopers weighed only about 10 tons. The only heavier vehicle was the Octopus amphibious assault gun. But the assault gun's flanks couldn't even withstand 12.7mm rounds. This was understandable. Equipped with a cannon and capable of withstanding most incoming rounds, this vehicle had already accomplished its mission. The airborne troops knew their vehicles wouldn't have any armor advantage. So they chose to fight quickly and decisively. Many airborne troops landed in thick fog. Much of the goblin civilization, like the Elven Empire, was covered in lush primeval forest. So, some paratroopers landed directly in the jungle. Tragically, they were caught in trees. But they quickly recovered, quickly regrouped, and began to advance towards their destination. The commanders of 3 of the 4 supply centers were relatively prudent. Upon learning of the fighting in the north, they immediately ordered their men to maintain strict security and ensure their control of the supply centers. But the commander of one supply center acted on his own. Because he was a direct descendant of the most powerful of the 5 great chaebol, who had always maintained a firm grip on the military, they often sent their descendants to gain experience and achievements. But most chaebol heirs were given sinecure positions, the kind that easily earned them meritorious service. He was different. Not only was he born into a fortunate family, he also had a doting mother. He had originally aspired to achieve great things, so he asked his mother to transfer him to the front lines. But during the campaign against the rebels, the Chable heir was nearly captured alive by the rebels. Infuriated, his father immediately transferred him to the logistics department. At first, the heir wanted to return to the battlefield, but was quickly stopped by the veteran general. Such a person would only cause trouble at the front. He should simply stay behind to oversee logistics. And while he was supposed to be overseeing logistics, he was actually enjoying himself at the supply center. His mother would send him daily a large quantity of delicacies, including numerous beautiful women. In the supply camp, the heir lived like an emperor. Gradually, he adapted to life there, and no longer desired to return to the front lines. But the problem is, when you actively distance yourself from war, war might just find you. Inside the third largest supply camp, the Chable son's room was littered with piles of wine bottles and scaly thighs. The Chable son had spent the night in a frenzy, and still hadn't woken up. But just then, the Chable son's adjutant rushed in a panic. "My dear, this is bad. The Wehrmacht is coming." Don't bother me." "Wait. What did you say?" The Chable son waved his hand at first, but soon jumped out of bed in fear. Looking at the adjutant before him, the Chable son didn't question the adjutant's fault for not knocking, but instead seized on the adjutant's key words. "The National Defense Forces are approaching." The Chable son was frantic, like an ant on a hot pan. His adjutant, standing beside him, offered advice. "Sir, run now. Stay and command the defense," the adjutant declared decisively. He had sent the Chable son away because he feared he would be misleading. The adjutant had been sent by the Chable to assist the Chable son. Originally, the adjutant came from a humble background. He had worked hard to join the army and become an officer. After more than 20 years, he finally rose to the rank of colonel. And a capable colonel at that. The old general had placed the majority of his officers on the northern defense line. In the south, he had only a few elite officers assigned to guard 4 supply centers. When the Chable son's mother learned the colonel was appointed adjutant, she loaded up carts of gold gifts to the families. Over the years, the colonel had thoroughly understood the goblin civilization's officialdom, so he accepted the gifts without hesitation. He had to serve the Chable son well, because only then would he be able to rise to general. In goblin civilization, over 90% of generals were promoted by the Chable, with only a few achieving this position through a combination of strength and luck. Because in goblin society, ability alone is useless. The Chable have already occupied the top positions, and if you want to get in, you must compete with them. The problem is that the Chables can manipulate politics, and your efforts are laughable in their eyes. If the mood strikes, they promote you to the rank of general, and then watch you gloat over it. If they're in a bad mood, they keep you a colonel forever. This is Chable politics. With just a single word, the Chable can completely change the fate of a child from a humble family. The Chable son froze for a moment upon hearing this, then spoke weakly. "Is it a bad idea for me to run away now?" The colonel couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. "My God, can't I just call you Dad? Hurry up and run. You'll only be a burden if you stay here." The Chable son hesitated at first, but soon came to his senses. He was just a little foolish and inexperienced, but that didn't mean he was stupid. After spending these days together, he knew the colonel before him was capable. He had also been on the front lines and suffered hardship. So, he knew the serious consequences of an incompetent leader. So, he decisively packed up and fled, not forgetting to pat the colonel on the shoulder before leaving. "Sir, I leave everything to you. If you can protect my mother, I'd be grateful." The Chable son ran off with these words. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began preparing for defense. The supply center they had was built completely deep in the mountains and forests. It was originally intended as a backup supply center. It was virtually immune to any war. Otherwise, the Chable son wouldn't have been sent here to gild his reputation. But the problem now was that the Wehrmacht had arrived. The colonel glanced at the situation outside the supply center, his entire body dazed. He only heard shouting and screaming, and didn't see a single person outside. Even the fog had filled the supply center. Not only the Wehrmacht charging, but even the ground troops, familiar with the supply center, couldn't discern the enemy's exact location. The fog provided an excellent barrier for the airborne troops. Chapter 1450. The war in the north raged fiercely. The central inland region, however, seemed remarkably peaceful. This was the safest and most important region of goblin civilization. The entire central and southern inland region belonged to the First Financial Group, which firmly controlled this fertile land, and even controlled 2 port cities. It was this fertile territory that established the First Financial Group's position. The first financial group's members also held a firm grip on this land, viewing it as their foundation. However, many believed that the land had made them what they were. Only a few knew that it was the people of this land who truly sustained the first financial group. These people protected the basic rights of these people, while the majority turned a blind eye. They did not understand that everything they owned was created by the people, and the people themselves had little affection for the first financial group. This was because the intelligent individuals in power never personally visited the ground. What they needed was to maintain order at the top, ensuring the safety of the goblin people within their territory. The real people who are truly active are the sons and daughters of wealthy families, who are so eager to eat the meat that they can't even eat it. For ordinary people, what they need is not to witness all the extravagance. If you let ordinary people go to a concert by a world-famous star, they won't be grateful at all. But if you give them a subsidy, or if you give them some form of subsidy for concert tickets, they will definitely thank you with a smile. But it's clear that these wealthy sons and daughters, raised with silver spoons in their mouths, have no idea of the daily grind of household chores. Many of these chaebol sons spend their days wandering their territories, flirting with any beautiful woman they see. If she refuses to give them face, they resort to using their own clan's power. If it were just a small clan, their patriarch might be able to keep things under control. But the problem is that the first chaebol family has become a behemoth. If you were to play 9 clans match 3, just wiping out the direct line would take a whole day. To eliminate all 9 clans, tens of thousands, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, would have to be killed. With so many people, the patriarch of the first family would surely be unable to manage them all. These chaebol sons squandered the family's funds recklessly. While much of what they squandered was their parents' money, their parents were no ordinary people either. All members of the first family could practically live a life of luxury. In a bustling city, the streets were lined with goblin civilians waiting for employment. The war had already begun, leaving many goblin civilians unemployed. Since many factories had been converted from civilians to military personnel, they were unprofitable and naturally lacked the need for additional workers. A large number of workers were laid off, replaced by those with 2- or 3-year contracts. These workers' wages were repeatedly cut, and it could be said that they were essentially forced to stay because of unfair contracts. Evicting workers naturally led to a decline in productivity, but the factory owners didn't consider this. They were capitalists, and the state's forced expropriation of their factories was already a major disrespect to them. As a result, they're now forced to continue these unprofitable production operations, leaving them with no profit at all. That's why they're resorting to cutting wages and benefits. The factory's production capacity has declined, but the capitalists have met the nation's needs with minimal wages, earning a good reputation along the way, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. But what the capitalists didn't anticipate is that these laid-off workers have nowhere else to go. The leader initially considered conscripting all these workers. That would at least alleviate social unrest. But the leader realized his assumptions were too simplistic. Official statistics show a full 4 million unemployed. 4 million unemployed in just over 2 weeks. This is a complete slap in the face, because just 2 months ago, he claimed the goblins had entered a golden age. Now, it seems there's no such thing as a golden age. The so-called economic boom is nothing more than the blood and tears of the people, a gluttonous feast for the capitalists and chaebols. With 4 million unemployed workers, the leader simply can't recruit them all into an army. Because these 4 million workers are young and strong, cramming them all into the army would simply not be able to withstand the immense pressure. They simply can't be fed. Factories have already cut back on workers and wages, barely meeting the weapons and ammunition needs of the 2 million men on the front lines. And now you're telling me to send 4 million soldiers over? With the current productivity of the factories, it's practically handing the entire country over to lion. The leaders opted to conscript 500,000 soldiers and simultaneously issued strict orders that all factories must recruit a certain number of workers. These capitalists could only recall some workers, but the salaries they offered were far lower than before. Many workers wanted to protest, but their bosses responded ruthlessly. Do you know what kind of world we're in now? If you don't, there are plenty of people who will. Giving you this much money is already a mercy. We could just throw you out on the street to fend for yourself. Many workers chose to silently accept the unfair terms. While these terms were no different from robbery, at least they had a job now, and they had families to support. The capitalists were laughing wildly. Just because of a war, they had not only driven out all the once well-paid workers, but now they were recalling some of the experienced ones, and at only a third of their previous wages. The capitalists declared themselves victorious. But the common people weren't all fools. There were many intelligent people among them who, from the outset, understood the conflict between class and capital. As the war unfolded, the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie became increasingly stark, and the contradictions intensified. Many proletarian revolutionaries saw their opportunity. War will involve everyone, but the true winner will always be the ruling class on both sides. Only the common people at the bottom of society endured everything. If it were an enlightened nation, the people would naturally bear all this willingly. Because this nation provides them with a stable living environment and a prosperous life, they no longer have to struggle for a living. They would naturally fight to the bitter end for this nation, because home is the smallest nation, but the goblins clearly don't understand this. In their eyes, exploiting the proletariat is the most important thing. As unemployment soars, the capitalists are in a frenzy. Because they already earned enough, times of national crisis are the perfect opportunity for capitalists like them to enrich themselves. Chapter 1451. If a country wants to wage war, or rather, fight an enemy, it must address its internal class contradictions. Because in capitalist countries, the only beneficiaries of a sudden war are the capitalists. And it's the ordinary people who pay the price. This is reality. The goblins are no exception. Countless ordinary people have borne the brunt of the war, but the irony is that these ordinary people have received absolutely no benefits. The leader hasn't even promised the people anything, leading them to rely solely on their love. Ordinary people, I'm blaming you. What do you mean by I take the responsibility, and you enjoy the benefits? Is this even human? Is this even human? Is this what you're saying? Most ordinary people will simply accept this silently, but some radical elements will step forward. They don't want to see ordinary people being bullied like this anymore. Among 4 million workers, there will always be 1 or 2 heroes. Outside the goblin leader's residence, a worker, with a determined look on his face, arrived at the door. Then he knelt and burst into tears. The guards at the door were initially unmoved, but the workers' cries instantly stirred their spirits. Get out of here! This isn't the place for you to cry, one soldier kindly warned. Another comrade then said, Why are you reminding these bastards? If you remind them, they only become more violent. The worker remained unmoved, then spoke calmly. I just want the leader to make a decision and help us civilians. The previously kind-hearted soldier was at a loss, while the other soldier spoke decisively. Get out of here. The leader won't see you. The leader doesn't have time for you. Every wrong has its perpetrators, go find them. The soldier spoke mercilessly. The worker was stunned, but he quickly reacted. If only there really were perpetrators. Besides, since ancient times, people have never fought against officials. How could I possibly fight those capitalists? With a single word, they can cause local officials to exterminate us. The only person we ordinary people can trust is our leader. If even the leader abandons us, what's the point of us still living? The workers' words silenced the 2 men. Because they were so well spoken. They pointed out the class contradictions, explained their own situation, and praised the leader to the skies. The guard knew this was beyond his control, so he decisively passed on the blame and immediately reported the situation to the leader. The leader was currently enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman in his mansion. Of course, it wasn't that the leader was extravagant, but rather that he was truly exhausted. After facing the questioning of the chaebols during the day, he finally returned home to a barrage of battle reports from the front, leaving him sleepless. It wasn't until the old general took over the frontline defense that he could finally relax. But before he could enjoy himself for long, his soldiers knocked on the door. Leader, there's a worker at the door who wants to see you. The leader froze for 2 seconds, then looked surprised. You mean an ordinary worker wants to see me? Are you kidding? The leader was a little confused, but soon regained consciousness and spoke. Did you ask him why he came? He said he wanted to redress his grievances. Hearing the soldier's words, the leader suddenly came to his senses, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face. In that case, I go meet him. At this critical juncture, I must find a way to appease the people. Otherwise, there's no way they support the war. The leader then walked out of the mansion and approached the worker, speaking affably. What grievances do you have, fellow worker? When the worker saw the leader actually emerge, he froze for a moment, then began to speak incoherently. I'm suing my boss. His unfair terms have torn countless families apart. The leader remained calm at first, but upon hearing this, he snapped. The goblin economy now relies entirely on these capitalists. The leader was unwilling to give up on them. But neither was he willing to give up on the people. For the people knew that without the contributions of the grassroots, the entire country would collapse. Why are you suing your boss? What did he do wrong? Speak out, I help you. The worker's eyes welled with tears, and he began to sob. Master, you're wise. I just wanted a good life, but this war has changed our boss. He simply fired a large number of workers, and then exploited loopholes in the policy to recruit some back. But he also changed the terms in a shady way. The wages are far worse than before. With the current inflation and the wage cuts, we can't even support our families. Master, we're really at our wits' end. Listening to the workers' words, the leader fell into deep thought. He hesitated, knowing the people's current plight was dire. However, the Chaebol controlled the country, and if he confronted them head-on, his chances of success were slim. Working with the Chaebol was like courting death. If you weren't careful, they would devour you without a trace. The leader had been elected by the Chaebol, but he had already begun to harbor rebellious tendencies. He didn't want to be controlled by the Chaebol for the rest of his life, because it was no different from being a puppet. A true man, born in this world, cannot remain sullen and under someone else's control for long, but the leader couldn't think of a good way to overthrow the Chaebol. To put it nicely, the leader was the leader. To put it bluntly, he was a mascot. And he was a figure that the Chaebol could summon and dismiss at will. Looking at the helpless workers before him, the leader thought of his own helplessness. He had originally been reluctant to wade into this mess, but the workers before him reminded him of his own humiliating moments. I have my men inform your boss. I can't save everyone, but I save as many as I can. The leader patted the workers on the shoulder and returned to his residence. Now he must gather strength. The 500,000 newly recruited troops are a breakthrough point, and the Chaebol have clearly set their sights on these 500,000 new troops. Let the people suffer so that you can enjoy yourself. Chapter 1452. The worker finally left with a letter of appointment from the leader. At this point, there was nothing he could do. There was no way they could change this. The leader could only save one worker, and he had considered challenging the Chaebol. But his attempts had failed several times. The last time he sent a commander was his own doing. He had originally planned to send a mediocre person to disrupt the front lines. The goblins possess enormous potential. Although the Chaebol firmly control the economy, the leader can guarantee that even if the 1.2 million troops on the front lines are completely defeated, he can quickly mobilize a million-strong army. Because the goblin army is highly sought after among the goblins. Although goblin soldiers' wages are low, they offer stability. No one wants to be constantly on the move, so they naturally seek to join the goblin army. However, the total number of soldiers in the goblin army is only 2 to 3 million, so some must leave. These soldiers who leave the army naturally become reserve forces. Although the goblin army had been defeated by over 1 million soldiers, only a few million remained, clinging to their last breath. But if the leader were willing to issue a mobilization order, a conservative estimate would be that at least 1 million men could be mobilized. If the Chaebol were willing to make concessions, a force of 5 million could be raised in a matter of minutes. But would the Chaebol really be willing to make concessions? Among the 5 major Chaebol, the 2 to the north have already begun trying to contact the leader to recruit troops. Meanwhile, the 3 to the south are enjoying themselves leisurely. On the surface, the 5 major Chaebol appear to support each other, but in reality, they desperately hope that one of them will fall. Because if one of them falls, they can openly divide up its territory. The people's ugly behavior was clearly on display. The goblin leader had originally planned to recruit reinforcements for the north, but the north was now locked in a protracted war, and the Wehrmacht was unable to break through the goblin defenses anytime soon. This successfully gave the Chaebol a sigh of relief. With the country at war, the entire burden fell entirely on the people. A large number of workers were unemployed, but the Chaebol reveled in their extravagance. This was a feast for their own gluttony. The leader's inaction completely ignited the entire country. Some of the unemployed workers joined the army, but most ended up on the streets. These street workers had families, but they were reluctant to return. They couldn't face their families' gazes. They had once been the breadwinners of their families, but now, without their source of income, they couldn't even support their families. So, they scoured the streets for any opportunity to make money. Many small vendors, believing this was their spring, hired workers for low wages. Many small vendors saw this as a bonanza for capital. But some, however, wisely chose to sell their shops and flee. Before leaving, they even bought a large amount of food. The massive unemployment of workers would inevitably trigger a chain reaction. The reason the goblin civilization hadn't been attacked yet was because the storm was still brewing. The butterfly effect hadn't yet reached the other side of the ocean. Another day passed. The vendors' laughter gradually faded, because they found they couldn't sell their goods. Now, each of them was anxious. Their goods simply couldn't be sold. In goblin civilization, the Chaebol control absolute control of the means of production. Small vendors essentially buy their goods from the chaebols. Many of these vendors have no capital at all, so they often buy their goods on credit. Chaebols don't sell on credit, but they do lend money. Because Goblin civilization has experienced countless economic crises throughout its history, these chaebols are very clever. They are unwilling to take on the risk of an economic crisis. They never sell on credit, but choose to lend money. Economic crises can affect the chaebols, but they are, in a sense, local tycoons. As long as they firmly control the means of production, they will never collapse. Furthermore, because of their loans, these small vendors, hit by the economic crisis, have gone bankrupt and closed down. What awaits them is the chaebols' demand for repayment. Since you can't pay back, then pay with something else. Many small vendors' families have been torn apart, and their wives and daughters have been reduced to slavery. Every economic crisis presents a golden opportunity for the chaebols to expand their power. For the entire Goblin civilization is an internal circulation system. The economic crisis is like the tycoons trading their wealth for human lives. After several days of preparation, small vendors, realizing their goods were struggling to sell, became extremely anxious. They, too, had heard about the horrors of the economic crisis. So, they began slashing prices. But at this critical juncture, who had the extra money to buy these things? Workers, the main force of consumption, had already lost their jobs in large numbers. Their families were running low on money, relying on surplus food to survive. Where would they even get the money to buy these goods? Small vendors became the second group of victims, but this wasn't the end. The collapse of small vendors caused a sharp rise in the price of daily necessities. Daily necessities were essentially concentrated in the hands of small vendors, leaving even the chaebols with limited supplies. The chaebols could have easily started producing large quantities of daily necessities, but so many factories had been shut down, leaving only a limited supply on the market. Unable to sell even at lower prices, the small vendors had no choice but to return their goods to the chaebols to offset their loans. The chaebols repossessed the daily necessities, allowing them to use them to survive, but the small vendors suffered the most. Not only were they burdened with enormous debts, they even lost their shops. The leader, upon seeing this, could no longer sit still. The collapse of the small vendors would drive prices to an extreme. He immediately contacted the chaebols, urging them to do everything they could to release daily necessities. The only places selling daily necessities now are shopping malls directly controlled by the chaebols, but the chaebols are unwilling to lower prices. With fewer goods on the market, they naturally raise prices. Some might ask, if ordinary people can't afford them, what's the point of raising prices? Ordinary people can't afford them simply because they don't have enough money, but what if these are necessities? Right now, the price increases are only for daily necessities, but food will soon be affected as well. Because of the rising prices of daily necessities, farmers who grow grain will have to pay more to buy them, but most farmers don't have much money. Their only livelihood is food. So, food prices will naturally rise. With food prices rising, will ordinary people buy it? Of course they will. Even if they have to sell everything they have and take out loans to buy it. Because without food, they simply can't survive. The chaebols have begun to exploit the lower classes en masse. From the beginning, their goal wasn't money. They were turning these lower classes into their servitude. For the chaebols, so-called capitalism is a joke. From the very beginning, they've been aiming to become local tyrants. Chapter 1453. The impact of mass unemployment quickly crushed all small vendors. The small vendors were powerless to recover. They could only watch helplessly as they lost everything. Those who had previously chosen to sell everything and flee managed to survive. According to current prices, they could simply mortgage their goods to the chaebols and pay a portion of their savings to repay their loans. They then used their savings to buy food. With foresight, they managed to survive. The small capitalists, however, were now victims. They couldn't reach the heights of the chaebols, so they couldn't control the country. They also became the targets of the chaebols' exploitation. The chaebols didn't care. In their eyes, everyone was their prey. The small capitalists soon became victims. After the chaebols had harvested the small vendors, they began to target the small capitalists. These small capitalists are like blood bags. Seizing all the means of production from them would allow the chaebols to more firmly control the country. The leader saw it all, anxious. If the chaebols continued to exploit them, he would be unable to change anything. The chaebols would completely control the country for a long time to come. The leader would then truly become a mascot. The leader knew he couldn't wait any longer. Then, he immediately ordered preparations for action. Although the leader was a mascot in the eyes of the chaebols, he actually had considerable power. Over the years, he had also amassed considerable wealth. Logically, An ordinary leader might have used the money to enjoy his life after his term ended. But this leader refused to be a puppet. So he used the money to secretly bribe some military officers. And through various coincidences and manipulative means, he replaced most of the troops guarding the capital with his own men. The 5 major chaebols had offices in the capital, but their roots were largely outside. The leader had originally wanted to wipe them out, but he simply didn't have the ability. But while the capital lacked chaebols, it had millions of ordinary people. The leader had learned a lot from the war. In the past, he had always believed that the lower classes were just the lower classes, to be manipulated at will. But now, he had become completely obedient. The People's War launched by the National Defense Army in the North had left him defenseless. He planned to replicate the legend in the North and launch a grassroots revolution. A revolution from the bottom up. The leader didn't rush into action, but instead fanned the flames behind the scenes, bribing some workers to speak out. The chaebols naturally didn't want to see these workers mislead the public, so they decisively chose to arrest them all. However, the capital was the leader's territory, and the workers who were imprisoned were eventually secretly released by the leader. The leader now had to find a way to be a good person. He could have easily silenced these workers, but he chose not to, knowing that doing so would completely cut him off from the people. Now unity is the key. Only a united force can defeat the chaebols. The leader wanted to change this country. As leader, he had naturally built it himself, so as the head of state, he didn't want to see it fall apart. These chaebols, like leeches, clung to the goblin civilization, plundering its most vital resources, leaving behind a few crumbs, euphemistically called rewards for the common people. After several days of ferment, the entire goblin capital was enraged. Citizens took to the streets in large numbers, crying out in injustice. But the leader knew they needed another spark. Anger was only fuel. The real catalyst should be the people's complete disappointment with the chaebols. But the leader couldn't find a way to disillusion the people with the chaebols. But the Wehrmacht in the north provided a powerful assist. The Wehrmacht had broken through the old general's dynamic defenses, and their airborne troops had successfully destroyed 4 supply centers. The entire northern defense collapsed in an instant. By the time the news reached the capital, countless goblin citizens were plunged into deep sorrow. In just 3 days, the million-strong army in the north was completely routed. But in reality, the million-strong army wasn't completely routed. The old general regrouped his troops and established a second dynamic defense line in the rear, preparing to continue confronting the Wehrmacht. The greatest advantage of a dynamic defense line is its ability to be quickly redeployed. The leader naturally knew this, but he didn't tell the people everything. He only revealed the news of the defeat at the front. He wanted to make one thing clear to all the people: only he could save this country, the chaebols couldn't. With news of the defeat in the north, coupled with soaring prices, the people were completely disillusioned with the government. A bribed worker was giving a speech to the crowd. "My fellow countrymen, the North has been defeated again. We, the most powerful civilization, have been defeated time and time again. Is it because we haven't worked hard enough? Of course not. We workers are the most diligent class. We toil tirelessly every day, not only for ourselves, but also for this country. Perhaps capitalists and politicians can manipulate politics, but we are the foundation of this country. Without us, this country wouldn't be what it is today. We provide a vast amount of production value to the plutocrats and politicians. Yet how do they treat us? They never treat us as human beings. Prices are skyrocketing, and they would rather destroy large quantities of goods than sell them to us at a low price. And do you know how much a loaf of bread costs now? A full 500,000 goblin coins. 500,000 goblin coins. Not even enough for a carriage. And yet it can't buy a single loaf of bread. We don't seek power, we just want to have enough to eat and be warm. But the plutocrats won't even give us the most basic things. Since they won't give, don't blame us for taking it ourselves." The worker spoke passionately, following the script he had memorized. A large number of workers watched silently. Then, a second later, a gunman shot the worker dead with a single blow. Bang! With a single gunshot, the worker fell to the ground. The civilians below went wild, and they immediately seized the gunman. The gunman's face was horrifying. "You lowlifes, you're only fit to be dogs for us tycoons." Now it was the civilians' turn to be stunned. But they quickly reacted, angrily tearing the gunman to pieces. Then, a worker raised his arm. "Let's petition the leader. Let him redress our grievances." Chapter 1454. At this point, the enraged people were completely overwhelmed. They only wanted to take back everything that belonged to them and avenge the worker. But little did they know that the worker had been bribed by the leader, and that his speech had been pre-written by someone said by the leader. And the gunman had actually been bribed by the leader, who had deliberately set a gunman to shoot the worker in public. Most importantly, the worker who anonymously stood up to lead the others was also bribed by the leader. It can be said that the leader had completely ignited the people's anger with just 2 worthless lives. The fate of the nation rests with every citizen. The people have always been the foundation of the nation, and they have always worked tirelessly. When the nation disappoints them, the people will find ways to change things. This is especially true when the people are starving. Only then will they begin to fully awaken. The enraged people rushed to the leader's residence, and many of them knelt at the entrance, hoping that the leader would step forward to redress their grievances. The leader didn't rush out, but waited, hoping to fan the flames. Only by thoroughly enraging the people could he change the status quo and harness their anger to completely crush the Chaebol. As the people revolted, the Chaebol grew restless. Who were they? As the local tycoons of this country, they naturally hated to see anyone rebel against them. So they decisively contacted the garrison, hoping to have the troops guarding the capital suppress the people's rebellion. The leader, while ostensibly claiming to have received orders, actually had no intention of carrying out the Chaebol's orders. He had been keeping an eye on the people from the outset, intent on using them to his advantage. Because the only people he could rely on now were these ordinary people. The Chaebol were all ruthless and heartless. The leader began preparing for a coup. The old general in the north wasn't his man, but he wasn't one of the Chaebol either. The old general was truly loyal to this country. So the leader knew that even if he truly fell out with the Chaebol, as long as he continued to supply the frontline troops, they wouldn't rebel. But the Chaebol were different. They were now desperate to suppress the uprising. Because in their eyes, these untouchables were already an uprising. As long as they dared to hold a protest rally, it was an uprising. Some might say that since these people didn't carry guns, it wasn't an uprising. But the Chaebol had the final say, and they didn't care about anything else. They only needed a word, they didn't care about anyone else. Life and death depended on a word from the Chaebol. The troops guarding the capital received orders from the Chaebol, but most of them had been bribed by the leader. A small number of them directly led their troops to suppress the demonstrations. But the majority remained inactive, their leader insisting that those loyal to him remain inactive. Because only when the plutocrats suppressed the people could they take action. They legitimately controlled all these armies. Although the goblin civilization was a plutocracy, everything they did was strictly legal. This was especially true for non-plutocracy forces, because only when their actions were legitimate enough could they claim the banner of authority. This was the nature of goblin civilization. The plutocracy's army quickly repressed the people. Most of the civilians stayed outside the headquarters. The guards had received orders from the leader not to take any military action against the civilians. The guards silently watched the civilians march and protest. They even kindly provided them with food and water. The civilians gradually calmed down. But with the arrival of the Chaebol army, everything changed. The Chaebol troops surged forward, attempting to drive the civilians away. The commander of the Chaebol army didn't order shots, but instead ordered his soldiers to use clubs. He strangely noticed that the allied forces around him hadn't made any moves. It was as if only his own army had taken action. The majority of the other armies remained indifferent. As a commander, he naturally sensed something was amiss, so he decisively chose to leave a way out. Those who held his position were naturally shrewd. Because the officer ordered the use of clubs, the civilians initially tried to escape, but they soon realized the soldiers hadn't opened fire. The civilians were instantly enraged. "We just want fairness, don't we? But you, the plutocrats' dogs, are slaughtering us all. You treat us like non-humans. I'm pissing you off." The soldiers engaged in direct fighting with the civilians. The guards at the headquarters immediately reported this to the leader. The leader was overjoyed upon learning of this. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, the leader immediately ordered the guards guarding the headquarters to attack and intercept the plutocrat army assaulting the civilians. The soldiers of the Chaebol army were stunned. How could these hand-brained tiger guards, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly join the fray? "When we first started fighting, you didn't intervene, and now we're all fighting, you're attacking." Even the dumbest commander knew what was happening. So, without hesitation, he decisively ordered his men to cease resistance and to form an orderly retreat. It wasn't that he didn't want to surrender, but he was afraid he wouldn't have the chance. If he ordered them to lay down their weapons, the angry civilians would probably tear them apart. The goblins wouldn't tolerate this. They were inherently belligerent, so they wouldn't tolerate this. Watching the Chaebol army flee in panic, the civilians cheered. And just then, the leader appeared. "My fellow countrymen, I deeply sympathize with your plight. I also know it's time for me to take action. With great power comes great responsibility. I once thought this country was beyond salvation, but after seeing you today, I firmly believe that as long as you are here, it will not perish. Let us take back everything that belongs to us from the Chaebol." The leader spoke like a savior. The common people's eyes instantly filled with admiration and hope. The retreating Chaebol army commander, observing this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. "I should be thankful I'm not a commoner. Otherwise I'd be fooled." Chapter 1455. With the leader's rebellion in the south, the entire goblin civilization was plunged into chaos. The 5 major Chaebols, and some smaller ones, were stunned. They couldn't believe the leader would actually rebel. For in their eyes, the leader was a mascot of the most auspicious kind. There was no threat to that station at all. Upon learning of the situation, the 5 major Chaebols immediately mobilized troops from their spheres of influence to the capital to suppress the uprising. Although the majority of the troops were fighting the national defense forces in the north, the 5 major Chaebols still maintained a considerable number of private soldiers. The troops guarding the capital numbered just over 30,000. Of these, 25,000 were bribed by the leader, while another 5,000, seeing the situation was unsettling, decisively surrendered. However, they didn't surrender because they were unsure whether the leader would ultimately triumph. Whether the leader would ultimately triumph remained uncertain. But the 5 major Chaebols were already eager to eliminate the leader. While the leader's rebellion had some impact on them, it also presented a golden opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate the leader, they could change the status quo and replace him with a more obedient leader. To put it bluntly, the leader was just a position, not a person. As long as the Chaebols were willing to take action, the leader would have to cede his position. The leader certainly wouldn't sit idly by, so in addition to controlling the 30,000 people in the capital, he also deployed the large army he had prepared earlier. He had originally recruited 500,000 troops to support the old general in the north, but now he had retained 100,000 of them, sending only 400,000 north. He planned to use these 100,000 troops to fight the Chaebols. The current number of troops within the Chaebol-controlled areas was small. The 5 Chaebols combined had only 300,000 men. And this was the maximum they could deploy. This essentially drained the military forces within their region. If the rebels were to stir up trouble in the Chaebol-controlled territory at this time, the Chaebols would likely be unable to stop them. Someone suggested that the leader leave more soldiers behind to counter the Chaebols. But the leader rejected this proposal in front of everyone. The old general is a true pillar of the nation. He will protect this country. 400,000 troops would be a timely help. Staying here would only result in more casualties. We may fail, but I firmly believe we are righteous. Perhaps history will label us traitors, but I believe the National Defense Army in the North will not. But the truth and our story need to be celebrated, so I propose that all young people in the city leave," the leader declared. The citizens of the entire capital erupted in excitement. Some young and energetic civilians volunteered to join the army and gathered there. Although the Chaebols wouldn't give weapons to the civilians, this was the capital after all. Both the Chaebols and the leaders had stockpiled vast quantities of weapons and ammunition here. This was to be prepared for emergencies. However, it wasn't the army that would meet these needs, but the civilians. With a command from the leader, all the arsenals were opened. Among the capital's population of over 1 million, over 50,000 had military experience, making them an excellent source of soldiers. The leader also sent his men to instruct these civilians, teaching them how to use their weapons. In just 2 or 3 days, the leader had assembled a 150,000-man insurgent army in the capital. Adding to the troops already under his control, the total force reached 300,000. This was already enough to rival the Chaebol army in terms of numbers. But the Chaebol army wasn't just superior in numbers. Its true strength lay in its combat effectiveness. As defenders of the Chaebol homeland, their combat effectiveness was exceptional, and their weaponry was top-notch. This was also the Chaebol last resort. The Chaebol were unwilling to surrender everything, so they were naturally willing to fight to the bitter end. But they also wanted to see the other Chaebol fall. The leader knew they couldn't face the Chaebol army head-on, and their only chance was to exploit the discord among them. On the surface, the 5 Chaebol had assembled a 300,000-man army, but in reality, this 300,000-man force was divided into 5 factions. There would always be friction and prejudice between the factions, and this was their only chance. The old general in the north was stunned, because he had received news of the rebellion by the southern leader. As a general, he naturally wanted to return to suppress the rebellion, but he quickly calmed down, because the leader hadn't ordered the frontline troops to be cut off from supplies. Although the 5 major Chaebols controlled the country, the leader was the nominal commander. Moreover, most soldiers were more aligned with the leader, while only the officers were more inclined towards the Chables. After learning that the leader hadn't cut off the frontline troops' supplies, the old general calmed down. He ordered his men to remain in place and continue fighting the National Defense Army in the north. His officers harbored ulterior motives, and a considerable number of them were Chable members. So, of course, they hoped the old general would lead his troops south to eliminate the leader. But the old general wouldn't go along with their wishes. They had finally gathered the remaining troops and organized a second line of defense. If they marched south now, it would only result in increased casualties. They would also surrender the original second line. The second line was carefully selected by the old general. It was more stable than the first line because the battle line was shortened by nearly 30%. Although the first line was lost, the Goblin army suffered relatively few casualties, only losing around 100,000 men. Thus, the second line was far stronger than the first. The old general had the foresight to recruit civilians to build numerous fortifications along the second line before the first line was attacked. The first line was a dynamic line of defense, while the second line was a combination of dynamic and permanent fortifications. As the battle line narrowed, the old general could also reserve more troops. The Wehrmacht would inevitably suffer heavy casualties if they tried to capture the second line. The old general used his prestige to suppress his officers, and the officers had little to say. But the Chables saw it differently. They simply believed the old general was favoring their leader. 6 orders were issued in quick succession, ordering the old general to march south. At first, the old general perfunctorily accepted them, promising to gather the troops and march south as soon as possible. But later, when the old general became annoyed by the pressure, he turned his back on them. He ignored the Chables' orders and said, with a ruthless tone, "If your orders can improve this country, I will certainly carry them out without hesitation. But your orders are always for your own benefit." Chapter 1456. The Chables were stunned after receiving the old general's reply. They hadn't expected the old general to so brazenly refuse their orders. This was a slap in their faces. The Chables immediately wanted to remove the old general, but several Chable heads stopped them. "If you dismiss the old general now, who will fight on the front lines? Are you relying on your bunch of useless men to resist the National Defense Army?" The Chables' words immediately calmed the Chables, who wanted to deal with the old general. Yes, the front lines were completely held together by the old general right now. If they attacked the old general, it would likely lead to a series of troubles. After weighing the pros and cons, the Chables finally calmed down. They also agreed to continue sending supplies to the front lines, and did not stop the supply just because the old general refused. The old general never imagined that after refusing the Chables' orders, he wouldn't face any retaliation from them, but he soon realized that these people were counting on him to fend off an attack from the north. To put it bluntly, his existence was solely to defend against foreign enemies. If the National Defense Army were defeated or withdrawn now, the Chable would eliminate him without hesitation. Whatever, no one was bothering him now. The old general then turned his full attention to the war in the north. As for the southern leaders and the Chables, it would be a matter of time to see who was the dragon and who was the worm. The leaders had been waiting for the old general, waiting for his statement. But the old general showed no sign of taking sides. He ignored the leaders and rejected the Chables' orders to march south. The leader, confused for a moment about the old general's intentions, summoned his subordinates for analysis and ultimately determined that the general was now completely focused on the war in the north. As for his own troubles with the Chable, he simply didn't want to get involved. After clarifying the ins and outs of the matter, the leader decisively ordered his men to prepare for battle. The old general wouldn't march south, but that didn't mean the Chables would stop their encirclement and suppression. The old general in the north remained unmoved, while the Chables' army remained relentless. In just 2 days, the Chables' army had reached the outskirts of the capital. According to textbook guidelines, the leader should lead the army to hold the city, using street fighting to wear down the Chables' elite troops. But the leader didn't follow the textbook. First, the Chables' reputation was for the people. If prolonged street fighting broke out in the capital, only the people would suffer, and the leader's slogans would be empty words. Therefore, even if the leader sacrificed every last one of his men, he had to keep the enemy out of the city. For only in this way could he maintain his position. If he lost sight of his original purpose, then the leader would be a complete clown. The leader assembled 50,000 elite troops and concentrated them in a strategic area outside the city. The Goblin capital was located in a basin. The basin was neither large nor small, barely enough to accommodate the Goblin capital. Furthermore, the entire basin had only 5 exits, which were easy to defend but difficult to attack, equivalent to ancient passes. That was why the leader chose to gather elite troops to guard these 5 exits. This would hold back the Chaebol armies on the periphery. Perhaps the Chaebol armies were indeed formidable, but they still had to hold their ground in the face of natural obstacles. After learning his troops had secured the pass, the leader showed no sign of relief. Instead, he grew even more serious. Despite the natural obstacles, the Chaebols were no fools. They would naturally forge their way through the mountains and forge their own path. The Chaebol mecha armies were no mere decoration. News of the civil unrest and the goblin civilization quickly reached Leon. As a qualified politician, especially a national leader, the more muddy the water, the more he must stir it up. Because the muddier the water, the greater the potential gains. Now, this country was practically the only one left on the planet. It would be foolish not to accelerate unification at this time. So Leon decisively chose to help the leader. He ordered the National Defense Forces to contact the Goblin rebels and have them launch their operations. He would do everything in his power to cut off the Chaebol army's supply lines. The 5 Chaebols were neither too close nor too far from the capital, but because they considered the capital a neutral territory, they hadn't established sufficient supply centers in the surrounding areas. The Chaebol armies built supply centers as they marched. As the saying goes, before the horse moves, the food and fodder must be ready. In ancient times, this meant food and fodder, but in modern times, it's fuel and ammunition. As elite troops, the Chaebol armies consumed countless tons of ammunition and fuel daily. Thus, their commanders constantly ordered their logistics personnel to expedite the construction of supply centers. At the same time, they ordered their logistics convoys to find ways to deliver more supplies to the front lines. The commander actually wanted to wait a few more days, but the 5 Chaebols kept pushing him, and he couldn't bear it, so the commander was already thinking of a way to change things. The fastest way to end the war was to concentrate superior forces and directly cross the mountains that stretched along the edge of the basin. The entire capital was located within a basin, protected by the mountains. The Chaebol army commander knew that if they simply launched a relentless assault, they would never be able to break through the defenses of the leader's army. After careful consideration, the commander decided to send a small force across the mountains. Then, they would launch an attack from behind the pass. A direct pincer attack would break through the defenses. The idea was sound, but the leader had guessed the commander's intentions. Without hesitation, the leader immediately mobilized the civilians, sending a large number of them into action. The civilians were mobilized to patrol the mountains. A large number of civilians spontaneously formed patrols, patrolling the mountain range to check for any small infiltrations. At first, the Chaebol soldiers infiltrated stealthily. But before they could even leave the mountains, they spotted patrolling civilians. At first, they planned to dispatch the civilians and then continue on. But they found they had no way of dealing with them, as they kept coming in waves, overwhelming them. They didn't want to be discovered, but the waves of civilians made it impossible for them to evade. Most of the Chaebol troops retreated, with only a small number managing to infiltrate by chance. The Chaebol commander was devastated upon hearing this news. His troops couldn't cross, which meant the leader's army could roam the basin with impunity. To achieve victory, they had to storm the pass. The commander, looking at the map before him, suddenly cursed and flipped the table. "I'm so pissed!" Chapter 1457. A storm was brewing in the south. The north, however, was remarkably calm. After destroying the first line of defense, the Wehrmacht did not rush south to attack the second. This was because the second line was far more difficult to defeat than the first. The Wehrmacht was preparing for war, always believing that one must eat one bite at a time. Therefore, they had no intention of launching a sudden attack, but rather of slowly attriting the enemy. At first, the old general thought the war was proceeding in his predicted direction. But he soon realized that the Wehrmacht had no intention of launching an immediate attack. They simply wanted to use artillery, missiles, and the air force to deplete the Goblin forces. Because the second line of defense was permanent, most of its facilities would take a considerable amount of time to rebuild once destroyed. At first, the old general did not realize he had fallen into a trap. After learning that the Wehrmacht had slowed its offensive in the north, he relaxed. Each of his officers was equally decisive. Compared to fighting, they were clearly more suited to enjoying life. After all, they were all brought up by the Chaebols. They might not be good at fighting, but they were all incredibly skilled at enjoying themselves. The old general repeatedly urged his men to restrain themselves, at least for the time being, and not to think about enjoying themselves. But the old general's repeated orders were just words to them. The officers had already been dissatisfied with their previous refusal to obey the Chaebol's orders to march south to eliminate the leader. And now, when they finally wanted to relax, the old general used the war in the north as an excuse to restrain them. These Chaebol officers naturally didn't want to be constrained. Each of them pretended to obey orders, but in reality, they had no intention of carrying out the old general's orders. Even some of the more radical young officers privately cursed the old general. Why doesn't this old just die? We can still save this country without him. All he does every day is talk about high principles, and he fights only by the book. Such a man is unfit to be our marshal. These were relatively radical statements. Most officers chose to remain silent. The old general said his thing, and they did theirs. After learning that his men were faking their obedience, the old general decisively contacted the Chable, hoping they would discipline their lackeys. But the Chable said, "I don't give a damn. When I asked you to lead the army south, you disagreed, and now you're thinking of us? What do you think of us? Dogs to be summoned and dismissed at will." The Chable did not respond to the old general's request, neither agreeing nor opposing it. Some officers, realizing the current situation was dire, wisely chose to play it safe. They restrained their subordinates as much as possible, while also setting an example themselves, managing their troops, and preparing for battle. But the more radical ones would never consider this. Inside the second line of defense, several soldiers were discussing their superiors. Didn't the old general say we're entering a period of restrictions? We can't even smoke too much, let alone drink. One soldier lamented. Another soldier waved his hand. That's what the marshal said, but don't forget who our superior is. He was able to call the marshal's command post. Just how powerful is our leader's connections? As the soldier finished speaking, the other soldiers present fell silent. In their eyes, the old general was truly an excellent general, and even more so, a commander who loved his soldiers like his own sons. Although they had suffered a crushing defeat on the first line of defense, it had only been a few days, and their morale had already improved somewhat. This was entirely due to the old general's personal charisma, which had stabilized the troops. The soldiers were willing to obey the old general's orders, and the old general also wanted to be worthy of the soldiers. He wanted to bring everyone back home intact, rather than let the soldiers be buried in a foreign land. Even though this land belonged to their goblin civilization, their hometown was their true home. This vast nation of goblin civilization was nothing more than a paradise for the wealthy. In the eyes of these soldiers, there was no such thing as a country, only the home they cherished in their hearts. So what should we do now? Should we listen to the marshal or? The soldier stopped talking at this point. The other comrades understood the soldier's meaning and looked around, realizing that no one was paying attention to them. He whispered softly into his companion's ear. "Did you hear? The leader's rebelling." "Huh?" Several of his companions around him wondered in unison. The soldier who had spoken hurriedly urged everyone to lower their voices, and they gathered around silently. "Our leader is the son of a Chable. He's rebelling against the old general not only because he doesn't obey him, but also because the leader and the Chable are at odds." The Chable demanded that the marshal lead his troops south to eliminate the leader, but the marshal refused, citing the need to defend against the National Defense Army. Therefore, the Chables were furious and unwilling to let the marshal take control of our armies. And these Chable officers naturally became the vanguard. The soldiers stopped talking at this point, because no one present was stupid, and any further talk could cause trouble. The soldiers fell silent upon hearing this. Chables, leaders, were all distant beings to them. Their only hope was to return alive. Everyone was silent, and at that moment, the Wehrmacht's artillery shells rained down. Hearing the whistling sound in the air, the soldiers immediately took refuge in the air raid shelters. Then, several shells landed accurately on the fortresses on the defensive line. The goblin soldiers were no strangers to this. The Wehrmacht had used a trick, if it was the first time. That would certainly be met with some criticism, but to the goblins, the Wehrmacht's cheats were never turned off. How could they be called on, inside the Wehrmacht's artillery positions to the north? Since most of the artillery was tasked with harassment, the heavy artillery wasn't concentrated in a single position. Instead, each platoon was ordered to find targets within the goblin lines and fire freely. The squad leader was lounging leisurely in his chair when a loud bang jolted him awake. Boom! Where's the artillery firing? Are the goblins firing? The squad leader looked around dazedly, only to see a few artillerymen gloating over the misfortune. The squad leader threw his hat at the sight and, slamming the most cheerful laugher, gave the platoon a stern warning. Chapter 1458. The soldiers had to obey both the old general's and their own superiors' orders. If their superiors and the old general's orders were consistent, they would naturally have no concerns. But the problem was that the old general's orders were completely different from their superiors. This left the soldiers torn, as they didn't know whose orders to obey. If one side's orders were abstract and the others were enlightened, they would naturally follow the correct sides. But both sides' orders made sense. The Chables were their breadwinners, and the old general loved his soldiers like his own children. They say it's difficult to be both loyal and filial, and for the soldiers, it was truly a dilemma. Caught in the middle, the soldiers couldn't function as human beings, their stubbornness becoming a double-edged sword. So, most of the soldiers chose to give up. Or, in other words, they chose to ignore both sides and remain in their positions, defending against the Northern Defense Forces. Upon learning of the Goblin problems, Leon didn't rush to order an attack, instead ordering the Northern Defense Forces to wait and see. If the Goblin situation changed, he would immediately lead his troops south, achieve maximum results with minimal casualties. Leon didn't want to suffer heavy casualties in defeating the last nation. This would be no different from sacrificing oneself on the eve of victory. Good times are about to arrive, yet you fall on the eve of victory. This is deeply unfair to a person. But the world is unfair. As a carnivore, Leon must stand high and observe the horizon. Minimizing casualties, and taking things step by step, is the way a powerful nation should behave. Only small countries experiencing a rapid technological explosion would consider launching a blitzkrieg. But how can an ant devour an elephant? When faced with a nation nearly 30 times their size, they feel a deep sense of despair. Their strategic depth is sky-high. An ant trying to shake a tree is unacceptable. But this doesn't mean small countries can't have lofty ambitions. Large ambitions don't necessarily mean brutal aggression. Most wars of aggression were driven by the selfish desires of the Manchu rulers. Most were capitalist schemes, because they needed a wider market to dump their goods. But what capitalists don't know is that there's no limit to making money. And if your product is good enough, you can even enter the other party's market without waging war. Few countries isolate themselves from the outside world. Even if their domestic products can't compete with foreign ones, they will open up their markets. Because the influx of foreign goods into the domestic market can invigorate it. Through competition, domestic products are forced to improve. Healthy competition is certainly good, but what truly annoys people is the indescribable. Capitalists are not willing to engage in healthy competition. Even if their own products are rubbish, they won't accept outsiders. They simply want to destroy other people's markets by waging war. They drive out all the excellent companies in their group and replace them with their own shoddy products. Capitalists are shameless. They only care about their own profits. Even more ruthless than capitalists are the Chables, who not only treat the country as their private property, but even the people as their slaves. I was the true ruler of this country. This dangerous idea led the entire nation down an outrageous path. On the surface, the Goblin civilization seemed to be thriving. In reality, it was declining. Because it was a closed nation, free from external pressure, there was no chance of a sudden collapse. But now, with the arrival of the Great Flame, the Goblin civilization had exploded. The Chables wanted the old general from the north to move south, but he refused. They quickly realized that the general was guarding against the Northern Defense Forces, so they kept quiet, but still instructed their family members to obey orders rather than orders. The goal was to discuss the old general. At first, the Chables were furious and wanted to completely eliminate the leader. But the Chable commander's attempt to conquer the enemy failed. When he reported this to the Chables, they gasped. Because they wanted to capture the leader. To resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the country. This was their unwavering belief. Therefore, they repeatedly urged the Chable commanders to end the war as quickly as possible, so they could deal with the situation in the north. Only when disaster struck did they realize the importance of effort. At first, the Chables were at ease, but soon they realized something was amiss. The Wehrmacht's offensive from the north was simply too fast. It was so fierce and so fast that they simply couldn't withstand it. They could only resort to last-minute efforts. They tried to stop the Wehrmacht's offensive from the north. If it weren't for Leon's concern for casualties, Goblin civilization would likely have been completely wiped out by now. The armored division's flag had already been hoisted in the Goblin capital. Because Leon cared about the lives of his soldiers, he gave the Goblin tycoons a false impression. Although the National Defense Army's attack was swift, that was all. The Goblins were superior. The reason was simple. We simply outnumbered them. Leon, 6. You're so arrogant, so great. You can afford to raise a 1,000,000-man army. Every year, Leon rolled his eyes at the National Defense Army expenditure column in the financial report. And in recent years, it's been almost suffocating. Because military spending has already accounted for 20% of national fiscal expenditure, and this number is still rising. After all, the soldiers at the Glacier Base are training, and space battleships are being built at the space base. Fighters at the aircraft factory are undergoing space modifications. Everything costs money, and we're fighting on two fronts. The fact that military spending only accounts for 20% already underscores Diane's earning power. But what troubles Leon is that military spending will account for 35% of national fiscal expenditure in the next 2 years. Because space battleships were being built at a rapid pace, Leon couldn't remain on the planet, waiting for the gods to initiate an attack. He had to gather strength and seize the initiative. Staying on the planet would only invite the gods to attack, leaving him on the defensive. They had endured enough hardship and suffering. Diane couldn't continue like this. In the Goblin civilization, the Chables were unable to subdue the southern leader, and they were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. They couldn't resolve the situation in the south, and they couldn't launch a full-scale attack in the north. The stubbornness had turned into a two-pronged attack. The Chable commander felt the pressure mount, suffocating. The Chables only needed to push him along, but he had so much more to consider. After careful consideration, the commander finally decided to launch an attack. The only option now was a frontal assault. Attempting to attack from other locations was simply unrealistic. The leader's spirits perked up upon learning that the Chable army had finally launched its attack. Because he was waiting for the Chable army to attack. If he could thwart the Chable army's initial offensive, he could raise a larger banner and confront the Chable head-on. At any time, the most important thing was to have a legitimate reason. Chapter 1459. While the fighting was raging in the south, the Wehrmacht was quite relaxed. To be more precise, the Wehrmacht soldiers were watching the show. For the situation in the south was truly spectacular. For a moment, they didn't know how to react to the situation in the south. The situation in the south was no longer chaotic, it was completely overturned. The Wehrmacht could only remain quietly in the north. The commander didn't rush to order a fierce attack. On a high point in the north, a Wehrmacht sniper team was observing the situation in the south. They hadn't received orders to fire, so they were simply using their sniper rifles as binoculars to observe the situation in the south. Logically, they should have been conducting a sniper mission, but their superiors hadn't allowed them to do so. Because their superiors were also watching the show, they didn't want to fight in the north. They would rather see the southern leaders and the Chable suffer losses, and the old general be forced to remain neutral. By that time, whether the Chable or the leader had achieved final victory, the old general would inevitably take action. As the saying goes, the more anxious you are, the more holes you find. The Wehrmacht wasn't the anxious party right now. The truly anxious ones were those to the south. The Wehrmacht wasn't anxious, they were leisurely observing everything going on to the south. The two snipers chatted back and forth. See? There's someone over there. 2 soldiers at 1 o'clock, drawing water. The sharpshooter was stunned when the assistant marksman spoke. The marksman immediately locked his sights on the 2 soldiers. They were carefully drawing water from a small pond. Although the second line of defense was quickly completed, its logistical support was far from satisfactory. It only had the most basic beds and no running water. Electricity was generated by a generator. Electricity was understandable, after all, if a devastating attack caused a power outage, relying on a generator wouldn't be a problem. But the lack of water? How could that be? The nearest water source to the goblins was less than 500 meters in front of the position. There happened to be a natural freshwater lake there. And this lake was under surveillance by the Wehrmacht. If they didn't want to take that risk, they would have to fetch water 4 kilometers to the south. This was treating the soldiers like slaves. The old general was also trying to find a way to change this. After all, he didn't want to exhaust his soldiers so much. Running 4 kilometers to fetch water, wasn't that pure idiocy? The logistics soldiers could only ensure sufficient water for the kitchen staff. As for the frontline soldiers, they received less than 500 milliliters of water per day. And this was delivered by the logistics soldiers at great risk. The logistics soldiers exploded. They wanted to connect the water pipe, but the Wehrmacht wouldn't let them. Unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew overhead daily, monitoring the goblin positions 24/7. As soon as the water pipe connection began, Wehrmacht fighter jets took off, launching precision strikes against the engineering troops working on the connection. The old general was at his wits' end, so he instituted an 8-hour rotation system. Every 8 hours, a group of troops would be withdrawn to fetch water from the south, resting near the freshwater lake. Each person would return with at least 3 liters of water. This method was only a temporary solution. While the rotation system could alleviate the pressure on the soldiers, it would be difficult for the frontline troops to resist a Wehrmacht offensive. Thus, many stricter officers prohibited the defenders from fetching water from the southern region, requiring them to wait for friendly forces to bring it up. The friendly forces didn't refuse, but it was embarrassing to keep asking for water, right? So, many soldiers, truly overwhelmed with thirst, decided to take the risk and head north for water from the freshwater lake. This gave the Wehrmacht ample room for maneuver. The Wehrmacht was waiting for this very moment. Scouts would spend nearly every day around the freshwater lake, waiting for the goblin soldiers to come fetch water. As soon as they did, they would spring into action. With luck, they might capture 1 or 2 goblin soldiers who possessed some intelligence. After being captured by the Wehrmacht, these ground-based soldiers confessed everything and had no desire to return. Because in the Wehrmacht prison camp, they not only had enough to eat, but also learned to read and see the world. Where could they find a place like this? It was simply their dream of utopia. Many goblin soldiers vanished, never to return. This had a profound impact on their comrades in the southern positions, leaving them with a terrifying psychological scar. Did you hear? That guy and another went north to fetch water and disappeared. What happened? 2 soldiers from the 3rd Company went out to fetch water and haven't returned yet. Did you hear? They seem to have been captured by the Wehrmacht. Captured by the Wehrmacht? That's unbearable. Wouldn't they have been skinned and their tendons torn out? Would their skins be made into oil lamps, and their bodies used to boil down the oil? Yes. Worse still, boiling down the oil is considered good. I heard the Wehrmacht even used the oil for cooking. The rumors grew increasingly outrageous. The National Defense Force never imagined that they, as a righteous army, would be described in such a way. This was practically trampling their military discipline into the ground. How could they say that? We are truly good people after all. There aren't many good people in this world, and we in the Yang can be considered truly good people. We are not exploiting you. Everything we do is incredibly righteous. The goblins were spreading rumors, and it was very abstract. Many soldiers were confused, not knowing who to believe, because it was difficult for them to judge. The 3 names were not just talk. The goblin rumors spread further and further, and some of the soldiers captured by the National Defense Force also heard these rumors. When they learned that rumors were spreading within the goblin army, the National Defense Force soldiers were stunned. Who was this idiot saying these bad things? Shouldn't they have a proper talk with him? It's wrong to say bad things. Next to the freshwater lake, 2 goblin soldiers were quietly drawing water. One of them was keeping watch while the other fetched water, seemingly assuming they were unobserved. But besides this sniper team, at least 4 other scout teams were keeping an eye on the 2 soldiers, each eager to capture them both. Catching 1 was a feat. Catching 2 was a major feat. The soldiers were eager to catch a bunch of goblin soldiers fetching water every day. How could they be enemies? They were simply walking meritorious deeds. The 2 goblin soldiers were stealthily fetching water. Once a pot of water was filled, they quickly relaxed their guard. But just then, 7 or 8 scouts had already snuck up behind them. The one fetching water, his face lit with joy when he saw he had finally finished, turned around to tell his comrades to leave. But the next moment, he was stunned. He turned around to see 7 or 8 large men stealthily snuck up behind them. Goblin soldier, ? Chapter 1460. The goblin soldiers didn't even have time to utter a sound before the Wehrmacht soldiers swarmed and pinned them down. Woo woo woo. The 2 soldiers struggled, trying to speak, but their mouths were already blocked by the Wehrmacht with some unknown cloth. They uttered helpless sounds. The scouts were laughing horribly. 2 couldn't help but lean against each other, gazing fearfully at the group before them. Don't come near me! Several scouts smiled playfully at the fearful goblin soldiers before them. Hee. Do you think we should eat them alive, or skin them alive? These 2 goblin soldiers look so delicate, they must have been fried. If frying wasn't done right, they should have been steamed. What are you mumbling about? We need to capture these 2 and interrogate them. If we can't get anything out of them, then... The soldier finished, then gave them a look of understanding. Several scouts smiled knowingly. This terrified the 2 goblin soldiers. They huddled together, staring at everything in front of them in terror. The scouts quickly brought the 2 soldiers back to the Wehrmacht base. Once inside, the Wehrmacht immediately gave them hoods. The sounds around them only made them even more frightened. The language these people spoke was completely different from their goblin language. If this were a prisoner of war camp, there would at least be goblin soldiers who spoke their language. But here, only people spoke the Great Flame language. The 2 soldiers, wearing hoods, could not see anything outside, and they were sweating profusely with fear. They thought they were about to be served. The scouts led them to a small room, closed the door, and removed their hoods. The 2 soldiers looked around, their fear growing even greater. The small dark room they described was covered in blood and bloody torture instruments. The 2 goblin soldiers hugged each other in fear. The Wehrmacht scout didn't hesitate, going straight to the point. Answer whatever I ask you. If you don't? Humph. The scout glanced at his comrade, who who had picked up a torture instrument, examined it, and sniffed the bloody scent. The 2 goblin soldiers swallowed in fear. Seeing the 2 goblin soldiers didn't react, the scout slammed the table. "Do you understand? Don't just stand there." The 2 goblin soldiers nodded hurriedly. "I heard your commander, and the Chable have a falling out." The 2 goblin soldiers exchanged a bewildered glance. The scout glanced at his comrade, who immediately waved the torture device. The 2 goblin soldiers said in unison, "That's right. The marshal and the Chable have fallen out. And now the Chable won't even heed the marshal's requests." The scout glanced at his comrade silently, then continued to inquire, "So what's your current defense line in the north? Are you deploying a 1,000,000-strong army here? Aren't you having trouble getting water?" The 1,000,000-strong army is now divided into 3 waves, each stationed for 8 hours. After that, they withdraw and rotate. Afterwards, they receive fresh water and rest in the rear. The 2 goblin soldiers were very cooperative, and the scout smiled with satisfaction, patting them on the shoulder. "Since you 2 are satisfied, I won't eat you too, but think carefully. Is there anything you've forgotten? I hope you can tell me something useful." The 2 soldiers exchanged glances again. One hesitated, while the younger soldier spoke without hesitation. "Currently, the marshal is holding his troops in place, waiting for the situation in the south to resolve. Now, the situation in the south has entered a stalemate, with the leader using the natural barrier to block the Chable. The Chable is trying every possible means to ambush the leader, but the leader is clearly well prepared, and the Chable can't immediately eliminate him. So now the Chable is putting pressure on us. I hope the old general can break the deadlock quickly." The soldier unloaded everything in a flurry. The scouts were overjoyed, but they didn't show it. Then, they patted the soldier's shoulders with satisfaction. "Excellent. You cooperated very well. In that case, I take you to meet your comrades." The scout spoke, and the 2 goblin soldiers pissed themselves. No, General. We told you everything we know. Can you please let us go? We're honest peasants." The scouts then realized they had made a mistake. Without explanation, they waved their hands, ordering their men to take the 2 soldiers away. Desperate, the 2 soldiers couldn't help but curse as they left. "You, the Wehrmacht, are a bunch of untrustworthy people." But before the soldier could finish his words, he saw the goblin captives waiting at the door. The soldiers and the captives exchanged glances, both stunned. "You weren't eaten? Why were we eaten?" After all, the soldiers and prisoners were stunned. At that moment, in the small dark room, the scout who had interrogated them earlier glanced at his comrade. The comrade silently picked up a torture device, then reached out and dipped his hand in the blood on it, silently licking it twice. "Is this tomato juice expired? That's nonsense. How long has it been here? It's definitely going bad if it's exposed to the air. Idiot!" The comrade glanced at the scolding scout, then at the torture device in his hand, then threw it down and walked away cursing. "Damn it! I get scolded for eating ketchup." The 2 goblin soldiers only then realized they had been tricked, but it didn't matter anymore. They confessed everything they could. The prisoners saw the 2 soldiers' gloomy expressions, and then brought out their treasured food. Looking at the food in front of them, the 2 soldiers sighed. "Now that things have come to this, let's eat." Even then, the scouts reported all the intelligence they had compiled to the commander. The commander read through it with a solemn expression. While much of it was true, some was fabricated by the captives to save their lives. So, it must be carefully screened and examined. But what the commander could be certain of was that something was seriously wrong with the goblin army. It was time to act. Chapter 1461. The Chables assembled a massive army, intent on capturing the capital, where the leader resided. However, the leader had already prepared a large force to defend the strategically located areas near the capital. The commander of the Chable army attempted a blitzkrieg, but was unable to find a breakthrough. Although the leader lacked military prowess, he was highly acquainted with the advice of his subordinates. So, based on their suggestions, he perfected a comprehensive defense system. This ensured that no matter which pass the Chable army attacked, it would be impossible to capture it quickly. The Chable army was completely defeated. They had no means of attacking. Even if the leader had no intention of escaping, the Chable army could not overcome the leader's defenses. Unable to find a breakthrough in the north, the Chables were forced to concentrate their efforts on the south. The commander of the Chable army, taking command of the situation, led his troops in a fierce assault. The passes were not ancient fortresses, but rather modern steel fortresses. A total of 5 steel fortresses, fiercely defending the capital. These steel fortresses are mostly constructed of reinforced concrete, with some key locations constructed of steel. The original design intended the capital to serve as the Goblins' final arc. The period during which the Goblins retreated coincided with the arrival of the aberrant creatures. This is why the Goblins built these steel fortresses across the nation to defend the capital. If the aberrant creatures were to take over the world, they would rely on these steel fortresses to preserve the Goblin spirit's last spark. Though these 5 steel fortresses have remained largely unused over the years, the Goblins cherish them deeply. A large number of workers had to be dispatched for maintenance almost every few years. Thus, after all these years, the iron fortresses still stood tall around the capital, protecting it. Initially, the 5 Chables divided up the 5 iron fortresses, but this was opposed by officials of the Goblin government. At that time, Goblin civilization was not ruled by the Chables. The Goblin government was at least a people's government. If the 5 Chables truly controlled the 5 iron fortresses, then the entire country would be no different from one controlled by the Chables. So, the 5 Chables did not publicly control the 5 iron fortresses. But they secretly divided up the 5 iron fortresses, and each subsequently stationed a portion of its troops in the corresponding fortress. The leader knew that the Chable troops were stationed in these 5 fortresses. So, without hesitation, he immediately ordered his elite troops to launch a blitzkrieg against the 5 iron fortresses. To seize control of the 5 iron fortresses as quickly as possible, to firmly control the iron fortresses. Although the 5 Chables reacted quickly, they were still a step behind, allowing their leaders to seize control of the iron fortresses first. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Looking at the Goblin armies entrenched in the 5 fortresses, the commander of the Chable army was overwhelmed. He didn't know how to deal with it all. After careful consideration, the commander of the Chable army decided to prioritize the capture of one iron fortress. Although on the surface, the iron fortress only housed 20,000 to 30,000 troops, but fortresses are inherently easy to defend but difficult to attack. While it may appear that there are only 30,000 men, if you don't master the strategy, even if you send 300,000 men, you won't be able to capture this iron fortress. The Chable commander quickly ascertained everything and assembled over 200,000 elite troops. He launched an attack on the oldest steel fortress. This oldest steel fortress was one of the earliest fortresses built by the Goblin civilization. It was situated on a major north-south transportation artery. This location was a highly contested strategic location. So the Goblins built a steel fortress there, and assembled a large number of workers to move mountains and fill the sea, gathering rocks from both sides of the mountains near the fortress, effectively transforming a fortress on flat ground into a fortress. At first, this steel fortress was of little significance, but as the plains on both sides were completely transformed into mountains, its significance skyrocketed. It completely severed the north-south artery. The leader's army controlled this steel fortress. If the Chable army failed to capture it, it would truly explode, and their supplies would likely be unable to reach it. As the saying goes, pick the softest persimmon, and the Chable commander had indeed picked a softer one. But what he hadn't anticipated was that it was practically a dried-up persimmon. The Chable army quickly launched an attack on the iron fortress. But they were met with a counterattack from the leadership's army. Faced with the advancing Chable army, the leadership's army within the iron fortress didn't sit idly by. Instead, they immediately assembled their elite troops and launched a direct offensive. They took advantage of the Chable army's preparations to attack and launched a barrage of artillery fire. They then dispatched a small force to conduct guerrilla warfare nearby, seizing the perfect opportunity to launch a precise surprise attack on the logistics unit of the interviewing army. The Chable army initially planned to rest before launching an attack, but they were surprised to see the leader's men launch the attack. The Chable army, well trained, quickly regained consciousness and assembled their superior forces to stop the attacking leader's army. But just as the Chable army was about to engage, the leader's soldiers suddenly turned and fled. This puzzled the Chable soldiers. However, these panicked Goblin soldiers had been orchestrated by the leader's army officers. Their purpose was to lure the Chable army into launching an attack. Also, these fleeing soldiers weren't truly fleeing. Instead, they had quietly hidden themselves in the nearby forests. Then they infiltrated various locations, aiming to locate the Chable army's supply lines. Just as the Chable army was about to engage in a bloody battle, they saw the leader's army flee. This infuriated them, but they were helpless. They were only a hair's breadth away. If they could completely annihilate the attacking leader's army, they would have achieved a great feat. But the leader's army was merely a lure. Annihilation was out of the question. After one round of fighting, the Chable army gained nothing, and their morale was actually damaged. The Chable commander immediately went to the front lines to boost morale, then ordered his troops to launch an immediate attack. To capture the fortress before them, the Chable army mobilized a large number of heavy artillery. Some of the heavy artillery was durable, but it was perfectly suited for attacking a fortress. The Goblin Chable even went to great lengths to prepare specialized earth-penetrating bombs, specifically designed to completely destroy the fortress. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, the fortress still stood firm. And most importantly, it was the people's fortress, built piece by piece with their own blood and sweat. Chapter 1462. The defense forces in the north were leisurely watching everything unfold in the south. In the south, however, a great deal of action was truly unfolding. The Chable army began a fierce assault on the iron fortress. As the first iron fortress built, it was the smallest in size, but its surface area was medium. After all, it was originally built on a plain, intended entirely as a fortress, not a city. Compared to a city, it was small, but compared to a fortress, it was large. The 4 subsequent fortresses were essentially half fortress, half city. They were significantly inferior to the true military fortress before them. Thus, for the Chable army, this military fortress was the easiest to capture. They mobilized a large number of heavy engineering artillery, and began to frantically pour ammunition into the fortress. The goal was to quickly destroy the outer defenses. The Goblin-built iron fortress was essentially divided into 3 layers. 2 of these layers were outer positions, primarily constructed of reinforced concrete. The most important element was the interior position. This interior position was primarily constructed of cast steel, and within the numerous steel bunkers were mounted internal artillery with 360-degree visibility. The vast expanse of steel protected the entire artillery array. Most of these guns were mounted on commanding heights within the fortress, typically with a caliber exceeding 600 millimeters, a maximum elevation angle exceeding 20 degrees, and a maximum depression angle of 30 degrees. Their maximum range exceeded 8 kilometers. They were practically land-based naval artillery. It wasn't that the artillery couldn't be raised or lowered, but rather that the openings within the steel bunkers were limited. But these angles were sufficient. Many bunkers were equipped with numerous anti-aircraft machine guns, and even a number of anti-aircraft guns. They protected these heavy artillery pieces. Originally, these heavy artillery pieces were used to defend against the aberrant monsters. Thus, their specifications and power were top tier. They were what we call weapons used to fight aliens. But the goblins never imagined that these weapons would one day be used against them. The Chable army was pouring ammunition into the fortress, and the defenders inside were no less aggressive. They mobilized the various fixed artillery pieces within the fortress, and launched a frenzied attack on the Chable army. Before the 600mm guns were even fired, the 300mm guns were already roaring. Although the 600mm guns were powerful, they would not be deployed without the permission of their superiors. There's essentially no difference between 300mm and 600mm artillery, because both are deadly with a single shot, and without a sound. The Chable army had just launched their attack when something went wrong. Their vanguard, consisting of numerous mechas, was decimated by the defenders' heavy artillery before they could even close in. Although the defenders were improvised, with large caliber artillery, as long as you aim correctly, whether you hit or miss isn't really important. What really matters is that you can blast the enemy to smithereens with one shot. 10m error, 100m damage radius. Tell me, can that be called error? Of course not, that's normal deviation. Of course, something with a 300 kilometers range and a 500 kilometers error is a bit abstract. Because this was a deception that could only fool fools. The Chable army launched its attack with great vigor, only to be stunned in the first round. The Chable army's siege artillery poured ammunition into the fortress, but they were powerless against the steel fortifications within. They could only destroy some of the concrete fortifications, but the defenders' heavy artillery was mostly hidden within the steel fortifications. The concrete was mostly used in the city walls, and some less important fortifications. Burning these things with artillery was a sheer waste of resources. But there was no other way, they had to do it. After all, the Chables had come to demand it, so as their soldiers, they had to show some appreciation, right? Pay them money, and they do their job. As long as the money was good enough, they would naturally give their all for the Chables. Seeing the initial offensive falter, the Chable commander immediately ordered his troops to withdraw. At the same time, he contacted the surrounding artillery units and instructed them to suppress the fortress's artillery as much as possible. But could the fortress's artillery be so easily suppressed? The artillery commander immediately informed the Chable commander of the situation he faced. Their artillery was completely powerless against the fortress's artillery. The fortress's artillery simply hid in its shell, mercilessly destroying the goblin soldiers with its 300 to 400 millimeter shells. The Chable's army commander knew the situation was dire, but at this point, he had no other options. If he didn't capture the fortress, not only would he be dismissed, but every soldier under his command would also be held responsible. And this might very well be his last chance. He wanted to work hard for the rest of his life, but reality was far from satisfactory. The Chable commander immediately contacted the Chable, requesting a more powerful batch of artillery. But the Chable said they didn't have any artillery now. Almost all the advanced weaponry had been taken north, while the remaining advanced weapons were mostly in the hands of the Chable armies. So, everything the commander had at his disposal now represented the pinnacle of Goblin civilization. But many people forget one thing, that technology in the past was often far more advanced than it is today. The Goblins' ancient technology was far more advanced than it is today, because they once faced threats from all around them, and from aberrant creatures. But now it was different. They could just lie back, completely relaxed, doing nothing, enjoying everything. Because they no longer had any enemies. So, no matter how much their technology advanced, it couldn't return to its former peak. With the peak no longer there, their efforts were futile. The defenders used the fortress artillery to bring the Chable soldiers to their knees. After their initial defeat, the development army soldiers were demoralized. The commander saw this and felt a surge of anxiety, then immediately called on his troops to launch another offensive. The Chable didn't completely ignore the commander. After learning that the commander's artillery couldn't threaten the fortress, they hurriedly sought out heavy artillery from all around. While it still lagged behind the fortress's artillery, it was at least better than the previous heavy artillery. The commander then ordered the artillery to take over this batch of artillery, and use it to continue the assault on the fortress. The artillery launched a second round of bombing, and compared to the previous artillery, these guns were clearly superior. They easily destroyed some of the flimsy concrete fortifications, but not all of them were shoddy. Chapter 1463. The arrival of the new artillery gave the Chable army a shot in the arm. The Chable soldiers rallied, determined to reclaim their lost dignity. This time, the commander didn't foolishly send his mech troops charging headfirst. Instead, he devised a plan to divide the mechs into 4 groups. They attacked the fortress in batches, and from different directions, as much as possible. The Chable army remained powerless against the fortress artillery within. The fortress artillery remained a significant threat. If they hoped to capture this iron fortress, they had to find a way to destroy its heavy artillery. However, these heavy artillery pieces were tucked away in the innermost areas, protected by steel bunkers. The commander could only use this batch-by-batch approach to maximize their chances of success, while minimizing casualties. The mechs launched their attack, this time directly ordering the frontline artillery to fire smoke bombs, creating a smoke screen to shield their troops' advance. Under cover of the smoke, the mechs quickly approached the city wall. The defenders above were no fools. After realizing the smoke bombs were intended to shield the mecha units, they unhesitatingly detonated the explosives buried along the city wall. The commander had anticipated the enemy would attempt to approach the wall and then scale it. Therefore, he had already planted explosives underneath, precisely to effectively injure any enemy attempting to scale the wall. The first batch of mecha units approaching the wall were instantly shattered. The Chable commander, once full of hope, was momentarily stunned by the violent explosion. He hadn't anticipated the ferocity of these men. Aren't they afraid? What if they overdo it and blow the wall down? However, his thoughts were unnecessary. The defender said that if the wall collapsed, it would collapse, but if the mechs were to come up, their world would collapse. The first batch of mechs were instantly wiped out, and the Chable commander felt a wave of heartache, but soon recovered. He immediately ordered the second batch of mechs to advance quickly. There was no way these guys could buy another batch of bombs. As expected, as the second batch of mechs approached the wall, the defenders panicked. They had already detonated all their explosives. Now they had to find other countermeasures. The commander immediately reassured his men and ordered them to pour oil onto the wall. They gathered all the motor oil, cooking oil, and petroleum oil they could find and poured it all onto the wall. The oil slid directly down the wall. The beast-like mechs had originally planned to use their sharp claws to climb, but as the oil coated the wall's surface, it created significant difficulties for the mech troops. The mech troops felt a pang of pain at the sight of the oil. But they resolutely began their climb. At first, due to the excessive oil beneath, many mechs slipped and fell. But they persevered, struggling to climb. If they could capture the fortress, they would naturally receive merit and bonuses. But if they fell here, or simply fled, they would lose everything they had, something they did not want to see. This is how it is among the goblins. The capable enjoy everything, while the incompetent can only watch helplessly as others enjoy it. Of course, For the goblins, reincarnation is more important. After all, once you become a member of a wealthy family, so-called honor and wealth will come to you without you having to do anything. The goblin mech pilots began to climb their mechs with all their might. The defenders above were also trying every possible way to intercept these mechs. They hurled a large number of grenades from the city wall, even bundling several together to increase their damage. Some goblin soldiers fired directly from their rocket launchers. At first, the fighting was back and forth, but it gradually escalated. Both sides were clearly furious. The mech pilots below were desperately trying to climb upwards, dodging attacks from above. The goblin pilots preparing to climb below were also busy. They launched their mechs towards the city wall, ignoring their comrades still climbing. Some comrades were hit by their own troops and fell directly. But now, no one was blaming the soldiers for the surprise attack. Both sides were clearly furious. Most of these soldiers in the leader's army were temporary recruits. They had previously left the army and were returning simply to respond to the leader's call. It could be said that the leader had single-handedly assembled a massive army through his personal charisma. But because it was hastily assembled, many of the goblin soldiers didn't even know how to use mechs. While mechs weren't often needed to defend the Iron Fortress, as the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. If you don't understand mechs, how can you deal with them? The defenders unleashed a variety of attacks on the goblin mechs, sending them exploding one after another. Initially, they resorted to simple physical attacks, but later, they even launched a barrage of various weapons. Human, animal, and even non-human objects descended. Various blurry objects fell. Many mech pilots desperately climbed upwards. They were driven not just by merit, but also by a desire to avoid further mental contamination. The 30-meter-high fortress wall was practically impossible for ordinary people to scale, but these mechs had forcibly used their claws and arms to carve a hole in the wall. Using these animals as footholds, they climbed directly upwards. The defenders' counterattack was fierce, but the mechs were no pushovers. A mech from the Chable army successfully scaled the wall. The defenders on the wall were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and rushed towards the mech. While these ordinary people were struggling against the mechs, if they didn't find a way to repel them, the enemy would completely overrun the outer wall. By then, the entire fortress would have fallen completely. The defenders didn't consider them rebels. They were more motivated by their own interests. The Chable army also considered themselves the righteous side. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle directly on the city walls. The so-called justice and evil were completely ridiculous, because whoever lost was a rebel. Chapter 1464. The Chable army quickly launched an attack, concentrating its superior forces, intending to crush the defenders. The defenders watched the mech scale the city walls, and without hesitation, they pushed forward with their flesh and blood. They knew that if the walls fell, they would completely lose control of the fortress. The fortress's cannons were primarily intended for external fire. If the enemy breached the outer walls, the cannons would lose their maximum effectiveness. The 20-degree depression angle allowed them to strike above the walls. The commander of the defenders swallowed hard as he watched the two sides clash on the walls. He was inside a cannon fortress, watching his men fight the mechs with their flesh and blood. He hesitated several times, wanting to order the cannons to fire and destroy everything on the walls. But his men were still on the walls, and if he did, he would never forgive himself. The defenders counterattacked with various anti-tank weapons, specifically targeting the mech's weak points. Most mechas had extremely fragile joints, presenting the defenders with their only chance. So they simply grabbed various explosives or rocket launchers, finding the perfect moment to launch a barrage of blows at the mecha's legs. Many humanoid mechas collapsed on the walls the moment they reached them. But the beast-like mechas were even more powerful. Even without a leg, they could continue fighting. And standing on the walls, these mechas were like a fortress of steel, capable of crushing an opponent with a single blow. If the defenders wanted to drive them away, they had to confront these mechas with their flesh and blood. Initially, the Chable's mecha units were at a disadvantage. They were somewhat unprepared for the defenders' attacks. But they quickly regained their composure and launched a fierce assault on the defenders. The defenders initially had the upper hand, but as more and more mechas scaled the city walls, they were driven back into the ravine. They attempted to launch a fierce attack, but were repeatedly repelled by the mechas. They didn't even stand a chance to resist. They were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Chable's mechas. A soldier, receiving the call for reinforcements, grabbed his weapons from his station and rushed to the city walls. Upon reaching the wall, he saw the bodies of his comrades scattered across the walls. The soldier was stunned by this scene. He had never imagined that his comrades would be slaughtered like pigs and dogs. Especially the beast-like mechas, which lacked many blades, simply crushed a soldier with a single blow from their claws. A defending soldier was instantly bludgeoned to a pulp by a beast-shaped mecha. Seeing this, the defending soldier trembled uncontrollably. But the next second, he roared in anger, then raised his RPG and aimed it at the beast-shaped mecha, unleashing a single shot. At first, the defending soldier was truly filled with fear, for he truly feared these mechas. When he had previously served in the Goblin army, they had been ordinary infantry units, and the mecha pilots were generally connected to chables. They were either direct descendants of the chables, or their offspring. On the surface, mecha pilots seemed incredibly privileged, but in reality, they were chables. Ordinary civilians could only become foot soldiers, scrambling about. They even had to compete for the position of armored trooper. After learning that their leader had raised the banner of rebellion against the chable, these soldiers, who had suffered so much in the military, chose to take up their weapons again, fighting for their past dignity and the lives of their descendants. Something lost in the past must be regained today. If they didn't, they would be buried as nothing but a pile of bones. The mech pilots, on the other hand, were completely absorbed in the slaughter. They realized that the defending soldiers were completely powerless against them. They could easily slaughter them. With a flick of their fingers, the defending soldiers were instantly reduced to smithereens. A beast-shaped mech was slaughtering soldiers, and the soldier who had just charged and fired a rocket launcher at it. Before the mech could react, it was hit accurately, but the shot hit its flank and didn't destroy it directly. The beast-shaped mecha merely swayed slightly, before quickly returning to normal. Then it turned its attention to the defender. The defender showed no fear, instead looking at the beast-shaped mecha with a calm expression. The mecha pilot seemed enraged and immediately charged at the soldier. It knocked several other defenders flying along the way, many of whom were sent flying before they could even grasp the situation. The previously calm defender also began to panic, but he remained unfazed despite the devastating situation. He simply picked up the explosives nearby and faced the oncoming mecha. "I've been kneeling for half my life. I don't want to kneel anymore." He was once a carefree child, but later, due to the various policies of the chable, his family was destroyed. He had no choice but to join the army alone, where he was bullied by the chable. In the Goblin Nation, chables are everything. They are everywhere, and so is bullying. Ordinary people must find a new way to live if they want to survive. Seeing the tiny soldier before him, not afraid but charging towards him, the mecha pilot laughed in anger and lunged at the soldier without hesitation. The soldier ignited the explosives without hesitation, closed his eyes, and calmly faced death. But the soldier felt no pain, only the sound of metal clashing. A moment later, the soldier opened his eyes. He saw the mecha, so arrogant just moments ago, lying on the ground beside him. And before him was a humanoid mecha. What is this? The soldiers were a bit confused. But some knowledgeable officers cheered immediately. For these were the few mechas in the capital's warehouse. These mechas were largely outdated, dating back 20,000 years. They were originally built to fight against aberrant creatures, but when the aberrant creatures were stopped by the elves, these mechas became useless. The goblin leader sealed all the mechas and placed them in the capital, where they were the safest. If even the capital was unsafe, how could the rest of the country be safe? Some might say that the leader had rebelled, and so the capital was also unsafe. But think about it, if the leader didn't rebel, would the rest of the country be safe? This was an unknown. Upon learning of the fortress's attack, the leader immediately transported all supplies north. At first, the defending commander used the fortress's heavy artillery to hold off the attack, and the leader breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, his heart was in his throat. The chables had assembled a vast fleet of mechas, intent on destroying the fortress in one fell swoop. Unwilling to give up, the leader immediately opened the long-sealed warehouse. Originally, he had simply given it a try, a last-ditch effort. But he soon discovered that these antiquated pieces he had looked down upon were actually far superior to the current equipment. Chapter 1465. Looking at the mechas before them, everyone present was a little confused. This was because the goblins noticed a significant difference between the mechas before them and the ones they had fought. If mechas of the past were one type, then the mechas of today looked practically indistinguishable from those of dwarfs. Most mechas today are around 3 or 4 meters tall, but these antique mechas looked to be at least 5 meters tall. Compared to the mechas of today, they were clearly two different types. Many soldiers were stunned. They believed these newly arrived mechas were the nation's secret weapons. But their commander explained, these mechas are outdated, and possibly even older than the ones in the sandstorm zone. This statement completely stunned everyone. Is this even text? What does outdated mean? After a brief brainstorming session, everyone finally realized what the commander meant. They finally understood what he meant. These old-fashioned weapons were actually more advanced than today's weapons. This shocked them greatly. Many people hadn't even reacted before these newly arrived mechas tore through the Chaeble's mechas on the city walls. The Chaeble's mechas were instantly pierced. They were originally short mechas, almost as tall as the Iron Guards. But a single Iron Guard punch could blast 10 Goblin mechas apart. As for the Imperial Guards, that was even more of an issue. The Imperial Guards didn't even need to lift a finger. A simple breath would send these mechas flying. The Chaeble's mechas were instantly shattered by the old-timer sent by the leader. Some mecha pilots tried to force their mechas into battle, but they were instantly crushed. The mecha troops sent by the leader reduced these birthday mechas to scrap metal with a single blow. The two sides were completely on the same scale in terms of size. If these beast-shaped and humanoid mechas were cars, then the old antiques sent by the leader were tanks. This isn't flattering the leader. These beast-shaped mechas are truly tank-like. From a distance, the Chaeble's mechas looked like mere shells. They were even inferior to the exoskeletons that De Yen was secretly researching. At least their exoskeletons could improve a soldier's load-bearing capacity and marching ability. And yet, your mechas, while seemingly impressive, can't even withstand a single artillery shell. This is truly a bit laughable. In fact, the Chaebles can't be blamed. 20,000 years ago, after the elves repelled an attack by aberrant creatures, the goblins, who had originally planned to fight to the bitter end, suddenly lost their focus. The times back then were completely different from today. Goblin technology was indeed advanced, and the goblins of that time harbored ambitions of world domination. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Elven Empire to the north made the goblins afraid to take a single step forward, for fear of being overwhelmed by the elves. The elves of that time were not the refined beings they are today. They had just experienced a bloody battle, and they would crush anyone who dared to provoke them. The goblins, being inherently bullies and fearful of the strong, dared not make any move. Without external enemies, the goblins closed themselves off, then set their horses aside, stored their weapons, and began to enjoy themselves. The Chaebles also rose to prominence during this period. With their rise, the Chaebles discovered that restricting the people's education allowed them to reap greater profits. Because ignorant and uneducated people are the easiest to deceive, the Chaebles used every possible means to restrict the people's education. This had both advantages and disadvantages. For the Chaebles, it was naturally beneficial, as they could deceive the people with all sorts of lies, and then exploit them at will. But it wasn't so beneficial for the country. The people's ignorance naturally plunged the entire country into confusion, as there weren't enough intellectuals to pave the way for them. The people were ignorant, and this was precisely the outcome the Chaebles desired. The ignorant people were only willing to listen to rumors, and hear them speak for themselves. The Chaebles only needed to manipulate public opinion to plunge them into deep confusion and anger. Most of these so-called intellectuals were fostered by the Chaebles. Only a small number were truly intellectuals. And those intellectuals were essentially the children of capitalists. They were more focused on making money. Technology wasn't important to them. Therefore, as some goblin scientists aged, much of their technology was lost. As a result, current technology isn't even comparable to previous technology. Technology is like that. You can't stand still, you either advance or retreat. Clearly, the goblins have demonstrated a complete reversal of fortune. Furthermore, their focus is on suppressing the common people. Naturally, the mechas built by these tycoons prioritize suppressing the common people. What weapons could ordinary people have? Would they need the 5 or 6 meter tall mechas of yesteryear? Of course not. These 3 or 4 meter tall, thin mechas would suffice. These mechas are certainly useful against civilians, but using them in war is truly laughable. The goblin tycoons wouldn't think so. The cost of building a single 5 meter tall mecha could build 15 smaller ones. And when it comes to suppressing rebellions, both types of mechas are essentially equally effective. Over time, the goblin tycoons would undoubtedly favor these economical mechas. However, reality dealt them a slap in the face. The leaders' outdated weapons directly crushed their vaunted mecha units. If they had faced the Wehrmacht, their defeat might have been due to the technological gap. But what about now? The Wehrmacht didn't attack them. Their leader rebelled, using outdated weaponry to shatter their mecha units. What excuses can you Chaebles find? Capitalism may be rich, but the bourgeoisie, a class that always prioritizes profit and self-interest, is inevitably extremely weak. When faced with failure, they don't look for reasons, but instead seek excuses. But this time, the Chaebles, unusually, didn't try to excuse themselves. They frantically searched for the old mechas in their respective territories. The irony was that these old mechas were essentially all in the capital, and most ironically, They were originally delivered by the Chables themselves. Being beaten, you feel the pain? Too late now. The leader discovered that these antiques were surprisingly useful, and without hesitation, he moved every one of them out of the warehouse. When all the antiques were unloaded, the leader was completely stunned. He couldn't believe it. Were these really antiques? Chapter 1466. As fighting erupted in the south, developments also arose in the north. After several days of stalemate, the National Defense Army formulated a plan of action. Determined to seize everything in the south as quickly as possible, they had heard of the situation there and, without hesitation, concentrated their superior forces. They hovered near the northern positions, awaiting the opportunity to launch an attack. On the surface, the National Defense Army appeared to be taking their time, but in reality, they were observing every move in the south, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of trouble. With the developments in the south, the National Defense Army in the north sensed an opportunity. After several days of frantic arrests, the National Defense Army had determined the specific situation in the south. Now, the leaders and the Chables were at war, and the conflict was raging. Now was the perfect time to strike, if not now, when the National Defense Army launched a fierce attack. One night, the National Defense Army took advantage of the darkness of the moon and the strong winds to launch a surprise attack. It was winter in the southern continent, and while it should have been covered in snow, the weather in the south was strange. It was snowing in the Dwarven Empire to the north, but it was springtime here among the goblins. The scene was vibrant and full of life. The Wehrmacht's originally prepared snow camouflage was instantly rendered useless. Many soldiers complained about the surrounding environment. It felt neither like a rainforest nor a jungle. Everywhere had a different kind of weather, and many soldiers simply couldn't handle it. The Wehrmacht commander had clearly taken all of this into consideration. So the Wehrmacht had mostly been moving, stopping and starting, focusing on a steady approach. But now, they were no longer steady. The commander has ordered a swift and decisive attack through the southern defenses. As the saying goes, strike while the sick strikes, the Wehrmacht's top brass has learned of the situation in the south. Breaking through the defenses and marching south now presents the best opportunity. With luck, not only can they wipe out the northern army, but if they're fast enough, they might even be able to engage in a battle in the south. As the saying goes, achieve victory in a single battle. The Wehrmacht has always intended to fight this way, because only by doing so can they minimize casualties. The lives of Wehrmacht soldiers matter, and so do the lives of others. Whether goblins or others, everyone is, frankly, struggling to survive. There's no need to make things difficult for anyone. Although most goblins chose to return home after being captured, they never returned to the goblin army. Even though many goblin officers forcibly conscripted soldiers, those captives who returned home did not rejoin the army. This is because they understand that everything they do protects the interests of the Chable, not their own, and that their own interests have long been divided up by the Chable. The plutocrats simply didn't care about their lives. It was precisely because of this foundation that the National Defense Army changed its strategy and chose a speedrun. Neither side wanted to prolong the war. The goblins never understood who they were fighting for, and while the people of Dehien supported Leon, they also wanted a swift end to the war. Because only with a swift end could they see their children. Now that they had money, their aspirations had changed. The people no longer sought excessive material possessions. They desired a peaceful and happy life with their families. The sudden attack by the Wehrmacht caught the old general off guard. The old general hadn't expected the Wehrmacht to initiate the offensive at this moment. Logic would have it that the Wehrmacht should have waited and watched, as the southern victor hadn't yet been decided. Going south at this point might have led to a joint encirclement and suppression by the Chable and the leader. That was the old general's thinking, but the commander had a different view. He had long anticipated that the leader would fight the Chable to the bitter end, or perhaps even that the Chable would never agree to peace talks. From the very beginning, the Chable had never considered peaceful coexistence with the leader. When someone raised the banner of resistance, the Chable went completely berserk. They would do whatever it took to kill all who resisted. Confiscation of property and extermination of the entire clan were considered mild punishments. Killing 9 generations of the clan was practically akin to eating candy. How could peace talks be possible when the two sides were so entangled? The commander exploited this fact. Both sides were engaged in a war, and they were tying up the entire logistical capacity of the goblin civilization. The combined forces on both sides totaled over 600,000, while the northern defenses numbered only a few million. A country's logistical capacity is used up by 40% of its own, so how can it resist a foreign enemy? They couldn't stop the offensive 100% of the time before, and now they only have 60% left. They still want to stop the offensive? This isn't just wishful thinking, it's sheer pipe dreaming, and the commander has his own ideas. He planned for a quick victory from the start. People are the most unpredictable. The southern leaders and chables haven't ruled out a joint operation, but if the north attacks quickly enough, the south won't have time to react. Even if the leaders and chables join forces, by the time they dispatch their troops to the battlefield, the old northern generals would be dead. The Wehrmacht steel torrent stormed the second line of defense. The second line of defense had been well fortified, but the Wehrmacht had forcibly penetrated it. During these few days, the Wehrmacht hadn't been completely idle. They had taken advantage of their free time to immediately bring in a large number of heavy weapons from the northern mainland. Among them were 4 Gustav cannons. The Gustav was originally considered a relatively outdated weapon, but who could have imagined that the southern landmass had forged bunkers and trenches? In that case, don't blame us for using Gustavs. The Wehrmacht had brought in these Gustavs from the mainland, which were about to be rebuilt. Gustav, one last help. As the Wehrmacht's attack horn sounded, the roar of Gustav gunfire was deafening. For shells pounded down, completely destroying the 4 most crucial holes in the second line of defense. And the damage was utterly shattered. Forget about the concrete bunkers, the hills have been flattened. Is there any point in talking about all this? The old general was still dreaming when he was jolted awake. Gustav's cannon shot shattered his sweet dreams. What's going on? An earthquake? Marshal, it's bad. The Wehrmacht is attacking. That's impossible. They have no reason to attack now. Unless they're sure they can annihilate the entire goblin nation. The old general realized something and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 1467. Before the goblin army could react, the Wehrmacht marched south. While the goblin army was well prepared, even building bunkers, the Wehrmacht was even more thoroughly prepared. They mobilized all of the country's reserve vehicles, many of which had previously been stored in warehouses for emergency use. But this time, the Wehrmacht brought out all its tanks. The Gustav was also transported to the front lines. Not only that, ammunition was in unlimited supply, and support from 4 Guards divisions was already on the way. The T-72, T-80, and T-90 tanks in the arsenal were all pulled out. The number of tanks alone exceeded 5,000. The Emperor had no idea what they were facing. When the battle began, the Wehrmacht's Gustav blasted the goblin defenses, which they had so proudly defended, to smithereens. With a single volley, the goblin bunkers and the hill were reduced to rubble. Feeling Gustav's devastating power, the old general was completely stunned. What on earth was this? Gustav had deeply shocked the old general, but what he didn't know was that the National Defense Army had even more powerful weapons yet to be used. After learning of the unrest within the goblins, the National Defense Army had clearly decided to end it all in one fell swoop. They were drawing elite forces from all over the land to the southern continent. Lion quietly contacted the Imperial Guards and ordered them to eliminate their leaders. They were to eliminate the 5 major chables. The 5 major chables controlled the lifeblood of goblin civilization. Similarly, if the leaders of the 5 major chables were to be annihilated at the same time, it would have a devastating impact on the entire goblin civilization. The Wehrmacht in the north, supported by Gustav tanks, artillery fire, and rockets, launched a surprise attack on the south. The previously impenetrable defenses were instantly shattered, and the Wehrmacht's offensive was fierce. The goblin soldiers were terrified by their abundance of vehicles. There were so many different types of vehicles, and the Wehrmacht Armored Corps even categorized them. They considered the Type 99A the most effective tank, followed by the T-80 series. As for the T-72 and T-90, the Wehrmacht soldiers were not particularly fond of them. The T-72 and T-90 were of the same lineage, with the T-80 being a souped-up version of the T-72. The T-80, on the other hand, was a separate system. The Wehrmacht's artillery fire suppressed the ground troops, preventing them from raising their heads. Many goblin soldiers, aware of the imminent Wehrmacht attack, forced themselves to poke their heads out, ready to strike. But they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Countless tanks flattened the jungle and rolled towards them. At this moment, the goblin soldiers had many thoughts. But they didn't have the chance to think further, because the Wehrmacht crushed them. Compared to the north, where the situation was fragmented, the south was relatively calm. The leader's army and the Chabel's army were engaged in a fierce battle at the fortress outside the capital. Both sides were focused on the fortress, but the Chabel had never imagined that the Wehrmacht would reach them. The Intelligence Bureau reported the exact locations of the 5 major Chabel families. Lion dispatched his most elite Imperial Guards to carry out the decapitation mission. Compared to assassination, the Imperial Guard simply disdained it. They were leisurely advancing through goblin airspace, aboard military transport planes. Each transport plane contained only one Imperial Guard soldier. These 5 Imperial Guard soldiers were the latest creations. In less than 3 years, the Great Flame Imperial Guard had already reached its 3rd generation. It could be said that they were constantly being updated and upgraded. The 3rd generation Imperial Guard was completely different from the previous ones. If the previous Imperial Guards were still armored, the current Imperial Guards were completely mecha-like. And their power was only increasing. Their defensive capabilities were also rapidly increasing. The current Imperial Guards were no longer simply Astartes. Nor were they simply Gundams. They were something in between. Tests showed that the 3rd generation Imperial Guard's armor could already withstand a 9th tier warrior. While the 2nd generation Imperial Guard's armor was equipped with a fission core, the 3rd generation Imperial Guard's armor had evolved into a fusion core. And, most terrifyingly, because it was a fusion core. This means that a custodian soldier can be forced into overdrive in life or death situations. If a soldier's combat effectiveness during normal combat missions is 100%, their overdrive effectiveness reaches 130 to 140%. Previous tests have even shown that the maximum combat effectiveness reached 150%. These figures were achieved by researchers calculating the core's output capacity. All custodian soldier abilities rely on the core. The fusion reaction provides the energy for the entire custodian armor. Current custodian armor no longer solely utilizes lances. While it may appear that custodian soldiers still wield lances, they are, in reality, even more terrifying. Although the spears they used were from the previous generation, they now had 3 different forms. The first was the most common cold weapon form, the one most often displayed by the Imperial Guards. As we all know, what the official version shows you is likely the worst, because the official version always hides some good stuff from you. The second form is similar to overload mode. Forcibly charging the spear not only increases its armor-piercing ability, but also allows for long-range attacks. The third form directly compresses the energy of the fusion reactor into the spear, then throws it directly, creating a violent explosion. The third form is only used as a last resort, for it is equivalent to detonating a small mushroom bomb. This is the Imperial Guard's last resort. Once used, their armor will completely lose power. So, this move is their ultimate trump card. Inside the transport plane, several Air Force soldiers were observing the Imperial Guard secured in the cabin. They were filled with curiosity about this large iron lump. This was their first encounter with the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guard's pilot was currently making final preparations inside the aircraft. After a hearty meal, the pilot donned a specialized anti-gravity suit. On the surface, the Imperial Guard's armor appeared to offer excellent protection, but like an airplane, it was just like that. The more powerful something is, the greater the impact. The earliest Imperial Guard's armor was indeed quite ordinary, capable of full control by an average person, but now it's different. With fusion reactors now installed, ordinary people simply can't withstand the intense pressure. For ordinary people, the Iron Guard is a good choice. As for the Imperial Guards, that still requires more training. As the aircraft flew over its destination, the pilot entered the 3-meter-high Imperial Guard's armor. As the armor completely enveloped the pilot, the Imperial Guard's armor successfully activated, and the airman looked at the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards nodded, signaling the pilot to open the hatch. Without hesitation, the airman immediately opened the hatch. At tens of thousands of meters in the air, cold air instantly drifted in. The airman, clad in the heavy flight suit, couldn't help but shudder. The Imperial Guard soldier then nodded, indicating he was ready. The Air Force soldier released the fixed ropes. The Imperial Guard soldier flew directly out of the cabin. Chapter 1468. After exiting the warehouse, the Imperial Guards quickly deployed their flight peripherals. The Imperial Guards themselves were simple, consisting of only armor and a single weapon. They lacked even a shield. However, they were equipped with various peripherals depending on their mission. There were many types of auxiliary equipment, including those specifically designed to assist with flight. According to conservative estimates, a set of Imperial Guards armor costs as much as 50,000 gold coins, while the other auxiliary equipment combined cost no more than 2,000 gold coins. And the most expensive single piece of auxiliary equipment only cost 100 gold coins. The difference between the more expensive and the cheaper was obvious. Therefore, there was no need to over-equip the Imperial Guards, as this would only affect their combat capabilities. Furthermore, the Research Institute had long considered the issue of equipment recycling, so they designed most of their auxiliary equipment to be recyclable. The Imperial Guards glided through the air using their flight-assisting equipment, descending rapidly towards their destination. Meanwhile, the Chable families on the ground were unaware of the impending doom. The Imperial Guards were incredibly fast. Most of their auxiliary flight equipment was designed to provide a stable flight environment. However, a small number of them were equipped with propulsion systems for emergency missions. For the Imperial Guards, reaching altitudes of tens of thousands of meters was a breeze. To complete their mission quickly, many soldiers activated their propulsion systems and plummeted downwards. At such high altitude, the cold air above quickly condensed ice on the surface of their armor. But the Imperial Guards were no longer the same as they once were. The Imperial Guards used to lack any airtightness, but now, things are different. Not only are they waterproof, but they also have built-in heating and cooling. This ensures that the Imperial Guards can operate in all kinds of harsh environments. Because they will all be in space in the future, space is far from being like planetary. The environment there is far more hostile than here, and a single mistake could lead to disaster. The Imperial Guards are pioneers, so De Yin has invested a great deal of technology in them, aiming to develop equipment that will allow ordinary people to travel into space in the future. The Imperial Guards landed successfully at breakneck speed. Within a few hundred meters of landing, the auxiliary flight device immediately generated reverse thrust, directly neutralizing the gravitational potential energy. This prevented the Imperial Guard's armor from being impacted, protecting both the armor and the pilots inside. But how could the gravitational potential energy generated by an altitude of tens of thousands of meters be so easily neutralized? Even though the auxiliary device began to recoil at a few hundred meters, the unavoidable noise still occurred. The Chables below immediately focused their attention upon hearing the noise, each momentarily stunned. They were somewhat bewildered. Where was this noise coming from? An enemy attack? This didn't make sense. How could the National Defense Army from the north arrive so quickly if the leader hadn't breached the defenses? The Chables were filled with confusion, but they quickly reacted and dispatched personnel to investigate. But by the time their men arrived at the crash site, they were stunned. They saw Imperial Guard soldiers climbing out of the pit. The Imperial Guard soldiers, seeing the men surrounding them, were also somewhat bewildered. Based on the intelligence provided by the intelligence agency, they had determined that the people before them were the Chables' subordinates. Why would the Chables' minions approach them on their own initiative? Isn't that courting death? The Imperial Guards were baffled. But forget all that. As they looked at the Chables' minions before them, they harbored no murderous intent. There might be some bullies among them, but that wasn't the Imperial Guards' concern. The Imperial Guards knew they couldn't kill all the bad guys, but they could certainly kill the worst. As long as they eliminated the worst, they could address the problem at its root. Evil doesn't just appear out of thin air. There must be someone who sets a bad example for them. Eliminate these bad examples, and the evil will naturally cease. Evil doesn't just arise out of thin air. Addressing the root cause is the only way to truly resolve it. The Imperial Guards rushed over to the group and, without a word, apprehended a person who appeared to be a minor leader. Then they spoke directly. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you can't, I kill you. Do you understand? The Imperial Guards were ruthless and reserved. The Chables' small chief was instantly terrified when he saw the crimson eyes of the Imperial Guards before him. Nodding rapidly, he spoke tremblingly. You said I tell you everything I know. Seeing his subordinates so cooperative, the Imperial Guards didn't continue to embarrass him. Where is the head of your Chable family? Are you one of the 5 major Chable families? The Chable subordinate was slightly startled and wanted to lie, but seeing the Imperial Guards holding him, he immediately backed off and told the truth. We are from the 5 major Chable families. What can I do for you? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'm asking where the head of your family is. The Imperial Guard soldier lifted the Chable subordinate higher, causing him to panic and speak. The head is in the mansion ahead. He sent us here to investigate. Satisfied, the advancing soldier released his hand, then picked up his spear and marched toward the distant mansion. The Chable subordinates immediately contacted the head of their family. The heads of the 5 major Chable families had all received a strange report. A black armored monster had suddenly appeared in the fields near their main residence. How could a steel monster appear in the fields? It's not like you reap what you sow. They weren't sowing steel. The Chable heads quickly informed each other and discovered that these black armored knights had inexplicably appeared in their family territories. The Chable heads' expressions were grim. Then, they all dispatched their men to intercept the Imperial Guards. But the Chable's men soon discovered that no news had come back from their dispatches. Aside from the initial group that headed for the crash site, the others seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. Unbeknownst to the Chables, they hadn't vanished, but had been physically transformed by the Imperial Guards. and many of their men had simply become Oni-chan. Oni-chan in the truest sense of the word. The Chaebol gradually realized something was amiss, and immediately contacted the top experts they could. But over the years, the goblins had long since retired to the mountains. Conceiving themselves as having reached the pinnacle of technology, they hadn't paid much attention to the idea of cultivation. The number of top experts was roughly the same as that of the eastern continent, and these experts usually remained hidden in the mountains. After all, the goblins were a nation that valued technology. Who would still practice martial arts now? The Chaebols had originally issued the ban on weapons to prevent the people from rising up, but today they were finally reaping the consequences. Chapter 1469. The Imperial Guards dispatched these Chaebol cannon fodder with ease. Looking at the corpses strewn behind him, the Imperial Guard soldier couldn't help but mutter. They say the closer to the boss, the stronger the monsters. Why are these Chaebols getting weaker and weaker? If these dead cannon fodder were brought back to life, they'd be absolutely furious. What do you mean they're getting weaker and weaker? You must have had a terrible start. You used our previous enemies to build up your skills, and now you're better and can wipe us out, yet you blame us for being weak? Is there any justice left? Is there any law left? Who among us understands this? The advancing soldiers quickly arrived at the gates of the 5 Chaebols' main families. The 5 Chaebols' family systems are enormous, with each family comprising hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, this is the total number of their collateral branches combined. The actual main lineage only numbers a few tens of thousands. While the 5 Chaebols are brutally harsh towards the common people, they are very lenient towards their collateral branches. Not only did they allow collateral descendants to compete for the position of family heir, they even allow collateral descendants to establish new families in this area. The Chaebols knew that to ensure the longevity of their families, they must cultivate gu, more precisely, to train qualified heirs. Whether one was a legitimate heir or not was unimportant. What mattered most was whether one could lead the family forward. Thanks to the excellent system of the Chaebol families, the 5 major Chaebols have remained remarkably strong within goblin civilization. The direct descendants of the 5 major families have also become the wealthiest representatives. When the Imperial Guards arrived at the gates of the Chaebols' direct descendants' residences, they were stunned. For it was their first time to see such an extravagant palace. There were no palaces in Liongrad. The more luxurious aristocratic buildings were probably the Duke's Palace in Lion, and the noble residences of Caddis and his family. The Duke's Palace in Lion was once so shabby that even the bed would get wet in the rain. So naturally, these Imperial Guards had never seen such extravagant buildings. The Imperial Guards were stunned at first, but soon calmed down. After all, these buildings were built with the blood and sweat of the people. The tycoons' children and servants inside the Imperial Guards' residence were stunned by the sight of the Imperial Guards standing at the door. What is this? Why does it look a bit like a humanoid mecha? Could it be that another noble brother has brought his mecha back? That doesn't make sense. Who would enter through the front door? At first, the tycoon's children were surprised, but they soon realized that the front door of a tycoon family is usually closed. But now it was open, which was very unusual and impossible. So something must have happened. The tycoon's children quickly realized and immediately went looking for help. But the forbidden soldiers had clearly anticipated this. Then they silently drew their spears and charged at the Chaebol scion. Leon's order was to behead him, but Hans added a second command. Exterminate all direct descendants of the 5 great Chaebol families. Spare not a single one. Hans added this order to facilitate future management of the goblin civilization. As long as the direct descendants of the 5 great Chaebols remained victorious, De Yin would never be able to fully control the goblin civilization. Although the 5 great Chaebols had always exploited the people, over the years, they had also cultivated some loyal followers. These dogs would incite the people for them. Hans would never allow anyone to destroy the country he loved. Some people with nothing better to do might say this was a war of aggression, and that Leon was the ultimate dictator. But Leon ignored such people. This world is inherently a world of the jungle, and Leon was only acting for the sake of unity. Besides the Orc Empire, he treated all other nations equally, and never deliberately exploited the local people for the sake of war. But those who ate at De Yan's table, but cursed Leon, didn't see it that way. They saw Leon as a dictator, and a war fanatic. Leon never defended himself, because this was truly an invasion, and attacking others was certainly wrong, but remember, the gods were about to descend. If this planet couldn't unite, how could it resist them? Either join De Yan's side to fight the gods, or become their dogs and be destroyed by Leon. The goblins never imagined that in just 500 years, they'd gone from manipulating others to being manipulated. Decades of isolation had reduced a country to complete colonization, let alone several thousand years of isolation. When you're isolated, you're arrogant, but when you're attacked by other nations, your fate hangs in the balance. Never indulge in the dream of self-importance. Lion understood this truth well, so even though their technology had advanced immensely, making them the world's dominant power, Lion would still try his best to find work for the National Defense Forces. Either suppress bandits or fight terrorism. A war-worn army gradually loses its courage. This isn't because soldiers lack courage, but rather because those in power are complacent. Countless dynasties throughout history have been like this. The goblins are clearly like this too. By the time they react, it's too late. They pay the price for their past isolation. The Imperial Guard stormed the Chabel's mansion and began a frenzied slaughter. Many of the Chabel's children were killed before they could react. Some elders intervened. "Sir, what are you doing? Do you know where this place is? And you committed too many murders. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't kill people here." These elders, knowledgeable and experienced, viewed the Imperial Guards as ordinary people seeking revenge against the Chabel. The armor they wore didn't change their minds. Because of goblin civilization, there was no shortage of talented individuals among the people. Not only could they build mechas by hand, but there were even those who could build rockets by hand. So, naturally, they classified the Imperial Guards as ordinary civilians seeking revenge. The Imperial Guards were somewhat bewildered. How could this man not run away after seeing them on a killing spree? Every wrong has its perpetrator. The children are innocent. Please spare them. An old man spoke. The Imperial Guards were silent for a moment, then spoke. Anyone taller than the wheels must die. The old men breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, their hearts were in their throats again. I'm talking about the flat wheels. Chapter 1470. Hearing the words of the Imperial Guards, the elders of the Chabel families were stunned. They had been accustomed to a life of luxury, believing that everything could be reasoned with, yet they did not realize that their talents were the most unreasonable. These Chabels never reasoned, because they knew that robbery was far quicker than reasoning. But now that goblin civilization had reached saturation, the 5 Chabels could live comfortably on their own assets, so these people had forgotten their past. In their eyes, they were now righteous and polite. As for everyone else, they were barbarians. Everything had to be reasonable, didn't it, Imperial Guardsmen? What are you talking about? Talk to my 5mm rifle. The Imperial Guardsmen, spears in hand, began sweeping across the land. No man, woman, or child in the Kaiwa mansion could escape. After all, behead. Everyone who saw them must be killed before the ultimate target was discovered. Then the big boss would naturally emerge. What? You say the boss wants to run? I told you to run for 10 minutes. Can you outrun my jet? The Chabel family's leader was utterly devastated upon learning that a monster had stormed his mansion and started a massacre. He immediately gathered his men in the mansion and ordered them to intercept the Imperial Guards. And he chose to flee without hesitation. Nonsense! He's the leader. He's the boss of the Chabel family, holding supreme power. If he died in such an unclear manner, he would be a huge loss. The Chabel family leader planned to flee. But the Imperial Guards had already guessed the Chabel's intentions. Air Force reconnaissance drones hovered overhead, providing visual support for the advancing soldiers. While the Imperial Guard soldiers appeared to be solitary, their auxiliary forces, combined, numbered no less than a company of soldiers. Furthermore, they were staffed with numerous maintenance personnel. Virtually every Imperial Guard soldier had his own dedicated maintenance room. Furthermore, a dedicated maintenance team was in place to ensure that every Imperial Guard soldier could be repaired and restored to combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. The Chabel subordinates weren't all useless. Over the years, they had bribed some powerful individuals. Upon receiving the order from their Chabel leaders, these individuals immediately took up arms and engaged the Imperial Guards in a desperate struggle. The Imperial Guards, currently annihilating all the Chabel's offspring, suddenly spotted several goblins charging towards them. Initially, the Imperial Guard soldier paid no attention, completely focused on exterminating the Chabel's offspring. But the next second, the Imperial Guard's AI issued a warning. Warning, high threat target approaching. 4 o'clock. The driver immediately turned his head and spotted several strangely dressed goblins charging towards them. Without hesitation, he swung his spear and swept them across. The goblins were no ordinary cannon fodder. Faced with the driver's swift attack, they launched a counterattack without hesitation. They attacked the Imperial Guards directly. They dodged the Imperial Guards' attacks like ghosts, barely grazing the spear blades. The Imperial Guards' driver immediately realized something was amiss. If they were ordinary people, or even ordinary cultivators, they would have been unable to dodge that blow. The Imperial Guards then took notice, their expressions solemn as they observed the scene before them. "Who are you?" the Imperial Guardsman asked. "The Lord has ordered the execution of this thug." Several of them launched a sudden and violent attack, leaving the Imperial Guardsmen unable to dodge and being sent flying into a nearby building. A large amount of bricks and tiles collapsed, burying the Imperial Guardsmen. Several goblins exchanged glances. Is this solved? Why do they seem so vulnerable? A few seconds later, a sudden movement erupted from the ruins. The Imperial Guardsmen slowly emerged, their once black armor suddenly smoking, and a crimson gold glint shone through the cracks. "What is this?" The Imperial Guardsman twisted his neck, then spoke calmly. "The second round begins." "Goblin, Buheo!" The Imperial Guardsman shot a goblin through the air. The goblin was originally an 8th level warrior, and he had just used all his strength to send the Imperial Guards flying with a single punch. He had originally thought the Imperial Guard had been destroyed, but reality had dealt him a slap in the face. The Imperial Guard had not been destroyed, and it seemed to have entered its second phase. The decapitation operation was underway in the south, while the north was now rife with war. The National Defense Forces concentrated a large number of armored vehicles and launched a fierce assault on the northern goblin defenses. In one night, the once impenetrable goblin defenses were instantly shattered. Many soldiers had never imagined that in just one night, their proud defenses would be completely destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of troops were defeated in an instant. Some goblins chose to continue holding their lines, but the majority of the goblin soldiers were defeated and, led by their commanders, retreated. The old general tried to rally his troops to hold out, but reality dealt him a slap in the face. His men simply refused to obey his orders. Only 200,000 chose to hold on, the majority chose to withdraw, following the orders of the Chable leaders. The leaders of the 5 southern Chables had been attacked. They desperately needed reinforcements. After one night, the old general had been able to contact fewer than 800,000 troops. Another 200,000 or so had vanished completely. Some had been annihilated, while the majority had been dispersed. These scattered men had no way of finding their way home. They were unable to contact their commanders, and the lucky ones would be captured by the Wehrmacht. The unlucky ones might remain trapped in this primeval forest forever. In a forest, more than 10 goblin soldiers, supporting each other, fled southward. They had abandoned most of their weapons, even their issued body armor. Equipped with only the most basic individual combat equipment, they fled south. They had originally numbered over 20 soldiers along the way, but after crossing the primeval forest, only about 10 remained. A goblin soldier running ahead couldn't help but turn back and say to a young soldier, "Can you please throw away that bazooka on your back? Don't you know it weighs over 10 pounds? How are you going to run with it?" The young soldier couldn't help but scratch his head. "But if we don't have the bazooka with us, what will we do if we encounter a Wehrmacht vehicle?" "What do you mean by encountering a Wehrmacht vehicle? You're almost dead, and you still care about this? Can't you take care of yourself? Besides, will the Wehrmacht definitely kill us?" The soldier tried to persuade them. But the young soldier lowered his head and muttered, "I know the Wehrmacht won't kill us, but I don't want to be a slave." Everyone present was stunned by the young soldier's words. Yes, this country is controlled by Chables, but that doesn't mean they don't love it. Countless compatriots hope for a better country, yet they are now on the run. Just as everyone was stunned, the untimely sound of tracks echoed. Chapter 1471. The goblin soldiers heard the sound of tracks behind them, and instantly tensed. Then, they witnessed a scene that shocked them. A Type 99A tank burst out of the nearby woods. It then drifted across the road. And after the drift, its gun barrel was aimed squarely at the goblin soldiers. They had never faced an armored vehicle head-on. Now they were facing a drifting tank. Damn! Type 99A, they were all stunned, completely devoid of any response. The Wehrmacht was also a bit bewildered. The tank driver, only intending to show off his skills, drifted around a corner and encountered a dozen goblin soldiers. The commander was the first to react, immediately ordering the gunner to aim his gun barrel at the soldiers, and then shouting at them to surrender. Their original mission was to advance quickly and divide the battlefield. If they engaged in a fight with these dozen goblin soldiers at this moment, the outcome would be more than they gained. Instead, it would reveal their current position. The goblin soldier was startled for a moment, then quickly regained consciousness and fled. The young goblin soldier, however, reacted immediately and unsheathed his bazooka. He then raised it and aimed it at the Type 99A tank parked in the distance. The tank commander was stunned by this scene. The gunner also aimed at the low-elf soldier in front of him, his face brimming with confusion, as he looked at the soldier's childish face. At first, the other goblin soldiers fled without a backward glance. But when the goblin soldier who had previously communicated with the young soldier saw him standing there, attempting to raise his weapon to resist, his heart leaped to his throat. He immediately rushed over, grabbed the young soldier, and ran into the nearby woods. The young soldier almost pressed the fire button. Interrupted by the soldier, the young soldier was puzzled. "Why did you pull away? I can destroy a tank." The soldier couldn't help but hold his head. "How can you destroy a tank? Their gun barrels are probably bigger than your head. How can you destroy their vehicles with this little rocket launcher? Don't think you're so clever. You talk about dying for your country. If this country was worth saving, I would die without hesitation. But this country is rotten to the core. The leader keeps saying he wants to bring happiness to the people and choose to rebel, but even after the rebellion, he hasn't even distributed land in the capital and just keeps shouting slogans. Is there any hope for a country like this? Is it really worth dying for?" The soldier grabbed the young soldier's shoulders and roared. The two of them were now in a ditch beside the road. The Wehrmacht gunner watched all this unfold. He didn't fire his cannon or use his coaxial machine gun. Instead, he just watched quietly. Soldiers should fight soldiers, not massacre unarmed people. After being yelled at, the young soldier suddenly regained consciousness and muttered to himself, "Do you think I don't want to? I have no choice. If I don't stay here, where else can I stay? This country is everything to me. How can you be so stupid? Patriotism doesn't mean dying for your country. You have to understand what you mean by patriotism. Do you love the name of the Goblin Nation or your compatriots? You have to understand that you have family, parents, and friends. They are the very fabric of this country. Not those high-ranking plutocrats, understand?" The two men's argument was witnessed by the Wehrmacht driver, who, without hesitation, ordered the driver to drive the tank at full speed. He paid no attention to the dozen or so goblin soldiers, because they would eventually be sent to the Wehrmacht prisoner of war camp. The goblin supplies had been destroyed, and so had their defenses. In a land with few supplies, it was impossible for the soldiers to cross the vast primeval forest. Forget about surviving by simply finding something to eat in the primeval forest. The various poisonous insects in the primeval forest were enough to make the soldiers suffer. Not to mention the dangers lurking everywhere in the primeval forest. Many goblin soldiers had no chance of survival, and surrendering to the Wehrmacht was their only hope. So many goblin soldiers. In the end, they all managed to escape to the prisoner of war camp to the north. The dozen or so goblin soldiers were merely a minor incident. The Wehrmacht driver, driving the Type 99A, advanced rapidly. They had received the latest intelligence from the Air Force. An Air Force reconnaissance drone had spotted a mecha unit to the south. This unit had originally been dispatched by the Chable to reinforce the Chable army. But the old general had detained it. The old general believed that mechas were essential to the front lines, but the Chables disagreed. The two sides engaged in a scramble over this unit, but ultimately, neither side reached a conclusion, and the unit was left behind. Unfortunately, before the negotiations could conclude, the north exploded. The Wehrmacht broke through their carefully prepared defenses and advanced directly, defeating the entire army. The old general placed all his hopes on this army, hoping it could redeem itself and delay the Wehrmacht's Iron Torrent offensive from the north as long as possible. This army was so crucial that the old general, at the cost of his dignity, went to the Chable to plead for mercy. He hoped the Chable would dispatch this army to meet the Wehrmacht's Iron Torrent. Although the Chables were at odds with the old general, they also understood the importance of the northern defense. The confrontation with the leader in the south was at least at a stalemate, while the north was now one-sided. The Chables were furious. 3 consecutive major battles had resulted in crushing defeats for the goblins. This was no ordinary defeat. This even led the Chables to suspect that the vast sums they gave to the army each year were being embezzled. If the senior military officers knew of this, they would undoubtedly cry out in injustice. Because the Chables were so stingy, the meager sums they eked out would be enough to barely cover the cost of the army, let alone embezzle it. If the leader hadn't been robbing Peter to pay Paul, patching up the gaps, they wouldn't even be able to raise enough to pay the soldiers. The leader had repeatedly reported the military's lack of funds to the Chables, but their response was this: can't they find a solution themselves? Those who complain about the low pay can just get out. We're not begging you to join the army. If you don't want to, there are plenty of willing ones. Because the goblins are completely isolated, and the Chables have complete control over the country. Even if the Chables offer extremely low pay, countless people are vying to join. The reason is simple. At least it's a stable job. The Chables' opinions are like the weather. They change at a moment's notice. One thought today, another tomorrow. It can only be said that the Chables have survived to this day because they have no natural enemies. The mecha unit has just begun to move, but what they don't know is that the National Defense Force is already on the way. Chapter 1472. Goblin soldiers rarely receive their full pay. As a result, many of them harbor resentment towards the Chables. But one must bow down under the roof. Because most of the goblin soldiers work for the Chables, even if they curse them, they do so in their hearts. Few dare to do so in front of the Chables. In fact, those who do curse the Chables often disappear. The kind where their bodies are never found. Even though the Chables repeatedly emphasize freedom of speech, it's just talk, vastly different from reality. You expect freedom of speech in a Chable kingdom? How is that even possible? Freedom of speech? That's the Chables' freedom of speech. The mecha troops were quickly ready. But they made a decision that surprised no one. That means asking the Chable for military pay. That's right. As the Chable's most prized mecha unit, this unit doesn't even have enough pay. Originally, the Chable had provided ample pay for the mecha unit, but the other units received very little. Furthermore, with the battle lines shrinking and the front lines under strain, the old general simply withheld some of the mecha unit's pay and distributed it to other friendly units. The old general had communicated this to the mecha unit commander and soldiers in advance, and the soldiers all agreed. After all, they had experienced life without pay. Back then, with so little money in their pockets, buying anything was simply impossible. And now, most of these soldiers were struggling to make ends meet. They didn't know when the Wehrmacht from the north would attack, and if they did, their lives would be in danger. So at this time, asking for more military pay to send back home was the best option. The old general also tried his best to secure funding for the lower-level soldiers. But the Chables were stingy, and didn't even consider providing adequate pay for their soldiers. They lived comfortably, but these lower-level soldiers starved. So, upon learning that the mecha units were demanding pay, the Chables were furious. This was simply a joke. They had just recently provided adequate pay, but what the Chables didn't know was that their pay was just basic wages. The mecha unit's maintenance and upkeep required funding. For years, the commanders had largely paid out their own money to subsidize the troops. Most of the commanders came from wealthy families. Many of them could be considered Chables. But after spending so much time among the lower-level soldiers, they no longer cared about class. The stronger the army, the more united it was. And the commander's demand for pay before the battle was precisely to reap a lucrative harvest from the Chables. We fought for you on the front lines, yet you're still fighting among yourselves in the rear. Fighting is enough, but the fighting on the front lines is so brutal, and you haven't even bothered to offer any rewards. Is the money in your pockets so important? The news of the mecha commander's demands for pay reached the Chable. At this moment, the Chable leaders were mostly being hunted by the Imperial Guard. They had no time to respond to the mecha commander. The mecha commander never received a response, and he became completely disappointed with the Chable. Finally, he decided to abandon the Chable completely. He ordered the surrounding infantry to evacuate immediately, while he led the mecha unit, ready to fight the Wehrmacht to the bitter end. As a Chable, and more importantly, as a military commander, he had his own pride. He would neither bow to the Chable nor to the Wehrmacht. He said he would either die here or defeat the Wehrmacht in the north. There was no other way. As for the others, he couldn't really care less. He couldn't control most people, he could only manage himself. Although he was a commander, that didn't mean he could guarantee compliance. The Mecha Corps was his personal command, and he was nominally accorded the rank of general. Logically, he should have been able to command another 100,000 or so troops, but these were the only ones he could truly command. Because there was also rifting among the Chables. Excellent people are always envied, and Chables are no exception. Some Chables are indeed excellent, but being too excellent is also a sin of envy. The mecha commander had been marginalized for years. So when the old general suggested that the Mecha Corps stay, the mecha commander readily agreed. Because the plutocrats weren't exactly good people, the commander wasn't popular with them. But they had to acknowledge the commander's ability. As soon as the commander ordered all troops to prepare for battle, Wehrmacht armored units rushed into the mech unit's defense zone. They targeted the warehouse, where the mechs were stored, and opened fire. Also, along with the army, were Air Force fighters. To end the war quickly, Wehrmacht headquarters unanimously decided to completely destroy this mech unit. According to intelligence from the intelligence agency, this mech unit was likely the Goblins' only armored unit in the north. If this mech unit were destroyed, the entire northern defense line would be completely without any vehicle support. The Goblins, already at a disadvantage, would have no chance of recovery if they lost their vehicles. The Wehrmacht tanks began bombarding the mechs. Ordinary artillery shells were incapable of destroying these mechs, especially the beast-shaped ones. The Wehrmacht had to use steel needles to damage the beast-shaped ones. The army struggled, but the Air Force had it easy. The Air Force lacked everything except bombs and missiles. They still had a large supply, and at Karl's instruction, the Air Force unleashed its best assets. All attack aircraft were deployed to the front lines, specifically to help the army establish complete firepower suppression. Crush the goblins in every possible way. The mech unit commander, upon learning they were under attack, immediately ordered his troops to engage. He did not blame the surrounding friendly forces for not noticing in time. The goblin army is now practically utterly destroyed. Being able to offer a few assists and fire a few shots is already considered a good unit. Most of the troops are in complete disarray. The commander stared at the distant torrent of steel, stunned. How did the Wehrmacht acquire so many vehicles? Does their government value the military? Chapter 1473. The Goblin mech unit was crushed by the Wehrmacht's armored forces. The mech unit commander commanded approximately 1,000 mechs. However, most of these mechs were unactivated. A considerable number were stored in warehouses. As a result, the Wehrmacht's tanks surrounded the mech unit's camp. They attacked from a distance, completely disregarding the goblins. Many goblin mech pilots, dazed by the bombardment, were about to board their mechs for battle. But before they could even touch their mechs, they watched their familiar mechs disintegrate into flames right before their eyes. The Wehrmacht unleashed all sorts of weapons on the goblin mechs. But the Wehrmacht had to admit that the goblin mechs were indeed quite tough. Ordinary artillery shells were completely ineffective against them. The Wehrmacht was completely helpless and hoped the Air Force would increase its firepower. But the Air Force fighter jets had a cooling effect after each round of attacks. They have to go back and resupply. The army commander on the front lines was now filled with worry. In the beginning, the Wehrmacht's surprise attack had indeed been swift. They caught the goblins unawares, taking advantage of their inability to react. But now things were different. The goblins were gradually reacting, and the Wehrmacht couldn't continue to exploit their gains. The two sides entered a stalemate. The Emperor's weapons struggled to reach the distant tanks, but the Wehrmacht tanks couldn't destroy the goblin mechs in one fell swoop. The two sides gradually fell into a stalemate. The Wehrmacht knew they had to find a breakthrough. The army commander immediately reported the situation to headquarters. The military wanted to mobilize the airborne division to cut off the goblin supply lines, intending to corner the goblin mechs. However, they quickly abandoned this plan. The goblin mechs were an independent entity, having already stockpiled a vast amount of supplies. Even if their supply lines were cut, they would not be able to defeat the goblin mechs in a short period of time. The Wehrmacht commander grew increasingly anxious. Upon learning of this situation, the military began searching for countermeasures. Initially, the military had no idea what to do, but they quickly came up with the Iron Guard, which was still stationed in the northern region of the Papal States. As the saying goes, magic defeats magic. The Iron Guard were perfectly suited to dealing with these goblin mechs. The original Iron Guard were currently clearing out aberrations in the north. Holdress's decision to side with the aberrations was a decision made by their rulers. However, it was the ordinary people who paid the price for this misdeed. Countless people in the Papal States were transformed into monsters. The Iron Guards made no unnecessary moves in the face of these monsters. The only option was to physically eliminate them all. These monsters simply couldn't transform back into humans. Rather than continue to suffer, it was better to give them a quick death. After several months of clearing, the Iron Guard successfully eliminated all the deformed creatures in the northern part of the Papal States. They were in the final stages of finishing the job. And then, war broke out in the south. At first, they took no action, and no orders were issued from above. But just as the situation in the south reached a stalemate, the Wehrmacht's frontline commander approached Leon. I hope Leon can send the custodes to join the battle. Leon didn't want to reveal the number of custodes prematurely. Sending the custodes on decapitation missions was intended to deceive the gods, making them believe the custodes were few in number. Leon refused to send the custodes, but he chose to send the Iron Guard. Although the Iron Guard and the custodes weren't on the same level, using the Iron Guard against the goblins was like using a cannon to smother a mosquito. Goblin, don't come over here. The 3,000 Iron Guards received the immediate call, and transport planes quickly brought them to the front lines. At this moment, the mech camp was in the most crucial phase of the fierce battle. The Wehrmacht's armored forces attempted to break through the mech defenses, but were repelled by the goblins. The Wehrmacht's vehicles could only fire at medium and long range. Without vehicle cover, the infantry couldn't get close to the goblin positions. Not all goblin mechs were melee capable. Some were also equipped with ranged weapons. The vehicles of both sides engaged in a direct, steely showdown. The infantry, caught in the middle, suffered the most. The commander of the Goblin mech unit had withdrawn his infantry early, leaving only a handful of infantry directly under the mech unit. The Wehrmacht side consisted primarily of armored troops. Because the Goblin mech units still possessed formidable combat power, infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles were unable to transport the armored troops to the front lines. They could only huddle behind the tanks and quietly await the outcome of the battle. This put a heavy burden on the infantry. The infantry couldn't stay in the rear forever, they had to reinforce the front lines. Since the Goblin mech units couldn't defeat the Wehrmacht's vehicles, they turned their attention to the infantry. Directly targeting the infantry, they unleashed a barrage of fire. The Wehrmacht soldiers trapped in the trenches couldn't even cry. What was going on? What good things had happened to them? But most of the Wehrmacht soldiers had already taken cover. There wasn't much movement. Although both sides were locked in a fierce battle, the Wehrmacht knew they would soon achieve victory. For they still had a large number of tanks on standby in the rear, ready to replace the frontline tanks at any moment. The Goblins, on the other hand, had no spare vehicles. Every mech they lost was a mech they lost. Upon learning the mech unit was trapped, the old general immediately dispatched 50,000 men to rescue them. It wasn't that the old general didn't want to send more men, but the mech unit's encampment could only accommodate a little over 100,000 men. There was no way they could pile hundreds of thousands of men into the mech unit all at once. While the old general dispatched men to rescue the mech unit, Wehrmacht reinforcements had already arrived. The Iron Guard delivered a direct act of justice. The Wehrmacht Air Force pulled the Iron Guards over the battlefield and then dropped them like dumplings. Amidst the fierce battle, the two sides suddenly saw a large number of small black dots appear in the sky. Both sides were puzzled. They didn't know what they were. But as the dots drew closer, some sharp-eyed individuals instantly spotted the silver-white Iron Guards. The Goblins were baffled, but the Wehrmacht soldiers instantly recognized them. The Great Flame Iron Guards. The Wehrmacht's morale instantly soared. The opposing Goblins were in dire straits. The Iron Guards dropped directly from the air with pinpoint precision. Most of them landed directly in the center of the mecha camp. They were immediately surrounded by the Goblin mechas. But after landing, the Iron Guards uttered something that shocked the Goblin soldiers. "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." The Goblin mecha pilots were stunned. "It's not like we're just talking about who's surrounded by whom, buddies. Don't you understand your situation?" The Goblin pilots exchanged glances, then charged towards the Iron Guard with disdain. "What kind of garbage are you eating? I strike you." Chapter 1474. The Iron Guard landed directly in the center of the Goblin mech force. The Goblin mech pilots set their sights on the Iron Guards. The Iron Guards formed combat teams of 3. The team leader was responsible for the team's direction of movement. At the squadron leader's command, the Iron Guards immediately launched a surprise attack on the surrounding area. A 3-man squad launched an attack in one direction. 2 team members looked at their team leader. The team leader glanced briefly at the opposing Goblin soldiers. "I act according to my expression, understand?" "Okay, Captain. But do you really have an expression?" the team member asked, barely suppressing a laugh. "How can you be so talkative? If you can't speak, you can just keep silent." The captain couldn't help but put his hand on his helmet visor. "How could my men be so clever? When I told you to read my expression, did I really mean to read my expression? I meant to act according to the situation." As the 3 of them were joking with each other, the opposing Goblin mech pilot seemed enraged. "You don't take us seriously." The Goblin launched an attack directly at the 3 of them. The 3 of them were still conversing when they were interrupted. Feeling the slight vibrations from their armor, they all turned their gazes towards the Goblin mech in the distance. The Goblin mech pilot was stunned. At that moment, he felt like he was being stared at by a tiger. "How is this possible? How could I be afraid of someone like this?" The pilot touched his back and found it was soaked. "This isn't sweat, is it? Maybe it's the heat." The 3 Iron Guards moved towards that spot, and a sense of oppression instantly mounted. The Goblin pilots dared not breathe. They wanted to launch a surprise attack, but they couldn't move at all, because they didn't know how. The 3 men stood there, like gatekeepers. How could they possibly launch an attack? Just now, their ranged attacks had no effect at all, like a tickle. After all, the attack they had just used was one of their few ranged attacks. The Goblin mechs mostly faced security operations. Their enemies were usually unarmed civilians, so swords were always more effective than guns. But now, their ranged attacks were useless against the Iron Guards, and if they wanted to engage them in close combat, they didn't know how to fight them. After all, these iron lumps looked like they were formidable. This was a battlefield, if they weren't careful they could die. The goblin's face was solemn. The 3 iron guards on the opposite side also realized it belatedly. "Boss, there's a mosquito biting us." "Then don't you know how to fight back?" "Really? I'm afraid I killed him with one slap." "Just go ahead when I tell you to." "Why are you whining? Do you believe I spank you?" "Boss, howda." The 2 iron guards charged forward in an inverted triangle formation. The captain held the line in the middle and rear. The goblin mech saw that these 3 men not only didn't flee, but actually attacked them. Instantly enraged, they tried to use human wave tactics to surround the iron guards. The iron guards didn't give in. They drew their swords from their waists, aimed at one of the goblins, and struck him with a single blow. The goblin pilot maneuvered the mech, raising his hand to block. Watching the iron guard's longsword slash at his shield, the pilot couldn't help but curl his lips. This is an alloy shield, no one could. The driver's lips froze instantly. Because the iron guard had directly cleaved his shield and arm with one blow, the pilot's face was filled with questions, completely stunned. The comrades around him were also stunned. No, that bro's strike completely destroyed it. The other goblin mech pilots were also stunned after seeing this. Did he just split the alloy shield in half with one blow? The surrounding goblin pilot's eyes converged on the iron guard's long sword. The iron guard, without hesitation, drew his sword and decapitated it with one strike. He easily dispatched the goblin mech before him. The iron guard's sword had slashed tanks and killed aberrant creatures, but this was a first for him against a goblin mech. But for the iron guards, it made little difference. "I thought it was some wooden stake. Go talk to my long sword." The iron guards then launched a frenzied slaughter at the goblin mechs. The hundreds of iron guards, who landed first, began ruthlessly slaughtering the goblin mechs. The previously stalemated situation suddenly became one-sided. Many goblin mech pilots were stunned. They couldn't understand why the humans to the north were so technologically advanced. How could they fight this? Surrender. They no longer had the will to fight. If they continued, they would lose their last bit of dignity. But what truly devastated the goblins was the continuous influx of iron guards from the sky. It would take half a day to kill 3,000 iron guards. Watching the iron guards descending from the sky, and seeing their comrades being slaughtered before their eyes, the goblins completely collapsed. Some goblin mechs tried to resist, but were easily pinned down by the iron guards. They couldn't move a muscle. The iron guards' power was vastly superior to theirs. With just one hand, the iron guards could pin down most of the humanoid mechs. With the other, they grasped their long swords, thrusting white in and green out. For some reason, goblin blood is green. But dwarf blood is red. In this world, only 2 creatures have green blood. One is the goblins, and the other is the recently exterminated goblins. After rallying, the succubus chose to exterminate the goblin clan. Nature is cruel. The goblins had once intended to completely exterminate the succubus clan, but now, the tide has turned, and the sins they committed have finally been repaid by the succubus. As the iron guards carried out their combat mission, they pondered the connection between the goblins and the goblins. Logically, the goblins and goblins should have no connection at all. After all, one is in the southern continent, the other in the eastern continent. The 2 sides could hardly have been further apart. The iron guards thought as they killed. It was as if they didn't even consider the goblins before them human. The goblins decisively fled. Because defeat was inevitable, fleeing or surrendering now would at least save their lives. If they surrendered too late, the iron guards would have stabbed them to death. The war in the north was like a dream. Just a moment they had the upper hand, and the next moment they were at a disadvantage. And this happened without reason or warning. The goblin commander clenched his fists as he watched the scene before him. He had originally proposed reforms to strengthen the military. But now, let alone strengthening the military, the current goblin mech corps is a completely different beast from the original. The current mech corps is nothing more than a herd of pigs, easily slaughtered by the Wehrmacht. This was after some coordinated training under the commander's leadership. Without the commander, the slaughter would have been even more complete. The goblin mech commander was completely devastated. Including this battle, the goblins have suffered 4 consecutive defeats. Hey tycoons, get moving. Don't you boast about being the world's hegemons? Move now. Chapter 1475. The war raged fiercely in the south. Leningrad seemed unaffected by the war and flourished. Compared to the impoverished Leningrad of the past, the present Leningrad was not only wealthy, but its permanent population was also rapidly increasing. Many people who arrived in Leningrad chose to settle there. Most were from the Holy Empire and the Elven Empire. People from these 2 countries automatically acquired Great Yin citizenship, so they could stay in Leningrad openly. Simply converting everyone from these two countries into Great Yin citizens would bring a large population to Great Yin. But it would also have a huge impact. Some people would try to take advantage of the situation and stay put. Great Yin doesn't support idlers. If you don't enjoy what Great Yin has to offer, then you can naturally give up. But Great Yin offers you a stable and prosperous environment, and there's no forced overtime in factories and other industries. Working only 8 hours a day, and the medical care system is very comprehensive. If you choose to give up on a country like this, what gives you the right to enjoy all this? Is it just because you're from this country? Some say choice outweighs effort, but the problem is that Great Yin is a newly emerging nation. It's the last country to tolerate giving up. Giving up stems from utter disappointment with reality, but Great Yin is now the people's dream. The people are willing to contribute, and they're willing to do so. But the forest is big and there are all kinds of birds. After learning that they automatically obtain Great Yin citizenship, some people in the Holy Empire and the Elf Empire began to take advantage of this loophole and stopped working hard to enjoy the benefits that citizenship brings. Many people were dissatisfied and complained to local officials. Officials didn't know what to do, so they could only report it up the chain of command. Lion had already prepared measures for all this. These citizens who automatically received citizenship were placed under observation. If they didn't contribute to the yin or simply sat back and enjoyed state benefits, Lion would take strong action. If it were peacetime, Lion would take its time. But this is not peacetime, the war is raging. Soldiers sacrifice their lives to give you a stable life. And yet, you don't pay taxes, don't make contributions, and still enjoy everything with impunity. So what do you think of the sacrifices of the Wehrmacht soldiers? Is their sacrifice justified? So now, most people in Liongrad have found suitable jobs. Some, while disliking their current jobs, are happy to do them. The daily workload is not heavy, and these people find value and meaning in their work. Liongrad has gradually become a place everyone yearns for. The happiest people were probably the first ones. Leongrad once had only 100,000 native inhabitants, but now it's home to far more than just 100,000 people. Including some neighboring areas, the population of Leongrad and its surrounding areas has reached a staggering 10 million. The total population of Yin is currently around 250 million. Of these, 160 million are humans, 70 million are elves, and 20 million are orcs. Together, these people make up the vast Yin. However, the total number of those who have contributed to the Yin does not exceed 10 million. Most of them were soldiers and workers. Yin is what it is today thanks to their dedication, and Lion has never treated them unfairly. Even though Liongrad is now overcrowded and many houses are unavailable, Lion still supports the people who once followed him. One should never forget one's roots, and Lion has never forgotten his own. On a certain street in Liongrad, a young man gazed into the distance with a hint of melancholy. As he stood there, waiting nonchalantly, a tall woman in a white dress quietly approached. "Oh my! Isn't that our Imperial Guardsman? Why are you here alone?" The young man nearly jumped up in shock. He looked in the direction of the voice and froze in his tracks. The woman before him was none other than the goddess he had longed for. And their story began with the incident with Galena releasing the monster. Then the young man had taken his goddess out to dinner. As luck would have it, the distorted monster landed right near them. As a member of the Imperial Guards hidden in the shadows, the young man naturally stepped forward to protect the people. But this also meant he was completely exposed to his friends and relatives, and his identity became known to all. The Imperial Guards were clearly divided into two factions. One was open and above board, while the other hid in the darkness, becoming invisible guardians. Since his identity was exposed, the young man had distanced himself from his goddess, family, and friends. When he first joined the Imperial Guards, many people had warned him against this. This was especially true when the young man joined these invisible guardians. The young man's leader lectured him for hours. The content was to urge them to be cautious. At first, the young man was somewhat nonchalant. "Boss, I don't think we need to be so concerned, right? Just because we're exposed doesn't mean we can't continue working. You're still young and don't know much about this business. You must have heard of the Intelligence Bureau, right? Have you ever seen an Intelligence Bureau agent suddenly say they're quitting? It's not that they always want to do it, but everyone in their field, as well as ours, knows that quitting leads to faster demise. It's just that we're Imperial Guards, and they're just ordinary Intelligence Bureau agents." This was the conversation between the boss and the young man. The young man's family and friends had no idea he had become a member of the Imperial Guard. The last time the young man stepped forward, he was photographed by a reporter from the Dian Daily. However, just as the reporter finished writing the article and was about to publish it, he strangely discovered that his manuscript had disappeared. Instead, it had been replaced by another one. The reporter was completely stunned. Could there be a ghost? The reporter was later summoned by the newspaper's president for questioning. After leaving, he never mentioned anything about the young man again. The young man stared at the goddess before him, a dazed expression on his face. Why do you look so dazed? And your mouth is crooked. Chapter 1476. Looking at the sweet girl before him, the young man opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately turned and left. Ever since his relatives learned he was a member of the Imperial Guard, the door to his home has been trampled down. Reluctantly, the young man's family moved out of their original residence and cut off contact with some relatives. People often say that when you become rich and powerful, don't forget your friends. But the problem is, these relatives have never helped them, and have always been sucking their blood. Watching the young man turn and leave, the girl tried to chase him, but found that he had left at an extremely fast speed. She stood there, watching the young man's retreating back, bewildered. Some people become invisible guardians, while others can be said to have experienced hardship before their time is finally ripe for happiness. Today was a special day for William. As a dedicated soldier with perfect workdays, William rarely took any leave on weekdays. But today, he had to take leave, because his younger brother was getting married. Flestum could be said to be in high spirits today. Not only was he getting married today, he was also promoted to colonel yesterday. It can be said that he's enjoying success in both his love life and his career. Fleischmidt's smile hasn't faded at all these days. If William hadn't known his brother was a normal person, he would have been sent to a mental hospital for an examination. Early in the morning, Frischmidt donned his formal attire. He was incredibly nervous. Sija, a foreigner, had no local housing or family. So, according to the marriage process, she was currently living at Karl's house. Since William's wife was Ruthna, it was natural for her to take care of her brother-in-law's wife. So, he temporarily placed Thea in his own home. Did Karl have anything to say? He had nothing to say, fearing his granddaughter would hit him. Ruthna had been spoiled by William, and she was a figure of authority at home. Even when she returned to Karl's house, she would tear the roof off Karl's house. Ruthna acted like the mistress of William's household. But now, she was more concerned about her husband. William loved her, so he doted on her. She also understood her own situation. She worked during the day, and at night, she helped William handle everything, letting him feel the warmth of home. Ruthna, a princess who had never done anything, now handled everything from the living room to the kitchen. William never asked Ruthna to do anything. Ruthna didn't take advantage of William's favor to feel safe, but instead considered herself the true mistress of the household. Ruthna would make a warm home what it was. Although Fleischtam was now a colonel, in William's eyes, he was still a child, his forever younger brother. To his subordinates, Fleischtam was a stern presence. But at home, he was a child who never grew up. His sister, Charlotte, could always pin him to the ground and beat him, and with a single word, Fleischtam's bloodline would overwhelm him. And their mother didn't know what to say. She didn't expect too much from her son. Whether it was William or Fleischtam, they were both her sons. No matter how outstanding they were outside, they were just two good kids at home. They always responded to their mother's requests. They never disobeyed her. If it weren't for their mother, the two brothers wouldn't be where they are today. Their father abandoned them when they were just a few years old, devoting himself to gambling. Their mother had raised them with great difficulty, and their greatest wish wasn't for promotion or wealth, nor for great fortune. It was for their mother's safety and happiness. As the male protagonist today, Fleischtam wasn't nervous, but extremely nervous. He was so nervous he didn't know what to do, pacing back and forth. Because it was his first marriage, he had little experience and didn't know what to do. Seeing this, his brother, William, couldn't help but pat his younger brother. "What's the point of you walking around here? Why don't you dress up? You're going to pick up your wife soon." Fleischtam suddenly realized something and rushed into the room to get ready. Looking at himself in the mirror, even after meticulously dressing himself, Forrestheim repeatedly checked himself, fearing even the slightest hint of indecency. William couldn't help but hold his head in his hands upon seeing this. He shouldn't have told his brother that everything was fine now. It would have made him even more nervous. Today should have been a happy day, but the two brothers, amidst their joy, felt a touch of sadness. From time to time, he glanced at his mother. His mother's face should have been all smiles today, but now, a hint of sadness lingered within it. Because Charlotte had been missing for 3 days. In fact, William had already found Charlotte the first day she disappeared. The men he sent failed to bring Charlotte back. Charlotte simply drove William's men back. Later, Fleischham personally dispatched the force, only to be driven back by Charlotte. Charlotte is now completely different from the quiet girl she once was. She used to be simple, yet possessed the air of a lady from a noble family. But now, Charlotte is a complete and utterly frivolous young woman. Ever since she realized her relationship with Gudry, and learned that Gudry only treated her as a younger sister, Charlotte has completely given up. She's been away from home all day, hanging out with those so-called progressive youth. After repeated attempts to persuade her to no avail, William issued a death warrant. If these thugs dared to touch Charlotte, William would make them disappear from the face of the earth. It's not that William didn't want to care for his sister, but he simply didn't have much time for family these days. As commander of the Imperial Guard, William not only shouldered the responsibility of defending the capital, but the Imperial Guard must also serve as a role model for Allied forces. Thus, rigorous training was essential. William simply didn't have the time to care for anything. Ruthina essentially ran the household. Fleischham would also help out after get-off work. However, Charlotte's bloodline, which had been suppressed by Fleischham since childhood, made it impossible for him to bring Charlotte back. After the two brothers explained the situation to their mother, she remained silent, but her eyes were filled with disappointment and worry. There was nothing they could do. William tried to forcefully take her away, but Charlotte threatened to commit suicide. The matter was dropped. What the brothers didn't expect was that Charlotte, a family member, was not present for Fleischham's wedding. Inside the church, the guests had already arrived, and their mother, dressed in her finery, was searching the crowd for her daughter. Fleischham was chatting with his relatives and friends, while William's face was dark enough to drip ink. He had assumed Charlotte would know her limits, so he had informed her in advance that today was Fleischham's wedding day. But it was almost noon, and Charlotte still hadn't appeared. Charlotte hadn't shown up, but someone had arrived who had everyone gasping in surprise. Chapter 1477. What no one expected was that this distinguished guest was actually Gudry. That's right, Gudry attended Fleischham's wedding alone, dressed in military uniform. Gudry's presence wasn't due to William's favor, but rather to congratulate Fleischham, because the two of them had a past relationship. Back in the Elven Empire's capital, the three of them had a life-or-death relationship. They had fought together in the same trenches. Now that Gudry was a general, this didn't hinder his relationship with Fleischham. Fleischham wasn't much of a politician. He was completely carefree and welcomed Gudry's arrival. When William saw Gudry arrive, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, like a Sichuan opera. Gudry exchanged pleasantries with the two men. Then he started arguing directly with William. Fleischham listened to their divine conversation and couldn't help but think to himself, "The three of us are so strong. On average, each of us would be a general. What? Why do we need to average it out? Because some people aren't generals yet." Gudry's arrival instantly ignited the crowd. As a resident of Liongrad, not everyone knew William, but everyone definitely knew Gudry. If Alan was the pillar of the Air Force, then Gudry was the pillar of the Army. Even William in his prime had to retreat from the spotlight. William was the kind of man who did practical work, but remained relatively unknown. He had made many contributions, but his fame was far less than Gudry's. But in reality, his achievements were no less impressive than Gudry's. Gudry was more of a star, while William was a diligent worker. In Leon's heart, Gudry was Caddis's successor, but William was the one he trusted most. That was why he trusted William with the guards. The two men's bickering made it difficult for Fleischham to engage. Fleischham could only chat with other guests. After a brief argument with William, Gudry approached William's mother and greeted her. As a qualified general, Gudry was naturally observant. Looking at William's mother, and considering the brothers' expressions, Gudry guessed they were hiding something from him. Gudry then pulled William aside and inquired about the details. William, without holding back, told Gudry the truth about Charlotte's situation. Gudry was furious. How did she become like this? Doesn't she know she should stay away from those people? They're a bunch of confused people, living a life of drunkenness and debauchery, chasing excitement when they're full. How could you just leave them alone? Gudry's criticism left William holding his head in his hands. Do you think I don't want to intervene? There's simply no chance. She's threatening to commit suicide. What can I do? She's my sister, after all, and my mother didn't ask me to use force. So you're just going to let her continue to act like this? Please, we're not the same people anymore. You're a commander now, after all. Don't you know how many people are eyeing your position? On the surface, our Wehrmacht appears to be a solid organization, but in reality, many are already plotting their way up. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that once the Goblin War ends, it will be difficult to claim credit. While I don't know if we go to war with the gods, I do know that a new war won't break out anytime soon. Those ambitious individuals seeking to rise in power will inevitably find a way to drag us down. Charlotte must be brought back, or she will become a stain on you. If she's exploited by someone with ulterior motives, not only you but also Fleischtam will suffer. Gudry advised earnestly. William couldn't help but hold his head against his forehead, then paced back and forth in the aisle. Ruthina rushed over. Seeing William's troubled expression, she asked Gudry about the situation. When she learned that William was hesitant because of his sister Charlotte, Ruthina sighed and shook her head. She also wanted to use brute force to bring Charlotte back, but Charlotte clearly refused to return. When someone refuses to return, no matter what you do, she won't come back. Of course, this is also because Charlotte's life is too good. Compared to William and Fleischtam, Charlotte's life is simply too comfortable. The dedication of her older and younger brothers has enabled Charlotte and her mother to live a peaceful and comfortable life in Liongrad. Their mother knows the brothers' hardships. Everything their family has today is entirely due to the brothers' sacrifices. It can be said that the brothers are walking a tightrope between life and death. A single misstep could mean the brothers' death. William paced back and forth, finally speaking through gritted teeth. I know where she is. Go get her now. Gudry nodded. Fleischtam had wanted to go with them, but suddenly remembered he was the groom, so he could only watch Gudry and William and his wife leave. His mother's face was filled with worry. Fleischtam comforted her. Don't worry, mother. With my brother and Gudry here, my sister will definitely be brought back. His mother opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Even then, William and his wife, along with Gudry, left the house and got directly into a car. This car was William's personal car. William could now go home every day. This wasn't a general's privilege, it was William's own. More precisely, Carl had begged Leon for it. Leon, uncle, I need to discuss something with you. Can you let William come home every day? I'm begging you. My granddaughter says she won't recognize me as her grandfather if I don't find a way to get William home every day. Under Carl's request, Leon decisively agreed to William's request to come home every day. Nonsense. If he didn't agree, Carl would probably end up an empty nest elderly. If Carl really ended up an empty nest elderly, Caddis would probably come after me with a knife. The three of them got in the car and headed straight for an entertainment venue. Entertainment venues these days are strictly controlled. They're strictly entertainment venues, devoid of any color. If you dare mess around there, the intelligence agency will bust in. This is Leongrad, seriously, the Emperor. If you do this here, you're just treasonously offending the Emperor. How many of your family members are there to let you do this? William's car quickly arrived outside an entertainment venue. It was noon, and there were hardly any people inside. However, as soon as the three of them got out of the car, they could smell the odor of cigarettes and alcohol. Gudly frowned slightly, and Ruthina tilted her head slightly. William sighed, and then led the two of them inside. The security guard at the door was about to intercept them, but upon seeing William and Gudly, he was instantly terrified. He didn't dare to breathe and immediately hid to the side. Chapter 1478. William had warned the owner of this entertainment venue long ago. The owner had already informed his staff of William's existence and given each of them a photo of him, so they would always remember his face. He was afraid they would forget William. The owner knew William's sister, Charlotte, was at his place, but he couldn't get her out. Because Charlotte had completely taken root there, and she was the type that couldn't be driven away. The gang of thugs hanging out with Charlotte were no ordinary people either. They were the kind of people who came from wealthy families, had nothing better to do, and so, without knowing their place, they began to engage in all sorts of twisted ideas. I believe that Lion is very open-minded now, allowing 100 schools of thought to flourish. Of course, Lion allows 100 schools of thought to flourish, but only if your ideas are positive. If you engage in such twisted and distorted things, Lion will teach you what an intelligence agency is. Lion doesn't know what a surprise is, but certain twisted and distorted ideas are absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, the owners of major entertainment venues strictly monitor their staff and immediately report any unusual behavior by customers. However, William's sister, Charlotte, is a special case. The intelligence agency can't do anything about her. Because of Charlotte's brother's unique presence, those who were fooling around with Charlotte had a false sense of security. They must be on the right track, otherwise how could they not have been caught by the intelligence agency? Intelligence agency. Do you think I'm afraid of your father, or someone's brother? If someone's brother hadn't been keeping an eye on this place, you probably have been taken to the intelligence agency's military police prison long ago. So when William arrived at the entertainment venue, the staff and the intelligence agents panicked. Charlotte had spent the previous night partying with the gang. She drunk herself to the point of passing out. She was still unconscious. The intelligence agents had been secretly protecting Charlotte. The gang had initially wanted to attack, but then remembered William's warning. In the end, reason overcame their impulse. But now the room was in chaos. If William had seen this, he would have gone berserk. The intelligence agents, believing nothing substantial had transpired, did nothing to stop them. But now William had come knocking on the door. Watching William approaching the door, the agents' minds raced. They even imagined where they'd be exiled for the rest of their lives. But what suffocated the intelligence agents was the presence of Guthrie, trailing behind William. If we're not brothers, why are we still offering a buy one get one free deal? It's over, the sky is falling. The intelligence agents sat in the monitoring room, their faces filled with despair. William went straight to the door of the private room and kicked it open with one final kick. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and cigarettes, and William frowned instantly at the sight. William was about to speak when he froze. The chaos inside was so intense that it made William lose his temper. He watched William roll up his sleeves and walk inside. Guthrie tried to speak to stop him, but he, too, saw the situation clearly and instantly exploded. He went into a rage, just like William, and instinctively drew his gun. Can't you two calm down? Can you be reasonable? Ruthina also walked to the door, watching the two men run away, and tried to persuade them. She then saw what was happening inside, and her fighting spirit instantly erupted. Wait for me, you two. I blocked the door. No one's leaving today. Ruthina then blocked the doorway, refusing to let anyone leave. The noise of William kicking the door open startled some people. Some of them instantly woke up and looked towards the door. Who the hell is that? Do you know how to knock? Didn't your mother teach you? You're a parentless person. A thug, awakened by the noise, flew into a rage and launched a barrage of insults at William, including his family. At first, William hadn't intended to kill him, but upon hearing these words, he exploded. Guthrie was initially furious, but then he sobered up. He couldn't contain himself after hearing these words. This was a complete irritation to William. Ruthina, standing at the doorway, couldn't help but cover her face after hearing these words. Looks like I need to contact my chief grandfather today and ask him to help settle things. William stared intently at the thug who was greeting his family. At first, the thug was full of energy, but upon seeing Dr. William's attire, he instantly fainted. This guy has more stars than I have. Without a word, William walked up to the thug, picked up the unconscious man, and threw him directly onto the table. The wine bottle on the table instantly hit the ground with a resounding clatter. The men and women in the room also instantly regained consciousness. Some, unaware of the situation, thought William was here to cause trouble and began to challenge him. Seeing things were about to get out of hand, the intelligence agents next door rushed out one after another. William observed that their faces showed no emotion, but instead focused his gaze on his sister. Have you had enough fun? Look at you now. Is this the life you want? William ignored the accusations of the people around him. Charlotte remained silent, and the surrounding thugs, observing Charlotte and William, realized they knew each other. Some of the newer thugs, assuming William was Charlotte's boyfriend, instantly became arrogant. The veteran thugs, however, didn't dare to breathe. Is this your girlfriend? Do you understand that leaders these days advocate for freedom of speech? Your girlfriend is embracing new ideas. Why are you so bothered? One thug was kicked away before he could finish his words. William rolled up his sleeves and spoke. It's been so long since I fought. If you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have remembered I was once a powerful soldier. The thugs were stunned, their gazes fixed on the thug who had just been kicked. The thug struggled to his feet, pointed at William, and was about to speak when a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 1479. William's action stunned everyone present. The intelligence agents who rushed over after hearing the news were also bewildered. They tried to pretend they hadn't noticed. Because the other family wasn't ordinary people either. The real dilemma faced by these intelligence agents was theirs. They couldn't help either side. Ruthina looked at the intelligence agents standing at the door, and said nothing. She silently blocked them outside. This wasn't a sign of disdain for the intelligence agency, but rather a form of protection for these ordinary agents. Ruthina had heard a little about the gang of thugs inside. They were acting lawlessly, leveraging their family connections. They relied on their parents' status to recruit others and form small groups. These small groups pursued illusory things every day. But since they were minor incidents, they didn't receive much attention. But now this minor incident had come to William's attention. This was simply provoking trouble. It was completely reckless. The leader of the small group had naturally met William, so he stood timidly aside. He cared nothing for his men's lives, and at the same time, he looked to Charlotte for help, believing that Charlotte was the one who could control her brother. But what the leader didn't know was that William had always cared about his sensible and well-behaved sister, not the one who only knew how to cause trouble for his mother. His mother had repeatedly asked Charlotte to return home, but without exception, Charlotte had refused for various reasons. Charlotte deeply hurt her mother. William spent most of his time in the army. Although his rank was higher than his brother, Fleischham, he was actually much busier. Every day after get off work, his younger brother, Fleischham, would spend time with their mother. He spent time talking and chatting with her. The mother was very pleased with her two sons. And almost every day, she reminded the brothers to be careful. But their mother refused to mention Charlotte at all. The brothers understood why, and didn't ask further questions. At first, they thought Charlotte was just trying to calm down, so they chose to go easy on her. But now, it seemed, Charlotte had completely unleashed her own fury. Neither the brothers nor their mother mattered to her anymore. She called it the pursuit of excitement. The leader looked at Charlotte for help, but Charlotte glared at him. "William, what are you doing here? You're just going to start a fight." William was stunned for a moment, but then he looked at Charlotte with a cold expression. It was the first time Charlotte had seen her brother with such an expression. She felt a little scared, but she quickly regained her composure. Just as the leader had said, she's William's sister. A brother should give in to his sister. "How dare you glare at me? Who told you to hit them? Apologize." The two brothers were stunned by Charlotte's outrageous remarks. Guthrie, who had stayed close to the door to avoid suspicion, was also stunned upon hearing these words. "No, man! What kind of outrageous statement is this?" The thugs perked up instantly after hearing this. They watched William, who had been stunned, and instantly regained their composure. They approached and launched a barrage of verbal attacks at William. William was too slow to react, not even noticing the shove. "Didn't you hear what Miss Charlotte said? Get out of here. Get him out. He's getting off easy. Apologize to us now, or I have my dad fire you." Listening to these outrageous statements, Guthrie was completely lost for words. Ruthina, unable to bear it any longer, rushed in. Without a word, she launched a punch. The men, who had been so arrogant just moments before, were instantly knocked to the ground. The survivors immediately looked at Charlotte, hoping that Charlotte would continue to leverage her powerful background to suppress them. Charlotte panicked when she saw Ruthina approach. As William's sister, she wasn't afraid of her brother, but she was afraid of her sister-in-law. Ruthina was truly ruthless and reserved. William had doted on Charlotte since she was a child, and it was precisely this doting that gave her such a sense of security. But when it came to Ruthina, Charlotte only had fear in her eyes. If William is the epitome of a great man, then Ruthina isn't just a great woman. She's a true strong woman. Not everyone can live like Ruthina. Seeing Charlotte's sudden silence, the others realized something was amiss. They all approached Charlotte, hoping she would protect them. The leader, however, was incredibly clever and knelt before Ruthina and William. "This incident really isn't my fault. There were cameras installed in the room, and I wasn't involved at all last night. I rented this place, but that's my job. My dad called me home for dinner, so I wasn't there at all. I rushed over early in the morning." William's expression gradually softened as he listened to the leader's words. Ruthina looked at her husband, William, expressionless. "What's your relationship with this group?" William asked. He wasn't sure what kind of people they were, because when he come here 2 weeks earlier, this small group hadn't seen so many new faces. At that time, William had instructed the leader to keep an eye on Charlotte. But now, things had gone beyond his expectations. The leader then spilled everything he knew. After listening, William waved his hand, signaling the leader to turn himself in to the intelligence agency. He then looked at the thugs with a cold expression. "Many times, I really wanted to kill you all, because you're nothing but a bunch of great yen borers, enjoying the hard-earned peace and receiving enviable benefits, yet you don't contribute to this country at all, not even a little bit. Your only contribution is to die early." Hearing William's words, the thugs present all turned green. Most of them were content with eating, drinking, and having fun, completely unaware of the significance of William's red rank. The rank of Marshal in the Yen never had a star, only a red stripe symbolizing revolution. In fact, William's rank wasn't even Marshal yet, but as the commander of the Imperial Guard, becoming a Marshal was inevitable. So, to help him stay in the public eye, he was given a Marshal's uniform. This bunch of scoundrels, relying on their parents, naturally had no idea what a marshal's uniform looked like. They didn't read the daily newspapers, didn't listen to the news, and were indifferent to national affairs. Lion wouldn't force the people to read these things, but you neither pay attention to national affairs nor contribute to the country, yet you openly receive state benefits. How does this make the hard-working working class feel? Lion knew that everything had to be addressed from the root, so from the outset, everyone was required to work. Work represents diligence, but laziness is the prerequisite for technological development. Therefore, Lion completely locked down the 8-hour work system in order to free up extra time for ordinary people to enjoy life, let them find inspiration from life, and thus accelerate the development of science and technology. Chapter 1480. William looked at his wife and nodded silently. Ruthina twisted her neck, shaking off her previous ladylike image. The thug seemed to realize something, and some huddled together in fear. William silently turned his head away. The next second, the entire room was filled with piercing screams. They had already run away. Guthrie subconsciously got goosebumps upon hearing the screams. "Not my buddy? You hit them so hard? Are you afraid you can't kill them?" Guthrie then shook his head. "No, I'm going to marry someone quieter next time. I don't understand how William can control Ruthina. That punch will turn her into liquid." As a 9th-level Dochi knight, Ruthina naturally heard Guthrie's muttering. Although her expression remained unchanged, her movements quickened. Soon, there was no more thug left in the room who could stand. William straightened his head and was stunned, because most of these thugs had half their bodies exposed. What? Why only half? Because the other half was either embedded in the sofa, the floor, or the ceiling. Though they weren't killed, they were practically crippled. Before taking action, Ruthina approached the intelligence agents and asked them for information on these thugs. She discovered that these thugs were up to anything but good. They tried basically every possible evil. Some had even been exposed to banned hallucinogens. Ruthina dealt with these thugs with a powerful blow. Charlotte, standing nearby, was horrified upon seeing this and instinctively leaned towards William. But William had learned his lesson now, or perhaps he had understood that Charlotte was just Charlotte, his sister forever confined to the past. William turned and left without a trace of regret. Let Charlotte stay here, continuing to pursue her so-called freedom and excitement. Will William regret it? He didn't know, but he knew that if he continued to choose to accept Charlotte, he would be slapping himself in the face, betraying all his past efforts. We were all adults now, and we had to pay for our mistakes. No one could stay young forever, and no one could be perfect. Charlotte once had an older brother and a younger brother. Now, she had pushed them away with her own hands. The only person who cared about Charlotte was her mother, but Charlotte had hurt her again and again. William took Ruthina and Guthrie back to his brother's wedding. Fleischham watched the three return, but Charlotte was nowhere to be seen. He was dazed for a moment, but soon regained consciousness. Today is my happiest day. Never mind all this. I should cherish the person in front of me. Fleischham then saw Thea, dressed up today. She no longer had the allure of a succubus, but rather a solemn and elegant presence. His mother was very pleased with this marriage. At first, his mother thought her son would never find a wife. Even William had been the same way. What about the general? Was he no longer her own child? As a mother, she knew her child's true qualities. But it turned out that William had found a good wife, and so had Fleischham. Thea was a truly good girl, and her mother had already treated her like her own daughter. Especially after learning of Thea's tragic past, he immediately said to his daughter-in-law, "Thea, if he ever bullies you again, tell me and I teach him a lesson. It's perfectly natural for a mother to spank her son." Ever heard of the sword in a loving mother's hand? Fleischham felt incredibly aggrieved upon hearing this. He was clearly his mother's most beloved child. And yet, what happened now? Is there any justice in the world? Fleischham, though he felt like complaining inwardly, put on a cheerful front. The reason was simple. Some people still don't have wives. Guthrie, stop swearing. Guthrie and William appeared together at Fleischham's wedding. Lion, of course, also learned the news, but he didn't attend the wedding in person. Instead, he gave her a red envelope and a calligraphy piece. Although Fleischham was mediocre, he was far better than some good-for-nothings. And they hadn't made any mistakes over the years, being diligent great flame warriors. For such loyal subordinates, Leon naturally gave them the best. Fleischham finally found his true love. The group of people who had followed Leon had mostly found their own homes. Leon sincerely wished them well. But Leon wasn't entirely happy. Ever since Leon had shown his dominance, the women had stopped being so proactive, instead waiting for him to approach them. Leon was momentarily stunned. Because before, the women had generally been very proactive. They wanted to consolidate their position. But now, it was completely different. The women didn't care about their current status at all. Those who had children already had children, and those who were valuable already had value. The 5 women had all found their place. No longer had to curry favor with Leon for status. Now it was Leon's turn to suffer. Daytime work was exhausting enough, and nighttime work was even more torturous. After all, even those without children wanted one. Leon said he had one. What did it have to do with me if you didn't have one? But despite all the talk and the fuss, Leon was still being drained every day. And the most surprising thing was that Leon had originally planned to take a year off. In reality, Leon couldn't take a year off at all. The war in the South had forced Leon back to the capital. Now, after Leon finished her daily duties, she would go to the headquarters and watch the staff work out the chessboard. The war on the front lines was changing daily, and so was the sandbox at the headquarters. These operational staff officers at the high command simulated the course of the battlefield hundreds of times daily. They recorded the results of each simulation and then conducted the next phase of simulation based on real-time frontline combat reports. They determined the most likely goblin actions and notified the Wehrmacht to prepare in advance. The high command was now completely separate from the military. The military could not directly command the high command, and the high command senior staff could not directly mobilize troops. They could only conduct simulations and make recommendations for tactical planning. The real decision-making lay with the commanders on the front lines. And Leon would only issue a general direction. For example, he might order an attack. However, the specific method of attack depended on the high command simulations and the commander's adaptability. The high command's powerful simulation capabilities enabled the Wehrmacht on the front lines to thrive. For example, if a division was leading the attack, the high command could list 4 or 5 possible goblin movements based on feedback from the front lines. The division commander only needed to make arrangements based on these possible trends and, by incorporating his own thinking, implement corresponding tactical arrangements. Generally speaking, the high command wouldn't issue precise orders directly unless a critical moment arrived. Only when a special situation arose on the front lines, or when the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, would the high command consider directly accepting unified command from the front lines. Chapter 1481. The National Defense Army launched a frenzied attack on the front lines. In a short period of time, the goblins were defeated with overwhelming force, leaving them defenseless. The Chable leaders were being hunted. Decisions were impossible to make. The entire goblin command system was utterly rotten. There was no proper command system at the front lines. The only troops the old general could command were those ragtag troops. Because most of these ragtag troops had followed the old general in battles across the country. And the Chable's main forces were merely obedient to orders, not decrees. Even now, having been pierced by the National Defense Army, they still obeyed orders, not orders. Old general, you fight your battles, and we run ours. How about we just keep our distance? The old general was nearly furious. These people only cared about protecting the interests of the Chable. But without this country, would the Chables still exist? But most importantly, the front lines had exploded, and the Chables had been assassinated. The Chables were simply unable to issue orders in time to compel these troops to obey the old general. The old general was unable to command these Chable forces. Even if the Chable leaders wanted their troops to obey the old general's orders, they couldn't do so now. Because each of them was in danger, how could they possibly command their subordinates? So, they were now trapped in a closed loop. Now it all depended on whether these Chable commanders could react. After repeated pleas failed, the old general finally took action. He led his ragtag army to remove all the commanders of these direct troops, then personally took control of them. The direct troops initially resisted, but the old general explained that he was only temporarily detaining the commanders, and would not harm them in any way. As long as they could survive this war, the old general would not only release these commanders, but also resign himself. The loyalist troops finally settled down. They weren't worried about the old general's empty words. For the old general valued his promises above all else. The loyalist troops returned to the old general's command, and he then began to compete with the National Defense Forces. Now that the National Defense Forces were gaining momentum, it would be extremely unwise to confront them at this time. The old general set his sights on a natural barrier. The River of the Chosen One was the largest river in the Goblin territory. The old general had just led his troops out of the plains, and the National Defense Forces were pursuing them there. If the dam could be breached at this point, a devastating flood would engulf the National Defense Forces. Use the terrain to destroy the National Defense Forces, The idea was good, but the old general hesitated. He truly didn't know if this was the right thing to do. Countless civilians lived on both sides of the dam. If he ordered the dam to be blown up, the devastating flood would engulf not only the National Defense Forces, but also the civilians on both sides. Is this tactic of killing 800 enemies and injuring 8,000 of their own men really worth it? The old general was in deep hesitation. His commanders had different opinions. Some believed the dam should be blown up, while others preferred to sacrifice their entire forces rather than bear the infamy of blowing up the dam. The two sides immediately erupted in a heated argument within the tent, with the old general remaining silent. But at this crucial moment, the unexpected arrival of reinforcements brought the old general back to life. A vast army, dressed in incredibly ancient attire, appeared before the crowd. These goblins wore the same attire as goblins from tens of thousands of years ago, a costume most goblins had only seen in books. The old general, a man of great experience, instantly lit up with joy upon seeing these people, and he immediately rushed forward to greet them. Your arrival now truly comes as a timely help. The old general grasped the leader's hand, his words incoherent with excitement. The leader spoke. My king understands your plight. We are all compatriots, and at this moment, there's no distinction between you and me. Although the actions of your goblin government are truly abstract, at this critical moment, my king will not care. Listening to the leader's words, the old general scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. These people before him were none other than ancient goblins. To be more precise, they were the descendants of ancient goblins. The goblin civilization was immensely vast. While the Chables ostensibly controlled the entire country, in reality, a significant portion of the territory lay outside their control. They only controlled the goblin civilization's economic lifeline, not its land. Originally, the goblins split into two factions. One group believed in expansion, while the other group believed in staying put. The goblins who stayed put eventually became Chables, while those who attempted expansion ultimately failed due to a lack of financial support. Unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of the conservative faction, they demanded some land from these conservative Chables. They lived in isolation there, focusing on developing their own technology, hoping for a chance to expand northward. However, expansion never materialized, and instead, news of the goblin civilization's imminent destruction arrived. Unable to sit idly by, these invading factions dispatched the million-strong army they had prepared over the years to reinforce the old general. The invading faction had always been plotting war. Ever since their split tens of thousands of years ago, they had not abandoned their previous technology. Instead, they had advanced it even further. On the surface, these goblins might look a bit archaic, but in reality, their weaponry is several notches higher than before. It's just not apparent from the outside. But truly good things aren't defined by appearances. With the addition of a million-strong army, the old general cast aside his past gloom. He then immediately deployed a massive pocket formation, ready to swallow up 2 Wehrmacht infantry divisions. Now it's 2 million versus 600,000, the advantage is mine. At this moment, the High Command gradually sensed something was amiss, as they discovered that the goblins to the south seemed to be deliberately guiding the Wehrmacht into the pocket. Chapter 1482. After analyzing the situation, the High Command staff officers ultimately reached a conclusion that shocked them all. The goblins might have already received reinforcements, and their strength was formidable. All signs indicated that the goblins were preparing a pocket formation to trap the Wehrmacht. After analyzing this situation, the High Command immediately took action. They began analyzing the goblins' future movements and immediately reported the matter to Lion and the military. The military is now a department, having evolved from a military control department to a military honor department. Ostensibly the supreme commander, the military can only command troops and participate in exercises in peacetime. However, most military deployments occur during wartime. Once war breaks out, the High Command will completely abolish the military department. The High Command is a temporary organization. To be precise, it normally consists of only a group of senior staff officers. These staff officers usually teach at military academies or serve in the military. Crucially, these senior staff officers are usually on temporary assignment, not at the High Command. If war breaks out, they will be immediately drawn from these departments to form the High Command. This completely separate command strategy renders the military completely unable to control the armed forces. Even now, Lion cannot guarantee the loyalty of the Wehrmacht. As the Wehrmacht grows in size, their allegiance has become to the people. The only military unit Lion controls is the Guards. This is also unanimously agreed by most members of Congress. Lion has worked tirelessly and diligently for this country, sacrificing so much. Lion never truly became a ruling class, So the members of Congress unanimously agreed to leave Lion with an army. If some abstract individual behind the scenes truly wanted to rebel and, through various means, gain the support of the army, Lion would be doomed. The existence of the High Command completely eliminated the possibility of the military controlling the army. And in wartime, it could quickly communicate with the troops and enable them to respond at all levels. After learning of the Goblins' plan to deploy a pocket formation, the High Command immediately contacted the frontline defense forces and asked them to make the appropriate decision. The frontline defense forces were deployed as quickly as possible and instructed to take appropriate defensive measures. The Goblin army had originally intended to surprise the defense forces. However, they were surprised to find that the defense forces were completely unmoved. At first, the defense forces planned to advance, but, after receiving some unknown order, they halted their advance. Then, they began to establish a new defensive line on the spot. This completely stunned the Goblins. They had never expected the defense forces to stop so suddenly. The Wehrmacht faced a vast expanse of land, an area the old general hadn't even left garrisoned. He had only deployed a handful of cannon fodder, tasked with attracting the Wehrmacht. Logic would have dictated that with such a sliver of juicy meat before them, the Wehrmacht would have taken action. But in reality, the Wehrmacht remained completely silent, completely unmoved by the sliver of juicy meat before them. The old general immediately realized that the Wehrmacht had clearly received the news. They must have guessed they had set an ambush. A serious expression on his face, the old general began to make his own arrangements. If the Wehrmacht refused to fall for their trap, they would find a way to trick them. To convince the Wehrmacht, the old general deployed part of his troops in the plains. The goal was to convince the Wehrmacht that they were building a third line of defense, and that it was done openly and honestly. The Wehrmacht would certainly not miss this golden opportunity to sabotage them. If it had been the Wehrmacht before, they would have certainly not missed this golden opportunity, but the problem was that the Wehrmacht was now completely under the control of the High Command. The High Command didn't care about such trivial matters. They had a bird's-eye view, completely utilizing the overall situation to change the course of the battle. What the Goblins didn't expect was that the Wehrmacht hadn't launched an attack for several days, and their troops hadn't made any moves at all. It was as if the victory had nothing to do with them. This was hard for the Goblins to believe. They didn't believe the Wehrmacht would abandon their current success. However, it turned out that the current success really had nothing to do with the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht remained silent for several days. It was the old general and his men who were truly restless. Because these radical troops were already part of the radical faction, they were eager to charge in and fight the Wehrmacht to the death. But the old general proposed using superior numbers to defeat the Wehrmacht's elite. But the Wehrmacht refused to fall for it. This immediately infuriated these men, and they were redder than red. Not only were they completely red, but they were practically indistinguishable from braised shrimp in oil. The old general paced back and forth in his tent, unable to understand why the Wehrmacht had suddenly stopped. The Wehrmacht soldiers on the other side couldn't understand why their commander had suddenly ordered a halt. The victory was clearly before their eyes, within their grasp. But now, the commander had told them to rest, and they couldn't fathom the reason for his actions. But soon, the order came down from above. The High Command ordered them to take a smaller path. More precisely, they were sending an elite force to launch a surprise attack from behind. This left the Wehrmacht soldiers bewildered. How could they, as powerful representatives, possibly attack from behind? They had always attacked head-on, then divided and encircled the enemy. But now, they had to launch a surprise attack. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers had some idea of how to proceed. According to the route given by the High Command, the Wehrmacht found the path to be filled with thorny bushes and dense primeval forest. But after traveling for a distance, they discovered that the path was incredibly wide. It was as if someone had paved the way for them in advance. The High Command's ability to provide such precise guidance was entirely due to the Wehrmacht's robust intelligence system. If the army commanders on the front lines only received a fraction of the intelligence, the High Command's access was a combination of various sources. The two sides' intelligence acquisition and processing capabilities were completely on par. The High Command, like a gamer with cheats, directly commanded the army from a bird's-eye view. The troops under its command didn't even need to dwell on the High Command's orders. The route had already been planned. And high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were on standby 24/7, observing the Goblin army's every move. Especially after the High Command took over the front, the Air Force's drone fleet over the Goblin front increased from 12 to 36. Almost constantly, drones flew slowly overhead. The Wehrmacht kept a close eye on these Goblin troops. The old general was powerless against these drones. He had long suspected that the Wehrmacht must have used some means to obtain their intelligence. But they had completely lost air superiority. Without air superiority, how could they possibly prevent the Wehrmacht from obtaining intelligence? Chapter 1483. Upon learning of the old general's predicament, the radicals were furious. The reason was simple. The great goblin civilization had fallen to the point of complete loss of air superiority. This was a slap in the face of the radicals. They had always been the epitome of radicalism. And now everyone else had become even more radical than them. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? The radicals then decided to take another gamble. As the other entity that had experienced the split of civilization, they possessed the vast majority of technology. And they had never abandoned this technology over the years, standing on the shoulders of their predecessors and gazing into the distance. This meant that despite their isolation, the radicals' technology was far superior to that of the current plutocrats. They were truly a technological giant. After learning of the old general and the goblin civilization's loss of air superiority, the radical commander immediately reported the situation back to the south. The radical leader in the south was somewhat stunned by the news. He had originally believed that the National Defense Force's recent attacks on coastal cities were due to a shortage of goblin fighters, preventing them from sending a full force to meet the enemy. But now the leader finally understood. These plutocrats were incapable of governing this country. Because from the very beginning, they hadn't considered such matters. They only cared about their own profits. Upon hearing this news, the leader immediately pulled out his best fighter jets. Originally, these fighters were intended for invasion, but now they were the ones being attacked. Since they were both being beaten, they had to regain air superiority at all costs. This was a matter of pride for them. The leader was disappointed with the Chable. These guys clearly said before that they would make this country better, because economic development is the most beneficial to the country. But what they call better now is being attacked at home, with no chance of fighting back. How can this be better? This is simply handing the country over. Fighter planes took off one after another. The Wehrmacht's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft quickly captured this information and immediately transmitted it back to the High Command. The High Command was shocked upon hearing this news, as they simply couldn't understand why Goblin aircraft were still around. They had already nearly destroyed all the Goblin fighters on the first day of the war. And now, out of nowhere, so many fighter planes had appeared. Whose fault was this? It was unknown, but the Wehrmacht Air Force knew they were about to take action. Upon learning of the situation in the south, the Air Force immediately dispatched a large number of fighter planes to meet the enemy. Their mission was actually simple: to completely destroy the Goblin Air Force. Now that we've lost air superiority, forget about regaining it, because we won't give you the slightest chance. If you were to regain air superiority right before our eyes, wouldn't that be a slap in our face? Don't we have any shame? The Air Force dispatched a large number of fighter jets to meet the enemy. They intended to strangle the Goblin Air Force right here. The Wehrmacht fighter squadron quickly spotted these Goblin fighters. The Wehrmacht pilots were initially bewildered, as they noticed these fighters were noticeably older than their predecessors. This was somewhat novel to the Wehrmacht, but it was merely curiosity. The pilots didn't care. What are you babbling about? Go talk to my PL-15. Upon learning that the Wehrmacht Air Force had launched a direct confrontation, the old general's heart leaped into his throat. He knew the Wehrmacht's strength, but he also wanted to regain air superiority. Because only by regaining air superiority could the Wehrmacht's God's eye perspective be completely dispelled. If the Wehrmacht's God's eye perspective continued, the Goblins would suffer repeated defeats, ultimately destroying their entire civilization. The idea and tactics were sound, but it was a pity that their former overlord had met their current overlord. And their former overlord was self-proclaimed, while the current overlord was universally recognized. One after another, the old fighter planes flew directly towards the Wehrmacht fighter planes. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Initially, the Wehrmacht assembled all its forces, intending to meet the Goblin counterattack with the utmost intensity. But after the two sides clashed, the Wehrmacht was instantly in a state of laughter. The Goblins were completely unable to execute any aerial combat maneuvers, and were completely outmatched by the Wehrmacht. A Wehrmacht fighter pilot, his Su-27, maneuvered through a sea of Goblin fighters. Many Goblin fighters attempted to surround and attack the pilot, but he evaded them with a variety of tricky angles and ingenious maneuvers. Although the Goblin army lacked combat experience, their Air Force pilots were exceptional. Although their aerial combat capabilities were relatively weak, their ability to escape was exceptional. After learning of the Wehrmacht's powerful lineup and skilled tactics, many Air Force pilots completely lost their fighting spirit. In just one encounter, over 20 Goblin fighters were shot down. Most of them were hit directly by thunderbolts, unable to react. In reality, if you're locked onto a missile, there's a high probability you can't escape. Real-world missiles aren't as rigid and slow-flying as in games. From the moment you launch a missile, it's difficult to predict its trajectory. This is because the missile could easily disappear from your sight within a split second. For example, the famous Javelin anti-tank missile. Most people think of it as a flat-shooting weapon, like a bazooka. But in reality, the Javelin is a top-attack weapon. The top of an armored unit is its most vulnerable point, as most attacks come from the front and flanks. Missiles like the Javelin are designed to strike at the top, and anti-aircraft missiles are similar, except they target speed. Once locked onto an enemy unit, a missile will relentlessly pursue it. For many pilots, the moment their radars began to warn them of an impending missile strike, it was already clear that a missile was about to strike. At this point, the pilots had to fire heat flares and jammers. Forget about maneuvering, because the missiles wouldn't give them time to do so. The Goblins suffered a crushing defeat in the first round of air combat, leaving the once high-spirited radical leader bewildered. He had planned to taunt the Chable after the victory, but now it seemed he was the target of ridicule. The leader wanted to find a hole to hide in, while the Wehrmacht Air Force was racking up victories. The pilot of a J-16D fighter jet soared freely in the sky. He was once a skilled electronic suppression expert, but now he was also assigned to the front lines to engage in dogfights with the enemy. The reason was simple. The Goblin fighters, though weak, were no match for their superior numbers. At first, the Wehrmacht was able to gain the upper hand through technology, but later, the Goblins began to overwhelm them with human wave tactics. These Goblins were simply exchanging their lives for piloting experience. Those shot down naturally had no chance to continue their studies. Only those who barely survived had the opportunity to hone their skills. The Wehrmacht's Air Force commander was stunned. My goodness, they're using the battlefield as a training ground. They're not even acting. A soldier's life isn't a life, is it? Chapter 1484. The Radicals dispatched hundreds of fighter jets to engage the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht hastily responded with dozens of fighter jets, with a larger force on the way. Neither side wanted to escalate the war. But the Wehrmacht was unlikely to yield, and the Goblins needed to save face. A fierce air battle ensued. Even if the Wehrmacht didn't deploy sufficient main forces, the Goblin army could still be crushed. Amidst the boundless blue sky, J-16D pilots were employing electronic suppression, offering no chance of survival to the Goblin army. Many low-level fighters, after taking to the air, were rendered immobilized by electronic suppression. Of course, they weren't truly immobilized. Their radars and other systems were essentially paralyzed. From fighter jets to modern travel aircraft, the combat capabilities of modern fighters are completely reduced to zombies. Modern fighters are different from modern fighters. They aren't just equipped with a few missiles and can be launched manually. Modern fighters rely on precision guidance, utilizing various laser guidance methods. As soon as the front lines responded and locked onto their targets, the Wehrmacht would immediately dispatch troops for precise strikes. The goal was to inflict the greatest casualties at the lowest cost while achieving the greatest possible victory. The Goblins had clearly anticipated this, so their air force must receive laser guidance from the front lines. The reason for this abstract design was to completely suppress the rebellion within the Goblin territories. The rebels had no special subordinates. That was why the Goblin Air Force attacked so recklessly. After all, these people don't even have the most basic anti-aircraft weapons, so how can they fight them? So, for years, news of rebellions and uprisings has been circulating daily. The problem is, few have actually succeeded. While the leader is still fighting the Chables in the south, the situation in the north has taken a sharp turn for the worse. They simply can't engage in direct confrontation with the Wehrmacht, as any attempt would simply result in a crushing defeat. Think they're humanoids? Go talk to my Air Force. The Goblins were stunned by their overwhelming power. And the results were also coming in the south. The leaders of the Chables were practically wiped out. Although only the main lineages were affected, the blow to the Chables was devastating. Many Chables were completely leaderless, unable to care for their own businesses. The key point is that they're still fighting the leader. The leader, leveraging the right timing, location, and people, held off the Chable army for months. The commander was utterly terrified upon learning of a surprise attack from the rear. He didn't dare restrain his men, fearing that any action he took would completely detonate the entire camp. The Chable army's morale was low, and they had no desire to fight. They simply wanted to survive, and the leader wasn't a murderer. Thus, he chose to show leniency to many captured soldiers. Because he wanted more than just the Chable army before him, he wanted this country. The leader had been waiting for this opportunity for who knows how long. Now it was finally before him, and he was unwilling to give up this hard-earned opportunity. This was the leader's sentiment, and so was the commander's. After failing to capture the fortress for several days, the commander decided to change course. He then managed to gather 1,000 elite soldiers and ordered them to force their way across the mountain. They were told to reach the enemy's rear, no matter what. For the goblins, it was an impossible task. There was no other way, time was short, and the task was demanding. After reaching the top, the goblin suicide squad looked down at the bottomless slope and rolled straight down. If they could survive, each of them would be crowned with a wife and children. But the problem was that the slope was several hundred meters long, which required immense courage for the soldiers. Still, these soldiers resolutely rolled down. Perhaps what they saw was indeed heartbreaking, but they knew that if they chose to escape, only their families would suffer. If they died, they would die. And he didn't want to see his family shivering in the cold wind. As a father, he was useless, unable to give his daughter a big house. Many soldiers joined the army just to have enough to eat, and to provide a better life for their families. For the goblins, joining the army was the only way to survive. A massive influx of troops into the army would inevitably cause chaos. That's why the Chable commander resorted to various tactics to win over the troops. He hoped they would continue to fight for him. But over time, after being promised too much and unable to reap the rewards, they realized they were doing something they feared. The commander realized something was amiss and tried to contact his master, but he had already been killed. When he learned that his master's family had been slaughtered, he nearly exploded. The commander then intensified his attack, determined to break through the pass. If they could capture the city, everything behind them would be theirs. The commander had also made advanced arrangements. He didn't send his true elite troops to die, but instead recruited civilians to serve as cannon fodder. Although he was devastated by the defeat on the front lines, the commander still managed to comfort his men. Seeing the commander's optimism, the soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief. What were they afraid of? Even the commander wasn't afraid. What the hell were they afraid of? 1,000 soldiers fell, over 600 dead instantly. Those who managed to survive were all wounded. But there was no fear on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement. Because they were finally in. 400 is 400. Even 400 has its own way of fighting. Chapter 1485. The goblins never expected this. The Wehrmacht had absolutely no moral integrity. Their weapons and equipment were already inferior, and now, with the reinforcements from the radicals, they gradually became emboldened. They set a large force to retake air superiority. But the result was obvious. Not only did their fighter planes fail to retake air superiority, but they also destroyed all of the radicals' few fighter planes. Most of the radicals' fighter planes were legacy. Although the goblins had no ambition over the years, they had been stockpiling weapons and equipment. They packed up and sealed all the legacy weapons and equipment. Many weapons, if properly sealed, can withstand damage for tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years. There's a video showing a Type 56 submachine gun, manufactured in the 1950s and 1960s, covered in butter and sealed. It was taken out in recent years, the butter removed, and after a few polishings, it can now fire normally. Humans have countless ways to seal their weapons, provided they choose to do so. If they were just talking, these sealed weapons would naturally break down soon. Everything depends on human effort. The radicals had unleashed all these weapons to achieve victory, a truly significant sacrifice. Unfortunately, they were facing the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht's fighters were targeting them from a distance. They had no system to begin with. In those barbaric times 20,000 years ago, no nation had any decent air units. They naturally didn't need an air combat system. And now, they were being defeated to the point where they didn't need one. The Wehrmacht's air combat system was already well established. When faced with an enemy like the goblins, who lacked their own system, the Wehrmacht easily crushed them. In just 3 hours, the radicals' hard-won air force was shattered. Originally, their air force was intended to compete with the Chable for national power. Over the years, the goblin Chables had caused the country to gradually fall behind, and the radicals began to stir, seeking greater control. But before they could launch their attack, the leader overturned the table. They could only continue to play the role of loyal subjects. Since the High Command directly controlled the frontline operations, the goblins had no way of trapping the Wehrmacht. Furthermore, the radicals' air force was shattered by the Wehrmacht in a single encounter. Now the goblins focused their full attention on the infantry on the front lines. Both sides were making final preparations for the battle. Inside the goblin cities, some cities responded to the leader's call and began to rebel against the Chable's rule. However, most goblin cities remained under the control of the Chables. And, most frighteningly, most of the Chables had become even more harsh on the people within their territories. The defeat in the war in the north, coupled with the sudden deaths of several of the Chaeble's leaders, had left these Chaebles in a state of panic. They now believed everything they heard was true. They wanted to kill any civilian who glared at them. They believed they were traitors, destined for rebellion sooner or later. But in reality, these civilians simply wanted to change the status quo. The leader's territory was now a haven for the common people. The leader swung his butcher knife against the Chaebles, executing every clan of the capital's Chaebel. Class conflict always exists. The leader chose the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. While he ultimately still wanted to exploit the proletariat, he was at least now sharing the bourgeoisie's benefits with them. When you treat a class with sincerity, it's likely to support you. Of course, the bourgeoisie is an exception. Because the bourgeoisie is always profit-driven, your sincerity to them may not necessarily translate back to you. They only want to make money, and their so-called benefactors are mere commodities. If their benefactors lose their value, they will betray them without hesitation. The bourgeoisie is not only weak, but also compromising. When your fists are strong enough, they will convince themselves to compromise with you. The Chaebel army is besieging the capital. But the surrounding areas are protracted and unsuccessful. The Chaebel commander sees this and is anxious. At this moment, the leaders of the 5 major Chaebels have all died suddenly. The Chaebel commander wants to contact the 5 major Chaebels and ask them to find a way to support the front. The problem was that the leaders of the 5 major Chaebels had all died suddenly, leaving the Chaebel commander unable to contact anyone else. He could only continue commanding his troops to attack the fortress. But the fortress was no easy task. After suffering tens of thousands of casualties, the Chaebel army hadn't even managed to take the iron fortress they had initially attacked. Now, all their hopes rested on the 400 soldiers who had successfully crossed the mountain. For these 400 soldiers were the Chaebel commander's last hope. If a frontal attack failed, other means would be employed. The 400 surviving soldiers were frantically searching for a way out. Although they had already entered the capital, they had to find a way to contact the main army. Only by doing so could they achieve internal and external coordination. They pulled out their portable radios and began contacting the main army. After considerable effort, they finally reached the Chaebel commander. The Chaebel commander was overjoyed upon hearing the news. Although 400 men were few, as the saying goes, 400 men have their own fighting styles, and what these 400 men carried was extraordinary. Each of them carried at least 20 kilograms of explosives, and they also stripped explosives from their fallen comrades. So each of them carried at least 30 kilograms of explosives. 400 people combined, that's tens of thousands of kilograms of explosives. That tonnage alone was enough to blow up a fortress. These 400 men were disguised as soldiers of the leader's army. The uniforms of the leader's army and the Chaebel's army were identical, because both sides initially belonged to the Goblin civilization. However, the leader later rebelled and ordered the soldiers to wear red scarves on their left arms. This was a hasty and helpless move, and many soldiers accidentally had their scarves fall off during battle, leading to them being mistaken for Chaebel soldiers and shot by the leader's troops. The leader had already begun preparing new uniforms. Although modified from the old ones, they would help soldiers quickly distinguish between the two sides. Many soldiers would rather kill their enemies than their comrades. However, the front lines had not yet received the new uniforms, so many soldiers still used red scarves to distinguish between the two sides. This gave the Chaebel soldiers an opportunity. The Chaebel soldiers disguised themselves as the leader's troops and robbed a supply train. They slaughtered all the soldiers in the supply train and then disguised themselves as a supply transport, intending to infiltrate the steel fortress ahead. They hid all their explosives in the vehicles. Upon learning that the 400 soldiers had already begun their movement, the Chaebel commander was overjoyed and instructed his men to be ready to cooperate with them. He was determined to capture the iron fortress before him. There was only one fortress, but they had 10,000 ways to do it. Chapter 1486. 400 soldiers, carefully disguised, approached the fortress. The soldiers guarding the fortress weren't suspicious, as their supply convoy consisted of only 400 or 500 men. The fortress housed a full 30,000 troops, requiring countless supplies daily. As a result, the supply convoy had a vast amount to transport, and a 400 or 500 man escort was considered small. They were genuinely concerned about supply line disruptions. If it weren't for the strain on the front lines, they would have undoubtedly mobilized their best troops to escort the supplies without hesitation. They simply wanted to ensure complete safety. But nothing is truly foolproof. At first, they thought the Goblin Chaebel would launch a surprise attack with missiles, but they never expected the Goblins to bypass them. The soldiers guarding the fortress noticed a somewhat subdued atmosphere within the supply convoy today. But they didn't dwell on it. After all, at this critical juncture, no one was immune to stress. Everyone was struggling to survive. The war had worn them down for days. They were all tired of the war, let alone the logistics soldiers escorting the supplies. An officer spotted the supply convoy and immediately sensed something was amiss. This was truly bizarre. These soldiers looked like ordinary soldiers, but upon closer inspection, the officer noticed they were constantly glancing at the soldiers around them, intentionally or unintentionally, as if they were waiting for the soldiers' movements. The officer immediately realized something was amiss, but it was too late. The Chable soldier driving the car immediately rushed towards the fortress gate. The vehicle contained not only supplies, but also a large amount of explosives. The officer tried to command his men to intercept it, but could only watch helplessly as the vehicle rushed to the gate. The next second, the vehicle, along with the Chable soldiers inside, was reduced to ash. A small mushroom cloud rose directly within the fortress. The officer nearly fainted at the sight. This was truly a disaster. The fortress had reached its most critical moment. The Chable commander, waiting outside, was now filled with excitement. Because the gate had been breached. The fortress gates were forged from steel. And unlike ordinary city gates, the fortress had 3 gates, each small, only wide enough to allow for the passage of engineering vehicles. This was to reduce the impact area and ensure that the fortress gates could withstand more attacks. This type of defense was indeed effective, but if an explosion occurred inside, it would be a real explosion. The kilograms of explosives exploded directly inside, forcefully blowing the entire gate apart. The goblin soldiers guarding the fortress exploded en masse. They had imagined the fortress being breached countless times, but never in this way. They panicked and began to make amends. The fortress commander immediately mobilized his men for defense. The solution was simple: immediately mobilize all available troops to block the entrance. The Chable army must not be allowed to pour in. But now, the Chable army had already poured in. The army outside the fortress had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The moment the fortress gates exploded, the Chable army poured in one after another. Because the Chable commander had said so. The first 100 people to enter the fortress would receive a reward of 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin could provide many goblin families with food and drink for a year. Even with soaring prices, the allure of a single gold coin was too great. Countless underground soldiers immediately poured in after the fortress gates were blown open. The goblin army, preparing to reinforce the gates, was stunned. They had never seen such a Chable army before. Logically, Chable troops were extremely cautious about their lives. While the Chables looked down on the lower-class soldiers, their officers valued their own men deeply, because in their eyes, these soldiers were their subordinates. They had followed them in their conquest, so they naturally had to treat them well. After all, these were their wealth, and once they were emptied, they were truly emptied. So many Chable officers feared death, not simply out of fear of death. They were more concerned about their own reputation, and didn't want their men to get involved in the fray. Wars are fought over and over again, and to put it bluntly, they're all about the distribution of profits among the Chables. After all, when a country doesn't wage war abroad, but only practices internal repression, these wars are simply the Chables' playthings. These small Chables can't change the country, they can only protect themselves. Thus, the soldiers in the Chable armies are the ones who truly enjoy a comfortable life. They don't fight much, but they can still earn some merit, and their wages aren't deducted. This is because their Chable officers are determined to win over the people. Only by treating their men well will they be willing to fight for them. The soldiers who truly suffer are those who follow these ambitious officers from humble backgrounds. Officers from less privileged backgrounds couldn't pay their men, and the goblin army was already plagued by exploitation and embezzlement. Many officers from less privileged backgrounds simply couldn't afford to pay their men adequately. Without adequate pay, their soldiers were naturally unhappy. They greatly envied the soldiers of the Chables, and as a result, the vast majority of the army was controlled by the Chables. Until now, the leader had simply flipped the tables. The leader's flipping disrupted everyone's plans. Even the neutral goblins themselves hadn't anticipated it. After all, the leader was chosen by the Chables, yet now, he was the first to oppose them. This world was insane, and the impact on them was simply too great. But forget all that. The Chable army quickly poured into the fortress, leaving those who had planned to support the city gate garrison in utter disarray. The lower-class soldiers wanted to defend the city gates, but after seeing the soldiers and mechas pouring in, they all began to retreat. This is simply impossible to fight. The mechas sent by the leader had long been used up. The Chable's mecha forces, while inferior, were outnumbered. The leader's ancient mechas were only used up as each one was used up. The Chable could make countless mistakes, but the leader couldn't. If the leader made a mistake, only death awaited. The fortress commander knew the importance of the fortress and ordered the frontline soldiers to fill the gap immediately. Even at the cost of their lives, they had to keep the Chable army out. The goblin army of the past would never have done so. But the revolutionary army led by these leaders was a completely different army from before. They had a deep understanding of why they were fighting. Perhaps some of the wiser among them had realized that the leader was just empty talk, but they had to admit that he had given them a glimmer of hope. Even if this glimmer of hope was slim, they would pursue it relentlessly. Because without it, hope would never return. If there was even a glimmer of hope, they could never give up. The leader's army immediately began fighting for the gate with the Chable army. Neither side displayed any skill. It was simply a matter of heaping human lives on the line. One side was about faith, the other about money. These two sides represented two extremes, yet they clashed at the city gates. Chapter 1487. The small fortress gate was now filled with corpses. Initially, the Chable's mechas tried to force their way through, but the gate itself was small, and the explosion had deformed it completely. So only one mecha could pass through at a time. As a result, the first few mechas were blown up by frantic Revolutionary Army soldiers carrying explosive packs. The mecha wreckage also blocked the gate. The Chable commander decided not to send the mecha troops through the main gate, but immediately ordered them to find a way to climb up the city wall. The blown open gate was completely left to the infantry. Many infantrymen rushed in without realizing what was happening, because their own officers hadn't yet grasped the situation. These officers had received orders at short notice. Only after they reached the gate did they realize the commander was sending them to their deaths. Many officers didn't fully trust their leader, because most of those who had made it to the officers' families had some power. They didn't need to risk their lives. Their current salaries were more than enough for their families to live comfortably. But now, upon reaching the city gate, what awaited them was not a chance to rest, but a fierce assault from the Chable infantry. The Chable infantry didn't care. They saw the reward as a gold coin simply for storming through the gate. The leader's new policies might be appealing, but these Chable soldiers hadn't enjoyed all the promises made. Even many soldiers of the Revolutionary Army didn't enjoy the full benefits promised by the leader. The reason was simple. There was only so much land around the capital. After distributing it to the citizens, how much could be allocated to the army? The leader committed a cardinal sin in military strategy, not having control of the military, yet still unconditionally helping the people. This is certainly a good thing, but for a regime to survive, it must first have a strong enough military. The military is the foundation of a nation. When you abandon the military and focus solely on improving people's livelihoods, all that awaits you is the destruction of your nation and your family. Many people have no choice, but some do. Those who choose the people over the military may not be qualified leaders, but they are qualified good people. There are many good people in this world, but few who remain true to their principles. And few who remain bad can remain bad to the end. Although the leader's promises were not fully fulfilled, they still gave many soldiers a glimmer of hope. As long as they could fight their way out, everything would be fine. But now, these soldiers were stunned as they watched the Chable soldiers pour in through the gate. The situation seemed so promising yesterday. How could it have turned out like this today? Did the explosion just now blow the gate open? The soldiers were stunned, their officers even more so. But it was these officers who reacted first, immediately organizing their troops to block the gate. A fierce battle ensued around the gate. At first, it was a normal exchange of gunfire, but things took a turn for the worse. Neither side had brought enough ammunition. After all, the Chable army wanted a quick victory. The garrison had arrived in a hurry, so naturally, they didn't have enough ammunition either. After all, the intense confrontation between the two sides quickly ran out of ammunition. Without hesitation, both sides engaged in close combat. Many soldiers grabbed their firewood sticks and launched a barrage at the enemy. Sometimes, guns are indeed more effective than knives, especially when the enemy is wearing bulletproof vests. You might not be able to stab them with a knife, but if you hit them directly in the head with a gun, they fall to the ground instantly. Don't underestimate the weight of a gun. It's like wielding a club weighing 7 or 8 pounds. And a significant portion of that club is made of metal. Not to mention a hit to the head, even a hit to the chest would sting for a long time. Both sides quickly became furious. At the beginning of the fight, they would at least nod to each other. After all, they see each other every day, and maybe even become comrades after this war was over. But later, they stopped caring. Anyone without a red scarf tied around their shoulder would be stabbed twice. Both sides were clearly furious. A bloody battle ensued around the gate, with official soldiers falling one after another, blocking the gate completely. At first, there were only a few corpses near the gate. But as time passed, a terrifying scene unfolded. The bodies piled up like a mountain, abruptly blocking out the sunlight. The Chable soldiers who rushed in from outside saw the bodies of both sides blocking the entrance, leaving only a gap barely a man's height. Many soldiers couldn't bear it and vomited. This was no different from the Jinghuan. Only one used human heads, the other used corpses. Both sides reverted to their most primitive methods of warfare, forcibly blocking the entrance with human lives. The commanders of both sides remained silent as they looked at the gate blocked by corpses. The fortress commander felt a surge of relief, for he had successfully defended the fortress. The Chable commander, on the other hand, felt a surge of sadness. True, he wasn't angry that the army hadn't taken the gate. Instead, he felt a deep sense of sorrow. Hundreds of soldiers had been sacrificed for a single gate. Was it really worth it? And this gate hadn't even fallen into the Chable's control. The attack on the main gate had failed, but that didn't mean the others had failed. The mecha troops scaled the city walls, reaching the top, but the defenses were now weak. After several days of continuous fighting, the leader's mecha troops were completely depleted, and nearly every one of them was injured. The problem was that the leader had no one capable of repairing mechas. Because the mecha troops were all in the hands of the Chable, and most of the mecha troops guarding the capital were also sent by the Chable. Few of the leader's men knew how to repair mechas. Furthermore, they finally managed to find one or two skilled repairmen, but they were only capable of repairing the Chable mechas, not these ancient relics. Because these ancient relics were far more complex than the Chable mechas. Upon hearing this, the leader nearly fainted. The lower gates held, but the upper walls were breached. The fortress commander's newly relieved anxiety was once again intensified. Tens of thousands of lives lost for this fortress? Was it really worth it? Chapter 1488. The Goblin leader's army engaged the Goblin Chable in the fortress. The two sides engaged in a complete conflagration. Both sides lost thousands of troops fighting for the gate. The corpses had blocked the gate. Upon learning of the situation, the Chable commander urged his troops to capture the gate as quickly as possible. But the leader's army, like a dogskin plaster, repelled their attack. Furthermore, to block the gate and prevent the Chable army from entering the fortress commander ordered his soldiers to use vehicles to block the gate. Once the vehicles reached the gate, they were immediately detonated, blocking the enemy's advance with the wreckage. The gate was at a stalemate. The Chable soldiers attacking the gate were searching for a way out, but by then, the Chable's mecha troops had successfully scaled the city walls. Instantly, a sudden act of divine justice began to slaughter the Goblin soldiers behind the gate. Many ground-based soldiers were torn to pieces by the mechas before they could react. The leader's army, which had just gained the upper hand, was instantly at a disadvantage. The situation in the entire fortress took a sharp turn for the worse, and the fortress commander knew he could no longer wait. Or rather, he knew that if he continued to wait, sooner or later, he would be doomed. Without hesitation, the fortress commander immediately ordered his men to detonate the explosives in the first line of defense. The entire fortress was divided into 3 layers: the outer wall, the middle wall, and the innermost fortress cluster. These 3 layers formed this iron fortress. To prevent the Chable army from advancing directly after capturing the outer city, they placed a large amount of explosives on the periphery. The goal was to prevent the Chable army from rapidly gathering its forces after capturing the outer city. The defenders, rushing toward the main gate, suddenly received an order from their commander to retreat. Many soldiers were dragged away by their commanders before they could react. Some commanders who knew the truth wished they had 4 legs. If they had run slower, they would have been blown to pieces. Watching the frantic flight of the leader's army, many Chable officers grew inflated. Aren't these leaders supposed to be tough? Why are they all running away now? If they had the guts, they could continue to fight us. The soldiers didn't show any mockery. Instead, their faces were solemn. They knew they had only captured the outer city. The truly important defense lay in the middle. If they could take that line, they could advance straight ahead. The fortresses within were, to put it nicely, heavy artillery batteries, to put it bluntly, living coffins. Because their maximum depression angle was only 15 degrees, these fortress artillery pieces posed little threat to nearby enemies. After they breached the second line of defense, these fortress artillery pieces became mascots. The soldiers were thrilled and excited, eager to capture the fortress as quickly as possible. The Chable was a bit stingy, but the promised bonus was guaranteed. The Chable commander breathed a sigh of relief upon learning the outer city had been captured, but the next moment his heart was in his throat. He didn't believe the fortress commander would abandon the outer city so easily. Even if the city wall had just been breached, they could have held on for a while, but now the enemy had retreated in panic. Then there was only one possibility. The enemy had deliberately withdrawn. The Chaebol commander reacted immediately and tried to order the frontline troops to withdraw, but it was too late. With a violent explosion, the army they had just dispatched was instantly reduced to ash. The Chaebol commander was completely stunned. Thousands of soldiers had just been wiped out in a single blow. Human lives were worthless. After a brief moment of shock, the Chaebol commander quickly calmed down and dispatched his troops to attack the second line of defense. Whether the bomb exploded or not, we had to take the second line of defense. Only then could we attack the innermost fortress cluster. Once we took it, this fortress, and ultimately the capital, would be ours. At that point, the so-called leader would be nothing more than a prisoner. The fortress commander was under immense pressure, as he was observing every move on the front line. He knew the importance of this fortress, and the importance the leader placed on him. So, he had to defend it at all costs, and not betray the leader's trust. But could he really hold it? At that moment, inside the capital, the goblin leader was chatting and laughing with the citizens. He had learned of the fierce fighting at the fortress, but at this moment, he had no other options except to cultivate good relations with the people. The other 4 fortresses each sent 5,000 soldiers to reinforce the fortress, and 20,000 reinforcements were on the way. This was the limited force the other fortresses could spare. After all, the other fortresses also had to defend themselves, and their forces were few. The leader didn't tell the people this, fearing they would panic. But the clatter of wind and rain still reached the ears of the citizens of the capital. Watching the leaders chatting and laughing, some couldn't help but ask, "Master, I heard the situation on the front lines is not optimistic, and it seems the fortress is about to fall?" At this question, everyone present felt a pang of fear, and even the leader himself couldn't help but feel a surge of ire. If you had asked this question privately, I would certainly have answered you. But the problem is, you insisted on raising it in front of so many people. Many of them are speculators. If you told them now that the ship was sinking, they would immediately abandon it and run away with the money. They might even betray them. People die for money, birds for food. These speculators originally valued the leader's abilities, but if they saw the leaders fall behind, they would leave without a second thought. They would even sell the capital's situation to the Chaebols for a profit. I don't know how to answer your question. I only know that the soldiers on the front lines are still holding the fortress. As long as they are there, the fortress won't fall. The leader gave an ambiguous answer. This translates to, I know the fortress is under attack, but I don't know the outcome. I don't know who will win or lose. If we lose, everyone will pay the price. If we win, everyone gets to enjoy the feast. Because the Chaebol has committed all of its limited forces to the attack on the fortress. If this attacking force suffers a setback, the leader's army will be saved from a desperate situation. Because what awaits them will be countless territories, countless lands that the goblin Chaebol cannot hold. Just as the leader was pondering, a child timidly asked him, "Master, I have a question for you. Will Daddy come back alive? I don't want victory, I just want Daddy back." The little boy's words immediately silenced the leader. Chapter 1489. Looking at the little boy before him, the leader felt powerless for the first time. He hadn't felt any fear in the face of the Chaebol's overwhelming encirclement, but he was genuinely terrified by the child's question. Because he didn't know how to answer the child's question. War is always a casualty. These improvised soldiers were little more than cannon fodder, and those who survived were practically 1 in 10. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 could survive. So when the little boy asked if his father could come back, the leader already had the answer. After spending so many days together, the leader had become close to the people. Only then did he understand that many people's demands were modest, and many simply couldn't survive. The Chaebol controlled the vast majority of resources, and ruthlessly exploited the people at the bottom. After a hard day's work, the common people could only earn a barely subsistence wage. It had been fine in the past few years, but with the outbreak of war in recent months, the Chaebols continued to exploit workers' wages through various means. As a result, workers' wages are barely enough to make ends meet. Not to mention families with children. In the goblin world, for an average worker, 1 child can drain a month's wages. And many goblin families typically have 2 or 3 children. This creates a vicious cycle. Many goblin families want to improve their living conditions, but the pressure of having 2 or 3 children is overwhelming. Their monthly salary isn't just for living, but also for providing for the children. Raising 1 child is barely enough for a couple, but raising 2 or 3 is like living on the edge. The only time they can eat their fill is likely during a leadership transition. So many goblin civilians simply couldn't survive, struggling for nothing more than a living. The leader capitalized on this, and garnered the support of the people. After figuring out who who had elevated him to such a high position, he began working to improve people's livelihoods. Although they only had the capital, that didn't mean the leader lacked ambition. As long as they held faith in their hearts, they would have bread and milk. Your father will definitely come back. If he doesn't, then neither can I. The leader spoke with profound meaning. The people around him frowned upon hearing this, but they said nothing. One must pay for one's actions. When the leader chose to stand with the people, he had already considered the outcome. The leader remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was constantly thinking about the fortress. You must hold on. The fortress was now in a state of intense intensity. If the previous battle for the gate had been a desperate struggle, this was now a complete madness on both sides. Both sides had been plunged into a frenzy. The second line of defense wasn't as strong as the first, but it was completely covered by the fortress's artillery. At first, the two sides engaged in fierce fighting near the second line, and the fortress's artillery remained silent. But as more and more chaebols arrived, the second line began to show signs of falling. Without hesitation, the fortress commander immediately ordered the artillery to open fire, blasting the enemy and his comrades into the air. The roar of the fortress's artillery silenced both sides. Was the fortress's artillery formidable? Of course, it was, and one single shot completely indistinguishable from friend or foe. But did they have any other choice now? Of course not. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle for this fortress. In one position, a middle-aged man was sorting his clothes. Their unit had received orders to proceed to the front. Commander Jose hadn't rushed all his troops there at once, he had kept a reserve for emergencies. Now, with the battle on the front line reaching a fever pitch, the commander no longer held back and brought out all his reserves. The middle-aged man was sorting his clothes. He stared at the photo taped to his hat, stunned for a moment, then smiled. A comrade nearby saw this, and came over to ask. Who's up there? Your wife and son. Your wife is quite pretty, and your son looks quite well behaved. The comrade wasn't teasing, instead, he was filled with envy. Because in a civilized world, having a happy family already surpasses most people. Many goblins didn't want their children to continue being exploited by capitalists, nor did they want their children to be born into poverty. In these turbulent times, in these times of poverty, the goblins had no desire to raise the next generation. Once this war was over, they would carefully nurture the next generation. Because the leader had given them hope, they wanted to give their children a better life. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile as he listened to his comrade's praise. He had always been proud of having a beautiful wife and a lovely child. Those around him were always jealous of him, but no one truly disliked him. Because the vast majority of those at the bottom of society are truly good people. They never think of targeting others' good lives belong to them. They never lose their yearning for life, even if life repeatedly abandons them. After getting dressed, the middle-aged man immediately grabbed his gun and headed for the front lines. Initially, he was grateful to be assigned to the reserve, but he soon realized that no one could escape this war. Wounded soldiers from the front lines were brought down one by one, passing right by the reserve unit. Many soldiers nearly vomited at the sight of their horribly damaged comrades. The middle-aged man was no exception. Soon, they reacted. Would crying help? Would resentment help? None of that. The only thing that mattered was holding on to the gun tightly and surviving this war. At the captain's command, the middle-aged man joined his comrades on the front lines. The 3,000-man reserve unit quickly joined the battle. The sudden arrival of reinforcements surprised the chaebol commander, but he remained unfazed. He believed the fortress's reserve troops should have arrived long ago. But now, suddenly, 2,000 or 3,000 men appeared. Compared to a force of tens of thousands, these might seem insignificant, but they could often play a crucial role. With the arrival of the reserve troops, most of the soldiers felt a surge of confidence. The middle-aged man raised his gun and fired twice at the two approaching chaebol soldiers. Without hesitation, he seemed to have transformed into a ruthless butchering machine. Just a moment ago, he was a smiling father, but now he was a cold-faced killer. Some might ask, why did he transform so quickly and naturally? Because that's life. Life always forces you to do things you don't want to do, but you have no choice but to obey. Chapter 1490. The middle-aged man, with his magic rifle, swiftly dispatched 6 chaebol soldiers. The squad leader couldn't help but praise the middle-aged man, and his comrades were also excited. The opposing chaebol soldiers also noticed the middle-aged man. Being too conspicuous on the battlefield naturally attracted the enemy's attention. The enemy wouldn't care, they were eager to eliminate their heroes. The rewards of killing a hero were immense. Sometimes, heroism wasn't just an honorary title, it was a death warrant. Amidst the frenzied slaughter, The middle-aged man suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively dove. The next second, a bullet grazed his face. The sniper in the distance, observing this, couldn't help but lower his sandbag. What was going on? Does this guy have spider sense? How could he react so instantly? The middle-aged man touched his burned cheek, feeling a bit dazed. The middle-aged man froze in a daze, and his comrades beside him were practically pissing themselves. He had seen with his own eyes a bullet graze the middle-aged man's face. Although he hadn't actually seen it, the feeling of a bullet grazing by his side was unmistakable. After all, it was experience earned with blood on the battlefield. The middle-aged man then retreated into the trench, checking his weapons and equipment. The string of kills had just finished had sent his adrenaline surging. He definitely needed a break. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised, but belatedly realized that he had, in a flash, killed 8 Chable soldiers in one go. This was a shattering experience for a re-enlisted veteran. His son was now 7 or 8 years old, and he had long since left that superhuman age behind. Life had smoothed him out, his edges gradually becoming rounder. Even back in the army, he didn't have many kills. He didn't want to target his fellow civilians, who rebelled because they couldn't afford to eat. These so-called rebels were actually ordinary people, who couldn't afford to eat. If they treated the common people harshly today, others would treat them harshly tomorrow. Good and evil will eventually be punished, and karma will prevail. The middle-aged man was regrouping, and the opposing Chable sniper, upon seeing the middle-aged man take cover, stopped pursuing him. As a sniper, it was imperative to kill with one shot. If that wasn't possible, he had to change his position immediately. Even after killing an enemy soldier, he had to change his position immediately, and not just to avoid pursuit from the infantry. It was to prevent a reconnaissance drone from capturing the scene, and then launching a missile to blow him up. In modern warfare, dealing with snipers no longer relies solely on manpower. Aerial reconnaissance drones have long been tracking their every move. In modern warfare, especially in urban fighting, a single sniper can hold off an entire squad of soldiers, as these snipers are typically concealed on nearby high ground, with numerous buildings providing cover and camouflage. They only need to focus on setting up their positions, while others don't have that luxury. Armored troops are relatively safe, but they're easily targeted. The infantry were relatively safe, though they were prone to being killed while marching, because of either flying bullets or stepping on landmines. The goblin sniper, shifting positions after each shot, successfully killed 4 soldiers. But his luck ran out. Instead of a missile or a precision airstrike, he was met with a rocket launcher. The rocket launcher struck the goblin sniper directly and precisely. Without even a hint of aiming or pre-swing, it simply struck the sniper, instantly shattering him to pieces. For the soldiers in the leader's army, the rocket launchers they had were practically useless against vehicles, and even ineffective against most mechs. But using them against infantry was like using a cannon to smite a mosquito. It was essentially similar to a grenade launcher, except that rocket launchers could effectively damage vehicles, while grenades were a step behind. Furthermore, grenades are designed to suppress infantry, but remember, any anti-vehicle weapon is also highly effective against infantry. A young underground soldier looked off into the distance with excitement, having just fired a rocket launcher, seemingly hitting an enemy sniper. Upon hearing the rocket launcher sound, the young soldier's commander rushed over in a hurry. "What are you doing? Don't you know not to fire now?" "Boss, I didn't shoot." "Then what are you holding?" "A rocket launcher." "Does a rocket launcher count as a gun?" The soldier's words left his commander stunned. "Why do I have so many freaks at my disposal? Every one of them is a genius." The goblin Chable was attacking the second line of defense. The roar of the fortress's artillery was driving countless goblin soldiers completely insane, as a single fortress artillery shell would create a massive crater. Many goblin soldiers weren't killed by the leader's army, but were instead completely blasted or blasted to death by the fortress's artillery. For the fortress cannon, a 2 or 3 meter margin of error wasn't a significant issue, as large-caliber fortress cannons weren't designed for precision strikes. They were designed purely for suppressive fire, maximizing effectiveness with minimal space and energy consumption. The Chable commander launched 3 fierce attacks, each of which was repelled by the leader's army. During one of these 3 attacks, they were even within striking distance of the second line of defense. The fortress commander, ruthless, ordered the fortress cannon to fire a single shot, blasting the Chable soldiers and goblin soldiers alike into smithereens. The fragments of both sides littered the trenches, one for each side. This caused immense difficulty for those collecting the bodies. Same uniforms, same species, same fragments. How could they be distinguished? Chapter 1491. While the final battle was taking place on the planet, the gods were also busy. Galena was imprisoned, and Irina hadn't appeared in public for the time being. It seemed as if the entire divine realm had fallen silent. But only the gods themselves knew that this world was far from peaceful. The Goblin War concerned everyone. The gods wanted to invade the planet once again, because Obelia had already sensed the presence of that terrifying civilization. They had to gather enough energy to evacuate before then. The only planet with any energy left was Leon's. To escape, they had to concentrate all of the planet's energy in their own hands. The gods had already taken action. To invade the planet, they brought out their previously unused interstellar warships. These warships had been unused by the gods for a long time, and many were in disrepair and unable to operate. But the gods were not discouraged and began repairing them. The Divine Realm is a massive aircraft, more precisely, an energy-based aircraft. This aircraft is suitable for interstellar travel. However, it is at a disadvantage when attacking other civilizations. Because of its large size and lack of defensive weaponry, it has long been criticized. The gods also had no desire to use their escape craft for war. So, they moved out these dilapidated warships. At Obelia's call, many old monsters emerged from their coffins and began repairing these warships. Thanks to the gods' efforts, over 40 warships were repaired. After repairing the 40 warships, the gods immediately began to count their forces. Half of the Divine Realm had been destroyed, but the casualties were few. The total number of those able to participate in the planetary invasion exceeded 40,000. After learning this number, Obelia launched the planetary invasion without hesitation. As long as they were fast enough, they could catch Leon off guard. Over 40 warships set sail from the Divine Realm, slowly heading towards Leon's planet. Obelia's face was filled with enthusiasm. Perhaps Leon now had the personal strength to challenge the gods. But what's the point of being a fighter these days? It all comes down to background. I just don't believe that 40,000 gods can't take down a brave planet. Leon, who was on the planet, suddenly felt something and inadvertently looked up at the sky above. Leon stared for a moment, then picked up the phone and called the Glacier base. How's Space Force training going? Leader, 200,000 Space Force soldiers have completed basic training and are just waiting for their space battleships to be commissioned. Leon was delighted to hear this news. For the past few months, supplies to the Glacier base have been a top priority. Even the frontline soldiers fighting the Emperor in the south have received a higher priority. Hard work pays off, and such a significant investment has naturally paid off. The Space Force has completed training. All they need is weapons and equipment, which will allow them to rapidly increase their combat effectiveness. Leon didn't pay much attention to the war against the goblins. The 3 major kingdoms of the eastern continent had suffered a collective massacre, and the 2 royal guard divisions there were now cleaning up the mess. The Succubus Kingdom had also completely chosen a path to follow. They submitted an application for annexation to Lion without hesitation, intending to fully join Great Yen. What a joke. They needed to know the situation now. Although Lion didn't say it explicitly, he certainly didn't want to see a country emerge that wasn't under his control. The Succubi were incredibly skilled, making it painful to watch. Lion had already begun plotting his plans for the Starry Sea. In his eyes, the goblins to the south were nothing to mention. But what Lion hadn't expected was that these goblins would do the exact opposite. Goblin, you like to laugh at me, don't you? Then I make some jokes for you on your land, Liongrad. In a hidden basement. Several disguised goblins were making their final preparations. They were wrapped tightly in their clothing, and on the table lay some weapons and ammunition. According to the orders of the Tycoon, these goblins had found their way to Liongrad, through the dwarves to the north. With the advent of goblins, coupled with their massive exodus, millions of goblins now exist throughout the Dwarven Empire. Some goblins choose to travel through the Dwarven Empire to Lurgrad. Most are honest people, seeking to see the world and find respectable employment. But some are downright evil, or perhaps have come to Lurgrad with a specific motive. After the head of a wealthy family was assassinated, the new Chable he inherited resolved to seek revenge against Lurgrad. But he knew he could not defeat Lurgrad, nor Lurgrad's powerful defense forces. After careful consideration, the Chable family's leader ultimately opted for a terrorist attack. He hoped this attack would soothe Leongrad's war weariness and prevent Leon from continuing the war. These new Chable leaders were extremely cautious and believed Leon had no desire for war. They consulted history books and discovered that Leon had mostly passively accepted defeat. This delighted many Chable leaders, and they began seeking ways to ease relations with the Yin. But Leon was completely unimpressed, or perhaps even considered negotiating peace with the goblins. The goblins' land was fertile and abundant. They were determined to secure this land. The succubus kingdom's land was scarce and barren, and Leon had no interest in it, but he couldn't resist their enthusiasm. "But what are you goblins doing here? You have granaries, but no guns. Aren't we just going to rob you?" The exasperated Chable leaders were determined to teach Leon a lesson. So they devised a plan to send a group of deadbeats to Leongrad, determined to pull off a major coup and make Leon regret his actions, while also inciting pressure from the locals. In the basement, the 8 goblins checked their weapons and equipment, nodded to each other, and then each headed for their pre-prepared vehicles and headed for the Capitol Theater. Today, the theater will host a special performance. The theater can accommodate 12,000 people, and today, the seats are practically full, because of the performance of an inspirational singer. This inspirational singer lost both her hands during the war, but she never gave up her longing for life and her pursuit of it. Through her unremitting efforts, she has finally made a name for herself. That's why many people admire her. Lion had heard of her, so he allowed her to perform at the Capitol Theater. Most disabled people don't want charity, but rather normal treatment. Several black cars quickly drove into the back entrance of the Capitol Grand Theater. These celestial beings used money and other methods to bribe some people. At first, many people were able to hold on, but the goblins offered them too much. After the men in black finally confirmed their target, they immediately launched their operation. They were determined to win this time. Leon, just cry. Chapter 1492. 8 tightly wrapped goblins quickly attracted the attention of the security guards. Out of duty, the security guards immediately approached and inquired, "Sir, could you please show me your..." Bang! With a gunshot, the security guard collapsed in a pool of blood. He had never imagined that the group before him had guns. With the sound of the gunshot, the singers performing and the spectators instantly fell into panic. They began to flee frantically towards the main entrance, but by then, the 2 back entrances outside the 3 main entrances were completely blocked, leaving no one alive. Even the 8 goblins had no plans for retreat. Their mission was to prevent Dehien from being able to protect itself. As death squads, they never considered returning alive, because from the moment they were sent out, they had become abandoned. So, they had to use their limited lives to accomplish a feat that others would never even dare to imagine. The 8 goblins quickly took control of the scene. Anyone who dared resist it was promptly dealt a peanut. Those hiding were immediately apprehended and shot. Occasionally, they would reload upon the bodies lying in pools of blood. It was as if these 8 goblins carried an endless supply of ammunition, otherwise they wouldn't be allowed to use it. The 8 goblins were in control of the entire theater, and those who managed to survive immediately called the security forces. The opera house happened to be located in the 6th district. The governor of the 6th district, Ramayat, was stunned upon receiving the news. "Why is there always so much trouble in District 6? I have to find a way to transfer out, or I'd be worn out sooner or later." Upon learning of the terrorist attack in his area, Ramayat immediately mobilized all the armed forces in the region. Now that it had happened, he had to remedy the situation. The Intelligence Bureau also received the news and, without hesitation, dispatched a mobile force to rescue the hostages. 8 goblins divided 5 into groups to control the 5 gates. The other 3 planted a large amount of explosives in the theater and maintained strict control over all the hostages, forbidding them to leave or hide. Those who had been hiding were captured and beaten back into their seats. The entire theater was filled with cries and screams. No one dared to stand up and criticize the goblins. They had seen the guns in their hands. Instinctive fear paralyzed them. They could only watch helplessly as the goblins set the explosives and restrained them. The only security guards who had stood against the goblins had all been killed. The security guards were unarmed, and most were recruited by the theater. Many were veterans seeking an easy job. Securing the Capitol Theater was indeed a comfortable job, but they had never imagined someone would target the theater with a terrorist attack. Just as the goblins had completely taken control of the theater, Ramayat led the 6th District security forces to surround the theater. Ordinary security forces secured the perimeter and blocked the surrounding streets, prohibiting vehicular traffic. The security forces also have special forces, specifically tasked with handling and responding to challenging incidents. After receiving the order and understanding the situation, the special forces looked at each other in bewilderment. If the enemy had simply launched a routine terrorist attack and taken a few hostages, they wouldn't have been afraid at all. But the problem was that these 8 goblins now controlled the entire Capitol Grand Theater, holding a full 12,000 hostages, and according to accounts from some of our compatriots who managed to escape, the goblins had planted explosives, as if intending to take everyone hostage. The faces of the Special Forces soldiers were grim. This was no ordinary terrorist attack. The situation inside was unclear from outside, but according to accounts from those who had escaped, there had already been casualties. In addition to security personnel, ordinary civilians had also suffered casualties. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became extremely tense. They had to act quickly, or the hostages would be in danger. Outside, a rescue plan was being meticulously planned, and inside, things were also raging. The 8 goblins had previously checked the theater for today's event, and it was practically packed. So, they were inspecting every seat, and if they found any empty, they would immediately question them. The goblins' plan was to fill the entire theater with 12,000 people, making sure not a single one was missing, and these missing people could potentially become a hidden danger. After all, their 5 companions were guarding the main gate, and they were alone guarding a single gate. If someone sneaked up on them and killed them, their plan would be ruined. Furthermore, to prevent a surprise attack from magicians or fighting knights, the goblin leading the terrorist attack was an 8th level magician. While he could still be instantly killed by 9th level or higher beings, he at least had a second to react. That 1 second was enough time for him to detonate the explosives. The goblins were thoroughly prepared, and Remiat and the others outside were trembling with fear. They couldn't find a solution for a while. They were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Inside the theater, a patrolling goblin soldier suddenly spotted an empty seat. Thinking it was just an ordinary empty seat, he discovered a man's backpack on it. The goblin's nerves instantly tensed. Because there were 2 women sitting to the left and right of the man's backpack, and also women in front and behind, the owner of the backpack wasn't currently there. The goblin, realizing this, immediately grabbed the backpack and took out everything inside. It was mostly daily necessities, and 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. But just as the goblin was about to remove the contents, he suddenly realized that one coat was no ordinary coat. As assassins trained by the Chabal, they had made extensive preparations for this terrorist attack. Among them was their knowledge of the various branches of the National Defense Force. He recognized it instantly as a military jacket, even though the insignia had been removed. He immediately questioned the women on either side. Where did this man go? Tell the truth. If you don't, I kill you. A beautiful woman gritted her teeth and refused to speak. This successfully infuriated the goblin, who threatened to shoot the woman. The other woman hurriedly spoke up. He went to the restroom. The goblin lowered his gun and called his companion, who had just finished planting the explosives, to help watch over the 2 women. He then said goodbye and went to the restroom. At first, the goblin thought he had everything under control, but the military jacket told him there was another soldier who was beyond their control. As the goblin left, the woman who had previously remained silent spoke to the woman next to him. Why did you tell? If you don't, you die? What about him? He's my boyfriend. A second of silence followed. In the restroom, a handsome man was washing his hands at the sink. Because the restroom was far from the theater, and the goblin's guns were silenced, he didn't hear the gunfire from the theater. But just as he was about to leave, the sudden sound of heavy footsteps alerted the man. Chapter 1493. The man immediately hid behind the door after hearing unusual footsteps. As a veteran, he naturally recognized the sound of military boots. Few people wore military boots in such situations, and he hadn't seen anyone in uniform during the performance. So, the footsteps made him extremely cautious. He was a veteran, more precisely, a veteran of the Duke's Guard. His family, upon learning of his departure from the Duke's Guard, were filled with regret. His name was Renaud, and he was a veteran of the Guard. Back when the Guard consisted of only about 20 men, Renaud was one of the first to guard the gate. He shouldered his rifle, donned his M35 helmet, and stood at the door. He became one of the earliest sights of Leningrad. But later, injured during training, Renaud had to accept reality and leave the Guard. He didn't tell his family about his injury, fearing they would worry. Although his family was puzzled by Renaud's behavior, they didn't dislike him. After all, this was their child. No matter how well or poorly he fared, he was still their child. Shouldn't one be tolerant of one's own child? After leaving the Guards, Renaud found a respectable job, managed to save some money, and began to think about his life's major events. Through a family introduction, he met his girlfriend. Upon learning that her idol was performing at the Capitol Theater, she bought 2 tickets without hesitation and took Renaud to see the show. At first, Renaud refused, but he couldn't resist his girlfriend's enthusiasm. So the 2 of them arrived at the theater. Like Renaud and his companions, there were countless other young couples, but none of them had anticipated the terrorist attack they would encounter today. It's like winning the lottery. You've been buying 1 ticket every day for over 20 years without a single win, and then, just when you're about to give up, You suddenly hit the jackpot. The shock was overwhelming. Renaud hid behind a door. The goblin soldier cautiously pushed it open, finding no one at the sink. He then turned his attention to the restroom. Looking at the tightly closed doors, the goblin soldier checked each one. At first, Renaud breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart instantly rose to his throat when he saw the weapon in the goblin soldier's hand. This guy actually has a gun. Renaud's mind raced, and he quickly guessed the identity of the man before him. The 1.5-meter height and pointy ears naturally reminded Renaud of goblins and dwarves from the south, but the problem was that dwarves don't have pointy ears. So Renaud concluded that the person before him was a goblin. Watching the goblin checking each person, Renaud knew something was wrong at the amphitheater. Concern for his girlfriend flashed through his mind, but the next moment it was replaced by calmness, and Renaud stared intently at the goblin before him. The goblin before him was careless, and didn't even bother looking back. Whether in a game or in real life, when you sense something is wrong, it's always right to turn back. Because turning back only takes a short time, in real life it can often save your life. The goblin soldier reached the last compartment, and was about to reach out when he felt someone covering his mouth, and the next second he couldn't breathe. Renaud gripped the goblin soldier tightly, attempting to strangle him with brute force. After an unknown amount of time, the goblin soldier finally gave out. Renaud then released his grip. The world spun around, and the last figure the goblin soldier saw in his final moments was the man before him. Where had he been hiding? How could he have suddenly appeared? Renaud then picked up the goblin soldier's gun and unsheathed the dagger hidden at the corpse's waist. Without hesitation, he aimed the dagger at the corpse's tendons and hamstrings, striking them 4 times. Fearing the man might resurrect, Renaud decisively severed both tendons. Even if he survived, he would be practically useless. After grabbing his weapon and preparing to leave, Renaud heard a voice on the intercom attached to the corpse. "How's the 4th brother? Have you found him? Come back quickly." Renaud didn't hesitate and immediately headed towards the theater. As a veteran of the guard, he could naturally guess what the other party was up to. The hostages should be gathered in the seats for the performance by now. And this goblin had the audacity to come so far. Either he had teammates watching over him, or he was trying to eliminate a potential safety hazard, but ended up eliminating himself instead. The 4th brother's intercom remained silent, and the eldest brother knew he couldn't wait any longer. Based on his intuition, it seemed the 4th brother had already been killed. After calming down, the eldest brother prepared to negotiate with Ramayad. Although most of them were desperate, some wanted to return alive. Death squads were meant to be expended, but none of them were real bots. Even bots had their own minds and ways of dealing with things. Renaud, gun in hand, reached the 3rd floor of the theater. It had a wide view and was mostly occupied by VIP rooms. The 3rd floor of the theater was sparsely populated to begin with, and since most of them had been captured by the goblins, Renaud could safely set up his gun there. He is ready to reap the goblins. Chapter 1494. Renaud dealt with the goblin, then carefully dragged the Emperor into a nearby toilet stall and stripped him of all his weapons and equipment. After a thorough inspection, Renaud discovered that the weapons and equipment were not only advanced but also very new. The goblin was using a folding version of the AK-74, a modified stock based on the original AK-74. The barrel had also been modified to a shorter version, making it more suitable for indoor combat. Renaud picked up the AK-74 and examined it, finding 4 magazines still available, totaling around 140 rounds. After inspecting the weapon, Renaud stripped the goblin's body armor. Although the goblin was only about 1.5 meters tall, about the same height as a dwarf, the body armor he wore was made by Dehien, and Renaud stripped it and put it on. Looking at the body in the toilet, Renaud couldn't help but speak. "Thanks, old friend, for the bulletproof vest and weapons." Renaud picked up his gun, donned his bulletproof vest, and cautiously left the restroom, beginning to wander around the theater. Since this group was planning a terrorist attack, they must have accomplices, or perhaps their accomplices had already taken control of the entire theater. I had to do something to stall for time. Renaud then reached the top floor and cautiously approached the window. As soon as he looked out, he saw a scene that terrified him. Of course, the so-called fear was more of a shock, for the theater was now surrounded. To be more precise, it was physically surrounded, for the theater was only 3 blocks away from the Duke's palace in Lyon. After learning of the terrorist attack on the theater, all parties dispatched personnel. Ramayad's security forces arrived first, but the largest contingent was the Royal Guards. The Royal Guards brought in an entire division and forcibly sealed off the perimeter around the Grand Theater. Although Ramayad was only a general officer, this was within his jurisdiction, And since terrorist attacks fell under the jurisdiction of the security forces, he was nominally the supreme commander. Remayat was sweating profusely. They had a map of the Grand Theater, and discovered that its 5 gates were highly visible. If they sent a task force to attack any of them, they would be immediately spotted by those inside. Remayat had no choice but to seek another way in. However, the main structure of the Grand Theater was made of glass, allowing those inside a nearly unobstructed view of the outside. This meant that if a goblin was hiding on a high vantage point, they could observe the security forces' every move. Remayat was in deep trouble. In addition to the security forces and the royal guards, the military also received the news and subsequently contacted the Navy, Army, Air Force, and airborne troops, asking them to dispatch their elite forces. The military did not believe the security forces were capable of resolving this situation, as they had no experience dealing with this type of terrorist attack. The National Defense Force had handled many similar incidents in the past, as public security was still under its jurisdiction. During the period of the Great Yan's rise, foreign powers, eager for chaos in the Great Yan, launched various terrorist attacks. However, all of these attacks were thwarted without exception. The National Defense Force had accumulated extensive experience in dealing with terrorist attacks. However, the burden had now been taken over by the security forces. But now, few countries dare to launch terrorist attacks against the Yin, because they have to consider whether their own countries can withstand the storm of retaliation. Remayat wasn't that nervous at first, but after learning that all parties had arrived, he became increasingly nervous. But everyone was at a loss, secretly cursing the designer of the theater. The theater was indeed convenient for evacuation, but it also made it easy to observe the outside from inside. The military issued a direct order, asking them to find a way to invite the designer. But all this would take time. The designer was already on his way, and they needed to come up with a reasonable solution. The problem was, they had no idea. Just when everyone was at a loss, the Navy suddenly had an idea. We can go through the sewers. Sewers, are you crazy? The sewer system was built a few years ago, and the drainage capacity back then was nothing compared to today's. Now the sewers are basically full, not just knee-deep. The National Defense Force representative decisively retorted. It's not that they hadn't considered going underground, but with the expansion of Leningrad over the years, the pressure on the drainage system has increased, causing nearly all the sewers to be flooded. People simply couldn't stay in the sewers for long, as the remaining space inside the pipes wouldn't even allow them to surface for a breath. That's why the Wehrmacht abandoned the sewer route. But now the Navy has brought up the idea again. Naturally, it was met with widespread opposition. But the Navy spoke calmly. That's because you can't. Don't forget, we're the Navy. The Marines have a dedicated frogman battalion. Entering through the sewers is a piece of cake for them. After hearing the Navy representative's words, everyone suddenly realized something. After some thought, they realized the plan was feasible. Going underground was indeed the safest. This would not only avoid detection by those inside, but also allow the person to be transported in unnoticed. But the Navy was troubled by the fact that they weren't sure where the manhole cover was inside the theater. They had to wait for the designer to arrive to determine its exact location. Just as the Navy mobilized the Marine Frogman Battalion, the goblins inside the theater began to panic. They still hadn't waited for the goblin killed by Raynor to return. The goblin leader gradually realized something was amiss, and ordered 2 of his men to blow up 2 gates. He had 3 more men guard the remaining 3 gates. He also sent the 2 goblin terrorists originally guarding the 2 destroyed gates to capture Raynor. The goblin leader had just given his orders, and then inquired about the gatekeeper, Diane's whereabouts. After learning that all the various factions were discussing countermeasures outside the Grand Theater, the goblin leader suddenly had an idea and ordered another of his men to open the manhole covers. He suspected that the Wehrmacht might enter through the sewers. Upon receiving the information, his men rushed to a manhole cover and decisively lifted it, only to discover that instead of an open passage, it lay beneath a raging stream of water. The men then replaced the manhole cover and explained the situation to the leader. The leader breathed a sigh of relief. It seems they can't use the sewers. But just to be safe, you should use the goods to hold down the manhole covers for me. Yes. After receiving the order, his men sealed all the manhole covers within the Grand Theater. Behind a building outside the Capitol Grand Theater, a designer was explaining the exact location of the manhole covers to a Marine. Although the designer didn't design the drainage system, the manhole cover inside the theater had already been marked on the blueprints. The designer carefully explained the theater's internal structure to the Marines. After memorizing the structure, the Marines began donning their diving gear. A few Marines dropped a mini-missile attached to a cable into the sewer. This was the Navy's latest cutting-edge technology, a robot specifically designed for shallow water and inland waterway reconnaissance. Warships couldn't enter shallow waters, so the Marines needed their expertise. So they developed this robot, which could reveal the enemy's movements. They quickly found the manhole cover the designer had mentioned. After confirming its exact location, the captain gave the order, and 20 Marines leaped into the pitch-black sewer. "Keep going. We can make it back alive. We absolutely have to, because my sister is among the hostages." Chapter 1495. The Marines advanced in an orderly fashion through the sewers. The turbulent current made it difficult for them to move forward. The sewer water was not only turbulent but also smelly. The Marines had no complaints. They had already sealed their weapons in bags and placed them in their backpacks. The M4A1 wasn't waterproof. More accurately, most guns weren't. And it wasn't just the guns that weren't waterproof. The ammunition was the only thing that was vulnerable to moisture. All the Marines placed their weapons in bags. Their only weapon now was the dagger gun. It was a weapon specifically designed for frogmen. It offered both close combat capabilities and 4 rounds of ammunition, allowing for shooting. This was intended for the Marines to use against enemies near the manhole cover. They weren't sure if any enemies would appear near the manhole cover. Being fully prepared was the key to victory, and to prevent anyone from falling behind, the captain tied all 20 men together with ropes. Many Marines couldn't see clearly ahead, their goggles smeared with grime. Even after clearing the dirt, visibility through the slop was still appalling. So they could only grope forward based on their memorized distances. This was a huge gamble, and the Navy representative worried deeply for the Marines, because he wasn't sure if this plan would succeed. But now there was no other way. And just then, Renault struck. Having observed from inside for a long time, Renault realized that the people outside showed no sign of moving. As a former guardsman, Renault naturally knew the Wehrmacht's habit of decisive action. He concluded the Wehrmacht must be moving, but with no movement on the ground, and no airborne attack, there was only one possibility. The sewers. Renault, having figured it out, quickly came to his senses. Just as he was about to head to the sewers to meet the Marines, he discovered 2 Emperors patrolling. And what was this all about? Searching through drawers and room after room, and they were about to reach the top floor. Renault glanced at the stairs, then at the beam in front of him. Without hesitation, he took a running leap, clambered onto it, and carefully climbed to the dome of the Colosseum. Using the beam's bulk, Renault perfectly avoided the 2 goblins' search. Renault continued to crawl forward, soon reaching the skies above the Colosseum. Looking at the over 10,000 hostages below, Renault was terrified, yet he remained remarkably calm. "Stay calm, Renault, stay calm. You're the only one who can act now, so you have to find a way to help your comrades outside." Renault looked at the people below, then at the 2 goblins descending from the top floor. He then planned to leave through the roof, trying to reach the first floor and open the manhole cover. But just as he was about to leave the dome, Renault suddenly heard the goblins talking below. The goblin soldiers were reporting to the goblin leader. "Boss, I blocked all the manhole covers. Unless they blow them up, there's no way out." The goblin leader was delighted. But Renault's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. No, he had to find a way. Renault then accelerated to the edge of the dome, leaping lightly and tumbling to the top floor. He carefully groped down. It took 5 or 6 minutes for Renault to reach the first floor. The first floor was now littered with discarded items. Most of them were left behind by spectators, who had fled immediately after the terrorist attack, only to be driven back by the goblins. Many people's belongings were scattered on the ground. Renault searched for the manhole cover. At first, he couldn't find it. He simply didn't know where it was. But he soon found it. The goblins had helped him. The manhole covers were in a very conspicuous location. All of them had been blocked by the goblins, making them very obvious. Renault could spot them with just a quick glance. Renault was about to open all the covers, but the next second, the one in front of him suddenly moved. More precisely, the object on top of it shook. Renault immediately realized someone was underneath the manhole cover. Without hesitation, he immediately moved the items above. The next second, the manhole cover opened, revealing a dagger gun pointed directly at Renault. Renault hurriedly spoke. "I'm a veteran. I killed a goblin and stripped him of his weapons and equipment." The Marines didn't let their guard down, but continued to stare at Renault. Renault knew the military's rules, so he obediently lowered his gun, raised his hands, and waited. 20 Marines climbed out of the sewer in an orderly fashion. The first thing they did upon emerging was to remove their diving gear. Many Marines breathed a sigh of relief, as their oxygen supply was nearly depleted. First, the Marines used lightweight diving equipment, which weighed a whopping 28 kilograms. Then, the backpacks strapped to their chests weighed a whopping 30 kilograms. Inside them were a helmet, a set of body armor, a short-barreled M4A1 rifle, an M1911 rifle, and 200 rounds of rifle ammunition. So each Marine was carrying over 100 caddies of gear as they advanced through the sewer, braving the current. If Renault hadn't opened the manhole cover in time, they might have suffocated from lack of oxygen. The Marine captain then checked the surroundings and realized that it was indeed Renault who had moved the items. After verifying the situation, he apologized to Renault. "Renault, it was an emergency, and we didn't verify your ID. We apologize for any inconsiderateness." After listening to the captain's words, Renault waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. The most important thing now is to rescue our compatriots." The Marine captain nodded, then looked at his men. The Marines had already changed into their uniforms, equipped with body armor, bulletproof helmets, and modified short-barreled M4A1s, and they looked ready for battle. The captain repeatedly emphasized to the soldiers that the hostages were their priority, then gave the order to proceed. The Marines filed out and began to explore the 3 gates and the theater. Renault headed for the broadcast room, buying time for the Marines to act. Baryan also quietly entered the theater. If the goblin leader dared to use his magic to detonate the explosives, Baryan would immediately act and crush him to ash. 6 of the Marines split into 3 groups and headed for the 3 gates. They were to deal with the 3 goblins guarding them. 14 other Marines arrived outside the auditorium, where the hostages were held. They planned to wait until the 3 teams secure the gates and the main reinforcements arrived before launching their operation. The 3 teams quickly reached the gates from the inside and discovered the goblin soldiers hiding far away. Without hesitation, they immediately took them out with a single, pinpoint accuracy. After eliminating the goblins at the 3 gates, the Marines immediately dismantled the bombs planted at the gates, and then welcomed the incoming main force. But this time, no one chose to vie for credit. The Royal Guards took full responsibility. Guards Commander William was already outside, observing the situation with binoculars. Over 800 elite Royal Guard soldiers filed in through the 3 gates, and quietly arrived to meet the Marines outside the auditorium. Reno, via intercom, informed his captain that he had arrived at the broadcast room and was about to make his announcement. Everything was ready to act. Just as the Royal Guards and Marines were preparing to move, something unexpected happened. Chapter 1496. 2 goblin soldiers opened the performance hall door and walked out, bumping into guards and Marines preparing for action. The 2 goblin soldiers were stunned by the dozens of eyes fixed on them. The next second, they reacted quickly and were about to shout when they were shot dead by the Marines. Bang! The sound of silenced gunfire echoed through the corridor, causing the hostages near the door to scream. The captain immediately gave the order to attack. The guards on standby on the 2nd and 3rd floors broke through the windows and entered. Guards waiting outside the hall's several exits also took action. Hundreds of people rushed in an instant, accurately targeting the 2 goblins inside. One of the goblins was shot dead by the guards before he could react. The other goblin was the goblin leader. The goblin leader instantly used his magic to dodge the bullet. The sniper tasked with killing the goblin's eyes widened upon seeing this, but then he realized, another cultivator. They're bullying us primitives. If you dare, throw away your cultivation and let's have a showdown. After dodging the bullet, the goblin leader, without a moment's hesitation, pressed the detonator. But strangely, the goblin leader found himself unable to press the button, no matter how hard he tried. He had his hand on the detonator, but he couldn't exert any strength, or perhaps the button was completely welded shut, preventing him from pressing it. But the horror didn't end there. The next second, the goblin leader strangely discovered that his cultivation had completely vanished. Everyone was utterly terrified. The Marine captain, seeing the goblin leader holding the detonator, hesitated for a moment, but then Baryan's voice suddenly echoed through his mind. He's already crippled. Go capture him now, alive. Although the Marine captain didn't know who had uttered the voice, he knew the being that could send it into his head was beyond his reach. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and pinned the goblin leader down. The other guards and Marines began evacuating the hostages and dismantling the explosives. The crisis at the Capitol Grand Theater was averted. With the hostages rescued, the terrorist attack ultimately ended with the Yan's victory. Although they had won, over 30 security personnel had been killed, and 6 hostages had been mistakenly killed. By the time the crisis was over, the sky had darkened, and ambulances and security vehicles were parked outside the theater. When the hostages emerged from the theater and saw the flickering lights, they felt a profound sense of peace. The news that the crisis at the Capitol Theater had been resolved spread quickly. At that moment, In the Duke's palace, Leon, upon hearing the news, put down his teacup and, feigning indifference, picked up his brush and began practicing calligraphy. But compared to his earlier cursive writing, his current handwriting was noticeably more refined, betraying Leon's recent panic. Yes, he was afraid too. Those were over 10,000 unarmed compatriots. If anything truly happened to them, Leon would not be able to accept the outcome. But Leon couldn't accept the current outcome. Both the security personnel and the 6 hostages, who had been mistakenly killed, could have enjoyed a peaceful and happy life, living without worries. But a sudden terrorist attack claimed their lives. Leon immediately ordered the intelligence agency to investigate the incident and, without hesitation, dialed the front line. Hello? Commander on the front line? Full fire. Smash the goblin defenses. Not my friend, who are you? Why are you calling my headquarters? You can't even recognize my voice? Do you want to do this? Wait a minute. I go. The commander then stood at attention. Leon explained the situation in the capital to the commander. After learning that over 10,000 people were nearly blown up in the Capitol Grand Theater, the commander's joy at receiving Leon's call instantly vanished. In the end, his face was as black as ink. Rest assured, leader. I will make these goblins feel the wrath of the Great Flame. The army commander then ordered a full-scale offensive. Far out at sea, Chester was about to enjoy his prize soda when he received an order from Leon. All fighter jets, take off and attack all of Goblin territory. What happened, Leon? Why are you so angry? Chester had barely uttered a question when his subordinates rushed in, reporting a terrorist attack on the Capitol Theater. Chester hung up the phone before Leon could explain. All fighter jets, take off. I'm going to blow the goblins to pieces. The Army and Navy went into a frenzy, and so did the Air Force. After consulting with the Navy, they decided to completely divide up Goblin territory. Of course, it wasn't about dividing up territory, but rather dividing up the strike range. The goblins had no idea how lucky they were. Chapter 1497. This terrorist attack quickly spread throughout Great Yin. Nearby nations dared not utter a word, fearing they would say the wrong thing and be slapped to death by Leon. Leon remained silent, but secretly informed the military to unleash their full might. They were told to exact vengeance on the goblins at all costs. The goblins never imagined that they were merely trying to teach Leon a lesson, to show him that the goblins were not to be trifled with. But Leon went right out and attacked. And with full force. The National Defense Army and the Air Force deployed over 500 fighter jets, and the Navy was also active, deploying over 200 carrier-based aircraft. The Army's various artillery, cruise missiles, and rockets rained down upon the Goblin military facilities, intending to crush the goblins. The already declining front was now facing a further devastation. Furthermore, the Wehrmacht launched 2 surprise attacks in a short period of time. This directly pushed the front line forward by 200 kilometers. The fastest advance was now within 500 kilometers of the Goblin capital. At this moment, the Goblin capital was still embroiled in a bloody battle. The two sides clashed fiercely in the fortress for 2 days. Initially, the gates were blown open, but the defenders simply piled their lives on the fortress, effectively wiping out a wave of enemies. Later, the enemy occupied the outermost layer, and the defenders retreated to the middle layer, continuing to pile their lives. The two sides fought bloody battles in the fortress for 2 days. Blood was everywhere, congealing into dark red lumps on the ground. Corpses practically covered the entire fortress, and corpses were everywhere, rapidly rotting. If the bodies weren't collected, there was a risk of an epidemic. Both sides desired victory, so this was the only way to gain a brief respite and time to collect the bodies. The Chable commander had no intention of stopping, as the defenders were already exhausted. He constantly urged the front lines to intensify their offensive, but he didn't realize that the Chable army was also exhausted. 2 days of fierce fighting were extremely grueling for the soldiers on both sides. 2 days of raging battles yielded no results. After reorganizing their resources, the newly appointed leaders of the 5 Chables began to intensify their crackdown on the leaders. Their attitude towards the front lines was already utterly disorganized. These 5 leaders were mostly descendants of collateral branches. As for why the direct descendants didn't take the reins, we have to ask the Imperial Guards, who had slaughtered the Goblin Chables. Since the direct descendants were almost completely killed or wounded, the 5 major families were now primarily ruled by descendants of collateral branches, resuscitating the 5 major Chable families. But they were already terrified by the Imperial Guards' attacks. The dread etched in their bones made it impossible for them to muster the courage to face the Wehrmacht. They could only vent their anger on the leader's revolutionary army. At first, the leader remained calm, but soon realized something was amiss. The other 4 fortresses were also under attack to varying degrees. Logically, the goblins simply didn't have the extra forces to attack the other fortresses. But the reality was that the Chable had deployed excess forces to attack the other fortresses. This meant the Chable had freed up its forces. But what puzzled the leader was that the Chable had not sent its forces north to counter the Wehrmacht, but instead sent them to him. Is this about sacrificing this country? Or is it about asserting one's dignity? Didn't the Chables claim that this country was theirs? The leader was completely paralyzed, but paralyzed as he was, he had to stand firm against the onslaught of the Chables. At first, the leader had hoped to change this country, but now he no longer expected to do so on his own. He planned to make one last stand for the goblin people. Leon wasn't an unreasonable person. As long as Leon could see the goblins' potential, he would naturally invest in them. There was only one country that truly infuriated and dissuaded Leon: the orcs to the north. Leon stated that his generation would never forgive the orcs. Forget about promoting planetary prosperity. Leon would never forget the moment Bachmet placed his sword on his neck, nor would he forget the massacre. This was a national and family feud. At least his generation would never forgive them, and as for the generations that followed, Leon couldn't care less. The only thing a person can control is themselves. Many people constantly claim to want to raise a child who's the best of the best. But in reality, enrolling their children in various cram schools and interest classes ultimately deprives them of their childhood, turning them into blind, directionless, and numb individuals. Life shouldn't follow a predetermined trajectory. There's no guarantee you can always follow that path. Life is always full of uncertainty, and Leon knew the driver might suddenly die tomorrow. So all Leon could do was live well today, think about tomorrow, and reflect on yesterday. So today, Leon planned his revenge on the goblins. Navy and Air Force fighters began frantically attacking all targets within the goblin realm. The army also launched a swift attack. The Chable, however, seemed to disregard the fate of the front lines, focusing all their attention on the leader. Inside the capital, countless goblin civilians toiled overtime in factories, producing weapons and equipment. At first, they were able to rely on their legacy to maintain the army's combat effectiveness, but as the war dragged on, supplies on the front ran out. The demand for weapons and equipment was enormous, and the stored equipment alone was simply not enough to meet the front's needs. The leader had no choice but to personally lead the people in restarting the production lines and manufacturing weapons and equipment to fill the gaps on the front lines. The factories operated 24/7. Logically, everyone should be smiling as they received their share of the land, but many goblins didn't smile. Instead, their faces were filled with worry. They weren't dissatisfied with the low wages, but rather with the war on the front lines. They believed their current lives were good enough. There was no forced overtime, and no miscellaneous taxes. The people of the capital finally have time to spend with their families and children, no longer having to work tirelessly just to make ends meet. The leader has enabled these ordinary people to live a good life by essentially doing only one thing: driving out the Chable capitalists who exploited the people. The capital's Chables and capitalists have been virtually wiped out. Except for a few Chable capitalists who supported the leader from the beginning, who barely survive, the rest have gathered in the basement for family photos. What? What about the Chable children? Don't you know that if you don't root out the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze? When these children were born into Chable families, they already enjoyed the supreme glory and affluent life brought by the Chable. Since they have enjoyed the glory of the Chable, they must also bear the Chable's responsibilities and consequences. It's okay, don't cry, you won't cry soon. Chapter 1498. Yesterday was the worst day the goblins endured. They endured a whole day of horrific retaliation from the Wehrmacht. Countless bombs, missiles, and rockets rained down upon the goblin defenses. Many goblins couldn't even tell where the shells came from before being blasted to pieces. The old general's remaining troops were still fighting desperately on the front lines, but they had lost over 20% of their troops yesterday alone. And half of that 20% were killed by the various artillery and missile attacks. The Wehrmacht had long since pinpointed the goblins' precise location. They had refrained from attacking them to avoid alerting them. But now all that was out of the question. Lion's orders were to destroy the enemy, and they naturally had to carry them out. The Wehrmacht's torrential barrage was too much for the goblins to withstand. Many goblins were left disoriented. Thanks to yesterday's fierce offensive, the Wehrmacht could quickly launch a new offensive today. The front lines had already been shattered, and the Wehrmacht's offensive was proceeding much more smoothly than before. The goblins' annihilation was only a matter of time. At this moment, things were not calm in Liongrad either. Lion had arrived at the capital and personally greeted a prominent figure. This prominent figure was none other than the director of the space base. According to Lion's instructions, the space base had already constructed over 20 warships. Construction began simultaneously, and the entire space within the base was practically occupied by these warships. The space shuttle crew was thrilled, as this was the first time they had constructed such a powerful weapon. But before their joy could last long, the observation staff at the Space Center discovered unusual fluctuations in space far from the planet. The waves emitted by radar detectors should not be reflected. The observers at the space base had been observing for over 6 months, and each time they sent out a wave, they only received a few reflected signals. These were reflections from celestial bodies approaching the planet. But during their most recent observations, they discovered a series of unusual data. To be more precise, something was approaching the planet from a great distance, because reflected waves are not deceptive. The spacecraft observers immediately reported the situation. The person in charge, realizing the seriousness of the matter, immediately informed Leon. When Leon heard the news, he was stunned. But he quickly thought of a group of people, none other than the gods. Lion, belatedly realizing the situation, immediately convened a meeting to discuss measures. Many people, unsure of the cause, were summoned to the capital. Especially the military marshals. Chester, who was at the front, was pulled back. Chester looked at Carl and Caddis on either side, all of them stunned. "What's going on? Why were we summoned all of a sudden?" Chester asked. "Why ask? Something serious must have happened," Carl said wisely. Caddis, standing nearby, couldn't help but facepalm after hearing this. "Don't tell them you're the soldiers I led." Seeing everyone gathered, Leon didn't keep them in suspense and directly introduced the director of the space base. "This is the director of the space base. All the spacecraft have passed through his hands. Normally, he should have remained at the base, but he's here today. This means something serious has happened." At this point, everyone subconsciously straightened their backs. Because Leon was never one to keep things in suspense, when he began to speak at length, it meant he was about to introduce something profound. And the more profound the matter, the more he would hold it back, waiting until the bombshell was revealed. And when it came, it would be a big bombshell. So everyone had already mentally prepared themselves for this. Whatever Leon said next, they had to find a way to accept it. "What do you mean you can't accept it? Then I have to ask you, as Leon's right-hand man and the Grand Marshal of Great Yin, don't you even listen to the leader? You must listen to the leader." Leon then handed the stage to the director of the space base. He knew he couldn't explain everything about the space base in technical terms. The director, without hesitation, began to tell the story of the spacecraft. When everyone learned that there was a massive space base on Fearless Island, they were all stunned. Although Cadiz and the others had known about it for a long time, many generals and cabinet ministers were also present today. Winston knew about the Dauntless Island space base. After all, many documents passed through his cabinet. One of his ministers had questions about various financial expenditures, so Winston took these documents to Leon. Lion informed Winston of the whereabouts of the funds. Winston, knowing the importance of these secrets, kept them secret from the cabinet ministers. Seeing Winston's nod, the cabinet ministers also agreed to allocate funds. All financial expenditures were ostensibly approved by Winston and the cabinet, but Leon's approval was also crucial. It could be said that although Leon had begun to relinquish some of his authority, many high-ranking figures still sought his advice. After all, he had founded this country and had nurtured it under his leadership. Therefore, as long as Leon remained in power, everything in this country would be run under his watchful eye. This wasn't a desire for control, but rather the respect the people of Great Yin had for Leon. A powerful nation never forgets the pioneers who pioneered and expanded its territory. Furthermore, Leon not only expanded its territory, but also vigorously developed its economy and military. This was a rare occurrence in the history of the entire planet. The director of the space base didn't initially directly address the potential dangers of space, but instead began to describe Leon's previously formulated planetary plan. To counter the gods, Leon had developed 3 plans. One was the Doomsday Plan, led by the Royal Guards. This was responsible for establishing new bases and territories in other worlds. In the event that Leon's main world suffered a devastating blow, the people of Great Yin could escape to the dimensional rifts and continue civilization in the smaller world within. The second and third plans were being carried out simultaneously. The second plan was the Planet Plan, which now included the Glacier Base. It aimed to build a fleet capable of expeditions to other celestial bodies. This would prepare for future wars with the gods. The third plan was the Ark Plan. These space battleships would possess not only offensive capabilities, but also defensive capabilities, and the capacity to accommodate a large number of humans. To put it bluntly, this was a long-distance escape plan, in case the first two plans fell through. Lion was not a gambler, and would not put everything on a single plan, because such gambling would be like throwing an egg against a rock. One cannot put all one's eggs in one basket, and humanity's hopes cannot rest on a single plan. Chapter 1499. When everyone heard the space-based leader describe Leon's 3 plans, they were stunned. They weren't shocked by the 3 plans themselves, but by how thoroughly Leon had thought of them. He not only prepared an offensive plan, but also 2 backup plans. This was no ordinary old 6. From the very beginning, Leon had made full use of everything. If the second plan succeeded, and the gods were defeated, then the otherworldly base prepared for the Doomsday Plan could be fully transformed into a production base, providing food and new territory to the main world. And everything prepared for the third plan could be fully utilized for interstellar migration. Caddis remained silent, while Carl, with some trembling, took a sip of tea from his cup. Luckily, I didn't oppose Leon back then. Boss Caddis is kind to me. I hadn't been forced into the noble side. If I had been there, I'd probably be a corpse by now. Even if I survived, I'd probably have been manipulated to death by Leon. Lion felt the gazes of the crowd, feeling a little uneasy. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face? Aren't they just 3 plans? Why are you all so silent? Don't you know that the highest level of a farmer is to have 3 burrows? Other people's highest goals are just the lowest level for a farmer. Because farmers never sit still and wait for death, they always believe that something unexpected will happen. Just like the ancient people who lived in the land of rabbits, if you put any European civilization there, they would be beaten to death by their mothers and elbows. Because they had never even seen a so-called land river. The so-called mother river refers to the river that has equally elbowed all dynasties in history over the past 5,000 years. Those dynasties that have been able to withstand these elbows were, without exception, unified dynasties. Some dynasties were directly crushed by the Yellow River. The most famous of these was the Exine dynasty of the time traveler Wang Meng. Although unlucky and encountering the Great Mage, it's undeniable that the Exine dynasty's downfall was closely linked to the Yellow River bursting its banks. At the time, the Yellow River was changing its course, and Exine Chao's ineffective flood control efforts directly triggered numerous peasant uprisings. This direct social unrest, coupled with the sudden appearance of the mage, led to Wang Meng's demise. So, while natural disasters are terrifying, Leon fears man-made disasters even more. So Leon feels that the 3 major plans aren't enough. Leon is currently working on a 4th plan. He plans to attack the moon. This world also has a moon, but it's larger than the moon on the previous planet. Leon planned his 4th plan to establish a secret base on the moon. It would serve as a forward base for the expedition and a defensive outpost for enemy attacks. But all this would take time, and the observation data from the space base made Leon uneasy. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected would happen. The head of the space base detailed the 3 major plans to everyone, then began to recount the strange data they had observed over the past few days. The head of the space base ultimately concluded that the objects observed were most likely aircraft. First, their speed, combined with their size, were not something that any celestial body could possess. And it's impossible for over 40 small celestial bodies to enter their observation range in an instant. The surrounding celestial bodies showed no unusual movement, so the targets of these observations were most likely hostile spacecraft. And very likely, spacecraft of the gods. As people delve into the past and explore space, they can conclude that these gods are the true outsiders. And yet, these outsiders openly exploit their planet's energy, and shamelessly declare themselves its masters. Ancient dynasties disdained to mistreat the local people when expanding their territories. At most, they would look down on these barbarians, but never abuse them in any way, because they knew that abuse would only exacerbate ethnic conflicts. Historically, when small nations in the south came to pay tribute, the dynasties in the Central Plains often gave larger gifts in return. Giving less would make us seem petty. For the Central Plains dynasties, as long as you obey, you are my good son. If you disobey, you are not subject to the king's rule. Opening the history book, I found the page on foreign wars. It wasn't about so-called territorial expansion and invasion, but rather 4 words. Rejection of the king's rule. The gods, once the absolute powerhouses, not only didn't consider honestly developing the planet, but instead sought to usurp its power. As a result, they were tricked by the planet's will, and have been dragged down to a half-dead state. Now, the gods sense the pursuit of the Type 2 civilization and are terrified. They all regretted invading the planet. But is regret any use now? It's too late. There's no cure for regret. Listening to the explanation from the space-based leader, everyone present wore a solemn expression. Because I couldn't have been more blunt. The second invasion initiated by the gods. This is no longer a war between nations, nor a so-called ethnic war. It's a war between planets. Leon saw that the space-based leader had almost finished his instructions, and then spoke. That's basically it. I hope you can understand one thing. This is all we have now. In the past, we were enslaved and blinded by the gods. Now we torn away the gods' hypocritical veil, but they haven't relented. Instead, they intensified their efforts, even attempting to provoke a second war of aggression. We are not cowards. We are children of this planet, intelligent beings from above. This planet gave birth to us. This is not only our paradise, but our only home. Since the gods want to provoke a second war of aggression, we will fight to the bitter end. We lost initially, but now we must take back everything we lost, be it goblins or orcs. At this critical juncture, if they dare to stab us in the back, I don't mind restarting the planet before we lose. Listening to Leon's words, everyone present sat up straight. They were among those at the top, and they had their own pride. People like Ketes and Karl, who had followed Alexander and nearly destroyed the Papal States. Yet, because of the so-called God, they were stopped at the edge of the Papal States. They didn't want to fail again. Barian lowered his head upon hearing this. Chapter 1500. Upon learning that the gods might initiate an attack, everyone's faces darkened. Leon, his usual relaxed demeanor gone, spoke. Since the gods have already decided to initiate an attack, there's no need for us to hide it. The war in the south needs to end quickly. I don't want to use these goblins to put on a show anymore. After all, playing house with a bunch of kids is exhausting. In 3 days, I want to see our flag hoisted in the goblin capital. Leon was done with the show. Because any further pretense would only waste time. The reason the National Defense Forces hadn't been fully engaged was to help Leon put on a good show for the gods. The gods now dared to attack so brazenly, because they believed Leon lacked the strength to resist them. That's why they launched the attack so decisively, intending to retake the planet directly. What they didn't know was that Leon was the real sixth. The commander on the front lines was slowly advancing his troops. Due to the retaliatory attacks, many goblin defenses collapsed to varying degrees, leaving the Wehrmacht completely free to advance. The newly elected leaders of the 5 major chaebels once again focused their attention on the southern leaders. The veteran generals on the front lines were truly helpless. They simply did not have enough troops to defend against the Wehrmacht's attacks. They could only shrink their defenses again and again, resulting in a massive collapse on the front lines. The vast amount of land lost was a sign that the veteran generals were naive. The Wehrmacht would not give them any opportunity. At the first sign, they would rush in and take a piece of the pie. The Wehrmacht repeatedly assembled its forces and launched targeted strikes. They focused on attacking the goblins' weak points. Many goblins were ambushed during their retreat, and most surrendered, with only a few remaining in a desperate resistance. The outcome was self-evident. The Wehrmacht's fierce attacks caused the old general immense pain. The old general did not want to be pinned down by the Wehrmacht, but he had no means or tools to change the situation. The Wehrmacht was like a wolf, lurking in the vicinity. If the goblins showed any weakness, the Wehrmacht would pounce immediately. Shrinking the defense line inevitably exposes weaknesses, and this wasn't just a movement of a few thousand or tens of thousands of troops, but a massive movement of hundreds of thousands. Many times, due to delayed orders, many goblin armies were unable to receive them, resulting in a fierce attack mid-retreat. Most of the soldiers were scattered, with only a small number escaping and returning to the south alive. As a result, before they could regroup in the south, the Wehrmacht launched a new round of attacks from the north. The goblins have been battered to their core for the past 2 days. Many have collapsed, unable to understand why the Wehrmacht is so powerful. To counter the Wehrmacht, the old general has tried every possible means. He even considered mobilizing the masses to wage a people's war. In the end, before he could even mobilize the masses, the Wehrmacht had already crushed them into the treads of war. However, the Wehrmacht has advanced rapidly over the past few days, advancing at least 300 kilometers. And this is a real advance, not just a conquest of wasteland. These territories were teeming with goblin troops, and the National Defense Army crushed them with overwhelming force. But wiping them out would take time, and the National Defense Army was already incredibly swift. But for De Yen, this speed wasn't enough. As the defenses shrank, the National Defense Army's offensive slowed. For this reason, the National Defense Army made extensive preparations, planning to launch a large-scale offensive in 2 days to break through the newly consolidated defenses. But just as the commander was mobilizing his troops, Leon called directly to his command post. Stop playing games with those guys to the south. Full force. Wipe out the goblins within 3 days. The commander was instantly excited upon hearing these words. He hadn't heard those words in ages. The adjutant, standing nearby, looked at the commander, stunned, and then couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's wrong? What's going on?" The commander put down the phone after hearing the disconnected call and grabbed the adjutant, shaking him violently. "We can finally go all out." Ha ha ha. The guard at the door couldn't help but wince at the commander's insane laugh. "What happened to his boss?" the commander said excitedly. "The leader gave us permission to go all out." "Got it." The adjutant was a little confused, but quickly caught on and became incredibly excited. The goblins to the south didn't know what they were about to face. After receiving the order to go all out, the Wehrmacht's arsenal was completely unblocked for the frontline soldiers. Many weapons that had been locked due to access restrictions were pulled out. The soldiers inside the glacier base also received their combat orders. They would strike the dying goblins, marking their debut. Lion had originally planned to wait a little longer, or rather, hold on to this trump card a little longer. But then Leon reflected that if this army wasn't trained in actual combat before the gods arrived, it would be nothing more than empty talk. Lion didn't want that to happen, so he unhesitatingly ordered Alan to lead the Space Force. The army commanders on the front lines also acquired a wealth of advanced technology. The defense team's technological focus had completely shifted towards space. As a result, they now possessed a vast array of space-based weapons. The most famous and powerful of these were space-based weapons. These were no less powerful than mushroom bombs. At this moment, in orbit, a space station-like structure was slowly opening. However, what emerged from it were not aircraft or returning astronauts. Instead, countless warheads began to fall towards the atmosphere. Friction caused by the atmosphere at breakneck speed. These weapons deployed in low Earth orbit were originally intended for space fleets to strike the gods' homeworlds. How could you defend against tens of thousands of warheads raining down? Perhaps you could accurately catch one or two, or even dozens, but what about hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands? You'd be damned if you could catch them. At the northern glacier base, a demon fishing on the ice was thrilled. He had a good catch today, landing 5 fish in just an hour. That was enough for his family to eat for 2 days. Just as the demon was ecstatic, he suddenly felt a vibration from the ground. Feeling the vibration, the demon ignored his fishing rod, grabbed the nearby fish basket, and ran off. The next second, a gaping hole appeared in the solid ice, and a massive silver-white steel ship emerged from the water. The demon was stunned. Is this a submarine or something else? Inside the warship, the captain was furiously beating the pilot. How did you steer the ship? You almost hurt civilians, you know that? The captain was furious. And the reason he was so angry was because his commander, Alan, was standing behind him. This is the flagship of the Space Force, and yet, you almost accidentally hurt civilians. Who can you turn to for justice? Chapter 1501. When the giant steel ship broke through the ice, the demon was stunned. He had nearly died just now, but the shock he saw made him forget his fear of death. When a steel ship thousands of meters long appeared before him, anyone would be deeply shocked. The visual impact left the demon frozen in place. But the next second, the cracking ice snapped the demon back to his senses, and without a word, he bolted for the rear. He didn't want to die here. Upon learning that civilians had been nearly injured by the ice breaking, Alan immediately ordered his men to rescue the demon. 2 Space Force soldiers immediately flew their aircraft to the demon's rescue. The demon ran furiously, trying to escape, but he couldn't get past the broken ice. He had barely taken 2 steps when the ice beneath his feet shattered, and he fell directly into the icy water. The Space Force aircraft quickly took off from the warship. The Space Force's aircraft primarily come in 3 types. The first 2 are fixed-wing and folding-wing aircraft, while the third is similar to a reverse-thrust aircraft. You can think of it like the Osprey transport aircraft. It's just powered by an engine, not just a propeller. One aircraft quickly flew over the drowned demon. As the aircraft's hatch opened, a Space Force soldier wearing a powered exoskeleton armor plunged into the icy water without hesitation. The fully enclosed exoskeleton armor protected the Space Force soldier from any effects of the water. Then he immediately swam toward the demon. Although the demon fell into the icy water, his intense desire to survive kept him afloat. Seeing someone coming to rescue him, the demon was overjoyed, but the frigid water quickly drained away his heat and strength. Soon, he lost all his strength and began to sink. At this critical moment, a space soldier, using his propulsion system, finally reached the demon and grabbed him, who was about to sink. Then he suddenly took flight. Of course, this wasn't true flight, it was simply a jet of air from his power pack. On this planet, this might enhance jumping abilities, but in space, it wasn't so simple. The soldiers' power packs allowed them to quickly move around, and in addition to their ability to move, they also allowed them to fly short distances in space. Knowing he had been rescued, the demon felt a sense of relief. The space soldier brought the demon aboard the aircraft, immediately stripped him naked, and turned on the heating. At the same time, spare clothing was brought out for the demon to wear. The demon was initially quite happy, but when he saw the aircraft carrying him to the giant steel ship, his composure suddenly shifted. His fall into the water was closely related to this giant steel ship. As if sensing the demon's uneasiness, the space soldier spoke. "Don't be afraid. Your fall into the water while breaking the ice was an accident. We're not some hidden force. We're legitimate soldiers of the Great Yin. We deeply apologize for your misfortune and will compensate you for your losses." Upon hearing this, the demon was somewhat surprised. His surprise wasn't the compensation, but the fact that these people were also soldiers of the Great Yin army. But why did they look so unfamiliar with this equipment? Looking at these strangely dressed people, the demon felt puzzled and bewildered. This group before him was completely different from those he had encountered before. More precisely, they were on a completely different level from the Wehrmacht soldiers he had met before. If Wehrmacht soldiers were considered well-equipped, then these people before him were simply superhuman. Not only were they well-equipped, but they were armed to the teeth. The demon was taken into the giant steel ship, filled with shock. When he disembarked from the aircraft, he was stunned by the vast space and the soldiers coming and going. The shock was truly overwhelming. It was like throwing an ancient person into the modern era. The shock took him a while to process. To express his apology, Alan personally greeted the demon civilian. At first, the demon didn't know what kind of official this young man was, so he casually engaged Alan in conversation. But he soon noticed something was amiss, as everyone around him seemed to treat this young man with unwavering deference. As a demon steeped in feudal ideology, he naturally believed that age wasn't the sole criterion for determining rank. Some people achieve great success in their teens, while others still drool daily. It all depends on the individual, and it's times that make heroes. So the demon began to inquire about Aaron. When he learned that Aaron was the commander of this army, his face was filled with admiration. "Don't be afraid. The ice is so thick, we didn't know you were fishing there, and it seems your catch isn't very good. Are you having any difficulties?" Alan asked with concern. "It's not that the catch is bad, actually. I caught 6 fish. Why would you risk fishing here? Isn't it freezing cold? If you're not careful, you might not be able to get back. Are you facing any difficulties at home?" Of course there are difficulties. Although the leader has been very supportive of the demons, the previous war has already destroyed everything they have. Her Majesty is working to change the current situation, but it won't happen overnight. The policy can only provide enough food for us, but we have 2 children at home who need to be fed. In the middle of winter, meat is very expensive, so we can only come here to fish. The demon spoke. Alan fell silent as he listened to this person's words. Because he also has 2 children at home, listening to this person's story, Alan's thoughts drifted to the distant Leningrad. Isn't it time to go back and take a look? Although I just went back 2 months ago, it doesn't conflict with my going back now. But going back now is impossible, at least not until the war is over. Alan then chatted with the demon, gave him a large amount of daily necessities, and then had 2 space soldiers escort him home safely. During this time, more and more warships emerged from the underwater ice. Over 20 warships directly broke through the vast ice of the far north, and the warships drifted neatly on the water, a magnificent sight. Some ordinary people in the far north were stunned by this scene. What the hell was this thing? How could such a thing appear? Chapter 1502. Over 20 warships broke through the ice, and word quickly spread. However, the warships were moving even faster than the news itself. After all 20 or so warships had broken through, Alan immediately ordered them to depart for the southern continent. He intended to put an end to this childish war. Over 20 warships instantly ignited and launched into the air, shocking those who witnessed the scene. They had originally assumed these massive steel vessels were merely warships. But they hadn't expected them to be more than just warships, but space battleships. Watching over 20 warships take off and fly overhead, the ordinary people present took out their phones to take pictures. They then uploaded or shared the pictures with their friends. However, as a joke, before their friends could share the pictures with others, the Space Force warships had already left the far north and were heading towards the southern continent at full speed. In just 3 to 5 minutes, the fleet would be over the goblins. Surprising? Unexpected? The battlefield in the south. The old general gazed at the military deployment map before him, lost in thought. They had retreated to the rear, where not only were there ample supplies, but also a sufficiently short front. The entire region of Goblin civilization was wide in the north and narrow in the south, like an inverted triangle. So it was natural that the troops in the north were initially stretched thin. The Wehrmacht soldiers were completely different from the Goblin soldiers. One Wehrmacht soldier was worth 10 of theirs. How could they possibly defeat them? The difference in numbers between the two sides had been, at most, only 5 or 6 to 1. After several rounds of fighting, only a few 100,000 troops remained. Most were captured, a few died, and some simply fled. The old general took no action midway through the war. No soldiers, no soldiers, no soldiers. The problem of manpower continued to plague the old general. He repeatedly requested reinforcements from the south, but the Chaebals, after an initial supply of weapons and equipment, remained silent. In short, they would provide all support except for actual resources. Old general, then why would I need you? Now, with the defense line shrinking, the old general's hundreds of thousands of troops could finally be fully deployed, just like the second line of defense. But the old general had a vague feeling that this newly built line of defense would be easily overwhelmed like the second line. Why did he have this feeling? The old general was puzzled. Just then, his men rushed in a panic. Marshal, this is bad. The Wehrmacht is attacking. How is that possible? They should be resting. They can't possibly be attacking at this time. The old general looked puzzled, but the adjutant's report couldn't be wrong. He then walked out, suspicious, only to see the position being hammered. Missiles, artillery shells, and rockets rained down upon the position. The goblins, after 2 days of running, had barely recovered when they were once again met with a torrential blow. Many, utterly devastated, rushed from their trenches, roaring and attempting to charge the Wehrmacht positions across the way, only to be blasted to smithereens by a single artillery shell. The old general was stunned by this scene. Why didn't the Wehrmacht play by the book? A continuous attack should always be followed by a pause. This isn't logical, it's impossible. Wehrmacht, the military's position is ever-changing, the water shape is ever-changing. Leon, are you sure it wasn't my urging? The Wehrmacht's fierce attack left the goblins reeling. The old general knew that if this continued, the goblins would be doomed sooner or later, so he immediately requested reinforcements from the leaders of the 5 major Chaebals. He knew he couldn't withstand the Wehrmacht's swift offensive alone. He had to unite with the Chaebals in the south, forcing them to do everything they could to end the civil war and unite against the enemy. However, while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. The Chaebals realized the seriousness of the situation and wanted to send reinforcements, but the southern Chaebal commanders were already on the verge of capturing the entire fortress. Retreating at this time would be extremely unwise. So the Chaebals hesitated. However, what they didn't know was that the opportunity for war was fleeting, and hesitation could cost the lives of millions of soldiers. The Chaebals' final response was to discuss countermeasures and await orders. The old general was furious upon receiving this order. Just then, the soldiers stationed near the headquarters suddenly cried out in surprise. Already furious, the old general rushed out in a rage, but the next moment, he was completely stunned. He saw a massive warship soaring in the sky. Oh my God! What the hell is this? How can a ship fly in the sky? Many goblins were momentarily stunned. However, the knowledgeable old general had a solemn expression. Because over 20,000 years ago, during the era of rampant demons, many civilizations had flying machines, and most of them were flying magic ships inscribed with magic circles. However, as magic power waned, its quality declined, rendering many magic ships unable to take off. Technology began to decline. As an elder goblin, the old general believed the massive warships before him were vastly different from previous magical vessels. But times have changed, the past was the past, and the present is the present, understand? The Space Force's warships arrived over the battlefield, shocking both sides. The National Defense Force was stunned. At first, they thought it was some kind of advanced technology, a sinister creation of the goblins. Just as they were about to launch an attack with anti-aircraft weapons and missiles, they saw the National Defense Force emblem engraved on the ships. While they didn't know where these warships came from, they were right to cheer. The soldiers cheered and shouted. At this time, the commander on the front lines had also received Leon's message. He immediately notified his men that the aircraft overhead belonged to their great yin. While most soldiers lowered their weapons upon seeing the emblem, a few still believed it was the Emperor's disguise. Keep your weapons raised and on guard, attacking the warships immediately if they make any movement. While this approach is like hitting a rock with an egg, Remember that war is all about the final outcome. Many people exploit others' preconceived notions to achieve victory after victory. Alan, from the flagship, surveyed everything below. Attack! Resolve this battle within an hour. See if we can defeat the goblins today. Chapter 1503. The goblins on the other side were stunned, and the Wehrmacht was also stunned. They stared at the aircraft whizzing overhead, stunned. What the hell were these things? One Wehrmacht soldier even had a hallucination. It felt like he entered a science fiction movie. How else could something so utterly alien to reality appear? In fact, it wasn't just one Wehrmacht soldier who thought this way. Many Wehrmacht soldiers also thought they strayed into a sci-fi world. But looking at their comrades beside them, they suddenly remembered they seemed to be still living in the real world. No, man, what's going on? The Wehrmacht officers didn't know what these things were either, and they began asking their superiors. But the problem was, their superiors didn't know either. The superiors began asking their superiors, but their superiors didn't know either. Alan's Space Force unit had the highest level of confidentiality. So many senior officers and soldiers were completely unaware of Alan's existence. Even now, after the Space Force entered the scene, their superiors hadn't told them about Alan. However, these senior officers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the military emblem on the warship above them. How could someone impersonate the Yin? And even help them fight the goblins? Of course, it was impossible. Although the National Defense Force was somewhat dazed, they had generally regained their composure. They did not believe that the enemy was overhead. And the subsequent actions further confirmed their belief that the forces before them were friendly. The Space Force's fighters immediately began attacking the goblins. Compared to ordinary fighters, the Space Force's fighters were a fully formed, true system. The Air Force's fighters relied heavily on information fed back from the front lines, but the Space Force's fighters were connected to the warship network. The warships collected battlefield information every second, reacting immediately upon receiving it and relaying it to the fighters. This meant that the enemy had no chance of escaping the fighters' pursuit. The warships also had absolute air superiority, allowing them to overlook everything below. When danger arose, they could immediately take to the air and evade. After confirming the goblins' exact location, the Space Force's fighters immediately launched a targeted attack. They began a barrage of machine guns and missiles. Currently, most of the Space Force's fighters are modified Su-27s. As such, they didn't employ energy weapons, relying instead on primitive missiles and machine guns. However, most of the missiles were specially designed, and many used liquid propulsion. Liquid propulsion allowed the missiles to maintain stable propulsion in space. The addition of the Space Force instantly transformed the situation on the front lines. The 20 warships combined boast over 2,000 carrier-based aircraft, and these are specialized attack fighters, along with countless other auxiliary aircraft. A space warship is more than just a warship, it's a competent weapons platform, providing ample firepower support for the Space Force, and boasting ample size to deploy a wide range of weaponry. A single warship boasts over 300 aircraft of various types, including over 200 mechas. The soldiers are mostly equipped with powered exoskeleton armor, which is currently in a very rudimentary stage. It only provides the most basic airtightness, and its defensive capabilities can only protect vital areas. Because fission or fusion technology can't yet be applied to every soldier. It was given to the custodians, because their armor had ample space for maneuvering. Putting it on an exoskeleton would be a bit of an overkill, or perhaps the exoskeleton simply couldn't withstand the demands of such a system. The most crucial thing is that most of these exoskeletons were built on a tight deadline, so they're naturally a bit crude. They're even inferior to the Iron Guard. But Lion is already promoting the Iron Guard standardization. Space Force soldiers are mostly ordinary people, their physical fitness only slightly better than that of ordinary soldiers. After all, space travel does have a significant impact on the body, and physical fitness is essential. While it's still a bit different from the technologically advanced soldiers seen in sci-fi movies, it was a real shock to the Wehrmacht and the Goblins. The Goblins never imagined that they would engage in a normal war, only to have the Space Force arrive mid-fight. With the Space Force here, what the hell is going on? The old general gazed at the fighter jets flying around in the sky, lost in thought. What exactly were these fighter planes? Why did they feel so much more advanced than the previous Wehrmacht battleships? But that wasn't what surprised the old general the most. What shocked him the most was the Space Force's terrifying warships. The massive steel ships, thousands of meters long, frightened him. Even Navy ships wouldn't be that big, right? Navy, don't think too highly of me. I'm not that powerful. Most of the ground forces, like the old general, were stunned, watching the Space Force attack them. Alan ordered a full-scale attack, and the Space Force immediately began destroying everything the goblins had. The goblins had just received a batch of newly arrived weapons and equipment, and had just deployed them when they were met with a blitz from the Space Force. Watching their beloved equipment shatter before their very eyes, many goblin soldiers were heartbroken. Not only that, the Wehrmacht's ground forces also reacted. With the Space Force's overwhelming firepower, the Wehrmacht's ground forces immediately launched a surprise attack. With overwhelming air support, the goblin army was crushed. The rate of defeat was much faster than before. The Wehrmacht effortlessly seized control of the front lines, and large numbers of goblins began to flee. Before the old general could react, he was tied up by his adjutant and taken aboard. Looking at the destroyed position, the old general still wanted to stay and fight to the death. "Let me go! I will live and die with my soldiers." The old general was indeed a good man, a qualified general. But these days, qualification doesn't make a living. Or rather, qualification can't change the course of the war. It could only cause some changes in the war. But such changes were insignificant in the face of absolute strength. The effect it could have was negligible. The old general was forcibly abducted by his men, and the National Defense Army seized the opportunity to launch an attack. At this moment, the intelligence agency's bribed insider immediately stepped forward and spoke to the confused goblin soldiers. "The old general has fled. What's the point of our defense? Surrender?" With the insider's help, the soldiers on the front line quickly fell into chaos. The fighting goblin soldiers completely lost their fighting spirit and fell into a state of uncertainty. At this moment, the group of goblins captured by the National Defense Agency finally made a difference. These goblins became the final straw that broke the goblin army's back. They chose to step forward and persuade their fellow goblins to surrender. Seeing these former comrades standing opposite them, urging them to surrender, most of the goblin soldiers hesitated and ultimately chose to lay down their weapons. Perhaps surrender is shameful, but this country no longer sees any hope. They're fighting so hard on the front lines. But what about those chaebol back home? They're still trying to eliminate the leaders for their own so-called status. But what good would eliminating the leaders do? Would it change the reality that the Wehrmacht is at the gates? Chapter 1504. The old general's army of hundreds of thousands collapsed completely. Some successfully escaped the battlefield, retreating south to await new orders. Others simply abandoned their equipment and sneaked back home, choosing to leave their past behind and return to their lives with their families. The National Defense Army could have identified these deserters, but they chose not to. Those willing to return home were generally not murderous, or perhaps they still had a yearning for life. These individuals were generally honest people, and if they returned to their lives, they would become the nation's most solid foundation. The National Defense Army's sweeping advance resulted in the capture of numerous goblins. Faced with these new captives, the National Defense Army decisively sent them to prisoner-of-war camps. They were allowed to interact with the previous captives. Now, these former captives have clearly become propaganda tools for the National Defense Army. They exist solely to prove the National Defense Army's legitimacy to the world. The National Defense Army never mistreats any of its captives, which provides an additional guarantee for the unification of the great Yin planet. After all, reputation is easy to lose, but hard to rebuild. The front lines collapsed en masse, but the situation behind the scenes was completely different. After 3 days of fierce fighting, the chaebol army finally captured the fortress. The entire fortress's 30,000 defenders were killed. The chaebol army also suffered heavy casualties, suffering a full 60,000 casualties, before successfully capturing the Iron Fortress. But what devastated many chaebol soldiers was that the Iron Fortress they had captured was now a hollow shell. Or perhaps this Iron Fortress was completely ruined, its walls scattered everywhere, the ground within stained with blood. Perhaps no greenery would grow for many years to come, but that no longer mattered. For the chaebol army, they had successfully captured the fortress. This was a decisive victory for them. But the fortress had been destroyed, its strategic value completely lost. For a moment, the chaebol army was at a loss as to what to do. Bewildered, the chaebol commander was now immersed in the joy of victory, but soon he received an order from the chaebol. Attack the capital as quickly as possible, capture the leader alive, and behead him publicly. I do not want to see the leader alive again. The chaebol's order left the commander speechless. For he, too, wanted a quick resolution to the current situation. But he soon noticed something was amiss. Upon learning of the fortress's fall, the leader immediately withdrew all surrounding troops back to the capital, intending to rely on it for defense. Although the capital lacked strong walls, it covered a vast area. If street fighting broke out, it would have dragged the chaebol forces into the quagmire of war. The leader hadn't intended this situation, but he was now at his wit's end. He desired victory, but reality made it impossible. He didn't wait for the National Defense Army, only for the Chaeble's retaliation. At first, the leader wanted the people to evacuate, but the Chaebel commander had already issued a harsh warning. After the city was breached, no one would be spared, and even those who fled would be punished. This immediately led countless people to completely surrender to the leader. The leader never imagined that the Chaebel's words would completely entice the people to him. But the question was, what good would that reliance do? The frontline's defeat was a reality, and the leader consolidated his defenses, gathering 150,000 troops in the capital, ready for a desperate struggle. The Chaebel commander also prepared to launch a final assault, capturing the capital and eliminating the leader once and for all. Perhaps he understood the leader's intentions were good, and perhaps only the leader could save the country, but the problem was that the Chaebel, not the leader, held power in this country. If the leader had a certain degree of power, perhaps the Chaebel commander would have joined him, because only those in a position of power would understand the country's future and what kind of person could save it. The Chaebel commander then led his army to attack the capital. But at this critical juncture, a series of massive warships arrived over the capital. This immediately led to a brief ceasefire, as neither side knew what these sudden arrivals were. As the government's mascot, the leader was naturally well informed. So when he saw the silver dragon head emblazoned on the warship, he instantly realized, this is the National Defense Force. However, what the leader didn't realize was that this wasn't the National Defense Force he'd been eagerly anticipating, but rather its Promax version. Space Force. The Space Force's appearance immediately locked both sides in check for 10 seconds. Before either side could react, aircraft flying overhead unleashed a barrage of fire on the Chaebel forces. Fixed-wing and folding-wing aircraft mostly charge and launch quickly, while those utilizing recoil typically provide sustained fire. If we compare the Space Force and the Air Force, there's no difference between fixed-wing aircraft, the only difference is helicopters. For the Space Force, attack helicopters are their recoil-powered vehicles. In fact, the principles of both are essentially the same. One utilizes propeller lift, the other utilizes thrust from a propulsion system. So, fundamentally, there's no difference between the Space Force and the Air Force, but the problem is that helicopters belong to Army aviation. Army, unexpected? I'm the ultimate winner. The Air Force is nothing. The Space Force's entry directly crushed the goblins. The Chaebel army had just concluded a fierce battle. With their momentum high, they were about to launch a fierce attack on the leader, but were instantly reduced to an embryo by the Space Force. When the Chaebel commander initially defeated the leader's army, he felt a small sense of jubilation. Even the leader, armed with advanced equipment, was no match for them. It seemed that victory was inevitable for them, and the Wehrmacht to the north should be similar, right? But reality dealt him a slap in the face. The commander of the Chaebel army was still puzzled as to why the aircraft weren't attacking the leader's army. What he didn't know was that Leon had already issued orders to keep the leader alive at all costs. This was because keeping the leader alive was propaganda. Perhaps a dozen days ago, Leon would have been eager to kill the leader, but now, he was completely on the side of the people, and therefore, he was Leon's friend. It's never too late for a prodigal son to turn back. Turning from darkness to light is worth a fortune. Switch red? I'm going red. The addition of the Space Force crushed the Chaebel army to smithereens. The leader stared at this dimensionality reduction attack with a look of shock. Shocked, speechless for a long time. When the leader saw the aircraft land in front of him, he was completely stunned. The person descending from it was none other than Alan. You're the goblin leader, right? The leader asked me to spare your life. Surrender now. We still have to raise the flag. Without caring whether the leader responded, Alan led his men to the flagpole, ripped down the goblin flag, and replaced it with a brand new Great Yin flag. From this moment on, Great Yin became the true Great Yin. Chapter 1505. The war in the south quickly came to a conclusion. And now, the entire Great Yin is gradually getting back on track, and several surrounding countries have fully entered an era of rapid development. Among them, the fastest growing is undoubtedly the Demon Empire. That's right, the fastest growing region isn't the Holy Empire, which Lion vigorously supports, but the lesser-known Demon Empire. Under the leadership of Queen Adelheid, the Demon Empire has entered an era of rapid growth. It can be said that the economy is booming every day. Many have become wealthy as a result, but many also feel jealous and angry at the disparity between the rich and the poor. Some see that some people have become wealthy due to the support of economic policies, but they are filled with envy. Then, they don't consider why others are so prosperous when they are all starting from the same starting line. The cake was originally placed before everyone, and everyone could take a piece of it. The premise is that you are willing to take action. But some people, with mediocre abilities, are filled with envy, because others have earned their due wealth through their own hard work. In theory, there should be no problem at all. But the crux of the matter lies in human species diversity. Humans are complex and diverse. Many people are unwilling to work hard, yet they can't bear to see others live better than themselves. Simply put, they're afraid of their brother's hardships, yet they're also afraid of their brothers driving Land Rover vehicles. In this day and age, the pie is big enough. As long as you work hard, you can get a piece. Lion has made the pie as big as possible to ensure a good life for all its people. They won't shrink it, much less steal a piece. Many demons gain wealth as a result. But their neighbors weren't happy about this, and they began targeting these wealthy individuals. In a village, a young demon was telling his parents about his successful interview. Just now, he had submitted a resume to the Demon Empire government. The government agency called him for an interview. He successfully passed the interview and became an intern. Working in the Demon Empire government was unlike any other place. This was a legitimate, secure job. This joy filled the young man with a desire to share it with his parents back in the village. The parents weren't conservative either. Upon learning their son had become a government employee, they were overjoyed and told their relatives about it. Most of the relatives were very optimistic about the young man and spoke well of him. But there were a few who were reckless and extremely jealous. They began to ridicule him and his family. The young men tried to reason with them, but these people, relying on their age, simply made things difficult for him. The young man was at his wits' end and prepared to go to the village chief to discuss the matter. But the other villain had filed a complaint first, and before the young man could even reach the village chief, the military and police from the Demon Empire arrived at his doorstep and had his parents take him away. Because his parents had a criminal record, specifically from the Demon Empire era. When the young man heard the news, he was completely stunned. Because a strict requirement for serving in the Demon Empire government was that no one in the family could be imprisoned, the young man then frantically went to the military and police to inquire about the situation. However, the result was that his parents had indeed been imprisoned. This instantly made the young man explode. The flattering relatives around him suddenly changed their expressions. The more polite and well-mannered chose to comfort the young man or quietly leave. But the evildoers came straight up and scolded him. "I told you not to brag about it, but now you see, you can still be a shitty official." The young man was completely stunned and collapsed to the ground in silence. "I thought you were a high-ranking official, but it turns out that just one sentence can bring you down from the altar. Your parents are not good people either. They've been in prison." A hooligan who usually hangs around the village couldn't help but taunt him. The village chief nearby tried to intervene, but the young man punched him first, knocking him to the ground. At first, he hadn't considered fighting, but when he heard the hooligan say his parents weren't good people, he was instantly furious. Of course, the young man knew whether his parents were good people or not. His parents were well-known good people in the area. How could they have ever been in jail? The young man was a little incredulous, but what was even more incredible was that his parents were sent back that afternoon, accompanied by a great young officer. The officer smiled as he escorted his parents home, and as he left, he said to them with a smile, "If you ever have trouble, come to us. Great Yin will not treat anyone who has made contributions unfairly. The world is peaceful now, and the hardships you endured will eventually yield fruitful results." The officer returned to report. The young man and the other villagers were stunned. The parents saw him frozen in place, and couldn't help but tap him on the head. "What are you doing? Is there something on my face?" The young man was hit on the head, and instantly regained consciousness, clutching his head. "Mom and Dad, didn't you two commit a crime and go to jail?" The parents' faces suddenly changed when they heard this, and they rolled up their sleeves and began to lash out at their son. "You're saying that, your parents? How did we commit a crime? Have you ever seen someone released that same afternoon after committing a crime? How are you so clever?" The young man was a little confused, then couldn't help but ask. "But the military and police said your parents were in jail." "Yes, they were, but we were in jail for leukemia." The young man froze in his tracks, then said, somewhat bewildered, "Not leukemia?" Such a niche term left the young man speechless. "Oh, you don't understand this. We helped the Wehrmacht, and the Empire arrested us for leukemia and put us in jail. Then, just as Her Majesty the Empress came to power and issued a general amnesty, they released us. I didn't think much of it. And now, some scoundrel has reported us today." The young man was stunned at first, then overjoyed. "It's settled, completely settled." Chapter 1506. With the end of the Southern War, the entire country changed. Many people spontaneously took to the streets to celebrating victory. From today, they would no longer have to face war. This generation had already borne all the suffering of the next generation. Upon learning of the Southern War's victory, the entire Great Yin region erupted in celebration. Besides the spontaneous celebrations of the people, many factories simply stopped operations for a day. And on this day, no wages were deducted. It was truly a paid holiday. The workers were thrilled, not because it was a day off, but because it was a day of victory. The end of this war of unification heralded the Great Yan's rise to true world dominance. This was a day worth celebrating for the Great Yan. Many people spontaneously took to the streets to celebrate the arrival of this day. Some celebrated, but others were also filled with sorrow. Many foreigners felt a sense of discontent, for their own countries had been raised by the Great Yin, and they had subsequently chosen to leave their homes to pursue development here. But they found themselves unable to outcompete the locals, no matter how hard they tried. Lion's protections for locals were comprehensive. Foreigners seeking survival in this land required not only diligence, but also a certain amount of opportunity. After all, there were only so many jobs, and Lion couldn't afford to leave its own people without jobs just to accommodate foreigners. But Lion wasn't entirely against foreigners, as this wasn't just patriotism, it was nationalism, even populism. Although foreigners weren't of the same race, they had human rights. Lion simply didn't offer them excessive preferential treatment, but it did offer a number of favorable policies. As long as you work hard, you definitely have food to eat in this country. This strategy drove countless ordinary people crazy. Because just a few years ago, their lives were worse than those of pigs and dogs. They only needed to be fed by humans, then waited for their fate to be slaughtered during the Lunar New Year. This carefree life was envied by many. However, these humans not only had to serve their masters, but also had to work in the fields and endure exploitation and oppression at the hands of the ruling class. Meanwhile, the ruling class could enjoy life with impunity. Many ordinary people were deeply dissatisfied with this, but they had no other recourse. Because the ruling class not only controlled power, but also the guns, they were powerless to resist. It wasn't until the Wehrmacht arrived that life began to improve. The Wehrmacht swept across the country, liberating many ordinary people from oppression. Most people in other countries were deeply grateful to the Wehrmacht, but there were always a few bad elements among the people, and these few were unaware of their evil deeds. They believe they're not bad, and instead believe everything should proceed according to their own ideas. To put it bluntly, they're an extremely self-centered group. First of all, self-confidence is a good thing, but arrogance and self-confidence are two different things. If you mistake arrogance for self-confidence, you're just like a scorpion. These people are self-centered and believe everything should revolve around them. The Intelligence Bureau has punished such people more than once. They typically bully the weak and fear the strong, or live in their own world, revealing their true colors once exposed. Many intellectuals from other countries often believe that the current Great Yin, like the former Holy Empire, is a complete monarchy. Even though Lion has repeatedly explained that he's not an absolute monarch, some people still flatter him. They say he's a true emperor. He doesn't hold the title of emperor, but he acts like one. Lion really wants to give these people a good beating, or even send them to the intelligence agency to let them experience the true Black Terror. If Lion truly wanted to be an absolute emperor, he wouldn't share power with anyone, nor would he protect the interests of the people. After all, an emperor, or a warlord, isn't primarily responsible for ensuring a good life for the people, but for ensuring their subordinates are well fed and clothed. Emperor or warlord, they are essentially regimes centered around the military. But Lion is different. To be more precise, all Reds are completely different from these past regimes. They put the people first, with the military merely a weapon to protect them, and the government and officials merely servants serving them. True Reds always prioritize the interests of the people. Many people cannot imagine how those people back then could have been willing to share power with the people. But the truth is, when you have faith, everything you had before no longer matters. Many people gave up everything for the revolution, but they didn't really abandon their wives and children. It's just that compared to their prosperous and peaceful lives, countless poor people in that world were struggling in the mud. They were more aware of the suffering of the world, and when faced with difficulties, they transformed themselves into the bravest people in the world. To protect the future of the people at the bottom, they completely forgot everything they had. They are great, unmistakable, and undeniable. Please never mock someone's ambitions, regardless of whether their ambitions are mediocre or great. Everyone has their own aspirations. Many liberated regions have given rise to countless freaks. To be more precise, they are the distorted products of the clash of old and new cultures. These people possess certain advanced ideas, but are more conservative. Their conservative thinking directly collides with the advanced ideas of the Great Yin, producing strange changes. Every civilization will develop different responses when faced with different ideas. For example, the famous Celestial Empire. In that era of rampant capitalism, you still clung to your so-called feudalism. You held on to it, of course, but the problem was that you didn't seek to change the country. People presented you with advanced weapons and equipment, hoping to do business with you. And yet, like a fool, you simply put your weapons away. You euphemistically claimed that the Celestial Empire needed nothing from outside. Even if you wanted a hereditary empire, if you developed technology, no one would say anything. In the end, it might have evolved into a constitutional monarchy. But you chose the most foolish path. A painful one that burdened countless ordinary people with countless debts. Faced with exorbitant indemnities, the rulers simply waved their hands and levied arbitrary taxes. And yet, they continued to enjoy a life of luxury and squander their wealth. The sums they squandered could easily equal an entire village's annual tax revenue. But they didn't care, believing the country was theirs. When you trample on the people, you will eventually be consumed by their fury. The people's demands are actually simple. Lion seized on this, nearly meeting their needs. He even proactively increased their welfare benefits. This naturally made the people love Lion immensely. That's why those foreigners and those strange creatures spoke ill of Lion, believing he was exploiting the people to establish a monarchy. Leon, if I were truly the emperor, the first thing I'd do upon taking power would be to exterminate all of you traitors. What? You're saying I'm committing massacres and disrespecting your human rights? Come on, I'm the emperor. This world belongs to me. Who are you? Chapter 1507. The end of the goblin civilization came quickly. The Chable commander was shattered by the Wehrmacht that day. The Chable soldiers under his command also surrendered, most choosing to surrender, with only a few choosing to continue fighting. For those who continued to fight, there was only one outcome: ruthless slaughter. The goblin leader initially tried to bargain, but Alan took him aboard the warship and then to the frontline headquarters. After seeing the officers at the frontline headquarters, he instantly became obedient. Because each of these officers had a murderous look on their faces, completely different from the abstract officers of the goblin civilization. Most goblin officers were built on seniority, relying on their fathers and parents, and relying on their connections. They always had an inexplicable aura of a young master. But the Wehrmacht was different. When the leader first arrived, he saw the Wehrmacht soldiers lined up in neat rows. These Wehrmacht soldiers had murderous looks on their faces, their eyes filled with determination. The leader was utterly frightened. Upon entering the headquarters, he was met by a large group of Wehrmacht officers. These Wehrmacht officers were completely different from the goblin officers. While they held different ranks from the soldiers outside, they shared one crucial similarity: the murderous intent in their eyes. The murderous intent in the eyes of Wehrmacht soldiers and officers was essentially the same. To completely maintain control of the leader, the Wehrmacht commander specifically summoned company and platoon-level officers from the front lines. They sat in the headquarters, acting as gatekeepers. This was essentially a show of force for the leader. Because Alan had already discussed this with the leader while on the aircraft carrier. After confirming the leader's intentions, Alan decisively reported the situation to the military. The leader initially made an outrageous request. He not only wanted to preserve the goblin civilization, but also hoped that the Yin would allow them a high degree of autonomy. However, Leon rejected this abstract and absurd request without hesitation. It was simply a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Of course, Leon would never agree. The goblin civilization was won through the sacrifices and sweat of the National Defense Army. Leon would not let the goblins go for such petty gains, or for the sake of a small government performance. At first, the two sides did not reach an agreement. The leader saw the National Defense Army's politeness, and was still eager to overwhelm them with his imposing manner. But before the commander could even speak, the National Defense Army officer stood up. The aura of killing intent immediately made the leader wilted. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inwardly, he was boiling with anger. He feared something might go wrong, but little did he know it had already gone terribly wrong. Leon had arranged this meeting to promote unification and commend the leader for his impromptu decision. But what Leon hadn't expected was the leader's tactlessness. "Since you won't act, we have to help you act." Leon then directly proposed a clause that shocked the leader. In view of the casualties inflicted by the goblins on Wehrmacht soldiers during this war, the following resolution is hereby resolved. The goblins will be completely outlawed, and no new regime will be established. In addition, various restrictions will be placed on the goblins' import and export trade. Leon's words were deeply inspiring. Many members of the National Defense Force took Leon's orders seriously. They admired Leon not only because they admired him, but also because his predictions were largely accurate. In reality, it wasn't Leon's inherent talent, but because he was a true Great Flame boss. While following a villain was somewhat miserable, following a major villain meant you wouldn't starve. Leon wasn't sure he was a major villain. When he first crossed over here, he thought he was a righteous child. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Nonsense caused Leon to gradually turn evil, and he was later sent to the territory of sin by Edward III. Originally, Edward III intended to leave Leon to fend for himself. But reality dealt Edward and his ministers a heavy blow. Leon's strength dimmed these people's brilliance. They began to regret their decision to send Leon to the territory of sin. But there are no ifs in this world. Ultimately, Leon relied on this tiny place to accomplish the great task of unifying the world. News of the victory quickly spread throughout the surrounding area. Countless civilians spontaneously stepped forward to share the joy with their friends. The capital went even further, urgently convening a meeting to discuss how to deal with the goblin civilization. They borrowed a famous quote from Leon: "Whether goblins or others, we are ultimately citizens of this world. There's no need to make things difficult for these people. They are truly honest people and high-quality soldiers. If anything goes wrong, they will immediately step forward. A gentleman will die for his friend." The leader has led the country to this point, and he has lived up to his conscience and actions. We must fully implement and promote Lion's ideas. The capital erupted in chaos, with countless factions arguing with each other. Some believed Victory Day should be held today, while others believed it should be held tomorrow or the day after. At first, both sides showed some restraint. Some thought about this, while others engaged in a brawl with those who disagreed. The fighting only lasted for over 10 minutes. And now, the target of their conflict, or rather, the core figure they served, hadn't appeared. Both sides launched tentative attacks, but the Wehrmacht was clearly more elite. Or, more resilient and obedient. We had originally intended to exclude the military from the National Assembly. But the military, having clearly guessed the politicians' intentions, simply held on like a dogskin plaster, firmly holding over a third of the seats. This ratio was unshakable. Perhaps only Lion could change this bizarre structure. The problem was, Lion simply didn't care. Parliament needs checks and balances to function. But this is different from party strife. Finally, Leon chose to step forward, and with unanimous agreement, the day after tomorrow was designated Victory Day. The propaganda for Victory Day was extremely crude. They simply revealed everything they had seen and heard. At first, many civilians watched with a smile, but then their eyes froze. Because they realized their cars couldn't protect them at all. For the first time, they felt so powerless. The designation of Victory Day completely changed the landscape. From now on, no matter where you are, as long as you encounter National Day or Victory Day, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Since many soldiers don't have much time off, with the addition of Victory Day, soldiers naturally get more time off. Many soldiers were delighted by this. Chapter 1508. The Goblin leader tried to bargain. But Leon gave him no chance, using his unjust terms to seize control of the entire Goblin world. The Yin completely controlled all of the Goblin land and mineral resources. Upon hearing this news, the leader found it difficult to accept. But Leon wasn't negotiating, he was informing him. More precisely, he was informing the leader to accept the outcome. The leader then realized that Leon had just given him an opportunity. The Goblin leader instantly collapsed. He felt somewhat sorry for the people. After leaving the negotiating table, the Goblin leader was sent back to the capital. At this point, in addition to the captured Chable soldiers, the capital also contained a large number of National Defense Force soldiers. After occupying the capital, the Space Force decisively chose to leave. The amount of money they were consuming per second was far greater than the army could sustain. The National Defense Force later successfully took over the capital. Then, without hesitation, they began constructing a prisoner of war camp outside the city. Initially, the Wehrmacht wanted to let the prisoners build their own prison camps. But the commander stopped them, and they decisively dispatched a number of soldiers to work alongside the Goblin soldiers to repair the city. And as luck would have it, someone happened to capture the entire scene on video. This immediately sent the Goblins into a rage. This public opinion offensive instantly infuriated the already simple-minded and underdeveloped Goblins. They simply couldn't comprehend the Wehrmacht's dirty tricks. After capturing the entire Goblin population, Leon finally had time to rest, but before he could rest for long, he was blown away by the information bombardment from the capital. The Capitol building explained the problem to Leon briefly and directly. Leon then realized that his country seemed to have taken a wrong path. Leon knew that unifying too quickly would inevitably expose many flaws. But what Leon didn't expect was how quickly it would collapse. Because in the beginning, De Yin had indeed harvested the wealth of other countries to promote its own development. But now it was different. All countries had been unified. The entire global market belonged to them alone. Faced with this situation, they had no way to change anything. With the defeat of the goblins, the entire goblin kingdom was ceded to De Yin. The global market was now firmly under De Yin's control. They could no longer harvest his wealth as they had before. Economic globalization is interconnected. If they were not careful, it would affect other countries and even cause a backlash, resulting in self-destructive consequences. Leon had also heard about the situation in other countries. The previous harvesting strategy had almost completely destroyed the economies of other countries. Although it appeared that the harvesting was only the wealth of the nobles, but in reality, the money lost by these nobles was forcibly reclaimed from the common people through various means. So now, after unification, Lion is using various means to restore the economies of various countries. And it allows each country to develop a small economy. More precisely, the economic boundaries are based on regions. The economy of each region is determined by local conditions. This strategy has both advantages and disadvantages. Lion's planned economy has sapped the vitality of the market. But in the current situation, De Yin is extremely wealthy, while other countries are utterly impoverished. If market-based economics continue, other countries will completely collapse. No matter how Lion tried to repair their economy, it couldn't be restored. So, at this time, the benefits of a planned economy became apparent. Although it lost market vitality, it could quickly help people recover, restore the economy, and ensure people's livelihoods. Many small countries began to adopt planned economies to cope with the impact of economic globalization. Some wealthy regions did not implement a planned economy. This was because they had their own economic foundations and could withstand the impact of globalization. But the situation was not so simple for the devastated countries. Lion's planned economy gradually brought peace to the countries. But Lion knew that this was not a long-term solution, as the drawbacks of a planned economy were severe. It could very well lead the yen down a path of no return. So, Lion planned to implement a planned economy for 2 years, followed by immediate economic reforms. These 2 years would be enough to transform the poverty and backwardness of many countries. What? You say your country is beyond saving? Don't be ridiculous. Compared to our De Yin, your country is nothing. In fact, Lion and his people have every right to say so. Because they conquered the world and are unrivaled. And everything they have today was essentially stolen from others. Back when they were completely impoverished, this country truly faced hardship. But fortunately, they managed to survive, and Lion gained a certain status and position. After 2 years of careful consideration, the planned economy took hold. Lion also provided subsidies to various countries. The intention was to thoroughly implement the planned economy, helping them build basic industries and restore a certain level of economic stability. A peace policy was also introduced. All treaties that had previously been granted to the defeated nations were abolished. Because at this critical juncture, continuing to adhere to these treaties and restricting their economic development would only make them even poorer. For example, the Demon Empire and the Papal States are vivid examples. If you continue to restrict the economic development of these two countries, they will be of no help to the yen in future wars. Only by boosting the economies of these two countries can they be effective in the War of the Gods. Otherwise, do you really expect them to provide soldiers completely? Don't be ridiculous. The people of the yen don't even have enough quotas for enlistment, so how could they possibly give them to foreigners? So, each country must develop its economy, especially the defeated nations. The various unfair terms have already made it impossible for them to recover. And the entire market is essentially controlled by the yen. Right now, Lion simply doesn't have the ability to turn every country into its own province. The plan is to allow each country to develop its economy through autonomy. Later, when there's more time, we can merge all these countries. Chapter 1509. With the arrival of final victory, countless ordinary people were overjoyed. For they had finally achieved victory. From now on, they no longer faced the threat of war. Although the threat of the gods still existed, Leon did not explain their situation in detail to the people. Ordinary people should not know so much, or rather, knowing too much would only make them anxious and restless. They just needed to live their daily lives well, and others would carry the burden for them. Leon had devoted himself to these ordinary people. The common people believed that the war was over, and that they could finally live a good life. The vast majority of officials were the same. They also believed that the war was over. After the war, long-term economic development would inevitably follow. Leon had already begun requesting special funding from the cabinet for economic development. Don't say that war can promote economic development, that's utter nonsense. War is simply an act of exploiting national strength. Of course, you can't deny the role of war. War not only consolidates domestic forces, but also recruits a large number of talents. It also serves to train the military. But if a full-scale war breaks out, and you happen to be the defeated nation, then the real sufferers will always be the civilians. So Lion tries to prevent the war from escalating, or to prepare the necessary supplies in advance. But war is unpredictable. A world war could erupt at any moment. Luckily, all the wars Lion has encountered so far have only begun after thorough preparation. The past 5 years have been truly blessed for Lion. The enemy always finds excuses to wait until Lion is fully prepared before launching a war. The problem is, by the time Lion has fully prepared its weapons and equipment, it's too late to start a war. By then, war will no longer be the path those who initiated it have in mind. When you decide to launch a war, you must wage it with all your might and decisiveness. For only in this way can you achieve true victory. Only in this way can you catch your opponent off guard. The joy of the war's end filled every Yen with joy. The subsequent economic development allowed even more people to experience the benefits of this country. Economic development is divided into 3 stages. Lion simply doesn't have the funds to boost the economies of all countries. So, for regions capable of self-reliance, let them develop their own economies and allow them to compete. At the same time, prepare specific policies to support these countries at critical moments. As for those countries that lack the capacity for independent economic development, Leon directly provided extensive support, practically feeding these people. For example, the Holy Empire region. The Yin had essentially taken over the entire economy there, providing substantial support and generously piling on various policies. The funding far exceeded that of the Elf Empire and the Demon Empire combined. The Elf Empire possessed a comprehensive industrial system. While the Demon Empire was currently self-sufficient, neither nation needed excessive assistance. But the Holy Empire region was different. This country has suffered numerous disasters. It suffered from orc invasions before, and then civil unrest. Although Lion's Liberation War liberated the Holy Empire, the trauma of the previous war and the Liberation War made it impossible for the Holy Empire to recover economically in a short period of time. Some might ask why the Demon Empire is gradually recovering economically now. That's because the Demon Empire was originally an absolute monarchy, and in an absolute monarchy, the emperor holds immense power. Although it has now essentially become a constitutional monarchy, Adelhaide's orders are enough for the ministers to follow. This one-man rule ensures that the state machinery runs relentlessly on a single path. If a multi-party system were truly implemented, Adelhaide would likely be sidelined. In that case, not only would Adelhaide's policies be impossible to implement, but his subordinates would vehemently impose all sorts of bizarre policies on the people, ultimately leading to the angry people blaming Adelhaide. After all, you, Adelhaide, are the emperor, and your officials are undoubtedly connected to you. This political situation forced Adelhaide to put the country on the right track. Although she knew she wasn't a capable emperor, she was adept at listening to others' opinions and appointing capable officials. Leon granted the Demon Empire a high degree of autonomy. However, it was forbidden to have an army exceeding 200,000 men. Originally, Leon had no intention of providing the Demon Empire with any troops, but the Papal States were still eyeing them from the west, so Leon had to help the Demon Empire build its army. However, the Battle of Kursk ultimately shattered the Papal States. After its collapse, the Papal States never set foot on Eastern soil again. Lion subsequently reclaimed military control from the Demon Empire. More importantly, Lion allowed the Demon Empire to retain 50,000 soldiers and police. Adelhaide selected 50,000 elite soldiers from this 200,000-strong army to form the military and police. The military and police had to both defend the country and maintain public order. These two burdens weighed heavily on these soldiers and police, leaving them stretched thin. Though these 50,000 soldiers and police were a significant force for the Demon Empire, they were only able to maintain public order. They were incapable of accomplishing anything significant. And Lion wouldn't let the Demon Empire accomplish anything major. However, the fire of war lingered within many of the Demon Empire citizens. They were once the continent's steamrollers. It could be said that they had subjugated several neighboring nations. Their current submission to the Great Yin was merely a temporary measure. Let's be patient for now. In time, we take back everything that belongs to them. Of course, this is just the thinking of some people with brains kicked by a donkey. Most ordinary people are relatively law-abiding. But it's often these less intelligent people who stand up and act wildly. This creates the illusion that the people of your country are traitors. The Elven Empire, on the other hand, is much more docile. They already experienced several years of cultural assimilation. Later, during the war between the Eastern and Western Elven Empires, Great Flame even assisted the Eastern Elves. And it took the initiative to help the Elves fight the Dwarves. For the Elves, it really seems that Great Flame's kindness is still unfinished. Each country is experiencing economic development. Money flows into each country every day like water. This large amount of money flowing into each country naturally attracts the attention of those with ulterior motives. With just a little effort, they can ensure a lifetime of food and clothing. But Leon had anticipated all this. This is the people's money, and it must ultimately fall into the hands of the people. If anyone dares to lay his hands on this money, Lion's butcher knife will fall without hesitation. Chapter 1510. Many officials knew of Leon's draconian tactics, so they were very honest. But there were also those with ulterior motives, who had no intention of being honest from the start. Or perhaps they simply took risks. For them, the allure of money was too strong. They decided to take risks to make money. For such people, Leon's butcher knife would fall. But there were also those who preferred to lose their lives to make money. Whether those seeking wealth or those who kept their heads down, none of them anticipated that on Victory Day, the Intelligence Bureau would have a new department. To be precise, Leon directly ordered the establishment of a new department within the Intelligence Bureau. This department was a branch of the Intelligence Bureau. And its most important function wasn't anything else, but a dedicated anti-corruption unit. The Intelligence Bureau already dealt with anti-corruption work. But now, things were different. The Intelligence Bureau had created a dedicated unit specifically to handle these matters. And it was on the same level as the other three departments. It even took priority over the three other departments in anti-corruption efforts. Even the highest-ranking military police had to avoid its glare, because anyone targeted by the anti-corruption department was essentially on Lion's kill list. These individuals might have served Yin well, but at this moment, they had become a tumor. This cancer must be eradicated, or it would sooner or later destroy everyone. On the first day of the anti-corruption department's establishment, the other intelligence agencies handed over all their intelligence to it. Although the anti-corruption department had only been established for a few days, they knew far more than anyone else. It could be said that within just a few days, they had acquired complete information on most of the corrupt officials in Yin. Corrupt officials have always existed, but Leon planned to fatten them up before killing them. And they kept a close eye on these corrupt officials, ready to strike immediately if they dared to spend lavishly. Because the money these corrupt officials spent was the people's hard-earned money. Although, in their hearts, this money should be given to them. What do the common people need money for? This money should be used by those with ability. Because of their embezzlement, these corrupt officials were like ticking time bombs for the anti-corruption department. If these corrupt officials dared to touch this money, the anti-corruption department's armed forces would immediately break down the door and arrest them all. If you simply embezzled money without using it, you might not have died so quickly. But if you embezzled and used it, then you'd be crushed by the iron fist of the Intelligence Bureau's anti-corruption department. The Intelligence Bureau's iron fist left no one with any resistance. Ever since Victory Day, many ordinary people discovered that the ostentatious high-ranking officials living near them had suddenly vanished. Some of these officials lived lavishly, spending money lavishly. But the common people didn't dare to speak up or ask. They simply wanted to live ordinary lives and didn't care about these high-ranking officials. But their extravagant lifestyles did affect them. They couldn't help but wonder where these high-ranking officials got their money from. And before their doubts were answered, these high-ranking officials suddenly vanished, along with their families. Since the entire Yin region adhered to the principle of proximity, whether they are children of high-ranking officials or ordinary citizens, they all attend the same school. Of course, this assumes they are all in the same district. For example, District 6 has 2 integrated schools. They cover kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. District 6 as a whole has a population of approximately 200,000, the largest. While the other districts don't have as many, they're still quite large, with the smallest district having a population of 100,000. Of these 200,000, approximately 20,000 are children, all minors. The 2 schools perfectly meet the needs of these 200,000 people. Integrated schools are easy to manage, and the principle of proximity ensures stability within the district. After all, in this district, most people know each other every day. Many children are not only classmates, but their parents are also neighbors or acquaintances. This arrangement can relatively prevent some bullying. Yes, bullying exists, it's just taking a different form. Now it's become more covert. Many bullies no longer dare to bully openly, ever since Leon's last drastic action. Many bullies have completely quieted down. Some who narrowly escaped punishment never dare to openly attack again. But these bullies simply want to gain recognition. So they developed another method of bullying, using verbal attacks. You might think words can't kill. But what if 7 or 8 people surrounded you, constantly hurling the most vicious curses at you and your family? You might be able to withstand it, but when they're cursing your family, can you really hold back? I believe no one could tolerate this. And as soon as the bully dared to take action, the bullies would immediately report the teacher. The bully, who makes the first move and then turns the tables, becomes the bully. At first, teachers were still prone to false accusations, but over time, some teachers chose to accept these false accusations. Because less trouble is worse than more. Now, the entire Dayan region places great importance on youth education. If there's any conflict between students, agents from the Intelligence Bureau will rush in immediately. That's right, if something happens between students, the Bureau will immediately investigate. This investigation can take several days, or even half a month. They won't leave until the matter is thoroughly investigated. And during this investigation, it's easy to uncover some negative information about the teacher. So, many unscrupulous teachers choose to remain silent. Bullying is bullying, after all, it's not their own children. But for many students, the Intelligence Bureau, once feared by their parents, has become their most reliable source of support. This is because these students know that if they suffer injustice, they can seek redress by going to the Intelligence Bureau. For many children, the Intelligence Bureau is no longer a childhood nightmare. Instead, it is one of the few bright spots in their childhood. Due to the national situation, most of the light fell on the battlefield. Many children experienced injustice, but they had no way to speak out. But now it is different. The war is over, and Leon has refocused his attention on the children. Or rather, he has begun to fully focus on their future. Victory Day is a watershed. Before, Dayan might have prioritized military development. But after this, the military must develop, the lives of the people must improve, and the future of the children must be taken seriously. The Intelligence Bureau is no longer the terrifying organization it once was. It remains terrifying, but only to those with hidden agendas. Chapter 1511. The current Intelligence Bureau is completely different from the previous one. The previous one was completely under Leon's command. It maintained Dayan under Leon's orders. But now, the Intelligence Bureau has a heavier burden. Many Intelligence Bureau agents have come to a clear understanding. They should protect the people, not become a white terror in their hearts. Hans has also changed his previous indifference. He began to find ways to bring the Intelligence Bureau to a brighter future. Because the current Intelligence Bureau has done a lot of bad things in the past 5 years. It's not that they've done anything bad. It's just that because they killed so many people, the public's impression of the Intelligence Bureau has plummeted to zero. Not only do the people keep their distance from the Intelligence Bureau, they're filled with fear. Many Intelligence Bureau agents have to be very careful when returning home after get off work, not letting their neighbors know. If the neighbors knew they were with the Intelligence Bureau, they would have to move. Because he refused to move, people around him looked at him with strange eyes. While everyone knew the Intelligence Bureau wasn't a bad group, the stereotype of the Bureau was very negative. Now that they had won, Hans had begun to work on the Bureau's transformation. Nonsense! Hundreds of thousands of men in the Bureau had made tremendous contributions alongside Hans. Now that they had finally won, the people were shunned. Who could he turn to for justice? Hans had gone to great lengths to transform the Bureau. Thanks to economic development, people's entertainment options had expanded. They not only had televisions, but also mobile phones. While these phones were somewhat different from smartphones, they were practically equivalent to Nokia flip phones. Simple photography and phone calls were possible. Television also gained more entertainment programs, and some heroic deeds of the past were adapted into films or TV series. Many directors were afraid to film the heroic deeds of Dayan. It wasn't because they couldn't film, but because they feared accidentally offending the heroes and causing trouble. Lion, amused and annoyed upon hearing this news, then asked the Dayan Broadcasting Bureau to negotiate with these directors, allowing them to film Dayan's war heroes. However, the script and casting still needed to be reviewed and approved by the Broadcasting Bureau. If the script contained any unflattering remarks, or if there were any casting issues, it would be a disaster. What if the actor playing the hero was actually a criminal? Thanks to these movies and TV series, Hans had an idea. Since he couldn't show up, the Intelligence Bureau couldn't show up either. So, they had to find a way to let the public know about the Intelligence Bureau and make it familiar to the public. So, the Intelligence Bureau decisively invested in some promising TV and film crews. That's right, it's a real investment. The money was covered by the CIA's propaganda department. However, this money wasn't allocated from above. It was earned by the CIA itself. First, the CIA needs to plant spies in various countries. So, how do the people in these agencies survive? The answer, of course, is money. Some CIA agents work ordinary jobs to support themselves and carry out their missions. But some truly capable individuals have infiltrated enemy companies or held key government positions. They engaged in business or sought power within the organization. They became fabulously wealthy. But their faith remained unchanged, so part of the money was turned over to the Intelligence Bureau. Hans initially wanted to turn the money over to the National Treasury. But Leon refused. This money was earned by the Intelligence Bureau, so it should be spent on the people, not on the National Treasury. With Leon's words, Hans saved most of the operating funds earned by the agents, intended for a rainy day. But unexpectedly, the money was quickly spent, and ended up being used to promote the Intelligence Bureau. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded. It was a movie or TV series that was released or aired. The advertisement that appeared directly was, "This program is exclusively sponsored by the Dian Intelligence Bureau." This scared some ordinary people. They couldn't understand why the Intelligence Bureau would invest in these entertainment programs. Intelligence Bureau, do you think I want to invest in entertainment programs? It's because you're forcing me. Every time we show up, you run away and stay away, fearing we arrest you. But the most important thing is, we have no intention of harming innocent people, and so this hilarious scene unfolded. The Intelligence Bureau has gone to great lengths to change its image in the eyes of the public. In addition to sponsoring these entertainment programs, the Intelligence Bureau also directly supports some public welfare projects. The Intelligence Bureau even took the initiative to open its headquarters for public tours. This had happened once before, but the outcome was unsatisfactory, so Hans decided to open up more areas and even allow the public to visit the Gendarmerie Prison No. 1. The first military police prison held only the most vicious criminals. This so-called open prison was exactly what it sounded like. A floor of the prison was cleared out in advance, and civilians were allowed in to experience prison life. They were allowed to be prisoners for a day. They were allowed to understand the consequences of committing crimes. The vast majority of people collapsed after the day's experience and never wanted to return. The Intelligence Bureau never imagined themselves. This attempt to restore their image didn't do much to improve it. Instead, it reduced the crime rate throughout Dian. Many people who returned told their families about the conditions inside. Many described the prison as making their legs tremble. Although the prison didn't impose any corporal punishment or other punishments on these civilians, a day of detention, lunch and dinner, and some light exercise had already worn off the civilians. Many civilians didn't even make it through the morning before fleeing. The reason was simply that the cells in the first military police prison were small and dark. The warden offered no explanation. Because in his eyes, true criminals have no human rights. 10 executions wouldn't be enough for the crimes they committed. And how could such people still want human rights? They could talk to the butts of our military police rifles. Chapter 1512. After Victory Day, the Intelligence Bureau gained a new department. But on the surface, the Intelligence Bureau didn't appear to have changed at all. Upon learning of this, Leon decided to change the Bureau. Or rather, he planned to reorganize the Bureau. The previous Bureau model was more suitable for wartime, but now it was different. The war was basically over, and the Bureau wouldn't have much use in future space missions. The foundation of the Intelligence Bureau is its people. Without them, the Bureau would be useless. In short, the more people there are, the more useful the Bureau is. But the problem now is that Dian has shifted its focus to space. The Intelligence Bureau, operating on planets, naturally has no place. The previous war model is no longer suitable for the Intelligence Bureau. So, the Intelligence Bureau must change, especially with the establishment of the Anti-Corruption Department. The Intelligence Bureau is now overly bloated, yet it operates in a war model. The war model emphasizes efficiency, not economy. This means that in war mode, the Intelligence Bureau incurs a lot of unnecessary losses. A large amount of the Intelligence Bureau's resources are being consumed. Many Intelligence Bureau agents suffered unnecessary losses. So now that the war is over, it's natural to rectify all of this. Leon began reorganizing the Intelligence Bureau. The restructuring of the Intelligence Bureau is actually quite simple. It primarily revolves around the Bureau's current structure. The current structure is simple, with 4 departments organized around Hans. Hans completely obeys Leon's orders, and it can be said that Leon has complete control over the entire Intelligence Bureau. Leon's every word and action will influence the actions of the entire Intelligence Bureau. Therefore, Leon is very careful about his words and actions. He tries his best not to assign the CIA tasks that are too one-sided and therefore difficult to handle. But this problem is becoming increasingly serious, and many people are using this to attack Leon. They accuse Leon of completely controlling the CIA, imposing a white terror, and forbidding the public to speak the truth. But in reality, the CIA never controls public opinion. It is the media that truly controls public opinion. Politicians with ulterior motives constantly blame the CIA for everything. Because the CIA rarely appears in public, let alone actively speaking out to explain themselves. They are invisible guardians, always keeping silent in the face of the public's inquiries and accusations. They are using their actions to protect this country and its people. But this group of people is constantly being manipulated. Because they know the CIA is not good at speaking, and will not pay much attention to these matters, so they always openly try to change things. These politicians always feel they are still the ones in power. Leon knew the Intelligence Bureau had to change. Or rather, it could no longer remain silent in the face of criticism as it had in the past. To make the Intelligence Bureau change, Leon planned to reorganize it. First, he considered the responsibilities of each department. There would still be 4 departments, but the gendarmerie had a small branch. The purpose of this division was simple: to censor domestic speech. All news that distorted the Intelligence Bureau would be monitored. And those who published such news would immediately feel the warmth of the gendarmerie. The speech was published in the morning. The Intelligence Bureau discovered it at noon. The gendarmerie arrived at the door in the afternoon, and dinner was eaten in the gendarmerie prison. Many ordinary people still don't know about this. This has led to many politicians being unaware of it. Lyon's most outrageous move was to conduct the reorganization of the Intelligence Bureau in secret. It was completed 7 days after Victory Day. And most importantly, the reorganization of the Intelligence Bureau wasn't just external. The Bureau's contact methods were also changed. All agents deployed abroad continued to work in a single, warlike manner. They generally had only one direct superior. However, the situation was different for Intelligence Bureau agents working domestically, and in some autonomous regions. They were now fully visible to the public. The personnel lists of many Intelligence Bureau branches were public. Of course, this so-called public list was relative. If you experienced an injustice, and an Intelligence Bureau agent mishandled the situation or engaged in corruption, you could file a complaint directly with Intelligence Bureau headquarters. Intelligence Bureau headquarters would provide you with a list and ask you to identify the individual responsible for the corruption. The Intelligence Bureau would then internally dispose of the individual and make the results public. At the same time, those wronged were required to sign confidentiality agreements upon leaving, prohibiting the disclosure of the list. The list was only publicly available. After all, many intelligence officers had offended numerous people, and disclosing their information would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Hans argued this point with reason. As the head of the intelligence agency, he naturally knew that many of its agents, after years of service, yearned for a family. They had dedicated their youth to this country, yet they had become the scoundrels of the street. They had no regrets, but they were unwilling to accept this. They refused to accept that their future would be like this. They also wanted to live a normal life and start a family. That's why Hans began to plan for his men, encouraging them to do everything they could to return to ordinary life. Even if they couldn't, they had to live like normal people in this world, not continue to be shadowy agents. Besides these changes, the Intelligence Bureau also underwent a more important change. The Intelligence Bureau's power had been weakened. More precisely, its oversight capacity had been weakened. In the past, the Intelligence Bureau had complete control over the intelligence of all of Yin, and even most of the world. But now it was different. Lion had established a dedicated supervisory department. It was specifically responsible for dealing with corrupt officials. The problem was that this supervisory department had become corrupted. When a public department was exposed, everything it controlled would immediately find ways to corrupt it. The Intelligence Bureau itself was a closed loop, so there was no need to worry about excessive corruption. But the supervisory department is different. They live in the open, under the watchful eye of not only the public, but also countless corrupt officials. Some may be able to stick to their principles, but others will be dragged into the quagmire. The establishment of the Anti-Corruption Department by the Intelligence Bureau directly complements the Supervisory Department, creating a system of competition and checks and balances between the two. This prevents the supervisory department from abusing its power to frame members of other factions. It also spurs the Intelligence Bureau's anti-corruption department, creating a mutually reinforcing effect. Only a few people knew about the Intelligence Bureau reorganization. Leon didn't plan to bring the Intelligence Bureau out just yet. He had plans for a major overhaul, and to deal with the corrupt officials who have plagued the country over the years. After finally celebrating the new year, it's time to kill the fat pigs, right? Chapter 1513. There are no corrupt officials in the entire Great Yin mainland, because all of them have been crushed by the supervisory department. There may still be a few who slip through the net, but no one dares to engage in corruption openly. But it's different in other places. There aren't so many rules and regulations elsewhere, or perhaps the supervisory department hasn't reached that far. They continue to act as they please, frantically making money. In their eyes, the people's money isn't money at all. The money the country takes away won't be given to the people. Lion has killed a number of such people. But money can turn people into monsters. Some people, knowing the danger, still take risks. This is the allure of money. After the reorganization of the Intelligence Bureau was completed, the Anti-Corruption Department used its intelligence network to screen out corrupt officials from all over the world. After receiving the report, the Intelligence Bureau agents couldn't help but curse the Supervisory Department. How do these supervisory officials do their jobs? They've been talked into this, and you haven't noticed anything yet? The reason is simple. Most of the people on this list are officials of the Holy Empire. And the most intriguing thing about the Holy Empire is that they were purged by Lion some time ago. At that time, Lion's special train entered the Winter Empire. After understanding the suffering of the people, Lion decisively chose to stand by them and help them. As the butcher's knife fell, a large number of corrupt officials were killed. Many corrupt officials never imagined that Lion would suddenly appear on the land of the empire. With this killing, the entire country gradually became quiet, and corrupt officials no longer dared to engage in open corruption. But the poorer the place, the more likely it is to breed bad people. And the Holy Empire's investment was the largest of any country. The incredibly favorable policies and astronomical investment naturally tempted many people to engage in corrupt practices. They began using all sorts of methods and means to embezzle money. Even though the supervisory authorities had already launched an investigation, these corrupt officials continued to embezzle a significant amount of money. The reason was simple. These people held one unwavering belief. When no one was watching, they were bold in their greed. When someone was watching, they were cautious. In a nutshell, greed isn't necessarily a bad thing, but don't become a petio. Because it only takes in, never gives out. After several days of investigation, the Intelligence Bureau finally identified the details of a large number of corrupt officials. Leon didn't even notify the supervisory authorities. The total amount of money these corrupt officials embezzled exceeded 10 million gold coins. You may not have any idea of this number. But remember, the total tax revenue for the entire Great Yin and the surrounding autonomous regions currently only amounts to 120 million gold coins per year. Although the number was skyrocketing, the shock of 10 million gold coins still left Leon breathless. Furious, Leon lay awake all night, and early the next morning, he summoned his men. He then ordered them to fetch Hans. After Hans arrived, Leon immediately explained the situation, and Hans finally agreed to proceed. The Intelligence Bureau began secretly infiltrating the Holy Empire, and subsequently deployed local agents to conduct anti-corruption operations. Leon's special train followed closely behind, but with a certain degree of disguise. This was to prevent anyone from noticing that Leon had left Leningrad and begun his nationwide tour. Some corrupt officials, sensing the threat, immediately sold off their assets, preparing to flee with the money. However, the Intelligence Bureau swiftly struck back at these corrupt officials, already under surveillance. They intercepted these fleeing officials. Many were apprehended by the Intelligence Bureau before they could even react. The Intelligence Bureau was known for its swiftness. In a mansion in the Holy Empire's capital, several high-ranking officials were seen drinking and enjoying themselves, disheveled. They were not members of the People's Party. They were native to the Holy Empire. Because it was essentially an autonomous region, Lion had only sent a prominent figure to serve as the district political commissar. The district mayor, and most of the officials were essentially recruited locally. The district mayor was chosen from among several highly respected individuals. The district mayor's actions were indeed flawed, but the actions of those officials were deeply flawed. Many corrupt officials simply pocketed the money, with no regard for the lives of the people. The district chief was powerless. The political commissar, with his daily workload, couldn't really focus on so many things. He believed the district chief could handle everything reasonably, but the problem was that he had no experience governing a country. Although this wasn't a country, more a region at best, it still gave the political commissar a headache. The imperial capital's complex environment made it difficult for ordinary people to live there. Prices in the capital were incredibly high, yet many factories were built in the south. Not only was the south closer to the port, but also because the population was larger. It hadn't suffered a sharp decline from the war. The population was large enough to justify the relocation of all factories and industry to the south. The capital now relies entirely on tourism, along with a variety of small businesses to support the region. The political commissar had always been focused on putting the country on the right path, but he never imagined that his teammates were all idiots. To be more precise, he hadn't considered it at all. He issued orders to these people every day, but few actually followed them. The political commissar was ambitious and energetic every day, but soon he became docile. As long as corrupt officials weren't eliminated, it would be difficult to change the situation in this area. The political commissar met with the district chief, hoping that he could use his influence to change the situation. But the district chief didn't have many troops under his command. The most he could do was to gain respect, but what good was respect? Not everyone is Duke Xiang of Song, and not everyone is Cao Cao. The district chief's respect was somewhat helpful, but only somewhat. Many corrupt officials became more docile after receiving the district chief's warnings. But good words can't persuade a damned idiot. Leon said the pigs were fattened up, and it was time to kill them. But some people didn't take it seriously. They thought this was just an ordinary transfer. At this moment, inside the mansion, several high-ranking officials were seen, disheveled, toying with women. However, these women were not the officials' mistresses, nor were they their wives. They were decent women, more precisely, women who had been forced to seek these high-ranking officials out for the sake of their families. The result was predictable. These high-ranking officials were the very ones they manipulated. They were waiting for decent women. Because, in their eyes, conquering decent women was a great sense of accomplishment. The entire mansion was in a frenzy, but the real victims were the decent women. There was no smile on their faces. Although they knew this was wrong, the high-ranking officials had promised them that they would help improve their lives tomorrow. But was that really the case? Some people were beasts because they truly were beasts. Amidst the revelry in the mansion, a sudden knock on the door startled everyone inside. Chapter 1514. A knock on the door sounded. The senior officials glanced at each other and instructed two servants to investigate. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the CIA military police arriving to offer their support. The CIA military police posed a far greater threat than other CIA agents. They wore black uniforms and helmets. They resembled the first generation of the Wehrmacht. This attire made them look formidable. Moreover, these weaklings were known to bully the weak and fear the strong. The military police filed in, escorting the corrupt officials away and confiscating their assets. Many senior officials were taken away before they could react. At first, they were about to lash out. "Do you know who we are? How dare you attack me? I have you fired tomorrow." The CIA military police didn't respond to such a naive question. The senior officials were instantly enraged. In their entire careers, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a way. Naturally, they were furious and wanted to confront the military police. But all they were greeted with was the cold butts of their rifles. If they hadn't avoided the last purge by hiding in a remote area, they wouldn't have had the chance to rise to their current positions. And these high-ranking officials, seeing their bluffing tactics fail, immediately changed their demeanor and humbly begged the military police to let them go. "Brother, I was wrong. Can you please let us go? We're just ordinary people, good citizens." The high-ranking officials had already given in. But the problem was, the military police hadn't considered letting these people go. From the very beginning, the military police had been intent on achieving results at a frenzied pace. How could he let the achievements he had achieved just vanish like that? The Intelligence Bureau began clearing out everything in the imperial capital. Leon's special train also successfully arrived at the station outside the imperial capital. After learning that the Intelligence Bureau's anti-corruption efforts were underway, Leon's expression was relieved. Now, the country was finally on the right path. But at this critical juncture, Leon suddenly heard the sound of an airplane engine. A servant beside him spoke. "Leader, we arrived at the imperial capital." Leon, with his extraordinary reflexes and hearing, instantly regained consciousness. "Enemy attack, take cover." Leon had barely finished speaking when a missile accurately hit the special train. Before Leon could react, a barrage of shells rained down from the sky, intent on destroying the entire train. Leon was completely stunned upon hearing this news. He couldn't believe anyone would dare to challenge him at this critical moment, and to do so directly. This was like taunting the gods. Lion was caught off guard by the sudden attack, and his soldiers were stunned, but they quickly regrouped. Under Lion's unified command, the soldiers began to build a defensive line while dispatching personnel to repair the train. If they could repair the cracks and get the train into the imperial capital's transit station, they would avoid a lot of trouble. No more running around for trivial matters. However, he was surprised to find that such a large train had only a few spare cars. Many soldiers stayed in the spare cars to recover from their injuries. Many more soldiers immediately dispersed, searching for any suspicious targets. After all, they couldn't just use missiles for precision strikes. And the most surprising thing was that the missile wasn't launched by a missile launcher, but a fighter jet. Leon watched his men repair and train while calling Hans. Hans, who was eating breakfast, was suddenly interrupted by the phone ringing. He answered without hesitation. "Leader? Have you arrived in the imperial capital yet? I'd be there to accompany you. I'd pay you back. Did you know? My train was bombed." Hearing this, Hans's cerebellum atrophied. He simply couldn't understand why anyone would be so foolish as to attack Leon's train. You have to remember that Leon is now the most durable king in Great Yen. On the surface, he appears completely dependent on his teammates, a powerless being. But in reality, he possesses unimaginable power. Leon is the top-tier sixth brother. These corrupt officials have been completely corrupted by money. After a few days of dissolute living, they lost their way. A life of extravagance and debauchery can easily lead a person astray. And what about these officials? What infuriated Leon was that his train had been bombed. Although he wasn't injured and had instantly protected everyone on board, Leon was still deeply upset. But Leon soon realized that the current Dehien was no longer the revolutionary Dehien of the past. People were gradually enjoying everything that money and power brought them. And they no longer had the same high morale as before, no longer fighting for the people as they once did. The news of the bombing of Leon's train quickly spread back to China, and the nation was instantly in an uproar. Unaware of Leon's strength, they believed he had narrowly escaped death. Infuriated, they immediately launched a public uprising, demanding an explanation from the Holy Empire. But the Holy Empire Autonomous Region had no answers at the moment. First, there was the issue of the Holy Empire's military. The Holy Empire's frontier forces were essentially controlled by political commissars. The political commissars had never mobilized the troops. The Station National Defense Forces, however, were managed by the military headquarters. So acquiring a single fighter jet was extremely difficult. This proved that the corrupt officials who launched the attack were high-ranking officials. Leon approached the head of the Intelligence Bureau and inquired about the corrupt officials. The head was unable to answer Leon's questions. After all, these high-ranking officials weren't so easy to investigate. If you could uncover some information, then you'd be fine. But if you couldn't, then there would be a real explosion. But whether the Intelligence Bureau would explode Leon or not was unknown. Leon knew he was about to explode. If I were still an ordinary person, I might be receiving the same treatment as the former king of Northeast China. Wake up! This isn't the imperial court. Leon jolted awake from his chair. Looking around, he suddenly realized that his subordinates were not content. Chapter 15:15. Lion's train was bombed. This left Lion completely bewildered. He couldn't understand how someone could be so bold as to bomb his train. This wasn't just a rude act. This was a blatant act. Of course, Lion wouldn't let these people go. He immediately launched a drastic crackdown, strangling them all. Many people were simply too full to think about anything else. They weren't afraid of exposing themselves. They had never considered the serious consequences of their actions. Many people had no idea of the pros and cons. It wasn't until Lion took action that these people finally woke up. It turned out that Lion was truly a ruthless person. The methods they prided themselves on were childish in front of Lion. Without any unnecessary moves, the reorganized Intelligence Bureau immediately executed all these people. The current Intelligence Bureau's execution capabilities were exceptionally strong. The Intelligence Bureau's execution capabilities were already among the best. Now, the Intelligence Bureau is even more powerful. The fragmented connections of the past have been eliminated. Now, each department does not affect the operations of other departments. There is coordination between departments, but it does not interfere with them. The Intelligence Bureau's strength is greatly envied by others. Many organizations envy Lion's unconditional trust in the Intelligence Bureau. However, few people know that without the Intelligence Bureau, the Wehrmacht would never have been so successful on the battlefield. Now, with the news of the Intelligence Bureau's reorganization, public opinion is mixed. Some believe the Intelligence Bureau should continue to exist, while others believe it should be abolished. Or perhaps the Intelligence Bureau shouldn't continue to wield such extensive power. The Intelligence Bureau's power is truly immense, and for many ordinary people, it's a source of fear. The feeling of a sword hanging over their heads makes many people uneasy. They believe their fate is in their own hands, rather than being secretly monitored by the Intelligence Bureau. But they have forgotten the contributions made by the Intelligence Bureau. Many believe that the Wehrmacht's attacks are far more extensive than the Intelligence Bureau's. However, little do they know that countless Intelligence Bureau agents gather intelligence for every Wehrmacht attack. Every military fortress, bridge, and road along the Wehrmacht's path are mapped in advance by the Intelligence Bureau. Many times, the Wehrmacht's attacks are completely blind. The Wehrmacht also has its own intelligence agencies. However, their intelligence agencies are more like scouts, capable only of simple reconnaissance. To obtain thorough and detailed data, one must rely on the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau has already established pre-deployed forces in various countries. It can be said that whenever a country is discovered, the Intelligence Bureau immediately begins infiltration. Perhaps not all of them are traitors. But every country has its share of traitors. The intelligence agency offers these individuals generous rewards to serve them. Furthermore, most of these traitors are fence-sitters, so even if they are captured, the intelligence agency will not feel bad. Because the cost to the intelligence agency is only a small sum of money. No intelligence agency agents are lost. To put it bluntly, it's outsourcing. And those responsible for managing these traitors are mostly the intelligence agency's elite agents. These elite operators are complete shrews. They cherish their lives dearly. They often manage dozens of bribed traitors. These traitors rarely engage in dangerous work. Their job is mostly to gather map intelligence. This involves simply using cameras to photograph key bridges and highways. With the assistance of satellite photography and unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from the aerospace forces, the intelligence officers can quickly create a complete map of the front line. With accurate military maps, Wehrmacht soldiers can eliminate all targets along the way. And they can always concentrate superior forces to attack the enemy's weak points. They say that food and supplies must be sent before troops move. But for the Wehrmacht, intelligence from the Intelligence Bureau is paramount. As for ammunition and other supplies, logistics will ensure everything. Thus, when the Wehrmacht fights, they never care about anything else. They only care about their own intelligence. Even supplies are of little concern to them. With sufficient intelligence, they can seize the initiative in a war almost instantly. They were also able to gain the upper hand in numerous operations. They were familiar with their surroundings, and could completely outmaneuver the enemy. The existence of these outsourced intelligence personnel caused many enemies to fall into deep self-doubt. They discovered that their intelligence was always wrong, or that the Wehrmacht was always able to sneak attack their key locations. Many supply centers were discovered before they even began operations. After they had been operating for a short time, large quantities of supplies were transported into the supply centers. The Wehrmacht would immediately spring into action. So often, the enemy began to doubt their lives, believing the Wehrmacht knew everything about them. In reality, this wasn't an illusion, they were truly, completely infiltrated. And more than that, the most serious thing was this. This trend of infiltration intensified, with many enemies willingly working for the Intelligence Bureau. It wasn't that they were traitors. But these latecomers were mostly people who couldn't make ends meet. They couldn't get enough to eat, and the war had driven prices skyrocketing. Many people showed no regard for the lives of ordinary people. They were ordinary people, and soaring prices were leaving them unable to make ends meet. If they wanted to provide a good life for their families, they had to sacrifice something. For these ordinary people, their dignity was the most vulnerable, and the cheapest thing they had. Trading this dignity in exchange for a full stomach for their families. Isn't this much better than that illusory empire? Is the empire an empire of the people? Of course not. The empire is simply the empire of that group. They were so high and mighty that they believed the empire was everything to them. They were the only ones worthy of enjoying it. That's why many ordinary people were willing to serve as guides for the Intelligence Bureau. The goal was money. Some say they're not interested in money, but that's because they don't lack it. Ordinary people would never say such things, because they struggled every day to survive. The news of the attack on the Lion train quickly spread back to Leningrad. Many department heads lost their positions as a result. The women in the Duke's residence reacted differently. When Yunli heard her father had been bombed, she was initially delighted, but soon burst into tears. "Oh, my dear father! How could you be bombed? If you were bombed, how could I survive?" Originally Yunli, the ever-filial daughter, wanted to cheer up, But she instantly calmed down after seeing her mother's gaze. If she dared to laugh, her mother would surely make her cry in pain. In fact, she wasn't really her filial daughter. Yunli often contradicted her father, just to get his attention. She didn't really want her father to be a leader, she just wanted a complete childhood. But when her father was in trouble, she cried harder than anyone else. Yun Qingqi was puzzled when she heard the crying. Whose air raid siren was going off? Chapter 1516. The bombing of Lion's special train was just a minor incident. After all, Lion was incredibly resilient. He'd been assassinated countless times in the past 5 or 6 years, and I couldn't count them on both hands. The bombing of his special train was a minor incident. The closest Lion came to death was that assassination. Because back then, Lion was still powerless. Compared to now, it's completely different. And it was the assassination orchestrated by the Demon Empire. It was infinitely more powerful than these mediocre assassinations. The Demon Empire was at least an assassination, but in the hands of these abstractionists, it was a terrorist attack. The two sides were completely on the same level. But Lion's assassination was neither a big nor a small matter. Someone had to take the blame, and those who took the blame would free up some positions. Many people in the Yen today rely on seniority. Those with ability want to climb the ladder, but these people often rely on their status as founding fathers. They just refuse to leave their positions. Leon was actually reluctant to make any moves on these people. Often, choice trumps effort. Not everyone had the courage to support Leon initially. But some of these people did have mediocre abilities. Leon generally transferred these mediocre individuals to less important positions. Many were self-aware and understood Leon's intentions upon learning they had been transferred to less important positions. They also naturally knew they had to make way for younger people. Some chose to retire, while others chose to stay in their less important positions. Although these less important positions still required work, they were indeed less stressful than other positions. No one envied these people. Because those who had chosen to support Leon were essentially putting their heads on the line. This was a game where their lives were at stake. They simply emerged as the ultimate winners. Those who didn't win have long since vanished into the long river of history. Wherever Leon went, the Intelligence Bureau launched a purge. Every major economic development inevitably produces corrupt officials. In just 5 years, the Intelligence Bureau underwent nearly 4 or 5 purges. 3 of these purges were triggered by economic development. It couldn't be helped, many people still held feudalist ideas. Even though some of them had already become officials, these mindsets couldn't be quickly corrected. When they saw the money allocated from above, they couldn't help but take it. In an apartment building in the imperial capital, more than 10 heavily armed Intelligence Bureau agents were stationed outside a house. The agents exchanged glances, and then immediately broke in. Hold still. Hands raised. Intelligence is taking action. Everyone cooperate immediately. Intelligence officers filed in, and quickly secured the entire apartment. This apartment was the cheapest type of housing. The imperial capital was different from Liongrad. Most of the money invested in the Holy Empire went into infrastructure. Over 50% of this investment went into building railways, airports, and highways. Another 30% went to improving people's livelihoods and enhancing medical services. 10% went to increasing education funding. And only 10% went to addressing the people's housing needs. It's not that Lion doesn't care about people's housing. Over 60 million gold coins are allocated to the Holy Empire every year. And this money essentially went to the people. But everything must be prioritized. The Holy Empire was ravaged by war, and what they needed most was infrastructure. First, they needed improved roads, because only then could they prosper. Providing access to healthcare was essential to preventing the unnecessary deaths of their fellow citizens. The war devastated not only the soldiers, but also the local population. Many suffered from chronic malnutrition, unable to work. They subsequently contracted some of the most serious illnesses. The common people had no money to treat these strange ailments, leaving them to fend for themselves. Those who couldn't handle them were simply doomed. It was just like Liongrad back then. But Lion's choice was different. Lion chose to combine the military and education. The healthcare system was essentially stagnant. This was done to cope with the war, increase education funding, and strengthen education, so as to rapidly cultivate a group of educated students. These educated students would naturally improve the quality of the Wehrmacht soldiers. But at that time, there was no other choice. Either the people suffered, or the entire country was doomed. After gaining a foothold, Lion immediately began increasing medical expenses. However, the Holy Empire now had no external concerns. So, there was no need for excessive expenditures. The vast majority of the funds were invested in infrastructure and healthcare. At least this time, the people wouldn't suffer anymore. Lion also forced most factories to build dormitories for their employees, aiming to alleviate housing problems. Many companies chose to obey Lion's orders and dutifully build dormitories for their workers. But there are also those with less wits, who simply take risks and try to steal the funds. However, there's only one outcome for such people. That's being utterly savaged by the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau burst in, terrifying the people inside. Upon seeing the Bureau, they instantly screamed, "Ah! Breaking into a house is illegal. Don't you know whose house this is?" A woman in her 40s screamed. A man in his 40s or 50s nearby wore a scowl. There were two young people in the apartment, a boy and a girl. The girl looked like the older sister. They were about 18 or 19 years old. The woman pointed at the Intelligence Bureau agent and unleashed a barrage of curses. The agent ignored her, his gaze fixed on the man. The man seemed to have guessed the Bureau was coming for him. At first, he tried to argue, his face filled with hesitation. But then he sighed and dejected. When he'd done that, he imagined this day would come. What he hadn't expected was that it would arrive so soon. "Dashikov, you should know why we're here today, right? Tell the truth, and you might even get a lighter sentence." The gray-haired Dashikov shuddered at this, then looked at his wife and children. His wife and children seemed completely unaware, staring at Dashikov with bewildered expressions. "I confess everything, but can you spare my family?" Dashikov pleaded. The head of the intelligence agency spoke up. "Whether your family can be spared depends on your attitude. If you can confess the truth, perhaps you can even atone for your crime." After listening to the head of the intelligence agency, Dashikov spoke up. "I took the money, but I didn't expect this outcome." Chapter 1517. The story begins with my master. I was originally an ordinary bridge engineer. At most, I repaired stone bridges. But then, the leader wanted to build infrastructure for the empire, and I was recruited. Later, because I had some skills and was open to new things, the leader promoted me. I was made director of the Imperial Capital Urban Construction Bureau, specifically responsible for bridge construction. Although I'm a bit lazy, I never touch bridges because I know the impact of a bridge collapse is immeasurable. So, from the beginning to the end, I never contributed to the cost of bridges. The intelligence agent recording the conversation was surprised. According to Dashikov, were they wrong? Was Dashikov a good person? But this contradicted what he had just said. The intelligence agents then began to take Dashikov's words seriously. It seemed that things were far more complicated than they had imagined. I never embezzled the bridge construction funds, but someone did. At first, I tried to stop them, but they set me up and dragged me into this. I wanted to report them, but the evidence they had was enough to keep me from getting out of jail for life. So, I chose not to report them, but I never took a penny. The cost of building the Imperial Capital Bridge was around 20,000 gold coins, but they embezzled a full 10,000. Although I joined them, I didn't take a penny. I had my limits, but when they saw I wouldn't take the money, they found a way to force money into my hands and fabricated evidence. The content of this false evidence was simple. It simply accused me of corruption. To completely control me, they sent someone to stuff a large sum of money into my house. If anything ever happened to them, they could just use me as a scapegoat. Dashikov's words stunned the intelligence agents. They had considered countless scenarios before arriving, but they had never imagined today's situation. This was a complete reversal of events. The intelligence agents keenly grasped a key point. The Dashikov family was wealthy. Dashikov sighed and pointed to a broken refrigerator nearby. "The money is in there. It's a broken refrigerator, and my wife couldn't bear to throw it away, so I just happened to put the money in there." The intelligence agent then approached the refrigerator and ripped open the door. The next moment, a glittering display of golden coins came into view. In this dilapidated, thousands of gold coins were scattered throughout the refrigerator. What does thousands of gold coins mean? 10 gold coins are roughly an average person's lifetime salary. Thousands of gold coins could mean a comfortable life for the rest of their lives. After seeing such a large sum of stolen money, the intelligence agents immediately began to count it. But to their surprise, they found some dirt on the gleaming coins. This meant that Dashikov had almost never visited his treasure. In fact, he simply didn't care about it. This made the intelligence agents relax their vigilance against Dashikov. After counting, the entire refrigerator contained a total of 1,186 gold coins. After seeing this figure, the intelligence officer's eyes converged on Dashikov. "I didn't embezzle this much money, and I really couldn't use it. I'm the leader's good subordinate. I never considered betraying him from the beginning, but there was nothing I could do. At this point, Dasakov burst into tears. The intelligence agency had gathered sufficient evidence and subsequently seized all the stolen money. A few intelligence officers were dispatched to Dasakov's home to observe his every move. The main force of the intelligence agency immediately returned, gradually analyzing the connections and the whole story. Dasakov's emotional performance naturally led some to believe that he was a good person. But this couldn't be determined based solely on Dasakov's one-sided statement. So the intelligence agency began rounding up all officials involved in the bridge project who had embezzled money. From the deputy commander down to some workers, many workers lost their bosses before they even had time to figure out what had happened. They were plunged into deep confusion. Some state-owned enterprises were fine, as representatives could be immediately elected to take over. But this was the Holy Empire, and everything required strategy. Many ordinary people worked to secure a stable job, bringing their families over and living happily together. This was also the life of many ordinary officials in Dian. But once these individuals came into power, many found it difficult to maintain their former ambitions. These individuals were often the most corrupt. After apprehending all the other corrupt individuals, the Intelligence Bureau, after 3 days of interrogation, finally reached a conclusion. These individuals never intended to confess the truth from the very beginning. The Intelligence Bureau's most conscientious person immediately stood up and pointed fingers. The surrounding Intelligence Bureau agents covered their faces. This kid must be crazy. The captain nearly beat someone to death, and you tell me they don't want to confess? That's because the captain never gave them a chance to explain. The captain attacked with relentless intensity, not giving them any chance. The captain was so aggressive because he deeply hated corrupt officials. He was a native of the Holy Empire, yet here he was beating up his fellow townsmen. In his eyes, these corrupt officials weren't even worthy of being called human beings. Their parents' deaths were largely due to these corrupt officials. His father had originally joined the Holy Empire army and led the army into battle against the Orc Empire to the north. But embezzlement of military pay and rations led to a devastating defeat on the front lines. When the pension arrived, the captain had originally intended to use it to save his mother. But someone brazenly embezzled the pension. At only 10 years old, the captain lost not only his father, but also his mother, instantly becoming an orphan. So, can you guess why he hated corrupt officials? Chapter 1518. Anti-corruption operations are underway in all regions. Many corrupt officials have been rooted out. The Intelligence Bureau's swift and decisive action left many people unaware. They were immediately apprehended. The Intelligence Bureau acted swiftly and decisively. Many corrupt officials were apprehended. These countries are all moving in a positive direction. Now, with the Goblin War over, the world has arrived at peace. But this world is not completely peaceful. This brings me to a certain country in the north. No, it shouldn't be called a country now. It should be called a chaotic region. The former Orc Empire is now the northern part of the Holy Empire. After the collapse of the Orc Empire, its former territory became a chaotic zone. This chaotic zone is a mixed bag. There are remnants of the Orc Empire, remnants of the Urus, and countless rebel forces. The only legitimate government in the entire region should be the Lano military government, supported by Great Yin. Even after Lano's death, the Lano army continued to follow his orders, unwaveringly defending the people. Many Orcish armed forces viewed the Lano army as a thorn in their side, as they refused to listen to advice and only followed Lano's orders. When these individuals committed acts that harmed the orcs, the Lano army would immediately launch a campaign against them. Initially, the Lano army relied entirely on looted weapons and equipment to fight the rebels. However, with the collapse of the Orc Empire, the Lano army received a batch of weapons and equipment captured by the National Defense Forces. Most of these captured weapons and equipment belonged to the Orc Empire. After the Orc Empire surrendered, these weapons naturally fell to the Defense Forces, but the Defense Forces could not use them. So, as a favor, they gave these weapons to the Lano army. And they intentionally supported the Lano army as the legitimate government within the Orc Empire. After all, not everyone is willing to speak for the people. However, with the lessons learned from the Elven Empire and Urus, Yen did not provide much aid, and most of the weapons and equipment were originally from the Orc Empire. Even if they turned against the orcs in the future, it wouldn't cause much trouble. But the Orc Empire is currently in chaos. Besides the vast grasslands, the Orc Empire also possesses a relatively important mineral resource: coal. After long-term exploration, Yen finally discovered coal mines outside of its homeland. But unfortunately, Yen seems to be the only one in this world with oil. The Orc Empire's coal reserves account for approximately 25% of Yen's. Some might think this percentage is small. However, to date, Dayin has used less than 1% of its total oil resources, and less than 0.5% of its coal. Furthermore, fission weapons have been developed, and these power plants could be used to replace traditional ones in the future, reducing the consumption of these non-renewable resources. After the discovery of coal, the importance of the Orc Empire has completely changed. The Orc Empire has become a hot commodity, and the National Defense Force has begun increasing its support for the Llano Army. Furthermore, 2 months ago, the Llano Army officially established a government. They currently control 30% of the Orc Empire. Although 30% is a small area, most of the territory they control is located in areas with coal resources and close to the Song River. Shipping is very developed, making it easy to transport coal resources. The Llano Army was not called a lackey. According to the Treaty of Defeat, all mineral resources in the entire Orc Empire this year belong to Dayin. They already belong to Dayin, so how could they steal the resources? The Llano Army worked for Dayin, naturally gaining Dayin's recognition. They also stationed approximately 1,000 National Defense Force soldiers in the area controlled by the Llano government. These 1,000 National Defense Force soldiers were just a showpiece, although about 500 of them were elite soldiers. But this army was more symbolic. The National Defense Force never expected to send these 1,000 soldiers to fight. Initially, the National Defense Force was reluctant to intervene in the situation of the orcs in the north. Primarily, the impact the orcs had on Dayin and humanity was too great. Lion's refusal to accept the orcs wasn't necessarily targeted at them. On the contrary, it saved the orcs' lives. The sight of orcs would drive the people of Dayin completely mad. They would likely tear them apart in the streets. Many Orcish civilians would be affected. They were innocent, yet forced to pay the price for the mistakes of others. This would be unfair to them. Therefore, allowing the Llano government to control them was the best outcome for them. The areas controlled by the Llano army were relatively stable. This was not only due to the Llano government's strong popular support, but also because the National Defense Army directly pressured the Llano government. The National Defense Forces do not want the people of the Lon Nol government to go hungry. We recognize the Lon Nol government, but the people under it can't even afford to eat. Isn't this a slap in the face of our great yen? Thus, even when the Lon Nol government is short of funds, it will not mistreat the people. In fact, in many cases, the people are prioritized over the military. Initially, many Lon Nol officials opposed this proposal. They believed that the military was the foundation of the nation, and if military funds were diverted to civilian needs, the military would lose its original combat effectiveness. Furthermore, especially in this chaotic time, the Lon Nol government is rife with enemies, who might spread all sorts of perverse ideas and turn the people against the government. A decline in the military's combat effectiveness would inevitably lead to defeat in foreign wars. The enemy might even easily invade the capital. The Lon Nol government would then be reduced to dust. But the Prime Minister of the Lon Nol government decisively overcame all objections. Now that we have the support of Great Yin, we must ensure the livelihood of the people, no matter what. At the very least, we must ensure a better life for the people, because only in this way can we live in worthy of the deceased Lord Lon Nol. The senior generals fell silent after hearing the Prime Minister's words. The Prime Minister was right. Lon Nol had risen up to ensure a better life for the people. But what these people hadn't anticipated was that their enemies had actually united. They had already sent spies to infiltrate their ranks, using all sorts of distortions to brainwash the people. The Lon Nol government essentially spent its money on meeting the needs of the people. The government's budget was meager, making it impossible to recruit sufficient officials. As a result, the Lon Nol government had very little control over the grassroots. It was completely different from a government, more like a charity. At first, there was no impact, but gradually they realized something was amiss. The grassroots had been misled by the enemy's indoctrination. Now, they were vaguely considering protests. And most importantly, the enemy was actually preparing a massive attack. The Lon Nol government was furious. They wanted to gather their forces to strike hard at the enemy. However, the enemy had already launched an attack. Chapter 1519. The entire Llano government was instantly plunged into crisis. Currently, the entire Orc Empire, besides the Llano government, still contained 8 other factions, large and small. Of these 8, the remnants of the Orc Empire were the largest, occupying 25% of the Orc Empire's territory. As for the other factions, most were simply there to make up the numbers. In fact, rather than just making up the numbers, they were more like small separatist factions. These small separatist factions could only be considered small territorial divisions at best. They could not even be considered political regimes. They only exploited the local people. It wasn't because they were particularly prominent, but because they had soldiers. With guns in hand, they were able to control this territory. After gaining control of this territory, they wanted to enjoy everything, but they soon realized that if the Llano government to the south was not eliminated, the people here would eventually flee south. They would never allow a nation superior to their own to emerge. To be more precise, from the very beginning, they had intended to make this land their own. Therefore, they spared no expense in sending spies to interfere with the people of the Lan Noi regime. They indoctrinated them with all sorts of twisted ideas, turning them against the Lan Noi government. They had originally expected the Lan Noi government to violently suppress them. But to their surprise, the Lan Noi government even cut military spending. Just to satisfy these humblest of people, these separatist factions saw an opportunity and immediately launched an offensive. The once powerful Lan Noi government, after several rounds of military pay cuts, saw its military's combat effectiveness severely reduced. Even their numbers were fewer than before, leading to an instant collapse after the war began. When the news reached Leningrad, Winston was furious and cursed. Lion no longer paid much attention to these political issues. They were more likely to leave these minor issues to the cabinet ministers. So now Winston's cabinet was handling this matter. After learning of Llano's collapse, Winston could no longer sit still. All the armed forces they had supported over the years had been utterly destroyed. Yes, completely utterly destroyed. To Yan's various investments in neighboring countries. So far, there has been virtually no return. Because the investing countries either backstabbed or collapsed. The money invested in these countries was enough to build another national defense army. So the people of the Yin learned their lesson and began to gradually reduce their foreign support policies. Spending money in a few autonomous regions. Money spent on their own compatriots can't even be called money. Because it was all spent on their own compatriots. As long as it's spent on one's own people, any amount of money is worth it. But cultivating these abstract nations. We spent money but achieved no results. Isn't that a waste of money? De Yin no longer wants to be a sucker. After learning of Lan Nuo's misfortune, the cabinet ministers had different opinions. They believed that aid should be stopped immediately, and troops should be dispatched decisively. Because, in their view, investing money in these people would be less effective than sending troops directly into battle. The money invested in these people would not only cover the military expenses of the expedition, but also the cost of maintaining equipment and weapons. After fighting for so long, the cabinet ministers found that the National Defense Force was still the most reliable. The cabinet minister immediately explained the situation to the military. The military was somewhat surprised upon hearing this news, but not overly shocked. They had long suspected that changes would occur on the orc side. But they hadn't expected such a coincidence. The National Defense Army had just concluded the war in the south, and the orcs in the north were in trouble. Was this a premeditated move to prevent the National Defense Army from taking a break? The National Defense Army had no good feelings towards these orcs. They wished they would fight to the death. But the military shifted gears. If these orcs fought tooth and nail, then De Yin would be the one to suffer. De Yin still had considerable interests and assets in the Orc Empire. These were national interests, not a single cent could be lost. After weighing the pros and cons, the National Defense Army decisively ordered a frontline attack. And without hesitation, they immediately began deploying troops to the Orc Empire. But mobilizing troops would take time. The Llano government might not be able to hold out that long. At first, the Llano government had vowed they could hold out. But the result was that they were directly defeated. 8 factions attacked from 8 different directions. Originally, Lan Nuo's territory was the largest. In the beginning, the army was indeed able to defend the long border. But with the subsequent cuts in military spending and salaries, the army's numbers and combat effectiveness continued to decline. Now, let alone defending the border, even the interior cannot be defended. Furthermore, the people in many places were incited. They simply opened the city gates to welcome the royal army. However, what these people welcomed was not the real royal army. The royal army did not give them food and money, but peanuts. These peanuts are so delicious, everyone eats them without a word. The Llano government can no longer bear it. Finally, they resort to the most humiliating method, requesting military assistance from the National Defense Forces. But these people are not optimistic, because they know that mobilizing troops takes time. There are only 1,000 National Defense Forces soldiers in the entire Llano government area. Can these 1,000 National Defense Forces withstand an attack by over 100,000 enemy troops? Don't be ridiculous. Even 100,000 pigs wouldn't be able to defeat 1,000 people, right? The various factions didn't take these 1,000 National Defense Forces seriously. Back then, Only tens of thousands of national defense forces could fight a draw against the hundreds of thousands of Orc Empire troops. Although the Orc Empire has now collapsed, they still have a coalition force of over 100,000. How could 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers possibly stop their powerful offensive, and their supposed strength proved to be mere talk? Upon receiving the order, the 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers chose not to sit and wait for death, nor to defend themselves. Instead, they split into 8 groups, each boarding a vehicle and striking directly at the nearby forward headquarters. The Orc Army's forward headquarters were mostly located in villages close to the battle lines. The Orc Army was still relatively primitive, with the exception of the remnants of the Orc Empire and the Urus, who possessed some communication equipment. The rest were essentially primitive. They used the most ancient methods to transmit information. The efficiency of their intelligence transmission was extremely low. If it weren't for the low combat effectiveness of the Lano government forces, they would have been unable to break through the defenses. After receiving the news of the war, the Wehrmacht immediately began striking at these forward command posts. The 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers showed no fear at all. On the contrary, they were filled with immense excitement, because they finally had their chance to make a name for themselves. Since being transferred here, they spent their days on the grasslands. Every day, they watched the endless stream of minerals being transported away. This was their dull, monotonous existence. As young men, they naturally yearned to achieve great things. Upon learning of the incident in the north, they acted without hesitation. There was only one mission, a swift and decisive victory. Chapter 1520. Just as the Allied forces launched their fierce assault on the Lano regime, 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers had already begun their operation. The majority of Wehrmacht soldiers were rapidly en route to the battlefield aboard Black Hawk and Little Bird helicopters. Both the remnants of the Orc Empire and the remnants of the Urus had very few, if any, anti-aircraft weapons. Helicopters posed a significant threat to them, but they had no countermeasures. Their only large-caliber weapon was likely a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. The remnants of the Urus actually possessed bazookas. The Wehrmacht had initially provided a large number of RPGs, but they were largely exhausted. Furthermore, the Urus had never considered producing these anti-vehicle weapons. In guerrilla warfare, speed was paramount. Carrying these anti-vehicle weapons would inevitably hinder the army. The nations could only chuckle at this idea. This idea was simply idiotic. How could they surrender their weapons? Holding a knife is threatening. Holding no weapon at all is like being slaughtered. But the Lano regime also lacks any air units, and even fewer vehicles. Most of their vehicles are old Wehrmacht equipment. For example, the famous Panzer IV tank. The Wehrmacht has consigned it to museums, though some civilian tank clubs own them. But these are only used to cultivate children's hobbies. They're simply impossible to use on the battlefield, because they're so old. Forget RPGs, they might not even withstand 12.7 mm rounds. As for the tank club, Leon isn't worried about the children getting hurt. If children never get hurt, they won't understand how precious their lives are. Because only when children experience pain can they appreciate the preciousness of life. Also, letting children experience tanks not only cultivates their interests and hobbies, but also gives them a special childhood. I drove a tank when I was a kid. Have you ever driven one? This single sentence will be a deadly blow. 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers, divided into 8 groups, launched a direct assault on the Orc frontline headquarters. Some Orc commanders sensed something was amiss. Why were there so many helicopters suddenly appearing? Some of the smarter Orc commanders had already taken the lead and fled. In this land, the Wehrmacht was the only force with air vehicles. Now, at this critical juncture, at the gates of the city, the Wehrmacht appeared. What this meant was self-evident. The smarter Orc commanders had already fled, while the more clueless ones hadn't reacted yet, waiting for the Wehrmacht soldiers to land. Only when they arrived did they realize it was the Wehrmacht. They immediately raised their guns to fire, but were met with only the cold bullets of the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht soldiers had braced themselves for attack upon landing, but once they had landed, they discovered that surprisingly, everything went smoothly. They were not attacked during the landing, and the plane withdrew after landing. It was only then that the Orcs finally arrived and attacked them. The Wehrmacht soldiers were no longer afraid. With no escape route, their only goal was to capture or kill the frontline commander of this faction. At the same time, all equipment within the headquarters was destroyed, the communications system was disrupted, and all senior commanders were eliminated. As for why the commander-in-chief wanted to capture them alive, because many of the frontline commanders within the 8 factions were leaders of their own factions, and these leaders were mostly warlords. Capturing these individuals, and then publicly trying them would yield the greatest benefits. As for the optimal solution, Killing all the senior commanders was the best solution. The Wehrmacht couldn't take these senior commanders alive because they were simply too numerous, but they couldn't let them go either, as their presence would make the subsequent war difficult. So, in a word, kill them all. The Wehrmacht soldiers advanced with unstoppable force, slaughtering all the orcs they intercepted along the way. Many of the orcs were still armed with bolt-action rifles. Most of these bolt-action rifles were given to them by the remnants of the Urus. The Orc Empire itself possessed a vast array of firearms. But that's not even mentioning the legendary Emperor Bakhmut. They staked everything on the table. In the end, they suffered a crushing defeat. The National Defense Army seized all the weapons, equipment, and soldiers. Many of their orc soldiers have yet to return home. This wasn't because the National Defense Army was deliberately persecuting them. It was simply 3 or 4 years of labor reform. How could it possibly end so easily? Could the crimes they committed be so easily expunged? How could they justify the innocent lives they had killed? So, these orcs wouldn't be able to return for another 3 to 5 years. The National Defense Army seized all the weapons and equipment of the hundreds of thousands of troops, and then handed over the equipment of tens of thousands of troops to the Lano army. Then, they built an armory on the northern border of the Holy Empire. All these outdated weapons and equipment were stored there. If there were any changes on the front lines, these weapons and equipment would be immediately transported to the Orc Empire and handed over to the Lano government. The National Defense Army had learned their lesson. They wouldn't hand over all their weapons and equipment to those they supported all at once. To do so would be tantamount to risking everything. De Yen wasn't a true gambler. Gambling never leads to good results. The Wehrmacht only believes in its own strength, inside a certain faction's frontline headquarters. The faction's small-time leader was gesturing at a map, ordering his men to advance steadily according to his plan. If you didn't look closely, the arrangement overhead would appear flawless. But upon closer inspection, one was instantly shocked. This wasn't just any ordinary command, this was a master of micromanagement. The Wehrmacht soldiers charged directly in, immediately seizing the leader and the officers inside. A casual glance at the sandbox map brought a laugh. What do you mean by a machine gun position shifted 5 meters to the right? That really amused me. Chapter 1521. Time goes back 3 hours. In the capital of the Lano government, the colonel of the National Defense Forces was staring at the screen. On the screen, the soldiers of the Lano government were being swiftly defeated. Most of the Lano soldiers collapsed at the first blow. It wasn't that they didn't want to fight, but rather that a considerable number of them were sallow and thin, suffering from malnutrition. They weren't exactly skinny, but they were practically skinny. Some might scoff, wondering if these soldiers were muscular. Come on! Lano soldiers are all orcs. Orc skeletons and genes dictate that normal orcs wouldn't starve to the point of being skinny. There wouldn't be any skinny people either. If they did, they were either deformed or starving. But it was clearly the latter. The National Defense Forces colonel was furious at this scene. The Lano government started with the military, but now they don't even care about it anymore. This is pure ungratefulness. I'm so angry. The colonel wanted to call them directly to hold them accountable, but then he suddenly remembered that the Lano government was spending money on ordinary people. Thinking of this, the colonel put down the phone he had just picked up. But seeing the Lano army's defeat, the colonel couldn't stand it anymore. Notify the troops, move immediately. 1,000 men, 1,000. 1,000 men have their own tactics. Although there were only 1,000 soldiers stationed in the Lano government-controlled area, they were elite. 300 airborne troops, 400 National Defense Forces, and 200 guards. They were like a multitude of immortals, but these were true immortals. The colonel began assigning combat missions. Although they only had a 1,000-man establishment, the weapons and equipment in the warehouse were enough to arm 3,000 men. While assigning combat missions, the colonel sent someone to find the commander of the Lano government forces. The colonel has ordered 1,000 men to be drawn from the government forces to receive De Yen equipment and training. We want strong men, not skinny ones. At first, the commander thought De Yen was sending them away with an escort, and felt a little disappointed. But he quickly realized. De Yen was arming his own men. Wouldn't that mean he would have a De Yen armed force after the war? The commander was already fantasizing. Hee. De Yen armed forces, hee. De Yen army. What are you thinking? Send someone quickly. Okay. Don't worry, they'd be there right away. The commander realized what was happening and spoke immediately. The messenger was slightly startled by the commander's address, but didn't say anything more. He had to hurry back to report. At this moment, the only sound in the Wehrmacht base was the roar of vehicle engines. A large number of vehicles were parked on the ground inside the base. Wehrmacht soldiers were inspecting their weapons and equipment. Squad leader, the regimental commander said the mission can be completed in an hour. Should we wear heavy body armor? Listening to the Wehrmacht soldier's words, the squad leader fell into deep thought. He didn't really want to wear heavy body armor, because wearing heavy body armor would be a burden, especially during a long-distance assault like this. Wearing such heavy body armor would simply make ordinary people suffer. Soldiers simply don't have the resources to carry that much weight. Their loadouts require sufficient ammunition and weapons. Heavy body armor is optional, but sufficient weapons and ammunition are essential. Although they weren't wearing heavy equipment, they still traveled light. Aside from the most basic weapons and ammunition, their other equipment was negligible. Since the commander didn't say to wear heavy body armor, we won't. Wearing heavy armor would only be a burden. So, should we bring night vision goggles? The commander said the operation would take no more than 3 hours, meaning it should be over before nightfall. Why do you care so much about the commander? Bring night vision goggles? Some things you should listen to or ignore. You have to learn to be flexible. You don't need to bring heavy equipment because it adds weight, but you can't leave out night vision goggles. Night vision goggles are our lifeblood. What if the battle reaches a critical juncture and we're delayed? What will we do then? When night falls, without night vision goggles, we'd be completely blind. According to the squad leader's words, the soldier didn't hesitate. He picked up the night vision goggles and packed them, and also brought plenty of water. Summer has arrived in the Orc Empire. The weather on the grasslands is different from other places. The heat here is unlike anywhere else. Not only is it dry, but the daytime sun is incredibly strong. Wear a cotton jacket in the morning and eat watermelon at noon. This applies not only to the northwest, but also to everything on the grasslands. The grassland weather is also complex and unpredictable. The main reason is the extreme temperature differences. The Wehrmacht soldiers intended to fight quickly and decisively, so they didn't think too much from the outset. Equipped with simple weapons and equipment, they immediately launched their operation. Each side prepared different weapons and equipment. The Wehrmacht army carried the largest and most sophisticated weapons and equipment. This was primarily due to their reliance on armored vehicles, not army aviation. The Guards and Airborne Corps shared army aviation helicopters. Originally, these were intended for the Wehrmacht's ground forces, but the Airborne Corps and Guards seized them. They didn't care. The more capable you are, the better. Since you're not used to these weapons and equipment, don't blame us for being rude. The Guards and Airborne Corps, two elite forces, seized the weapons and equipment. The Wehrmacht's ground forces dared not speak out. Because if they dared to show anger, the two elite forces would strike back with a powerful blow. With one blow, the Wehrmacht troops were instantly slain. There's no way they can defeat these thugs. These thugs are completely lawless. What's wrong with our army being a little weak? They have their reasons for being weak. Our weakness is only relative to yours. If we were put on the battlefield, who would have the better record? Airborne and Guards. Yes, yes, yes. You're the best. The Airborne and Guards attacked decisively. They assembled their forces at breakneck speed. They launched a direct airborne assault on the Orc front lines via armed helicopters. Many Orc frontline commanders and leaders were utterly devastated by the Wehrmacht's downfall before they could even grasp what was happening. The sound of propellers echoed through the air. The Orcs looked up. Initially, they were surprised by what was happening, but once they saw it clearly, they were stunned. They had never expected the Wehrmacht to launch an attack at this time. In a helicopter, several Guard soldiers were speaking. Here are my targets. Charge down and capture them alive. That's our mission. Except for the target, you are allowed to kill everyone else. Do you understand? Understood. Chapter 1522. It's been proven that when the National Defense Army gets serious, no one else has a chance. The Orcs are just like that. They concentrated a vastly superior force. When I tried to launch an attack on Lano, I was promptly beaten to a pulp by the National Defense Army. The National Defense Army didn't rely too heavily on heavy weapons. They relied heavily on light weapons. Utilizing the mobility of helicopters and vehicles, they executed tactical infiltrations and precisely struck their targets. Before the Orcs could react, they were utterly annihilated. A certain city. Originally, this city was controlled by the Lano government. But with the government's defeat, it fell into enemy hands. After capturing this prosperous city, the enemy immediately began to appease the people. Because their only advantage over the Lano government was their superior fighting skills. But what good is fighting these days? Just because the government's forces were weak didn't mean they were inimical to the people. Therefore, Those occupying this place must devote 120% of their energy to appeasing the people as much as possible. If the civilians here weren't properly treated, it would become a ticking time bomb. If it exploded, it would really explode. After careful consideration, most of the forces occupying the government-controlled areas chose to treat the civilians well. The local people didn't put up much resistance, having been brainwashed by the spies. When the enemy attacked, they had little desire to resist. This was thanks to the psychological preparation the spies had prepared. This gave the people a sense of security, and they therefore chose to open the city to welcome the royal army. But not all orcs are good. Some thought the locals lived too well, while many of their own soldiers were starving. So they decided to plunder all the food and distribute it among their own men. Some of the Wehrmacht soldiers moved with lightning speed. Others opted for the most conservative tactics. The reason was simple. Not all leaders were fools, nor were all leaders geniuses. Some leaders were exceptionally shrewd. Upon learning that their neighbors were under attack, they decisively chose to be the last in command. They began mobilizing a large number of their men to protect them. The Wehrmacht soldiers tasked with attacking these forces grew increasingly determined. After careful consideration, they decided to launch their attack in the most prudent manner. They landed outside the city and deployed their best men, forming an elite squad of 20 to 30 men. This elite squad would enter the city and capture the orc leader alive. But capturing the orc leader wasn't so easy. They planned to infiltrate the sewers and launch a direct assault. Maybe their teammates were fast, but they were even faster. In the sewers, over 20 soldiers were moving forward, providing cover for each other. Most of their equipment was relatively basic. The only useful thing they had was their gun. The weapons they were equipped with were no half-baked weapons. They were a guard squad, and as the most elite, they were equipped with the finest weapons. They used the 191 assault rifle. They had also modified it to the point where it was unrecognizable. Besides the basic grip, there was also a muzzle and scope. They were also equipped with lasers and underbarrel grenades. They completely treated the enemy as regular troops. More than 20 people carefully advanced along the sewer. Every time they passed an intersection, their nerves tensed. This sewer was quite complex. Not only was there sewage, but from time to time, a body or two would float by. Yes, you heard correctly, bodies could actually float by. This was their turn to be stunned. When bodies first floated by, everyone was in disbelief. How could there be bodies in a city with no resistance? But when they turned the bodies over, they realized something was amiss. Some of the bodies were government soldiers, but a significant number were civilians. However, these civilian bodies were often severely mutilated. To be more precise, many of the bodies were organless. No one knew where their organs had gone. This instantly became a horror story. This startled even the mentally strong guardsmen. One soldier bravely turned over a corpse. But the body was completely disfigured. Its eyes and nose were missing, and there was a hole in its chest, with all its internal organs completely gone. And faintly, white maggots could be seen emerging from the wounds. After a careful examination, a soldier spoke up. The captain's body has been soaking for days. It doesn't look like a natural death. I understand, but these matters are not our concern right now. Our priority is to capture the orc leader alive. The captain spoke, and everyone nodded. They continued to advance cautiously along the sewer. But just as they were about to reach the base of their mission objective, something unexpected happened. Splash. A splash sounded from around the corner not far ahead. As if something had been thrown into the sewer. Everyone immediately aimed their guns in that direction, but did not activate their lasers. Just as everyone was tense, a voice suddenly rang out from the distance. We have to deal with everything here quickly. Now they have a new boss, and we don't know what they do to the people of this city. If they discover our collusion and make a big fuss about it, the boss will suffer. They probably won't guess it was us, will they? How could they not guess? People disappear every day. With so many people in the city, and so many factions, they eventually suspect us. What about the rest of the gang? They also done it. We can't leave any evidence. Understood? Listening to the distant conversation, everyone's faces darkened. Because they realized something was amiss. Or perhaps it was more complicated than they imagined. The captain glanced at his men, then gritted his teeth and said, "Complete our mission first." Everyone could only obey the captain's orders and prepare for action. But the next second, for some unknown reason, the two men in the distance began to approach the team. A faint silhouette could already be seen around the corner. "Prepare for battle," the captain whispered, and everyone immediately activated the safety. And they all donned their night vision goggles. After all, in such a dark place, night vision goggles are truly king. The two men who had been talking earlier suddenly remembered that some money was still in the body they had just discarded, so they planned to retrieve it and take it away. But the body had already drifted towards the guards. Chapter 1523. Watching the noise coming from around the corner in the distance, the guardsmen tensed. They were afraid of being discovered. But then, they thought, what was there to fear? They had guns and bullets in their hands, so what was there to fear? Just take them down. Without hesitation, the guardsmen immediately prepared for battle. To carry out their covert mission, they had long ago equipped their guns with silencers. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately went into battle. The two men were still chatting and laughing as they rushed over. But they had no idea that over 20 guns were already pointed in their direction. If they dared to show themselves, they would be shot to pieces in an instant. As the saying goes, if they showed themselves, they would be shot to pieces in an instant. The two orcs tried to chase the corpse, but it had already drifted downstream and landed right in front of the guardsmen. Looking at this fresh, yet hideous corpse, the guardsmen fell into deep thought. If nothing unexpected happens, these two individuals are responsible for the bodies in the sewers. But these two individuals certainly aren't the only ones involved. They must have a complete, closed loop. The guards had overheard their conversation. So, from the very beginning, the guards had intended to capture the other person alive. As soon as the two men turned the corner, they were still talking and laughing. But the next second, upon seeing what was happening before them, their laughter instantly ceased. A companion nearby saw the other man frozen in place, his hands raised, puzzled. "What are you doing? You have to do something different, right?" The other man just stood there motionless with his hands raised. His companion, unable to bear it any longer, followed his gaze and froze in his tracks. Because he also saw the group in the distance, saw the black muzzles of their guns. The next second, the red dot of laser light converged on their heads. The two men immediately gave in. "Hey guys, what can I do for you?" The captain glanced at them, then signaled a soldier to go and tie the two men up. The soldier, upon receiving the order, immediately rushed forward, then directly produced a bundle of hemp rope and tied the two men up. Two other soldiers considerately covered their mouths. The two men, believing the guards were going to silence them, struggled. But they were pinned down by the two soldiers. "I ask questions, and you answer them. Do you understand? Yes, yes, and no, no. Don't say anything extra. If you dare make a sound, regardless of whether they come after us or not, we will kill you first. Do you understand?" The captain's words instantly tensed the two men. Although they didn't know what was happening, but seeing the captain's seriousness, the two men immediately became obedient and became good children. The two nodded rapidly. Seeing the two captains so tactful, they didn't ask any further questions and got straight to the point. "Who do you two work for? Why are you killing these orcs? And where are their organs?" The captain's words left the two men stunned. Because they were essentially lackeys of those people. They were forced to do this by their superiors, and they were forced to do so by financial pressures. Some things you don't do will only lead to your death faster. For example, when they first joined here, they thought it was a perfectly legitimate job. But reality left them stunned. The captain's question stumped them. They had initially assumed he was simply asking what they did for a living, or where they came from. Clearly, the captain was no fool. He got to the heart of the matter. The two exchanged glances, trying to dodge the question. But the captain was clearly not one to be fooled. "You two have 3 seconds to answer this question." 1. Snap. The captain began counting and pulled out a pistol, cocking it. This completely stumped the two. The captain looked quite young, so why was he so assertive? Knowing he wasn't someone to be fooled, the two spoke up. "We work for Boss Osto, and we call him boss because he told us to. He's in charge of the underground trade in this area. He's the king of the black market in public, but behind the scenes, he's involved in countless shady activities. Among them is human and organ trafficking, and my two brothers are part of that human trafficking operation. But we're just low-ranking minions, not high-ranking, and we don't have much access. We're specifically responsible for handling corpses." The two men spoke almost simultaneously, one taking the main responsibilities, while the other supplemented. Their explanations quickly gave the captain a clear understanding of the situation. This man, Osto, seems to be the city's mafia boss. And Osto has many illegal businesses. Osto's illegal businesses span a wide range of industries. As he listened to their answers, the captain's expression grew increasingly serious. Apparently, Osto was an orc, yet he engaged in human and organ trafficking. This was simply unacceptable to them. Because 2 or 3 years ago, Lion had already launched a strong crackdown on human and organ trafficking. Both constituted acts of depravity. Many human traffickers wouldn't dare attack their own compatriots. But Ostro had clearly already done so. After understanding the full story, the captain fell silent. He then ordered 2 soldiers to remain in the sewers to guard them. Then he led the others upwards, preparing to capture the orc leader alive. If they could capture the orc leader alive, many problems would be easily solved. The battle-hardened guards quickly approached. But what they saw there stunned them. For it wasn't a solemn command post. Laughter and joy filled the air. Of course, this joyful laughter was built on the suffering of others. He and several other guardsmen had already reached the surface, but the captain remained below. From a small corner, he observed everything through the iron bars. The captain's gaze focused on a certain area. This area happened to be the orc leader's courtyard, adjacent to the headquarters. He saw many orcs coming in and out. And most importantly, these orcs were killing people. The orc leader, the target of this attack, sat in the main seat, quietly observing everything below. And below, scattered throughout were the orc leader's officers, as well as some who were not on the list. These orc officers were frantically pursuing the women in the courtyard. Some were even young women. And those not on the list were no less aggressive. A master of all trades. The captain observed everything before him. But he could no longer help but clench his fists. But just as the captain was losing his temper, he noticed an overweight orc in the distance. Chapter 1524. The captain's attention immediately focused on this man. This man was truly conspicuous. In other places, he would have stood out. First, he was significantly heavier than the others. Second, he was covered in those hideous tattoos. But most importantly, many people treated this fat man with respect. Even the orc leader showed some respect. All signs indicated that the man before him was no pushover. The captain's face was grim, and he planned to do something drastic. He planned to capture all of these people in one fell swoop. This group represented the core of this faction. If they could destroy this so-called leadership, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Orcish faction. The captain's intentions were good. But the orc leader was already wary, making a smooth capture difficult. As the captain observed all this, news arrived from afar. The royal guards had successfully reached the surface and secured the exit. A dozen guards filed out and immediately secured complete control of the area. They also dispatched troops to prepare for a surprise attack. But just as they were about to launch their attack, they realized something was amiss. The current armed forces were simply too formidable. The surrounding security forces were just the beginning. Most importantly, the orc leader had stationed 2,000 troops nearby. Wow, he pulled most of his own men over. It turned out that the orc leader was indeed somewhat afraid of death, otherwise he wouldn't have acted this way. But wasn't that a bit too much fear? After analyzing the situation, the captain realized that forcibly abducting the people wouldn't work, because it would be difficult for them to deal with the 2,000 orc soldiers outside. After careful consideration, the captain decided to suspend the mission. But just as the captain was about to leave, the fat man and one of his men approached him. The captain, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and quietly listened to the conversation between the two men. "Boss, it seems the government is abandoning us. So do we still have to pay them money? Why not? What if they attack us one day? We in this business have to play both sides. Both the orc leaders and the government forces know we're unreliable. But they don't dare to completely push us over to one side. So, playing both sides and ignoring either is best. But who can resist? This is a golden opportunity for rapid advancement. I, Osto, have fought for so many years, finally getting rid of the old Emperor Baramert. Then a young emperor named Bachmet came to power. I thought this young emperor would be easy to control, but he pulled off a stunt and wiped out the orcs. Now the entire country is in Dian's hands. And most importantly, the Lano government, now backed by Leon, is becoming increasingly brazen." Osto finished, straightening his clothes. The subordinate beside him spoke after a moment of contemplation. "But they can't just abandon us, right? When they didn't have the money to buy arms, we were the ones who paid for them. Now they're planning to attack us? Doesn't they know that their success today is partly due to me?" The subordinates wanted to speak up for their group. But Osto waved his hand. "People shouldn't fight against officials, so why do you care so much? Wouldn't it be better to just pay the money honestly?" "Boss, of course not. We already paid 30% to the government army, and now the orc leader is demanding another 30%. We only have 40% left to spend, 10% of which we have to use to buy people from the government, and 20% to distribute to our brothers. We, the management, get less than 10%, and that 10% has to be shared among more than a dozen of us." Seeing his subordinate's fury, Osto sighed. "A new emperor appoints new ministers. Prepare the money. We can't let the orc leader get hold of us, or our entire property will be wiped out. After hearing Osto's words, the subordinates left indignantly. Although he was deeply dissatisfied, he also understood the priorities. So the best solution now was to pay according to the new regulations. The captain below was completely stunned, frozen in place. Osto was actually colluding with the Llano government, and it seemed the Llano government had abducted the refugees and handed them over to Osto, who then paid a portion of the proceeds from the wanton slaughter and organ trafficking to the government. Thus, they gained the government's tacit approval and protection. After understanding the whole story, the captain couldn't calm down. This was all too shocking. But in the next second, the captain suddenly realized something and crouched down, pressed against the wall, holding his breath. Because the next second, a pair of large eyes appeared beyond the iron bars. The owner of those eyes was none other than Osto. After glancing at the empty sewers, Osto stood up. There's nothing there. Am I sick? How could I have such a false sense? Osto muttered to himself as he left. But the captain, who remained, was now sweating profusely. He was not only amazed at Osto's keen senses, but more importantly, he had to find a way to uncover evidence of Osto's collusion with the Llano government. The captain, without hesitation, immediately reported the situation. Anything the captain couldn't handle was reported, and soon the military and the cabinet received the news. After learning that someone within the Llano government was sponsoring illegal businesses, the military leaders were furious. We helped you work so much, and not only do you not give us back, you're also bringing trouble upon yourselves. The military leaders proposed withdrawing the troops from the Llano government-controlled area to teach them a lesson. Some of the more radical ones spoke directly. Why not just transfer the Holy Empire's frontier forces over there? They already completed their retraining, so why not send them out for some real-world combat training? That would also be a good way to strengthen the troops. Makes sense. Let's do it. The majority of the military agreed, and then the news reached Leon. Chapter 1525. What they had never expected was that the Llano government had secretly engaged in such activities. This was simply unacceptable to them. They could accept supporting a regime that was failing. But they could not accept that the regime they had funded had become a regime that was leeching off the people. The action team did not proceed. Instead, they immediately reported the situation via radio. After learning of the Llano government's shady dealings, Leon was completely stunned. Including the Llano government, every regime he had supported had become useless. So far, it seemed that no regime had paid back. The only one that was relatively useful was the Succubus Kingdom. If Bonaparte had not chosen to overturn the table, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Upon learning of this news, Leon immediately contacted the Intelligence Bureau and asked them to find out the whole story. At the same time, he halted the action team's operations. As the Intelligence Bureau dug deeper, they gradually realized something was amiss. Or rather, what they uncovered filled countless people with fear and terror. For they had never imagined that the Llano regime would dare to act so boldly, underground in the capital of Llano. As an Orcish civilization, the foundations of the houses were not solid. More precisely, most of the houses were 1 or 2 stories high, without cellars. But among these ordinary houses were a few manors. These manors were originally the property of the princes and nobles of the Orc Empire. But with the collapse of the Orc Empire, these buildings, symbolizing the royal palaces and aristocracy, were taken over by the Llano regime. The Llano regime distributed these luxurious estates to its most influential figures. Many high-ranking officials received lavish residences. Some Llano officials remained true to their original aspirations and refused to betray their past selves. But some are always corrupted by money. In a magnificent manner, the 3 sons and 4 daughters, the children of the second-in-command of the Llano regime, were carefree and frolicking about. At the entrance stood a solemn guard. Inside the mansion, everything was utterly luxurious. The 3 sons and 4 daughters indulged in the feast without restraint. Before them lay an immense feast. The attendants standing around them lowered their heads in silence, their eyes filled with longing for the food. Some of the maids and servants could not help but swallow. Among the 7, there were both good and bad personalities. The kinder ones, seeing the servants' behavior, would actively invite them to join in the fun. But the majority would scold them. They didn't want the servants to be allowed to eat at the table. But most of the servants chose to remain silent and endure silently. The price was simply too high. They didn't dare gamble on whether their young masters and young ladies were truly merciful. Servants who offended their masters were already guilty of capital punishment. And some of these young masters and young ladies were very fond of manipulating people. Their common practice was to invite servants to dinner, then report them for having offended them. The servants couldn't clear themselves of this even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Just as the young masters and young ladies were enjoying themselves, their father returned. The young masters and young ladies greeted him as usual. But their father's expression was anything but pleasant. He hurried into the manor. He then summoned the butler and ordered him to guard a room while he entered. After opening a secret door, a bottomless staircase appeared. Person 2 descended directly. As the staircase reached the end, a dim light illuminated the area ahead. Person 2 looked on, with a solemn expression. He had heard rumors. It seemed the intelligence agency had discovered his shady dealings. Person 2 reached the end of the corridor and opened an iron door before him. As the door swung open, a foul odor instantly filled the air. It was a scent of blood mixed with decay. Person 2 frowned slightly at the smell, and then pulled out a handkerchief to cover his nose. As the door opened, the soldiers standing on either side saluted. "Boss, you're here. How are the people inside now?" "Over 1,000 people, 900 more, and a dozen have died of illness." "We already dealt with 80, the 2 soldiers said respectfully. Number 2 breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression quickly changed. "How come we only dealt with so few people? We need to hurry up. It looks like we've been discovered." "Sir, this is impossible. We can't be discovered. We haven't been in contact with Osto anymore, and the area where Osto and his men are is already under enemy control. This can't be discovered. Osto wouldn't be so foolish as to blow up," the 2 soldiers said, one after another. Number 2 frowned upon hearing this. "You have a point, but according to reports from my confidants in the government, it seems the Intelligence Bureau is currently investigating missing persons cases." Hearing this, the 2 soldiers lost their composure. They knew the terrifying power of the Wehrmacht. And what they feared most was the Intelligence Bureau. If the Wehrmacht was a hammer, capable of breaking down their walls, then the Intelligence Bureau was an omnipresent force. As they engaged in these illegal businesses, they naturally feared the Intelligence Bureau. Number 2 watched the 2 soldiers lost in thought. Without further ado, he silently walked forward. Looking at the imprisoned orcs on either side, Number 2's expression remained unchanged. On the contrary, he considered all this perfectly normal. After all, these ordinary people were there to serve the powerful. "How much money can you earn working for us? The real money is your bodies." Number 2 had initially wanted to be a good official serving the people. But later, he realized that the money earned by being a good official was far too little. Rather than being a good official, it's better to be a corrupt official. But a corrupt official earns very little. It can't even support his children's lavish spending. And his wife isn't exactly a pushover either, constantly squandering money. Number 2 can't possibly get his hands on the treasury. Because the Lano government's finances are now directly controlled by Diane. If they dare to commit corruption, the Intelligence Bureau will bring down the iron fist on their heads. Since corruption is out of the question, they can only exploit the people's wealth. But that money comes slowly. That's why Number 2 came up with the idea of organ trafficking. While it's somewhat unethical, it makes money quickly. 1 orc is worth 10 gold coins. 100 orcs is worth 1,000 gold coins. And 1,000 orcs is worth 10,000 gold coins. And that's just the minimum value. In reality, it's far more than that. This is how Number 2 makes money. This underground base held over 1,000 orcs. A pair of orc sisters embraced each other, staring in the darkness at Figure 2, who stood beneath a light bulb. They knew it was Figure 2 who had deceived them with sweet talk. He had lured them here under the guise of housing. Then he had captured them and taken them underground. However, what awaited them was not housing, but complete dissection and torture. The siblings had witnessed countless atrocities in recent days. They had come to understand that the so-called Loner government and the Orc Empire were mostly wolves in sheep's clothing. Chapter 1526. The brother and sister stared at person Number 2. They wanted to rush over and torture person Number 2 to death. They weren't just the 2 siblings. To be precise, they also had a father and a mother. But their parents had become cold corpses. And their organs had become warm gold coins. Their technique was exceptionally skillful. From dissection to the discovery of an orc, no more than 10 hours passed. A life was lost. The brother and sister were furious, but they now had no power to seek revenge against person Number 2. How could they seek revenge? They were the 2 imprisoned. Their enemy, person Number 2, stood openly in the sunlight, while they were confined to the darkness. Person Number 2 naturally noticed the brother and sister in the shadows, and for some reason, his heart skipped a beat. Then he spoke to the soldier behind him. "Act quickly and eliminate all of these people. Don't worry about whether they try to lower the price. Do whatever it takes to get rid of them. We absolutely cannot leave any evidence." The soldier nodded, and Person 2 immediately left the underground base. Upon returning to the manor, he put on a genial expression. Dad. Look, I learned to draw today. Oh, you're my precious daughter after all. You learned so much. Person 2 then embraced his little daughter, his face filled with doting. It was a stark contrast to the ruthless look he had just shown. And while they were chatting and laughing on the ground, at this moment, there was a wailing in the underground. After receiving the order from the number 2, these men began a frenzied slaughter. They began to frantically dispose of everything here. They captured an orc, quickly wounded him, and began dissecting him. And unlike before, they now performed the dissection in front of the remaining people. Many people's eyelids twitched wildly at the sight, bewildered. The brother and sister had already closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. But at this moment, inside a military base outside the capital of Lano, a transport plane landed flawlessly inside the base. Descending from it were not supplies, but a squadron of 100 men. To be more precise, over 100 intelligence agency agents. These agents were transferred directly from intelligence agency headquarters. They had received orders from Hans to deal with the so-called number 2. Perhaps within the Lano government, this man was truly the number 2. But in front of the Great Yin, number 2 was nothing. Last time, number 2 and his men visited this military base. The colonel in charge of the base didn't come out to greet them personally, but instead sent a random captain. Number 2 continued to bow and scrape, fawning. So what if the captain was wrong? He was a noble Great Yin. Hundreds of Intelligence Bureau agents landed at the military base, leaving the colonel somewhat bewildered. Because he hadn't received official orders yet, he had no idea what was going on. He only knew that these Intelligence Bureau agents had suddenly landed in their area. He didn't even have time to react. As the plane landed, the Intelligence Bureau agents evacuated in an orderly manner. The captain, in charge of commanding the operation, finally had time to explain the operation to the colonel. Time is tight, and the mission is demanding. I won't elaborate further. This time, we're here because the number 2 official in the Lano government is involved in some shady activities, apparently involving organ trafficking. The director ordered us to come and arrest number 2 directly and search all of his assets. According to reliable intelligence, number 2's shady business is likely located in a property under his name. The captain didn't continue, having made his point clear enough. He immediately ordered his men to prepare for action. Time was tight, and the mission was demanding. News of their landing at the base would quickly spread. If they didn't seize the opportunity to launch the operation, number 2 would likely become alerted and even flee. They weren't willing to take such a risk. As the Ace Squadron of the Intelligence Bureau headquarters, they had almost always completed their missions with 100% success over the years. They didn't want to fail here. The Intelligence Bureau squadron assembled immediately. They then borrowed some vehicles from the colonel, and even 2 helicopters from the air general. What? You said our intelligence agency doesn't have its own vehicles? Is it possible that we were simply rushed and didn't have time to prepare? 2 helicopters carrying over 20 intelligence agency agents launched the first strike. They would reach the second-in-command's residence as quickly as possible and capture him directly. The sound of the helicopter's propellers quickly attracted the attention of the locals. Most of them were surprised by what they saw. Logically, the National Defense Army's helicopters should have been requisitioned. How could there still be helicopters flying and heading into the city? The civilians were stunned. Without hesitation, the 2 helicopters flew directly towards the manor of number 2. The high-ranking officials of the Lano government looked at the 2 helicopters in the air with solemn expressions. They had not received any information. The 2 helicopters seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Logistically, the National Defense Army would have informed the Lano government before deploying troops into the city. If there was any blunder, it would be the National Defense Army that would be embarrassed. But now, the National Defense Army had not received any notification or information. This made the high-ranking officials look solemn. They were two-faced. They were skilled at deceiving the people and the National Defense Army. In front of the National Defense Army, they acted so lovingly towards the people. But behind the National Defense Army's back, they exploited the people at every turn. The people dared not speak out because they were accustomed to being exploited. They considered resistance, but they discovered that the consequences of resistance were far more severe than those of being exploited. Exploitation might at most provide enough food, but resistance would cost them their lives. The massacre beneath the manor continued. Countless orc civilians were being slaughtered. The orc army had once massacred the people of Dayin, but that was the army slaughtering the people. It was also the slaughter of humans by beasts. But ultimately, one side was the army, the other the people, and they were not of the same race. But the problem now was that these orcs were actually wielding their own knives against their own people. This wasn't just outrageous, it was enslaving their own people. 2 helicopters quickly arrived above person number 2's manor. The naive young men and women watched the helicopters hovering overhead, assuming they had been commissioned by their father. But their father, person number 2, was sweating profusely. He didn't believe he could summon a Wehrmacht helicopter. Inside the underground base, the brother and sister held each other tightly, watching the approaching orc executioner. The executioner's slaughter had reached them. "Sister, will there really be light?" The Urus leader said that a new life would come if Bakhmut was overthrown. But after we overthrew Bakhmut, the Urus leader became a tyrant. Later, Urus was gone, and the army left behind by Lord Lano formed a new government. I thought this was our final resting place, but I never imagined it would be our grave. There will definitely be light, definitely. Chapter 1527. 2 helicopters landed directly inside the manor. The convoy arrived quickly. Logically, they couldn't match the speed of the helicopters. But their speed depended on the speed of their teammates. "You helicopter guys are trying to steal our credit. How could that be possible? I simply exercise right of way. These military vehicles are borrowed anyway. Even if there are points deducted, I report them to the colonel." Colonel Aminos, seeing such a grand display, person 2 was stunned. At first, he thought it was a minor matter, but he soon realized something was amiss. For he had discovered something truly devastating. The person who disembarked from the helicopter wasn't a Wehrmacht soldier, but a black-clad intelligence agent. After disembarking, the intelligence agent immediately rushed towards person 2, gun drawn, and quickly subdued him. In fact, person 2 considered resisting, but this was his manor. The manor wasn't his most precious possession. What truly mattered to him were his children and wife. If he dared resist, the intelligence bureau would undoubtedly open fire, and his children and wife would be in danger. The intelligence bureau agents were somewhat bewildered by the cooperation of person number 2. Could they have arrested the wrong person? Why was he so calm? The intelligence bureau agents dispatched a small team to search the manor. As soon as they kicked open the door, they were stunned. Compared to the plain exterior, the interior was a world away. Everywhere was a dazzling display of gilded ornamentation. This simple exterior and opulent interior completely stunned the intelligence bureau soldiers. "No, bro, what's going on?" After a brief moment of shock, everyone instantly realized that person number 2 was up to something. They immediately sprang into action. They combed every room, searching every nook and cranny, leaving no stone unturned. However, as the search progressed, the intelligence agents found more money than evidence. The rooms of the young ladies and gentlemen were rather plain, each decorated with decorations worth only a few dozen or a few hundred gold coins. But when they reached person number 2's master bedroom, they opened the door and were stunned. Gold coins were scattered all over the floor. To be more precise, the floor was covered in gold coins. This wasn't just any wealthy person, this was the richest of the rich. Without hesitation, everyone immediately began searching for evidence. Watching the intelligence soldiers carry boxes of gold coins out of the manor, person number 2's heart leaped into his throat. Because most of these coins had been found in his room. This means the intelligence bureau has begun digging deeper. So, it's only a matter of time before he reveals his true identity. Let's hope the intelligence bureau can't find the entrance. Right now, number 2 doesn't want his subordinates to handle the situation. He just wants a few more of them to survive. If they do find out, perhaps saving 2 more of their subordinates might even mitigate their punishment. Imaginations are beautiful, reality is cruel. The more number 2 worries about something, the more the intelligence bureau will find it. There's no way around it, that's what the intelligence bureau does. In that room, the intelligence bureau agents only had to search once before they found the secret door. The reason was simple. They'd been conducting searches for years, and they were used to seeing this sort of thing. Secret doors like this were considered the most basic. The most outrageous case they uncovered involved a corrupt official who had hidden his money in an artificial lake. To be more precise, he had dug a U-shaped entrance beneath the lake. The entrance was flooded, but the exit had a massive hollow. This area was impervious to water, so the corrupt official hid most of his money in this hollow. The intelligence bureau spent a considerable amount of time investigating this case. When they learned of the corrupt official's tactics, they were stunned. But it also reflected the capabilities of the intelligence bureau's agents. If they could find this, what else could they not? Secret doors, the most basic method of hiding money, were ineffective. But when the intelligence bureau agents descended, they realized they were wrong. There wasn't a vault at all, but a massive slaughterhouse. As soon as they pushed open the door, They were met with an overwhelming stench of blood. They immediately raised their guns and began clearing the underground base. The executioners initially tried to resist, but were immediately apprehended by the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau doesn't just do intelligence work, its combat capabilities are also among the best. At first, the Intelligence Bureau thought the underground base held only a few dozen people. But once they secured everyone and carefully counted them, they were in a state of panic. There were a full 700 or 800 people here, and over 200 bodies. The Intelligence Bureau agents were so horrified upon learning this data that they could barely stand. This wasn't war, it was a one-sided massacre, and they were sharpening their knives against their fellow citizens purely for profit. The Intelligence Bureau agents couldn't remain calm and immediately reported the situation. When Person 2 saw the Intelligence Bureau agents rescue these civilians, Person 2 fainted. It's over, everything is over. Chapter 1528. The Intelligence Bureau quickly took control of the entire family of Person Number 2. After controlling Person Number 2's family, the Intelligence Bureau had secured victory. The Intelligence Bureau's forte was controlling families. Only by controlling the target's family could they force them into submission. This might be somewhat immoral. But for the Intelligence Bureau, morality was only pursued in peacetime. If war truly came, they would not care about such illusory morality, because only the weak would constantly talk about it. Morality is a constraint on the strong, not a protection for the weak. From the outset, the Intelligence Bureau's agents had no intention of speaking amicably. They had no intention of letting this family go. They had already investigated Person Number 2's family before arriving. They had discovered that none of them were good people. So, the Intelligence Bureau showed no mercy and intended to strike hard and eliminate Person Number 2. The Intelligence Bureau dragged Person Number 2 into a small room nearby and began interrogating them. Their families were also separated and apprehended one by one. Before Person Number 2's family members knew what had happened, they were immediately separated and imprisoned. The Intelligence Bureau interrogated each one individually. Perhaps many of them were unaware of their father's actions. But there were certainly some who knew. The Intelligence Bureau interrogated each one thoroughly. Many of those with weaker mental abilities simply gave in and confessed everything they knew. The Intelligence Bureau also rescued all of the individuals below them. After rescuing the civilians without further ado, the Intelligence Bureau immediately began to comfort them. These orc civilians had never imagined that their rescuers would be the National Defense Force. In their eyes, both the Intelligence Bureau and the guards were part of the National Defense Force. In their eyes, the Southern Great Yin was known only as the National Defense Force. Because the National Defense Force had had such a profound impact on them, ever since the war ended, the orcs had accepted their defeat, and their fear of the National Defense Force had never diminished. Because, in their eyes, everything in the South was too terrifying. It was this insignificant National Defense Force that had destroyed everything they had. They had no power to fight back, the vast orc empire had collapsed overnight, and so they hated the National Defense Force, and the people of Great Yin with a deep hatred. But now, it was the National Defense Force that had come to rescue them. Looking at these black uniformed Intelligence Bureau agents, the orcs' memories returned to the days when they were dominated by the National Defense Force. It's no exaggeration to say that the history of the National Defense Force is inextricably linked to the rise and fall of the orc empire. The rise and fall of the orc empire is, in essence, the history of the development of the National Defense Army. When the orc empire was at its peak, the National Defense Army hadn't even been established. But when the National Defense Army flourished, it was the orc empire that suffered the most. But the Demon Empire was different. After their crushing defeat at the hands of the Elven Empire, their minds became clearer. They no longer had any plans for the South, and they didn't even dare to covet the National Defense Army's lands. They focused all their attention on dealing with the Papal States to the west. Therefore, the Wehrmacht holds a relatively important position in their history. But it still pales in comparison to the orcs. Because the orcs were truly dominated by the Wehrmacht to the point of collapse. So, when the orcs learned that it was intelligence agents who rescued them, their faces were filled with complexities. They didn't know how to thank the Wehrmacht. But if it weren't for them, perhaps their country wouldn't be what it is today. Warlords were fighting everywhere. After endless fighting, there was never a satisfactory outcome. The warlords were only interested in seizing territory and resources. Perhaps they inherited the bravery and fighting prowess of their predecessors. But that was only their so-called bravery and fighting prowess. They possessed no other strengths. Most of the warlords were generals of the Orc Empire. After the disintegration of the Orc Empire, 9 major factions and 20 or so smaller factions emerged within the Orc Empire. The remaining 8 of the 9 major factions chose to unite and attack the Lano regime. Because they knew who was backing the Lano regime, they knew only by crushing it could they peacefully resolve the Orc Empire issue. The problem was, the National Defense Forces gave them no chance. Although the Lano regime, supported by the National Defense Forces, performed poorly, it was no match for any of the 8 major factions. The National Defense Forces gradually grew reassured about the Lano regime. After all, a country like this shouldn't have problems. But problems only arise when there aren't any problems. After interrogation, person number 2 confessed to all his crimes and took full responsibility. Because his children were involved in a significant portion of the business. Although person number 2 was a jerk, it was undeniable that he truly cared deeply for his family. After learning that his family might be in jeopardy, he decisively chose to take the entire responsibility. The Intelligence Bureau was deeply moved by this kind of person, but gratitude is not enough to feed them. The leader's order was to eradicate the problem completely. My promise to spare your family doesn't guarantee that others will. After interrogation, all of person number 2's secrets were uncovered, rendering him completely useless. The Intelligence Bureau agents immediately arranged a comprehensive service for person number 2, burying his ashes directly. The ashes of the entire family were essentially buried in the same pit, allowing the family to be reunited. Person number 2's revelations completely ignited public opinion in Diyin. Diyin itself abhorred human traffickers and organ trafficking. Furthermore, the country where this incident occurred happened to be their sworn enemy, the Orc Empire. The people of the country were outraged, with some wanting to abandon the Lana regime completely. However, these were merely conservatives. The true radicals expressed a desire to completely wipe out the entire Orc Empire. The Orc Empire had no idea how close it had come to destruction. The domestic public opinion affected the war on the front lines. The regiment commander dispatched over 800 elite soldiers, successfully capturing or killing the leaders of 4 of the 8 factions. This instantly devastated the 8 factions, plunging them into chaos. However, the 8 factions were no pushovers. Upon learning that one of their leaders had been kidnapped or assassinated, the most powerful leader immediately stepped forward to address the group. The Wehrmacht has a knife at our throats. We cannot sit idly by. We must unite. As long as we unite, we can destroy everything, for unity is strength. At the Orc leader's call, the Orcs began to form a coalition and unify their command. The colonel, who was preparing to rest in the base, suddenly received a new development. The Orcs had regrouped, and their attack was even faster than before. The general was at a loss whether to laugh or cry upon learning this. For such a ragtag army, no matter how many men arrived, they would simply be surrendered. It all depended on the colonel's willingness to order their slaughter. Although these were Orcs, and many had no vested interests, they were still human beings. Even if they were captured, they deserved human treatment. Chapter 1529. The Orcs had reorganized their army, shocking and baffling the colonel. He was astonished and amazed at the Orcs' speed of reaction. This Orc group was completely different from the past. There was a glint in their eyes, which meant the Wehrmacht would suffer heavy casualties if they tried to take on them. This was the colonel's turn to worry. Without hesitation, he immediately reported the situation to all levels of the government. The military was helpless. No one dared to take on this mission, but the Intelligence Bureau was delighted. Because they had already figured out this so-called coalition. This so-called coalition was nothing more than the armies of several major factions, cobbled together, a mixed bag. There were many exceptionally strong forces, but also many useless ones. In reality, most of these people joined the army for a few taels of silver. For so little money a month, why risk their lives? And the most ridiculous thing was that the weapons these Orc warlords were so proud of were basically purchased from abroad. But the most shocking thing wasn't the weapons purchase. The most shocking thing is that most of these weapons are manufactured in Diyin. That's right, they're basically second-hand or even third-hand goods used by the National Defense Force. These weapons were originally the National Defense Force's equipment, but due to upgrades, they were replaced. However, these weapons have not lost their original power with the passage of time. The National Defense Force currently has only 2 million troops, but it has over 100 million weapons. The total population of this world does not exceed 1 billion. This means that on average, 1 in 10 people owns a gun. Moreover, many areas were still in the state of backward feudal villages. These people forgot to even know what a gun was, let alone read. The Wehrmacht couldn't possibly store so many old weapons in its arsenal. They would need maintenance, and most of them were second-hand. The Wehrmacht couldn't bear to give them to its subordinates, and the subordinates couldn't afford them. The Wehrmacht could only find a way to sell these weapons and equipment. But the question arose, How should these weapons be sold? Or to whom? Initially, the military was responsible for this matter. But later, the Intelligence Bureau took the initiative to take over this task. The reason was simple. Their Intelligence Bureau had a complex and extensive network of relationships. They urgently needed to expand their international business, but doing so required not only money but also connections. Nothing could be more valuable than the connections accumulated through arms trafficking. Few people in this world could afford to buy arms. These people were essentially tough guys. What decent citizen would buy weapons on a large scale? It's to expand their connections and network. The arms dealers arranged by the intelligence agencies sell weapons by the pound. Currently, there are over 1.4 million guns in the chaotic areas of the Orc Empire. Although there are only 200,000 or 300,000 troops on the surface, their weapons reserves are nowhere near the same level. This is why no one ever worries about weapons. They worry about the population and their own money. As long as there are people with money, they can raise an army at any time. Why do you ask where the soldiers' weapons come from? Of course, they have to contact their biggest arms dealers. Eugene wasn't just any ordinary arms dealer. To be more precise, he was the type to sell whatever he could find. As long as you paid enough, he'd find a way to get you the weapons and equipment you wanted. The most famous incident was the Lano government's acquisition of the T-72 tank. Eugene was still within the Orc Empire at the time. The Orc Empire was intensifying its war preparations, preparing for revenge against the nations to the south. But as the missiles fell, the hearts of these people exploded. They could only watch helplessly as their carefully restored defensive offensive was shattered. To capture the Lano capital, they even deployed a large number of tanks and armored vehicles. At first, it was just a minor skirmish, but now the vehicles had been deployed. The situation had completely changed. Eugene was still unaware of this, and the other side was clearly unaware of its severity. Senior generals on both sides were puzzled. Why did these orcs have tanks? This brings us back to the aforementioned Eugene. Eugene was a true businessman. To be precise, he was not only driven by profit, but also sold many used weapons to local armed forces at bargain prices. However, the most intriguing thing was that he not only sold weapons to the Lano government, but also to other places. And the most terrifying thing was that both sides used Yin weapons in the fight, and Eugene was also a distributor. Countries around the world needed Yin weapons. At this time, almost no one dared to attack Duan Eugene. But the price he paid was very high. Eugene was arrested many times. It was because he was selling weapons and equipment. Yes, within this chaotic Orc Empire, there was a group closely monitoring the arms trade. And this group had the permission of the Lano government and certain faction leaders. This wasn't just outrageous, it was sheer arrogance, the height of injustice. Eugene was enjoying his luxurious villa, enjoying his beautiful cars and beauties. It seemed as if the war outside had nothing to do with him. But just as he was enjoying himself, a sudden order jolted him awake. Eugene, find a way to stop the war. This is the leader's order. After receiving the order, Eugene immediately destroyed it and pushed the beauty away. He hurriedly began to notify his men to halt ammunition supplies. Yes, the 8 factions purchased most of their weapons and ammunition from Eugene. And many factions, seeking to save money, simply picked the cheapest rifles. They never even calculated the price of the bullets. After they had used up their first batch of free ammunition, this group instantly realized Eugene's importance. At first, they even considered robbing him without paying. But then, they thought, if there weren't social parasites like Eugene, how would the Yin have managed to ship weapons abroad? Eugene wasn't a social parasite. On the contrary, he was a helpful person. From beginning to end, he never abused anyone. He repeatedly emphasized to the Orc warlords that killing civilians was forbidden. This was Eugene's bottom line. His weapons could only be used against regular troops. But neither side clearly took Eugene's request seriously. What are you talking about? I'm buying your weapons with so many rules and regulations, and I give you 2 peanuts. Although most warlord leaders thought this, they never dared to express it. Because if they dared to say so, Eugene would immediately cut off contact with them. At that point, the so-called elite troops would become a joke. Not only would they be left without weapons and ammunition, but they would also have to endure crushing defeat. At the beginning, Eugene's demands were still being heard. But then something started to go wrong. After getting the guns, these guys instantly changed their demeanor. They turned their backs on their promises, even as they pulled up their pants and turned their backs on us. Eugene initially didn't want to intervene, but now that he'd been told to do so, he had to capitalize on this opportunity. Sometimes, a trump card remains in your hand until you play it. letting the other side know you have a trump card. Chapter 1530. Eugene rushed to the gathering of the chiefs at breakneck speed. After learning that 4 or 5 of the 8 chiefs were missing, Eugene began to have second thoughts. He believed these chiefs must have been punished by heaven, otherwise they wouldn't have simply vanished. Of course, this was just the soldiers' propaganda. Locals actually had different accounts. After understanding the whole story, Eugene finally understood something. Some people say one thing and do another. But a true godlike person would act on their words, fearing the other party wouldn't know what they were doing. It was the kind of brazen, blatant behavior. Eugene arrived at the gathering of the chiefs in a rage, and then he captured each one and confronted him. Didn't you promise me? These weapons are only for use against regular troops. But nearly every village I traveled through has been set on fire. I need an explanation. After hearing Eugene's words, most of the warlords didn't hesitate. He immediately dispatched his men to capture Eugene. Then, without further ado, he imprisoned him. Instead, he poured all his energy into the war. Eugene, never expecting such a fate, wanted to watch the sunrise and pulled out his satellite phone to make a call. Faced with the enemy's menacing threat, Eugene, like a stern father, stared intently at everything to the south. A young soldier asked, "Marshal, will this affect the Republic? Is there a possibility that the other side has no interest in the Republic at all?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't believe this world was so shattered. After learning that the orc leader intended to imprison them, and after trying to apologize, the common people society changed. Because anyone could see it was a show. Many people could never have imagined that after over a year of hard work, their efforts would ultimately come to nothing. The thin people had different opinions. Some believed that a ceasefire should be declared and Eugene should be obeyed. However, Eugene, because of his proximity to his command post, had lost the opportunity to engage in direct combat with the Wehrmacht. Since his imprisonment, Eugene had spent almost every day reading a wordless book, experiencing the joy of life. The orcs could never have imagined that such a simple act would be met with such widespread criticism. The orcs were also researching a homemade rifle, also chambered in 7.62 caliber. And most importantly, its weapons are compatible with the AK-47, and most importantly, the weapons here represent only a small city. In reality, most of the weapons have already been passed on to civilians. Although it's just a tiny city, the civilians are still relentless, determined to seize everything. But those who possess the weapons are mostly ordinary people, with no killing intent, but they were immediately beaten back. Only if you provoke them will they attack you recklessly. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, the Wehrmacht ordered an all-out attack. They needed to eliminate the enemy within as quickly as possible. Facts proved they were indeed fast. But the problem was, they were too fast. Eugene might have been imprisoned. But his influence remained. He was contacting his friends, urging them to find a way to save him. But in reality, there was a gap on both sides. Many people couldn't grasp one thing. Who were they really living for, and for whom did this country exist? But the irony was that many Fries had already made it to be one. For Pro Brother, this was a one-sided massacre, but if they dared to turn back, they would be considered Shamat. He was racking his brains to persuade the warlord's subordinates to defect. At first, Eugene thought these people had iron wills, but after thinking about it, since they had all come out, the result was unexpected. Better to give them some money, so they could live a better life. He was surprised to find that many people hadn't even considered actively attacking, but their abstract existence was already too much. Eugene, after bribing several soldiers, he lived a comfortable life in prison. Basically, anytime they gave the order, medical personnel would arrive quickly. This wasn't just an ordinary person. This was a truly distinguished individual. It was precisely because of these connections that the common people took action against the soldiers. Because of these connections, I had virtually no use for them. They would rush to the scene as soon as they had something to offer. The common people had mixed opinions, while the warlord soldiers stared at Eugene nonchalantly. Eugene's imprisonment these past few days had been a true pleasure. Many people racked their brains, but couldn't figure out one thing. That their men had been bribed by Eugene from the very beginning. Eugene was a businessman, but he was also a qualified and successful businessman. He knew when to sacrifice his position to save his own, and when to spend money. In just 2 or 3 days, he had bribed the entire prison. Nonsense. The warlord only gives them 1 or 2 silver coins a month. But Eugene is giving money away every day, and it's real money. Warlord? Leader? Sorry, I don't know him. I'm afraid Lord Eugene might misunderstand.